The scorching sun hung high in the sky, tirelessly radiating its heat. Even the cicadas under the relentless attention of this vast furnace seemed languid and feeble, only letting out a few faint cries now and then to voice their discontent. Everywhere the potholed, uneven road surface exuded a pungent stench under the baking sun. Broken road signs and tattered guardrails stood in disrepair, each one silently declaring the desolation of this place. Looking down through a guardrail that had long since been smashed open into a gaping breach, one could see a dense forest below, endless ranks of lush sky-covering trees spreading out, without limit, growing wild and unchecked. Those massive crowns of leaves shut out the clamor of the outside world, rendering this place exceptionally still. Only within the forest could one feel the faintest trace of coolness. The chorus of insects around was far louder than outside, yet aside from their noisy calls there was nothing remarkable here. The forest seemed monotonous and dull. Human footprints were rare here, almost no one ever came. This was a barren, deserted mountain range. The murmur of flowing water drifted over, an ordinary forest brook winding who knew toward where. Its waters were clear with a few small fish swimming within, yet for some unknown reason, they all appeared listless. Many had already turned belly up, floating weakly in the current. As the stream wound deeper into the forest, it reached a region where light scarcely penetrated. This place was markedly more damp and gloomy than elsewhere, so much so that even the insects seemed to shun it if few were willing to come near. Here stood a colossal tree whose girth would require 4 or 5 adults hand in hand to barely encircle it. Its vast tangled roots plunged downward for an unknown distance, reaching into a subterranean realm utterly devoid of light, where the surrounding soil held only a few long-decayed animal remains. Yet even deeper below, beneath this, there unexpectedly lay a spacious underground cavern. Here not even the tiniest root or blade of grass remained. The empty space, devoid of any object, seemed to hum faintly with some elusive, mysterious fluctuation. The surrounding soil seemed to follow some hidden, unknowable pattern in its formations, as though aligned with something unseen. Those dense, pervasive fluctuations spread in all directions, as though shielding everything here from outside perception, giving rise to a strange impression that something was being concealed within this place. In this lightless underground, one could only vaguely make out something like a cocoon suspended in midair at the center of the cavern, hanging there, without any support, untouched by the earth on any side. It was a scene that defied all common sense. On closer inspection, there was nothing particularly striking about its exterior. If anything had to be said, it was its sheer size, astonishingly large. By the measure of an ordinary adult male of 1.8 meters in height, its length would equal 3 such bodies laid end to end. It was hard to imagine any natural creature capable of forming a cocoon so vast. The gigantic cocoon was a plain, uniform gray, devoid of patterns or ornamentation, carrying only a sense of archaic mystery, as if it had existed since time immemorial, silently abiding in this cavern. Suddenly, without the slightest warning, as though triggered by some unknown stimulus, the massive gray cocoon began to contract and expand. It slowly swelled, then gradually shrank again and again in perpetual rhythm, like an unconscious living thing breathing. With this strange motion, even the surrounding space began to rise and fall, invisible waves, an impossibility, for how could space itself undulate? This utterly incomprehensible scene was nonetheless truly unfolding. As the cocoon continued its seemingly meaningless cyclical motion, a streak of white light suddenly appeared within the cavern, abrupt and jarring. This was the deep underground. Where could such light have come from? The white light circled around the space a few times before finally turning its attention toward the cocoon. Though it was only a shaft of light, it acted with distinctly human-like deliberation, yet another incredible occurrence. After a few moments of hesitation, it plunged abruptly into the gray cocoon and vanished without a trace, as though it had never appeared. The cocoon, after this intrusion, only paused for a heartbeat as ring after ring of water-like ripples spread across its surface. Soon everything fell silent once more, as if the earlier disturbances had been nothing but illusion. No rhythm, no white light, merely fancy. Yet the very real changes that followed denied that notion and once again shattered all prior understanding. Thump, thump. A series of dull heartbeats sounded from within the gray cocoon. It was hard to fathom that some living being slumbered inside such a massive shell. Soon it seemed that something within was struggling with all its might, trying to claw its way out of this place that had slept for far, far too long. Small bulges began to appear one after another across the surface of the cocoon. Yet it was like a person who, having slept too long, could not fully command their own body, weak and drained, their movements lacking strength, so the struggle did not greatly affect the cocoon. Nonetheless, a firm conviction told him that he had to escape this damned cocoon. So he continued to struggle desperately. No one could say how long he fought. Even the heartbeat that had once boomed grew feeble again. Just then another white light flared, this time radiating from within the cocoon itself. The white glow that slowly diffused outward was gentle, yet resolute, growing ever brighter until it illuminated the entire underground chamber. The fleeting white light from before now blazed so brilliantly that it could not be ignored, bringing with it a rich surge of vitality. Through the glow flooding the cavern, one could vaguely discern a small figure within the cocoon. He had been curled up like an infant in its mother's embrace, limbs drawn close, head tucked against his chest. Now he was slowly stretching out his arms and legs. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful heartbeat had belonged to such a small body. With this abundant life force as support, the movements of the small figure grew more resolute and forceful. His motions widened, and his once curled limbs gradually unfurled bit by bit, expanding the space in which he could move. His ferocity-bearing claws and teeth did not match his diminutive size, giving the scene a somewhat comical air. Yet this did not diminish the aura radiating from him, that ancient scent of ages long past steeped in indescribable vicissitude. Even before his birth, he could already release such waves of power enough to leave one deeply shaken. Suddenly, with a muffled bang, the giant cocoon, unable to withstand that force and aura, finally burst apart. He was at last completely exposed to the open air. As the white light gradually faded, there appeared in view a creature resembling a lizard standing upright, like a human. What had seemed infant-sized within the cocoon, now after breaking free, had grown to the stature of a child of 3 or 4 years. His short stature did not hinder his limbs; on the contrary, they appeared long and powerful. A tail trailed behind him, hanging down in a gentle curve, its length half that of his body, its surface studded with tiny hardened spines. 2 small protrusions jutted from his forehead. His whole body was chiefly of bluish-gray, his proportions strikingly balanced. Yet by any measure he did not look like a normal living being. He had not yet touched the earth beneath him at all, simply hovering in midair, without any support, his eyes still tightly shut, as though not yet adapted to his new existence. No one knew how much time passed in that depth of the earth where time had lost its meaning, perhaps a long while, perhaps only an instant. At last he opened his eyes. To one's astonishment, his irises were a brilliant pure gold, utterly untainted by any impurity, filled with an air of innate nobility, while his pupils were long and narrow like a serpent's. Such a bizarre combination seemed on him entirely natural, as though it ought to be so, without diminishing his noble bearing in the slightest. By rights, such an uncanny creature should inspire immediate unease and fear, yet he instead lent a unique sense of beauty, prompting one to marvel at him, as though he were a work of art. This was his first breath. As his breath rose and fell, a faint wisp of white mist sprayed from his nostrils. He seemed truly alive now, no longer a mere statue. Calming himself to sense the changes in his body, he pondered what had caused his premature awakening. Lowering his gaze, he surveyed the surrounding space. The seal he had laid with his own hands before slumber was indeed still there, and showed no sign of damage. He raised an arm and patted his chest lightly. A strand of white light emerged, swaying from his chest as he drew it forth, and he could sense that his awakening was inseparable from this light. Dangling it in his grasp, he turned it over again and again, examining it closely. After a moment of silent reflection, he applied a slight force with his hand. A cluster of orange-yellow flames suddenly blossomed in his scale-covered palm, and the strand of white light was burned away. In that instant, understanding dawned on him. Once he had completely absorbed the information contained within the light, he knew why he had awakened before amassing sufficient power. Lowering his head to regard his body, its size not matching what he recalled, he gave a small shake of his head. Then, casting a final glance at this place where he had slept for who knew how long, he moved his thoughts. A shroud of orange-yellow radiance enveloped him, and he rose upward, merging slowly into the surrounding earth. After he entered, the parted soil closed again, returning to its original state. He shot straight toward the surface, his heart tinged with urgency, eager to behold the world he had not seen in countless years, to see what shape his once familiar world had taken. In the vast underground cavern, only the shattered remains of the giant cocoon testified that some monumental change had taken place here, that an ancient life had returned once more to this world. With a long sigh, the figure who had finally reached the surface glanced around at his surroundings. He had no idea how many ages had slipped by. Everything around him was beyond his understanding. Even an asphalt road, something commonplace in modern society, was enough to fill him with astonishment. Yet the surroundings looked far too desolate to yield any useful information. He closed his eyes slightly, and after a long while an indescribable ripple spread out from his body. It was an ancient soul power, but having lain dormant for too long, it now felt rusty and strained. Only after a prolonged silence did a response finally return from an extremely distant place. Is this humanity? He was slightly perplexed. Since when could human beings openly live upon the surface, and why could he not sense the presence of any other of his kind? Could there be some connection between the two? Ignorant of what transformations this world had undergone, he resolved to set out and investigate at once. With that thought, his figure began to rise, streaking across the azure sky as a trail of white light. At this moment, he could not help but slightly miss the attendants who had once followed him everywhere. Though their strength had never been particularly outstanding, they had been tireless and uncomplaining. Errands such as gathering information had suited them perfectly. United States, San Francisco. In a rather inconspicuous antique shop, the interior decor was nothing remarkable, yet among the items on display there were indeed a few old artifacts that could be called genuinely authentic. The old man, who had been busily dusting jars and bottles, suddenly shuddered all over, the feather duster slipping from his hand. With a strange sense tugging at his heart, he hastily set aside his work. He strode quickly to a statue enshrined within the shop, broke off a still-burning stick of incense from the small censer before it, then went to an old-fashioned square 8 immortals table, rummaging in a drawer until he produced an ancient compass, while muttering under his breath, "Monsters and demons begone! Monsters and demons begone!" As he chanted, he slowly scattered the incense ash held between his fingers. The needle of the compass on the table began to sway wildly as if driven mad, and as it trembled more violently, the old man's expression grew ever more grave. The disturbance rose and fell quickly. After only 3 to 5 breaths, the needle ceased, its quivering coming to rest unsteadily as it pointed toward the east. Ash from the spent incense formed an irregular pattern upon the surface. The old man's eyes narrowed behind his reading glasses suddenly widened, and when he glanced up he saw the wind chime at the door, swaying violently, its clear ringing sounding without pause. "Oh no, something terrible has happened, Chenglong." "What now, old man?" At the old man's shout, a big-nosed man in a blue jacket and brown trousers scratched his head helplessly and sauntered over. "Ow." Before he even reached him, a sharp blow landed on his head, and he reflexively crouched down to rub it. "One more thing, when old man calls you, you must move faster. And one more thing, Chenglong, a demon has awakened." The white-haired old man spoke with an expression of utmost seriousness. "What, a demon has revived? But old man, the 12 talismans haven't all been gathered yet, right? Didn't you say the Shendu must collect all 12 talismans to obtain complete power to resurrect?" "Ow." Before he could finish, another heavy blow struck his head, and he crouched down once more, clutching it in pain. "One more thing, did old man say it was the Shendu? Is he the only demon in this world?" Chenglong squatted in agony, not daring to voice any retort. "One more thing, this demon is likewise not to be underestimated. We must heighten our vigilance," the old man said solemnly. "It is a warning given to me by the great magician." Chenglong was left speechless. The great magician was the old man's master, the guide who had first led him into this path, and held an incomparably important place in his heart. Since the old man claimed it was the great magician's instruction, it could by no means be baseless. "Then, old man, did the great magician give you any instructions regarding this newly appeared demon?" Chenglong asked somewhat sheepishly. "The instructions were not very clear. We only know that he is as ancient as the Shendu and already existed in the remote antiquity when demons still ruled over humanity. He seems to have a profound connection with the Shendu," the old man said slowly. "Additionally, he too comes from the east. That is all old man can decipher. A deep connection with the Shendu. Then could he also be interested in the talismans?" Chenglong remarked casually. "Oh no, this is terrible, Chenglong, go to section 13 at once and check on the talismans," the old man suddenly shouted. Oh, we'll go right away." Feeling the gravity of the situation himself, Chenglong immediately bolted out the door. Hello, Captain Black, this is Chenglong. It's like this. Downtown San Francisco. In a bright, spacious office, a white-haired man in a green suit sat with his legs crossed in a large executive chair, rocking it from time to time, looking thoroughly bored. The office decor was quite impressive and full of style, clearly showing that its owner had put in considerable effort. Yet the most eye-catching thing was the lifelike dragon-shaped statue mounted on the wall. Its entire body was a dark jade green, giving it an extraordinary air at a glance. It was obviously no ordinary ornament. Suddenly, a terrifying red light flared from the statue's eyes. "Valong, I sense a very familiar power awakening," a voice intoned. The statue had spoken a scene that defied all reason. "Give it a rest, Shendu. Just searching for talismans has already worn us out. Oh, let's not bother with anything else," Valong replied lazily. "You fool. Don't you want to crush Chenglong? I have a premonition that this power will grant me no small assistance. This is an opportunity." The Shendu's low, hoarse voice carried a peculiar allure. "Moreover, this power should greatly help you speed up the collection of talismans. You and those underlings of yours are utterly useless," the Shendu added. Hey. Shendu, to help you collect talismans, my men and I have been doing our very best." Hearing the Shendu's evaluation, Valong felt deeply aggrieved. "Even with the help I bestowed upon you up to now, I've only obtained a single sheep talisman. Every other one is in Chenglong's hands." At this point, the Shendu could not help but feel vexed. If his current power were not so pitifully limited, he would never have chosen a useless lot like Valong and his crew. "If you manage to satisfy me this time, I will grant you a reward richer than the treasure of the Golden Rooster King." The Shendu knew Valong's desires all too well. He merely wanted more benefits. As expected, at those words, Valong's eyes immediately lit up. "No problem, Shendu, this time I'll make sure to keep them in line and definitely leave you satisfied. The only question is, how are we supposed to find this power you mentioned?" Valong asked. "Take this," came the reply. A shadow stepped out from the wall where the statue hung, coalescing into a ninja clad entirely in black. His eyes glowed red, and the exposed skin of his hands and feet was a bluish hue. In his hands, he held a dragon-shaped pointer. "Within this pointer is power I have stored. It will guide you to the source of that force. Investigate thoroughly. Oh, I will send the Shadow Army to accompany you," the Shendu said, pausing before continuing. "Valong, if you botch this, you know well what the consequences will be." At this, Valong could not help but shudder all over. He instinctively stood ramrod straight and lowered his head. "Please rest assured, Your Excellency Shendu, there will be no mistakes this time." With that, Valong turned toward the door and shouted, "Often la Suzhou, all of you get in here." The office door opened from outside, and 3 men walked in. "Boss." At that moment, above San Francisco, a solitary figure slowly appeared in the sky. I can feel it. There is an unpleasant aura, and a familiar one as well." With that, he dove sharply toward the ground, and just before he reached it, he concealed his form. It was a practical little spell able to effectively hide his presence from ordinary beings. In this world that had undergone tremendous change, with his strength not yet fully recovered, he opted for caution. Watching the endless flow of vehicles on the road and the ceaseless stream of pedestrians, he instinctively moved toward the source that drew him. A small figure darted through the crowd, and as he remained immersed in magical sensing, he nearly collided with it by accident. Snapping back to himself, he saw it was a little girl in an orange jacket with Asian features and a pair of large bright eyes that gleamed with spirit. Huh, did I bump into something? The girl asked in puzzlement, staring intently at the spot she had just run past only to find it empty and bare. Weird. Forget it. I'd better hurry back or Uncle Long will start nagging again, and that's scarier than anything. She gave her head a little shake, and at the thought she sprinted in the direction of the antique shop. Watching the direction in which the girl departed, he felt a faint stirring in his heart. It was like an instinctive warning. This little girl was far from as ordinary as she appeared. After a moment's thought, he ultimately decided to first pursue that familiar aura. In a world undergoing such immense upheaval, it would be easier to obtain the information he desired from his own kind. Given his status, it would not be difficult to secure aid from any lineage he encountered. This world seems to have changed again. I can feel it. The power of dark chi is being suppressed. Is it now? Righteous energy that holds sway, he murmured to himself. Muttering under his breath, he soon left that stretch of street behind. District 13. Chief Black, that's the situation. So we must safeguard the talisman at all costs, or otherwise far greater trouble may ensue. Don't worry, Jackie. Nowhere in the world is safer than District 13. Jackie Chan said to a bald police chief. We have a comprehensive, rigorously enforced security system. Absolutely no one can enter without authorization. Chief Black declared confidently, only to be abruptly cut off. Oh, Uncle Chan. Whoa, what's that? So cool. A bright-eyed, mischievous little girl pointed excitedly at a jetpack undergoing calibration. Sorry, Chief Black, what were you saying just now? Jackie turned toward the bald chief beside him. What on earth is going on? Xiaoyu, how did you even get in here? Chief Black exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. I came in with George. He said he was starving, so he stepped out to buy a giant Krabby Deluxe burger. He didn't notice me. I just slipped in right behind him. Xiaoyu blinked her large dark eyes innocently. George? Who's George? Jackie asked, utterly baffled. Hello, Mr. Chan, I'm George. A true pleasure to meet you. A voice rang out from above. Everyone looked up. The researcher in his white lab coat was now soaring and looping through the air, gleefully piloting the very jetpack. Hey there. Pleasure to meet you too. Though flustered, Jackie managed a polite, if awkward, reply. George, I've told you countless times entering or exiting District 13 demands absolute vigilance against tailing. How could you fail to notice a child shadowing you? Chief Black's pride lay in ruins. Just moments after boasting before friends, his own subordinate had slapped his credibility twice across the face. Who could bear it? And thus the world where only Chief Black suffered was complete. Hey, Chief Black, don't blame George. I sneaked in all by myself. Xiaoyu gazed up at Chief Black with wide, unblinking eyes. Oh, all right, Xiaoyu. So how did you end up here? Chief Black surrendered within seconds, asking sheepishly. When I headed home, Dad said Uncle Chan had gone to District 13 and mentioned something about a newly awakened demon. So I rushed right over. Oh, that's hardly child's play. Far more important is your homework, Xiaoyu. Jackie sighed, exasperated. Dad really ought to know better, telling Xiaoyu everything. He's only muddying the waters. Jackie muttered inwardly. Hey, Uncle Chan, I'm your trusted partner, aren't I? Remember last time? Without me, the rooster talisman would have fallen straight into Valmont's hands, she argued emphatically. In any case, you're forbidden from meddling in these dangerous affairs. Otherwise, I'll ban you from watching television for an entire year. Do you understand? A full year. Jackie declared sternly. Fine, I got it. You're such a nag, like an old granny. Xiaoyu pouted. Meanwhile, outside the antique shop. Dingling. The wind chime jingled. Welcome to Uncle Chan's antique shop. Welcome. Please let me know if you need. Uncle Chan looked up, only to find the doorway empty. At that instant, Jackie burst in, breathless. Uncle Chan, now. Before he could finish, he instinctively crouched low to the floor. Uncle Chan, why'd you hit me again? Jackie groaned, clutching his head. You scared away my customers. Huh, how? When I came in just now, there wasn't a soul outside. Could it be? Oh no. Jackie, demons have set their sights on Uncle Chan's shop. Uncle Chan cried, panicked. What a... Jackie recoiled in shock. Do they already know about the talismans? First, we must identify this newly emerged demon. Discover its origin. Uncle Chan's expression hardened with gravity. But we haven't a single clue. How on earth do we begin searching? Before he could finish, Jackie suddenly remembered something. Uncle Chan, where's Xiaoyu? Hasn't she returned yet? Huh, Xiaoyu, didn't she go to District 13 to find you? Uncle Chan asked, puzzled. Didn't I tell her to go home? She should have been back long ago. She hasn't come back at all. Probably snuck off somewhere to play again. Uncle Chan added, right now finding Xiaoyu is secondary. I must search the ancient texts. Perhaps they hold legends of this demon. He turned and strode into the storeroom at the rear of the shop. A narrow alley, cluttered with refuse and forgotten debris, rarely visited by anyone. According to the memories of that human eye-absorbed, demons have vanished entirely from this world. Even their very existence has faded into myth. He paused thoughtfully. Yet that power I sensed earlier, familiar, unmistakably demonic, where does it originate? How do I track it down? Bang, bang, bang. Footsteps echoed down the alley, clattering over countless scattered bottles and cans, their sharp hollow rings reverberating through the cramped space. Hey Joe, could you watch your step? That racket's unbearable. A man in a crisp white suit, hair slicked back, complained. Give it a rest, Feng. Valmont gave us 3 days to locate the artifact. If we fail, the statue will rage again. A man in orange sunglasses snapped, clearly irritated. But we've searched everywhere. This thing's completely dead, no reaction whatsoever. What am I supposed to do? Feng pulled a dragon-shaped compass from his pocket. Look, utterly inert. Just digs into my palm. Larsu, say something for heaven's sake. Give us some sign. Feng turned to another man. I only meant, shouldn't we beat true to the first lead? Or Valmont will punish us again. A tall, perpetually hunched man replied quietly. Damn it all. Do something useful. Feng shook the compass violently. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged through the compass, yanking Feng forward, stumbling wildly into the alley's depths. Hey, what's happening? Feng was dragged like a rider bound to a galloping horse, straight into the shadows. Feng! Zhou and Larsu shouted in unison. Help me now. Feng's voice echoed from deep within the alley. Zhou and Larsu dashed in without hesitation. Uncle Chan's antique shop. Hey, Chief Black, is Xiaoyu back in District 13 again? Jackie asked urgently. Jackie, I told you District 13 is perfectly secure. That earlier incident was a fluke. Surveillance footage confirms Xiaoyu left hours ago. Chief Black sighed helplessly. Perhaps she's just playing elsewhere. Children do wander. All right. I'll keep looking elsewhere. Jackie hung up. Awful, just awful. Of all times for things to spiral, this happens. Where is she? He rose and hurried out to search. Let's hope she's already on her way home. Deep in the alley, a faint yellow light cast 3 silhouettes upon the grimy wall. Ow, my head. Feng shook himself awake, sitting up abruptly. Nearby, Larsu and Zhou lay sprawled on the ground. Hey, look up. Feng cried, turning his head. Larsu and Zhou followed his gaze and froze in astonishment. The dragon-shaped compass now hovered overhead, circling a single point with urgent, relentless motion, as though drawn to something invisible. Its eyes blazed crimson, target locked. Yet the trio scanned left and right. Nothing stirred. Not a trace. Is this thing broken? There's literally nothing here. Zhou adjusted his sunglasses irritably. Could it be? The object we seek is here, but simply beyond our sight. Larsu ventured uncertainly. Hello, are you present? We've been sent by Shendu to welcome you. Feng spoke cautiously. Valmont had warned them explicitly their quarry might be a demon itself. If it proved ill-tempered, discretion was not just prudent, it was vital. As if answering their question, a luminous golden flame erupted midair above them, and from its heart a small figure slowly coalesced. When the flame subsided, the three knew instantly they had found their target, for it bore no resemblance to any natural being. Looks rather like Shendu, green skin and all. Wonder if they're related. Feng murmured. You mentioned Shendu. His voice was hesitant, still unfamiliar with speech. Yes. Lord Shendu dispatched us to locate you, your eminence. Feng hastened to reply. The figure glanced at the compass still whirling nearby, then raised a hand. Instantly it settled silent and obedient in his palm. Then let us depart. His tone was calm, yet carried the immutable weight of command. TCH, Uncle Long is growing more and more verbose, as if he's entered menopause. The 13th district is clearly fascinating, yet he forbids me from going. Doesn't he realize I'm his finest partner? Xiaoyu kicked a pebble absent-mindedly as she strolled down the street. Father's just as bad. Never lets me touch his so-called precious magical artifacts, only drones on endlessly until my head throbs. She sighed in frustration. What fun is there in dealing with those bratty kids at school, every day? Utterly dull. Just then a flicker of amber light flashed from a narrow alley nearby, fleeting yet enough to catch Xiaoyu's attention. Oh, what was that? No matter. I'm certain it's far more exciting than homework. With resolve, Xiaoyu dashed into the depths of the alley. Forgive my boldness, Your Excellency, the Demon Lord. Honestly, we still have quite a distance to travel before returning home. Do you truly intend to accompany us like this? That would certainly draw rather too much attention, wouldn't it? Often remarked. Every demon is born with the gift of disguise. It is innate. As the words left his lips, he transformed into a child of 11 or 12 with short, tousled golden hair and an antique black ensemble. Only his eyes remained unchanged, blazing pure gold. Now all is settled, Your Excellency. We shall depart at once. Often could barely contain his eagerness. This mission had gone remarkably smoothly, surely Hualong would find no fault this time. Before Reizu and Zhou stepped forward to lead the way, he spoke again, that person hiding behind the dumpster at the alley's bend. Is he also one of your companions? I often blinked in surprise, then declared sharply. It seems a little mouse has slipped into our operation. Zhou, Reizu, fetch that little mouse at once. Without much effort, Zhou and Reizu returned, dragging a small girl between them. Upon recognizing her face, often said, I know you. You're Chan's niece, aren't you? The very brat who spoiled our plans at the seafood processing plant last time. Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Lovely weather today, isn't it? At that moment, Xiaoyu deeply regretted venturing alone into this eerie place. Indeed, it is lovely. We'll contact your Uncle Long. If you wish to see him again, bring the talismans from the 13th district in exchange. For now, you'll come quietly with us. Oh, what rotten luck. Uncle Long, you must come save me. Xiaoyu prayed inwardly, then glanced sideways at a boy. Strange, he looks about my age. How did he end up with these people? Is he Hualong's relative? He's rather handsome too. As if hearing her unspoken thought, the boy lifted his gaze toward her, and Xiaoyu noticed, startled, that his irises were also gold, radiant, untainted, absolute. Yet why do I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before? A vast burning curiosity filled Xiao Yu's heart. Somewhere in downtown San Francisco, Walong's office. Your underlings have finally proven themselves competent this time. I can scarcely wait to meet him. St. Clair's hoarse voice echoed. My subordinates have always been exceptional. Not the useless lot you dismiss so lightly, Walong replied, mildly irritated. And per our agreement the girl is delivered. My treasure must not be withheld. Rest assured, Walong. Our partnership has always been fair, hasn't it? You give me what I desire. I grant you what you seek. That is precisely how it should be, Walong said, crossing his legs comfortably. The office door swung open from outside. Often Reizu and Zhou strode in. Boss, look who we've brought back. Offen's voice brimmed with barely concealed excitement. Reizu lowered a bound girl from his shoulder. What a charming young lady. Welcome to my humble abode. Walong bowed with practiced elegance. Surely in your uncle's heart you outweigh a few worthless stones. Walong turned to Offen. Well done, you three. I'll record this achievement properly. Now call Master Chan. His niece is our guest. He knows exactly what to do. Yes, boss. Offen and the others exclaimed, elated. It was then that Walong noticed the boy standing silently behind them. At first glance, an indescribable aura of nobility clung to him. So this is the one St. Clair seeks. Just a child. How could he possibly defeat Chan? Walong thought, faint disdain flickering in his eyes. The boy slowly raised his slightly bowed head and fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon the dragon-shaped statue mounted on the wall, utterly ignoring Walong and the others present. An uncanny alien magic began to emanate from him, filling the room with a nameless pressure. His magical energy surged uncontrollably, while his twin golden eyes burned with incandescent intensity, proof that his inner calm was but a fragile facade. Silence stretched thick and suffocating, swallowing every heartbeat in the room. Then at last he spoke, calm, low, resonant. Long have we been parted, revered St. Clair. Your Majesty. His voice was steady, yet the violent magical turbulence that had flooded the chamber began receding like a tide withdrawing. Only then did the others breathe freely again. Is this the one St. Clair sought? He's terrifying. My heart nearly stopped. Offen and his comrades only now realized their backs were drenched in cold sweat, clinging clammy and heavy to their skin. Walong's face darkened grim and stormy. He understood at last how foolish his earlier skepticism had been. Perhaps because St. Clair had existed only as stone, this was their first true encounter with a living, breathing demon, and the sheer weight of that presence surpassed all imagination. Long have we been parted. Pan Ming. St. Clair's voice remained deep, but trembled unmistakably. Clearly this boy stirred profound, conflicting emotions within him. Long have we been parted. Never imagined you'd fall to such a state, while I remain but a statue. A tinge of melancholy colored St. Clair's tone. In his prime he stood above nearly all demons, sovereign monarch, bearer of unimaginable glory. Alongside his siblings he had unified the mortal world itself, wielding absolute dominion over power and law. None dared defy his decree. Yet now his divine power had been forcibly sundered, scattered unknown where, and his physical form utterly destroyed. Only his soul remained sealed within this pitiful stone effigy. His spirit had drifted through endless darkness for eons, choked by seething resentment, bitter refusal, and white-hot fury. No sovereign may be humiliated, yet he had endured suppression beyond reckoning. Now suddenly a familiar face appeared before him. Though shrunken into a child's form, the resonance of his soul was undeniable. He was real. The one who once stood steadfast at his side. Pan Ming. That's his name. He looks no older than me. How could he possibly know St. Clair? Xiao Yu's mind reeled with confusion. Forgive my interruption, Your Majesty, though I hesitate to disturb such a moving reunion. But shouldn't our immediate concern be retrieving the talismans? Walong cleared his throat twice before speaking. Your Majesty, I beg pardon, but your divine power appears grievously diminished, Pan Ming asked directly. Having arrived in San Francisco, he'd sensed a familiar resonance, but never imagined its source would be so feeble. Having arrived in San Francisco, he'd sensed a familiar resonance, but never imagined its source would be so feeble. Lope, the accursed human warrior. He betrayed me. St. Clair's voice erupted with shocking fury. With his strength, even a targeted curse could not easily overcome him. Had he not been ambushed beforehand, his power reduced to less than a tenth, he would never have suffered such a fate. Lope, the warrior of the Lin dynasty. Pan Ming asked. Those wretched insects. St. Clair roared, consumed by wrath. They've condemned me to rot inside this accursed statue. Where are the talismans now? Pan Ming demanded. They're held in a place called the 13th District. Precise location remains unknown. That blasted Chan. Walong interjected. Chan, a human. Pan Ming struggled to comprehend. Could one mortal truly possess such power standing alone against their advance? Not alone. There's also that troublesome old man and this insufferable brat. Had she not interfered last time, we'd have seized the rooster talisman already. Offen yanked Xiao Yu up from the floor. Now let's see how well your Uncle Long rescues you. Hey, ease up, friend. We are gentlemen after all. Walong adjusted his tie. I trust dear Master Chan will gladly exchange those talismans for his beloved niece. I trust dear Master Chan will gladly exchange those talismans for his beloved niece. Hearing Chan's name repeated again and again, Pan Ming felt a flicker of interest toward the girl and walked straight to Offen, lifting his gaze to meet Xiao Yu's frantic kicking legs suspended midair. VVRRR. Golden light blazed violently from his eyes, then halted abruptly, recoiling like a retreating tide back into his body. What was that? Pan Ming wondered inwardly. In that instant he'd sensed something profoundly unusual, something that compelled him to halt his advance. Your Majesty, allow me to aid you now. Together we shall reign over this world once more, Pan Ming declared, resolute and unwavering. Of course, we have done so before. Crimson light flared fiercely from the statue's eyes. St. Clair, electrified by Pan Ming's arrival, radiated exhilaration. Still, your form appears somewhat unusual, St. Clair finally ventured. Pan Ming's transformation puzzled him deeply. I cannot explain it. I awoke far sooner than anticipated. My demonic energy remains incomplete, insufficient to restore my body to its peak condition. Yet this changes nothing. Our foremost priority remains your swift revival and liberation from this wretched statue. Old Man's Antique Shop. Tinkling. Tinkling. Chung Long, answer the phone. If you delay Old Man's business, you'll regret it. Old Man's voice drifted from the inner chamber. Ugh. Chung Long sighed helplessly and walked over to pick up the receiver. Hello, welcome to Old Man's Antique Shop. How may I assist you? Dear Mr. Chung Long, this is urgent. My niece went out to play and still hasn't returned home. What should I do? The man on the other end spoke slowly and deliberately. Who are you? What have you done to Xiaoyu? Chung Long immediately demanded, voice sharp with alarm. Oh, no need to panic, Mr. Chung Long. We bear no ill will. Please arrive at this location tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. And don't forget the talismans. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you'll ever see your beloved niece again. Oh, and come alone. Beep beep. The fax machine inside the shop whirred softly, expelling a sheet of paper. And don't attempt any tricks. We're watching closely. After all, shadows are everywhere, aren't they? The line went dead with a series of sharp beep beep tones. Damn it. It's the Black Hand Gang. They've taken Xiaoyu. Chung Long slammed his fist onto the counter in frustration. What's wrong, Chung Long? I heard talismans. What's happening? Old Man pushed aside the beaded curtain and stepped out from the inner chamber. It's Valmont and the Black Hand Gang. They've abducted Xiaoyu and ordered me to deliver the talismans alone tomorrow to exchange for her. And they warned me not to try anything clever. If only I'd walked her home myself. Now she's been snatched by those scoundrels. I failed utterly as an uncle. Old Man picked up the fax document and studied it intently. Behind his spectacles, his eyes widened gradually. What is it, Old Man? Is there something wrong with that place? Noticing Old Man's unsettled expression, Chung Long asked. This location corresponds to the Li Fire sector in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, where fiery energy surges strongest and conflict flares most readily. Old Man spoke slowly. Whether intentional or coincidental, the wind chimes omen warns us. This matter runs far deeper than it appears. Then what do we do? Xiaoyu is still in their hands. I must bring her back. Talismans can be retrieved, or even seized again, but Xiaoyu. Before he could finish, a sharp blow struck his head. He crumpled instantly to the floor, clutching his skull in pain. Are you instructing Old Man now? But Old Man, when exactly did I say I'd abandon Xiaoyu? Just remember, we'll need to prepare carefully. Inside Valmont's stronghold. Hey boss, do you really think Chung Long will obediently hand over the talismans tomorrow? Afin asked. Shut your mouth, you fool. His niece is in our grasp. The only sensible thing he can do is comply and deliver the artifacts without resistance. Understood. Valmont snapped irritably. Besides, hasn't he already made all the arrangements? By tomorrow, everything will fall perfectly into place. Hey, I've got to ask, do you really know the Holy Master? You look barely older than me. Could it be you're actually some ancient entity disguised in youthful form? Xiaoyu, unable to suppress her curiosity, blurted it out. Human, this is our second meeting. Pan Ming finally broke his long silence. He sat casually on the floor observing Xiaoyu, still bound, yet defiantly restless. Have we met before? My memory is excellent, but I have absolutely no recollection of you. How strange. This guy seems surprisingly approachable, as she thought. After studying her for a long while, and recalling the peculiar resonance he'd sensed during his earlier probing, he felt his interest deepen. Your name is Chung Xiaoyu? Pan Ming asked. Yes, and they told me yours is Pan Ming. Though she knew full well this boy was no ordinary neighbor's child, inexplicably Xiaoyu found herself unable to muster suspicion toward him. Oh, he's so handsome, how could he possibly be evil? There must be some terrible misunderstanding, the little girl assured herself. You seem utterly unafraid of me, Pan Ming observed. Surely you understand our intent, to use you as leverage against your uncle to force him to surrender the talismans. He simply couldn't fathom what thoughts raced through this child's mind. It's fine, I'm not worried. Uncle Long will rescue me, and you'll never get those talismans. Xiaoyu sounded utterly confident. Oh, is this Chung Long truly so formidable? Understanding the source of her confidence, Pan Ming almost smiled. Mere mortal after all. Uncle Long is the greatest. He masters Chinese martial arts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And I'm his finest partner. Pausing, Pan Ming flicked his fingers. The ropes binding Xiaoyu's wrists and ankles fell away like ash. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Xiaoyu exclaimed, surprised. Her limbs ached fiercely after being restrained so long as she rubbed her wrists and asked, who? Or what? Are you really? To her first question, Pan Ming appeared not to hear, but the second piqued his interest. I am a trusted minister of His Holiness, the Holy Master, and serve alongside him in governing the kingdom. His tone remained calm, yet beneath it shimmered quiet, unmistakable pride. That statue, was at once a king? Xiaoyu could hardly believe it. That statue could move and had once ruled a nation. Mind your manners, human. Pan Ming's expression chilled slightly. Xiao Yu instinctively shrank back. This is utterly astonishing. The Holy Master's grandeur transcends human comprehension. He stands at the very apex of existence. His power is beyond your imagining. A wistful light softened his features as if lost in memory. But Old Man and Uncle Long say he's a demon, an evil force bent on destroying the world, seeking to enslave us all. Xiao Yu retorted indignant. I too am a demon. This world was ours. Humans are but a dependent race clinging to our dominion. He spoke calmly. Now His Holiness seeks to restore his kingdom. What injustice lies therein? To reclaim one's rightful power and sovereignty. Is that truly wrong? Of course it is. All life is equal. No being is born to rule another. Xiao Yu declared, firmly, stunned by the chilling logic behind his words. Oh, then tell me, aren't pigs, ducks, and cattle also living beings? Yet you hold absolute sway over their lives and deaths. You slaughter them, freely devour their flesh, even strip them of skin and fur. Call that equality? His voice never wavered, yet Xiao Yu fell silent, speechless. Listen well, human. Pan Ming rose slowly and spoke with quiet gravity. There is no equality in this world. Equality is merely the weak's desperate shield. And humanity, selfish, hypocritical to its core, has been thus since its birth. Unchanged. Unchangeable. His voice hardened further. What His Holiness strives to achieve is precisely what I envision. Entrusting this world to humans is a tragic waste. It demands rulers who understand it. Watching his silhouette framed against the window, Xiao Yu felt a storm of conflicting emotions. No one had ever spoken to her like this. She'd always known the Holy Master as pure evil, his resurrection via talismans an absolute taboo. Old Man and Uncle Long had told her so, and she'd never questioned it. Yet today Pan Ming's words unraveled certainty. From their vantage, wasn't the Holy Master simply reclaiming what was rightfully his? Was that truly wrong? Xiao Yu sank into unprecedented doubt, so deep she didn't even notice when Pan Ming slipped silently from the room. Before the Holy Master's statue, Your Majesty, tomorrow my presence alone will suffice. Humans would only hinder me. Yet your current strength remains insufficient, does it not? The Holy Master's crimson eyes glowed ominously in the darkness. I despise failure. I demand absolute certainty. His voice rasped like dry stone grinding on stone. A single mortal poses no threat to me, Pan Ming replied unruffled. A long silence followed. Those scarlet eyes locked onto Pan Ming, unblinking. Until at last the Holy Master spoke. Then I shall await your success, Pan Ming. Do not disappoint me. Yes, Your Majesty. Pan Ming turned to depart. Wait, perhaps a small boon is warranted. A shadow erupted from the statue, slashing through the air and vanishing into Pan Ming's body, engulfing him entirely. This imperial edict grants you temporary command over the Shadow Legion. The Holy Master intoned, they shall be your most loyal instruments. Return the talismans intact and eliminate Chung Long. As commanded, Your Majesty. Pan Ming bowed and withdrew. Outside, the moon hung luminous and high, a silver sovereign suspended in the vault of night. That night all was hushed and still. Returning to his chamber, Pan Ming closed his eyes. Rest was indispensable while his strength remained incomplete. Lying upon the bed, he sensed the dark energy coiling within him, waiting patient, until it settled deep into his marrow. Slowly a lifelike phantom mark emerged upon his wrist, a spectral visage vivid and haunting. After prolonged contemplation of his transformed body, he exhaled a slow, heavy breath and opened his eyes. Golden light blazed fiercely within them, thoughtful, calculating. So this is the Shadow Legion's power, he murmured. How exceedingly generous you are, Your Majesty. San Francisco. Summer's scorching heat kept most people indoors, unless of course they were headed for the beach. The street was nearly deserted, few pedestrians, fewer vehicles. Jackie Chan stood alone before an antique shop, his massive backpack threatening to swallow him whole. Then I'm off, Dad. I will bring Xiao Yu home. Of course you will. One more thing. The old man inside paused, then added, be careful, Jackie. Yes, don't worry, Dad. Watching Jackie's retreating figure fade into the distance, the old man turned and re-entered the shop. Before the altar statue, he lit an incense stick, clasped his hands, and whispered, Master, guide Jackie's path. Jackie arrived alone at the rendezvous, a long-abandoned, semi-open factory. Rusting machinery parts and scattered tools littered the floor. The acrid stench of motor oil made him instinctively wrinkle his nose. Not a soul was in sight. As he scanned the space, footsteps echoed suddenly, sharp, deliberate. His pulse quickened. He looked up and saw a golden-haired boy approaching, slowly clad in ancient black robes. His eyes were pure gold. Though no older than 11 or 12, the boy radiated an unnerving aura. Especially those golden eyes, utterly devoid of emotion, calm as still water, exerting immense, silent pressure. Hey there, little one. Why are you all alone here? This place is dangerous. You should go home right away. Though something felt deeply off, Jackie crouched down kindly. Just as he reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, an invisible force halted his hand midair, frozen, neither advancing nor withdrawing. His arm hung, suspended, trapped between motion and stillness. Just as Jackie tensed in uncertainty, the boy spoke, calm, detached. So, you're Jackie Chan. You're with the Black Hand Gang. Jackie blurted, disbelief sharpening his voice. The moment the words left his lips, the resistance vanished. Jackie sprang backward, leaping clear, then steadied himself at a safe distance, and fixed his gaze on the boy. Don't lump me in with that pack of fools, Pan Ming said flatly. Where is the talisman? His tone remained unruffled, unshaken. It's right here. Jackie tapped his backpack. Where's Xiaoyu? A sharp snap. Pan Ming's fingers clicked. From afar, Xiaoyu approached, head bowed, moving like a puppet on strings, stopping silently beside him, saying nothing. What have you done to her? Jackie roared. Relax, it's merely a precaution. After all, I must verify whether your talisman is genuine. Pan Ming extended his hand. Now hand it over. With no choice, Jackie slowly unslung his backpack, unzipped it, and rummaged inside, until he withdrew a small bulging cloth pouch, its contents clinking faintly like stones. This is what you asked for. Release Xiaoyu now, or you'll never see them again. No problem. Our transaction is fair, isn't it? Pan Ming flicked his wrist. Xiaoyu shuddered, as if waking from ice, and lifted her head. Spotting Jackie, she cried, Uncle Long. Xiaoyu. It's all right, don't be afraid. We'll be home soon. As he spoke, Jackie lowered the pouch gently to the ground, rose slowly, raised both hands, palms out, signaling surrender, then stepped forward toward Pan Ming. Go on, child, you're free. Pan Ming began walking toward Jackie, unhurried, unhindered. Everything unfolded with eerie smoothness, until they passed each other. Jackie took Xiaoyu into his arms. Pan Ming continued forward, bent down, and retrieved the pouch from where it lay. Our transaction concludes here, Mr. Chan. Pan Ming carefully sensed the magical resonance emanating from the pouch, confirmed its authenticity, and nodded, satisfied, slipping it into his robe. Since our deal is done, now comes the main event. As Pan Ming's emotionless voice rang out, a crimson magic circle flared to life beneath Jackie's feet. Scorching heat rippled outward, intensifying the already sweltering air by several degrees. Alarmed, Jackie didn't hesitate. Clutching Xiaoyu, he rolled hard across the floor, escaping the circle just in time. Not so fast. With a subtle gesture, Pan Ming expanded the circle's radius, engulfing Jackie and Xiaoyu once more, mere seconds after their escape. Uncle Long, what do we do? Xiaoyu asked, voice tight with fear. She knew Jackie had walked into this peril solely to save her, and guilt gnawed at her heart. Jackie said nothing, only set Xiaoyu down gently, pulled a desiccated leaf from his pack, and placed it in her palm. This is something Dad prepared for us. Hold it tight, and leave now. Promise me you'll obey this time. But what about you? Xiaoyu gripped the leaf, and instantly a cool crystalline calm spread through her limbs, as if wrapped in glacial mist, pushing back the oppressive heat. I'll draw him away. Your job is to get home safely. Okay, partner. Jackie brushed her hair tenderly. I understand. Xiaoyu bowed her head, then lifted it again, resolute. We'll meet again at Dad's shop. And with that, she sprinted toward the factory gate. You seem unwilling to harm Xiaoyu. Jackie asked, puzzled. From start to finish, Pan Ming hadn't stirred, not even to watch her flee, not even to consider stopping her. She holds no interest for me, a frail human child. I have far more grace than that. Pan Ming paused. Mr. Chan, I confess my curiosity. You're merely an ordinary human. I sense no magic within you, yet you show no fear of your predicament. What gives you such confidence? Surely not folly. Then let's find out. Jackie exploded upward, launching himself toward the circle's edge. The searing heat seemed to barely touch him. Darting between rusted lathes and tangled tools, he knew this foe dwarfed the Black Hand thugs he'd faced before. This unknown demon, whose nature he couldn't fathom, was best avoided. His sole mission: follow Dad's instruction, ensure Xiaoyu's escape, then withdraw alive. A sudden gust, whistling from behind, made Jackie flinch. He dropped low and rolled right. A fireball the size of a wash basin screamed past, slamming into the wall ahead, blasting a charred crater, its acrid smoke thick and pungent, even 8 meters away. Ugh, terrible luck. He bolted forward, deliberately veering away from Xiaoyu's path. He knew the derelict factory had alternate exits. He wouldn't let this demon near her again. Hey, if you've got guts, chase me. Jackie shouted, taunting. Pan Ming watched him flee, motionless, silent, like a predator granting prey a brief, deceptive reprieve. Then, without warning, the sunlit interior dimmed. Serpentine shadows peeled from the walls, coiling and slithering after Jackie with terrifying speed. Human. Huff, huff. Must have lost him by now. Jackie hunched near an exit, gasping. My heart feels like it stopped. Okay, just one more step, through that door. Sure three, sure three, sure three. More projectiles sliced the air. He jerked upright, dodging. Clang, clang, clang. 3 tiny shuriken embedded themselves in wooden beams, small yet gleaming with a cold, unnerving metallic sheen. These are. Jackie scanned the perimeter, only to find rooftops and shadowed corners now occupied by black-clad ninjas, poised, silent, weapons drawn, eyes locked on him. The Shadow Corps. Unbelievable bad luck. His blood ran cold. In past clashes with the Black Hand, these ninjas had been nightmares, immune to pain, heedless of death, driven only by their master's command, relentless until their mission was fulfilled. Mr. Chan, you truly believed escape would be this simple. It seems I've been underestimated. That same placid voice. Pan Ming now materialized atop the factory gate, lifted a hand, and commanded, simply seize him. The Shadow Corps surged forward. Trapped Jackie met them, heat in a straight right, sent one ninja staggering back, a whip-like roundhouse kick, felled 3 more, closing in behind. He twisted aside, barely evading another volley of shrieking shuriken. Time blurred. Sweat blinded him, stinging his eyes, burning his vision. His clothes hung in tatters, fresh gashes bled on his arms and face. His breath came ragged, his limbs trembled. He was spent. Standing upright demanded every shred of will. Yet the ninjas showed no sign of thinning. only multiplied, tightening their ring like patient hunters surrounding exhausted prey. They advanced step by deliberate step, savoring the hunt, waiting only for exhaustion to claim him before claiming victory. Terrible, 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 terrible luck. Jackie could no longer speak. Waves of shadow ninjas crashed endlessly around him, while in the distance Pan Ming observed inscrutable, omnipotent. Defeat loomed absolute. Resistance felt futile. Is it over then? Just as I foresaw. Now. Chung Long was dragged forward, flanked helplessly by two ninja soldiers until he stood before Pan Ming, sweat blurring his vision so severely he could barely make out the figure before him. This is rather unwatchable. A detached voice descended from above. Chung Long felt an invisible force compel him to lift his head. His sight cleared instantly. Still the same boyish attire, not a single fold disturbed. Mr. Chung Long, you finally have time to hear our second proposal. Golden yellow flames surged upward, engulfing the space within a 3-meter radius in an instant, consuming even the two shadow soldiers who had held Chung Long. Yet Chung Long felt no scorching heat. Instead, his exhausted body seemed subtly replenished, just enough strength restored to keep him upright. Within this utterly sealed space, only the two of them remained. The boy across from him spoke slowly, his tone unwavering, his golden eyes pure and depthless, and yet his words struck Chung Long like thunder. Lao Dai's antique shop. Xiao Yu paced restlessly inside the shop, glancing repeatedly toward the door. Yet Chung Long still did not appear, deepening her anxiety. Oh dear Xiao Yu, your pacing gives Lao Dai a headache. Could you please stand still for a moment? Lao Dai sighed, his brows knotted in worry. But Uncle Long hasn't returned yet. It's already been 2 hours. We agreed to meet here at the shop. What if Pan Ming seized him again? What if he falls into the Shadow Hand Gang's clutches? Her voice trailed off. She dared not imagine what might follow. Rest easy. Lao Dai has prepared thoroughly for Chung Long. And look. Lao Dai reached into his pocket and withdrew a small, crudely crafted doll, yet unmistakably modeled after Chung Long. What is this? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled as she took the doll. This is Chung Long's doll avatar crafted by Lao Dai. Its condition mirrors his own. Any injury he sustains will manifest upon it. Gazing at the battered doll, Xiao Yu clutched it tightly to her chest. Uncle Long, please return safely. You must not be harmed. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Why are you hugging a ragged doll? A curious voice entered the shop. Xiao Yu lifted her head, startled, and there unmistakably stood the figure she knew best. Uncle Long. You're back at last, thank goodness. Xiao Yu leapt into Chung Long's arms. He entered the shop grimy from head to toe, his clothes torn in several places, utterly disheveled. One arm wrapped around Xiao Yu, the other dragged a massive backpack behind him. The golden yellow flames had formed a sealed, enclosed space. So then, Mr. Chung Long, do you accept my offer? Before Pan Ming, Chung Long instinctively furrowed his brow. No one knew what had transpired earlier, but clearly something weighed heavily on his mind. Yet you are a demon we know nothing about. How can I possibly trust your words? It is simple, I am a noble dragon and a demon sorcerer. It is widely known. I honor every vow I make. Pan Ming spoke calmly, disdainful of needing proof. Noticing Chung Long's lingering distrust, Pan Ming paused, briefly surprised, before realizing this was not his era. To this human, such a declaration held no weight. TCH. For the first time, he found himself momentarily speechless. Extend your arm. Either hand is fine. Truth be told, though I'm right-handed, my left is quite dexterous. I often use it for. Enough. Either hand will do. Seeing Pan Ming's composure flicker ever so slightly, Chung Long fell silent, and after hesitant deliberation extended his right hand. Pan Ming hovered his hand above Chung Long's wrist. A slender fissure opened along his forearm, releasing a single drop of dark crimson blood, an effort that visibly drained him, leaving his complexion paler. Reluctantly, the droplet parted from Pan Ming's body, wobbling unsteadily across Chung Long's palm before reluctantly merging into his skin. Hey, did it just snub me? Chung Long murmured, incredulous. Even a drop of blood seemed to look down on him, a blow to his pride. No, you overthink it. The wound on Pan Ming's wrist sealed swiftly as he spoke. This is our covenant, a pledge that I shall uphold my word provided you honor our agreement. Hey, you say no, yet your expression screams disdain. Look me in the eye, you wretch. Chung Long seethed inwardly, but circumstance dictated submission. Then, Mr. Chung Long, I wish our collaboration proceeds smoothly. With those words, the golden yellow flames gently dissipated, revealing once more the silent factory floor surrounding them. Pan Ming turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Chung Long pressed his lips together, then rubbed his right palm, where a faint, intricate sigil now shimmered. His heart churned. He braced for grievous loss, yet fate had twisted in an unexpected direction. Sigh, I wonder, was this decision truly wise? Turning away, Chung Long strode toward the factory exit. I'll need to consult Lao Dai. This is no trivial matter. That's precisely how it unfolded. Chung Long recounted the entire episode, then finally sank into a chair, accepting a cup of tea Xiao Yu had brought him. Wait, you mean that creature simply took the talisman, struck a deal with you, and released you, without laying a finger on you? Lao Dai looked astounded. Well, yes. He did hurl a few fireballs at me and ordered the shadow soldiers to beat me. But yes, that was all. Then he let me go. Chung Long himself remained stunned. He'd expected a brutal confrontation, yet it had passed like a mere formality. For all his terrifying words, he wasn't nearly as monstrous as he sounded. Xiao Yu murmured thoughtfully after hearing Cheng Long's account. But Lao Dai, what about the talismans? They're all gone. What do we do now? The talismans themselves are inconsequential. But didn't you say earlier that gathering all 12 would revive Xingzhu? Oh. Before Cheng Long could finish, Lao Dai delivered another affectionate rap on his skull, making him wince and grimace in pain. Do not interrupt, Lao Dai. The talismans matter less than Xingzhu himself. Without all 12 assembled, Xingzhu cannot rise. Therefore, if we secure 11 of the remaining talismans before Xingzhu's faction does, they will come seeking us inevitably. And now, haven't we gained a formidable ally? Shadow Hand Tower. Pan Ming had long since returned to his spacious office, now standing before the statue of Xingzhu. With a single gesture, several shadow soldiers emerged silently from the gloom. He placed the small cloth pouch taken from Cheng Long into their hands. Rooster, ox, snake, sheep. This feels exquisite. As the ninja soldiers extracted each talisman and slotted them into the designated hollows of Xingzhu's statue, the crimson glow in its eyes intensified steadily. I feel my divine power reawakening within me. Even this accursed stone shell begins to yield. You have done well, Pan Ming. I am most pleased. It is my duty, Your Majesty. With the remaining talismans secured, your full resurrection and the restoration of our empire shall soon be realized. From a distance behind Pan Ming, Wan Long watched, teeth clenched in fury. Damn it, that brat actually retrieved these talismans. They were mine, my reward, my gold, my cash. Xingzhu had promised lavish rewards for each recovered talisman. In Wan Long's view, Pan Ming's retrieval of all talismans from District 13 drastically diminished his own potential bounty. Your Majesty, I humbly apologize. Cheng Long escaped. I failed to bring him back. Wan Long seized the moment, precisely, as Xingzhu decreed both talismans and Cheng Long were to be delivered. Now only the talismans remained. Cheng Long still lies a thorn in our flesh. Wan Long sought only to undermine Pan Ming, to ensure Xingzhu wouldn't overlook him and his allies. Only by reinforcing Cheng Long's threat could they earn future opportunity and reward. You have only just awakened. Your power remains incomplete. So long as the talismans remain in my possession, subduing a mere human like Cheng Long poses no difficulty. Xingzhu addressed Pan Ming directly. Yes, exactly. A mere human. Wait, a mere human. Did Your Majesty not previously command Cheng Long's utter eradication? Why the change? Wan Long stared bewildered. This was not the outcome he'd imagined. Surely Xingzhu should be displeased with the incomplete mission, ordering Cheng Long's capture and promising generous rewards. Fool, if the talismans return to me and my divine power is fully restored, what could one mortal possibly achieve on the day of my resurrection? The crimson light in the statue's eyes hardened imperceptibly. Or do you, Wan Long, believe Cheng Long could defeat me? Xingzhu's voice had grown icy. Wan Long hastened to deny. Never. How could I ever question Your Majesty? Humph. Send your incompetent underlings to locate the remaining talismans. Immediately. Yes, right away. Wan Long bolted from the room, aggrieved beyond measure. When Cheng Long thwarted us before, you weren't this forgiving. What happened to you, Xingzhu? You've changed. Old man's antique shop. Uncle Long, we don't have a single talisman left. Everyone is now in the hands of the Black Hand Gang. What are we going to do? Xiao Yu frowned, her expression heavy with worry. Don't fret, Xiao Yu. Didn't Old Man say that as long as we seize even one talisman before the Supreme Master and his faction, do we retain the initiative, and they'll come seeking us out. Besides, nothing matters more than you, do you understand? Cheng Long gently patted Xiao Yu's head. Uncle Long, next time I'll obey without question. I swear it. Xiao Yu thumped her chest earnestly. Let's hope so, Cheng Long replied, dryly, harboring little faith. He knew Xiao Yu all too well. Old man, what should we do now? Cheng Long turned and asked. All the talismans from District 13, Rooster, Ox, Snake, and Goat, are now in the Supreme Master's possession. That alone accounts for 1/3 of the complete set. I can sense the dark aura growing markedly more active and potent. Moreover, we currently possess no effective means to counter the Supreme Master. And Xiao Yu, turn down the television. The volume is far too loud. It's disrupting Old Man's concentration. Fuming, the short-tempered elder snatched the remote control and lunged toward the TV to switch it off. Dear viewers, welcome. Now let us turn our attention to this extraordinary fellow. The TV host suddenly adopted an exaggerated tone, instantly seizing the audience's attention. Behold, this gentle giant is named Iso, a delightfully charming creature, isn't he? As the camera panned, a colossal sea turtle filled the screen, its obsidian skin glistening under the light, its massive frame moving with unhurried grace as it munched lazily on fresh grass, radiating serene tranquility. Iso is now the star attraction at our Bay Area aquarium, and clearly beloved by all. The host reached out and stroked Iso's head. The gesture disturbed neither the turtle's rhythm nor its peaceful grazing. It continued chewing, utterly unperturbed. Yet our experts have discovered something peculiar embedded upon his shell, placed there by unknown hands. At the host's cue, the camera shifted to Iso's back. There, centered upon his jet-black carapace, sat a stone-like object. Inside the antique shop, the three exchanged stunned glances. Xiao Yu broke the silence. Oh, old man, wasn't there a talisman on that giant turtle's back just now? Good heavens, Cheng Long, go get that turtle now. But old man, there are dozens of aquariums across the Bay Area. How am I supposed to know which one? That's your problem, not mine. And take Xiao Yu with you. Old man needs solitude to devise a strategy against the supreme master. Oh, what rotten luck. Blackhand Tower. Offing sprawled on the sofa, idly flipping through channels. Stop. Wallen had appeared silently behind him. Offing leapt upright. Oh, Wallen, you look absolutely dashing in that emerald suit. Rewind. Offing flipped the channel back. On screen loomed the enormous turtle, its shell adorned with a vivid purple rabbit motif, strikingly conspicuous. Wallen withdrew his phone. True. Oh, Mr. Chung Long. Delighted you've come to visit our aquarium. We're told you're an exceptional archaeologist. Haha, too kind. I merely dabble in ancient civilizations. Chung Long exchanged polite pleasantries with the scientist studying ISO at the aquarium. So, how might we safely remove this object from ISO's back? Chung Long crouched beside the great turtle who remained utterly unalarmed, placidly chewing grass. Oh, no need to worry. Feel free to try anything. After all, a turtle's shell is extraordinarily tough. Just as Chung Long furrowed his brow in frustration, Xiaoyu piped up, Uncle Long. Could we pry it off with something? Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Chung Long recoiled in shock. Didn't old man send me? He told me to follow you. But Xiaoyu, this is dangerous. Please. How perilous could visiting a giant turtle possibly be? Is it going to breathe fire? Listen, since you saw it on television, the Black Hand Gang certainly did too. Oh, do villains even watch TV? Hardly had Xiaoyu finished speaking when the aquarium wall exploded inward. A deafening blast hurled jagged shards of concrete straight toward them. Chung Long barely dodged the flying debris. Chung Long. The Black Hand Gang members roared. Get Xiaoyu out of here now. Chung Long scooped her up and thrust her into the arms of the scientists nearby. He whirled around and engaged the gang in furious hand-to-hand combat. True charged forward first, his monstrous strength overwhelming Chung Long. Within moments, Offing and another henchman seized the opening, hurling Chung Long headlong into the aquarium's central pool. Watching the two dive after him, Chung Long took a deep breath and plunged into the pool's depths. Underwater, the trio tangled violently. True and Offing coordinated seamlessly, kicking Chung Long like a ball between them. Suddenly, both men recoiled in terror, scrambling upward toward the surface. Chung Long turned, just in time to see a shark's gaping maw hurtling toward him. Onshore, True grew impatient, watching Reizu struggle uselessly to pry the talisman loose. With a contemptuous grip on Reizu's shoulders, he flung him aside, then hoisted Iso's entire body and strode away. The rest of the Black Hand Gang scrambled after him through the shattered breach in the aquarium wall. A cry rang out. Chung Long fought his way, gasping from the water, clinging to the railing, lungs heaving, when Xiaoyu shouted, Uncle Long, they've taken the turtle. Chung Long looked up, only to glimpse the retreating figures of the Black Hand Gang vanishing into the distance. Xiaoyu dashed after them, only to see True and his crew already boarding a waiting helicopter hovering overhead. Uncle Long, what do we do next? Just as Chung Long stood paralyzed by indecision, a tall figure stumbled wildly into view from behind. Chung Long instantly pulled Xiaoyu behind a massive potted plant outside the door. Peering closer, they recognized Reizu, though ludicrously crowned by a gigantic octopus. Its thick, sinuous tentacles completely obscured his face, leaving him oblivious to everything around him. With Herculean effort, Reizu finally wrenched the octopus free and hurled it into the sea, leaving his entire body peppered with suction marks. Seeing no sign of Offing or True, Reizu hurried off. Uncle Long, I think we should follow them. Aboard the Black Hand aircraft. Witnessing True tear the talisman from Iso's shell with his bare teeth, Offing shuddered, and immediately dialed Wallen. Hey Wallen, we've secured the talisman. His voice dripped with smug triumph. Excellent. Now make a detour. I know someone who'll pay handsomely for this turtle. Consider it extra income. Right, great. I'll find you. Just wait for me. Reizu slammed down the payphone receiver, seething. Thrown into the pool by his own allies. Entangled by an octopus. Forced to hail a cab to track down those fools. Each humiliation chipped away at his composure until it cracked entirely. As Reizu vanished down the street, Xiaoyu and Chung Long emerged cautiously from their hiding place. Oh, Uncle Long, did you hear that? They're planning to sell Iso. Xiaoyu, you know exactly what comes next, don't you? Of course. Xiaoyu beamed with excitement and sprinted to the curb, flagging down a taxi. Uncle Long, we must hurry. Iso could be harmed. Old man, I'm counting on you to keep Xiaoyu safe. I can't risk taking her into danger. What a... Xiaoyu spun around, disbelief etched across her face. Hiya. Old man waved cheerfully from inside the taxi. Oh no. Meanwhile, along an unnamed stretch of coastline near San Francisco, a colossal cruise ship lay anchored. The Black Hand Gang stood beside it. You must be Mr. Carnillo. Offing called out to a middle-aged man descending the gangplank. Ah, so this is the turtle my friend Wallen mentioned. Looks absolutely delicious. Saliva streamed unchecked from his lips as he spoke. Excellent, excellent. Polis. Another man emerged from the ship, tall, clad in a chef's uniform, carrying a leather briefcase. True stepped forward, accepted the case, opened it, inspected its contents, and nodded satisfied, preparing to depart. Ugh, Uncle Long, aren't you going to do something? A voice erupted beside him, startling Chung Long so badly, he clapped a hand over his mouth. Once his pulse steadied, he turned, only to find Xiaoyu standing there. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to stay with old man? Seeing her feigned ignorance, Chung Long sighed in resignation. Fine. Listen carefully, Xiaoyu. We must retrieve the talisman first. Aha, I knew it was you. Suddenly the metal drum they'd been hiding behind was lifted high, exposing them fully to True's gaze. Good evening. Before the words left his mouth, Cheng Long snatched Xiao Yu and dove clear of the plummeting drum. True, beware the rabbit talisman's magic. It will transform you into a chocolate rabbit. Is that so? In an instant, True materialized directly before Cheng Long, driving a fist into his ribs. As Cheng Long crashed to the ground, True reappeared behind him and delivered a crushing kick. Cheng Long rubbed his chest, dazed. How is he moving so fast? Moonlight glinted off the rabbit talisman clutched in True's hand. This is the power of the rabbit talisman, superhuman speed. Die, Cheng Long. True bellowed, his immense frame surging forward with impossible velocity, bearing down with suffocating force that left Cheng Long momentarily frozen. Spotting the scattered oil drums, Cheng Long acted on instinct, ripping open one lid. Thick viscous crude gushed forth, slicking the ground directly in True's path. Oh no. The rabbit talisman's velocity prevented True from reacting in time. He slammed straight onto the oil's licked surface. Momentum carried him helplessly into the parked Black Hand aircraft, sending both plane and passenger into chaotic disarray. Those already aboard were thrown violently about. A streak of silver flashed across the night sky. Cheng Long caught it deftly. It was the rabbit talisman. Xiao Yu, the time has come to save ISO. He slipped the talisman into his pocket. Turning to Xiao Yu, still hidden nearby, he found her staring wide-eyed. Uncle Long, look. Beneath the moon's pale glow, shadows cast by buildings and objects twisted unnaturally, slithering forward with eerie purpose. From within them emerged a dozen Shadow Legion soldiers, encircling Cheng Long and Xiao Yu. Enough, Mr. Cheng. Please hand over the talisman. The same calm, familiar voice pierced the darkness of night with newfound intensity. A pair of golden eyes flared to life in the shadows, and a translucent figure emerged silently from behind the soldiers of the Shadow Legion. Under the unblinking gaze of countless crimson eyes, Jackie Chan instinctively swallowed hard. Anyone would have felt the same tension. I swear it's not with me. Do you believe me? Jackie offered an awkward yet courteous smile. After all, brute strength reigned supreme, and he knew full well he stood no chance against this opponent. Pan Ming remained silent, merely observing Jackie with unwavering stillness. Or was it imagination? Jackie fancied that several Shadow Legion soldiers nearby were whispering among themselves. Even on those expressionless ninja faces, he thought he glimpsed something unmistakable mockery. It must be an illusion, surely it is. Yet it was infuriating. Neither side moved for what felt like an eternity, until Jackie finally broke the stalemate. Consider it yourself a moonless, windswept night, a desolate stretch of coastline, a dozen black-clad men staring at you with burning red eyes. Any rational person would buckle, and Jackie candidly admitted he was perfectly rational. Sigh. With resigned weariness, Jackie retrieved the rabbit talisman from his pocket and tossed it to Pan Ming. After verifying its authenticity, Pan Ming handed the talisman to one of the Shadow Legion soldiers. Take the talisman, and also those individuals lying unconscious on the ground. With a subtle wave of his hand, several ninja soldiers hoisted True Offan and the others before vanishing seamlessly into the surrounding shadows. Once the last soldier dissolved into darkness, the shore sank once more into profound silence. Only the pale silver light of the moon glistened upon the restless sea. Excuse me, Mr. Pan Ming. We agreed on cooperation, didn't we? So what? Pan Ming lifted his gaze faintly. His body had not fully regained its former power, nor its complete form. Having to crane his neck upward each time to meet the tall, broad-nosed man's eyes irked him deeply. A spiraling current of energy coalesced beneath his feet, lifting his form steadily into the air until he hovered level with Jackie's eyes, then paused. Satisfied, he gave a quiet, inward nod. Are you questioning me? No, not at all. I'm merely puzzled, that's all. Haha. Jackie forced a laugh, though its hollow timbre betrayed his wavering confidence. In any case, you need not understand too much. You need only know this: our partnership shall endure until our agreement is fulfilled. Pan Ming paused briefly. Thus your underdeveloped intellect need not labor over unnecessary complexities. Underdeveloped intellect. Jackie felt the world's cruel irony descend upon him. What was this? He, a distinguished archaeologist, being lectured on intelligence by a mere child. Yet circumstance dictated submission. Silently seething, Jackie vowed inwardly to exact retribution. I'll remember this. This debt won't be forgotten, you insufferable little brat. Furthermore, every talisman you uncover henceforth will, barring unforeseen complications, belong to me, though this does not absolve you of effort. Make no mistake about that. Hey, why does that sound like a condescending reminder? Do I truly strike you as that unintelligent? Well, you're not exactly a villain, are you? Xiao Yu, long overlooked, could no longer stay silent. Though watching Uncle Dragon humbled, especially by someone her own age, was secretly thrilling. What is good, and what is evil? Pan Ming did not answer Xiao Yu's question. Instead, he countered with one of his own. Before she could reply, his figure had already dissolved into thin air. Watching Xiao Yu's crestfallen expression, Jackie found himself at a loss for words. As a responsible adult, some truths had to be discovered, not taught. Oh no, Uncle Dragon. We still need to rescue Elso. Xiao Yu suddenly recalled their urgent mission. Blackhand Tower. The divine power of the rabbit. Truly exquisite. Shendu's low, gravelly voice trembled with barely restrained elation. You've performed admirably, Pan Ming. I am thoroughly pleased. It is my solemn duty, Your Majesty. Pan Ming bowed deeply. One hand pressed reverently over his chest, the other held rigidly behind his back. I shall reward you. Shendu's eyes blazed crimson, a torrent of scarlet light erupted from his form and enveloped Pan Ming entirely. Wallen, watching from the periphery, had no idea what the reward entailed, but envy twisted his features. He whirled and snarled. You fools, how utterly disappointing. You let a talisman slip right through your fingers. That reward should have been mine. My gems. My money. True and the others kept their heads bowed, speechless. None dared provoke Wallen's wrath at that moment. When the crimson light faded, Pan Ming opened his eyes. His body thrummed with exhilarating vitality, his magic surging wildly, as if dancing with unrestrained joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. At last, the day of my resurrection draws near. Finally, I shall break free from this accursed statue. Cursed mortals, wait to tremble and kneel before me. After expressing his gratitude, Pan Ming remained bowed low. His face obscured his expression unseen. Yet within the concealment of his sleeves his hands trembled ever so slightly. Your Majesty, Master Feng's antiquities shop. Oh, wonderful. Uncle Dragon. We made it. Just barely, but we saved Elso. Xiao Yu's face shone with unrestrained delight. Yes, everything has turned out splendidly, hasn't it? Ow. Jackie cried out again, clutching his head and collapsing onto the floor in a crouch. But why? Now the Black Hand has acquired another talisman, and we haven't even begun to unravel that newcomer's true nature. But Master Feng, didn't I tell you earlier? Pan Ming wishes to cooperate with us. Besides, wasn't it you who said you'd investigate his background? Ow. Are you lecturing Master Feng now? No, I merely. While Master Feng chastised Jackie, Xiao Yu had already darted upstairs, settling onto the small sofa, gazing out the window. Sunlight bathed the room in golden warmth. San Francisco, unusually cool that day, exuded a rare, soothing serenity. He doesn't seem like a villain at all, so why does he serve Shendu? Xiao Yu wrestled with confusion. If his sole aim is Shendu's resurrection and world domination, why seek cooperation with Uncle Dragon? Why bind himself with a pact? She rolled languidly on the sofa, but her doubts only deepened, not clarified. Her mind replayed every encounter with Pan Ming, their first meeting in the alley with the Black Hand, hearing his name spoken for the first time before Shendu, their tense dialogue inside Black Hand Tower, the fierce struggle over the talisman. Gradually drowsiness crept in. After all, she was still just a child, her stamina finite. Her eyelids grew heavy, fluttering helplessly, until sleep finally claimed her. The last image etched in her mind was a pair of golden eyes. Pan Ming. Boss, what do we do next? Offhand asked Wallen, desperation edging his voice. We're truly at our wits' end. That guy is simply too powerful. Lashu and Zhou echoed in shared despair. It wasn't for lack of effort. They simply operated on a wholly different tier than Pan Ming. Utterly outmatched, they'd been crushed without mercy. Truth be told, had Pan Ming not intervened, they'd have suffered humiliating beatings on multiple occasions. Now they did get beaten, and did retrieve the talisman, but the credit belonged entirely to Pan Ming. They were mere spectators, granted only the hollow sensation of participation. How should I know? It's your incompetence that's to blame. Wallen, seething and seeking an outlet, lashed out. Offhand unluckily stood squarely in the line of fire. Hearing this, True Zhou and Lashu lowered their heads, further holding their breath. Terrified Wallen might redirect his fury toward them. Pan Ming stood before Shendu's statue. The demon lord in high spirits mused aloud. Rooster, ox, snake, sheep, rabbit. Their powers intoxicate me. My divine essence swells daily. This sensation is sublime. Soon the remaining talismans shall be ours. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall devote myself utterly to this task. Your capability and loyalty are beyond doubt. That is precisely why I bestowed upon you a strand of dark qi. Tell me, how did it feel? Shendu inquired. Frankly, I never imagined a single thread of dark qi could evoke such unprecedented euphoria. My strength has visibly rebounded. It is utterly magnificent. Pan Ming spoke truthfully. He hadn't anticipated Shendu's reward would be dark qi, a resource of immense value to the demon lord in his current weakened state. For all demonic beings, dark qi was profoundly restorative. Its infusion dramatically alleviated the frailty born of premature awakening. Instinctively clenching his fist, Pan Ming heard Shendu continue. Dark qi possesses infinite applications for our kind. Any being born of it gains unimaginable advantages. Though it may not restore you fully, it will certainly sharpen your mastery and command. Then consider this: a shadow messenger reports a talisman has surfaced in the Arctic. Go, retrieve it for me immediately. As you command, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, in District 13. Jackie, we hold not a single talisman left. And lately the Black Hand's activities have grown inexplicably subdued. We've had no opportunity to track them. This cannot continue. Chief Black stroked his gleaming bald pate, deeply troubled. Chief Black, please rest easy. We already have a plan. The moment the Black Hand moves again, we'll intercept the talisman before they can seize it. Moreover, Master Feng has uncovered ancient records concerning this demon. We are prepared, at last. Oh, Jackie, now that you say so, I finally breathe easier. You see, I've always sensed a certain magnetism in you, one that inspires absolute trust. Old friend, please don't flatter me. I remain steadfast in my belief righteousness shall always triumph over evil. For reasons unknown, Pan Ming had lately been gripped by an inexplicable sensation, as though some unseen presence were fixated upon him. Yet he could discern no origin, no trace. He never dismissed such intangible premonitions lightly. For a demon, such unbidden stirrings of instinct were seldom trivial. Shaking his head to dispel the clamor of thought, he reflected. Truth be told, everything had unfolded with uncanny smoothness since his awakening, locating the Sorcerer Lord with scarcely any effort, striking a bargain with Chung Long to reclaim the talismans, receiving the dark chi bestowed by the Sorcerer Lord, and assuming partial command over the Shadow Legion. The sole source of grievance remained his unchanged form, a child's body, slender and unaltered, while all else seemed flawlessly orchestrated. The Talisman Collection campaign advanced with meticulous precision. Soon the Sorcerer Lord would awaken once more to reign over this land. And yet precisely because all proceeded too seamlessly, it felt unervingly unreal. Thus far, scarcely any being or force posed a genuine threat to him. Though demons were inherently privileged creations of dark chi, he was no brute reliant solely on strength. Behind this flawless progression loomed an invisible hand, guiding, orchestrating, unseen. What is this thing exactly? Recalling the moment of his awakening, the streak of white light that had pierced his body, he murmured softly, "It feels as though something else has taken root within me. Faint, yes, but undeniably present. And it has begun to affect me. But for now, retrieve the talismans without delay." Old Man's Antiquities Shop. Ascending the attic stairs, Chung Long found Xiao Yu fast asleep on the sofa, her peaceful slumber stirring quiet tenderness in him. After all, she is still just a child. There's a certain charm in that innocence. He chose not to wake her, instead descending the stairs with hushed steps. Rare was the moment Xiao Yu settled into such tranquil silence on her own, and he saw no reason to invite unnecessary complications. Lately his days had grown unbearably hectic. No sooner had he reached the landing than a hand seized his collar and yanked him sideways. "Along, Old Man's found something. About that demon." Old Man stood before him, grave-faced, clutching a tattered ancient parchment scroll, one unearthed from Waknowhere. Its surface bore faded archaic script barely legible across centuries of decay. Miraculously, the scroll itself retained traces of its original enchantment, allowing fragments of its lore to endure. Chung Long and Old Man moved to an empty table. As Old Man unfurled the scroll across its surface, Chung Long realized it was far larger than anticipated. The fully extended vellum nearly covered the entire tabletop, radiating an aura thick with antiquity. Beyond the cryptic glyphs, intricate illustrations adorned the scroll's suns and moons, mountains and rivers, palaces and celestial constellations, all rendered with masterful precision and timeless artistry. "But Old Man, what does any of this say? I can't make heads or tails of it." Chung Long scrutinized the script for minutes, yet every character remained utterly alien, like deciphering the language of another world. Even I, an archaeologist, find these glyphs impossibly abstract, reminiscent of a civilization long vanished, unknowable and wholly alien. Chung Long muttered under his breath, "Ah, there you go again, telling me to read more books. And now look, everything falls to you." A sharp ping, a well-placed two-fingered tap, followed. "And one more thing. Old Man's parched to death. A freshly brewed cup of green tea, now, would do wonders for my focus." Chung Long rubbed his forehead and retreated to the kitchen, returning moments later with a steaming cup of fragrant green tea. At the table, Old Man had been bent low over the scroll, until the delicate aroma of tea lifted his gaze. He stretched his neck upward, inhaling deeply. Superb green tea. How long your craft improves with every brew." With that, he accepted the cup, took a slow, appreciative sip, and exhaled luxuriously. "Ah, that's comfort." Chung Long joined him at the table, staring again at the scroll's arcane imagery, his scalp prickling anew. "Old Man, what exactly does this tell us?" "This is a book," Old Man said, taking another sip. "A book, eh? It looks more like a painting." Old Man blew gently on his two fingers, then waited until Chung Long winced and clutched his head in mock despair. Only then did he continue. "It is a chronicle of primordial ages, a priceless magical compendium preserved by ancient sorcerers. Much remains obscure to me, but one truth stands confirmed: he is recorded here. Look here." His finger traced a specific locus on the scroll. Chung Long leaned in curiously. Old Man pointed to a relatively sparse section, strikingly vacant compared to the densely inscribed, lavishly illustrated margins. There, drawn with stark, solemn clarity, stood a colossal creature, dragon-head, human-bodied. Flames roared from its maw, its eyes blazed with terrifying crimson light. Around it gathered a host of ferocious dragon servants, some standing, some reclining, while before it knelt rows of humans in abject worship. Great altars flanked the scene, laden with offerings, slaughtered cattle, and sheep-ripe fruits, gleaming jewels. "Is this the Sorcerer Lord?" Chung Long breathed, stunned. The image struck him with visceral force. The helplessness of that age when mortals possessed no power and survival demanded absolute submission to such overwhelming dominion. The Sorcerer Lord was king of that era, unquestioned, absolute. One of the sovereign demonic monarchs who ruled the world in its earliest twilight. "Ah, never mind the Sorcerer Lord. Look here." Old Man's fingers shifted to another figure, standing slightly behind the Sorcerer Lord, smaller in stature, yet unmistakable, golden eyes blazing, hovering midair, half a pace in deference. "That's Pan Ming." Chung Long wasn't foolish. If Old Man singled them out so deliberately, this could only be the very demon they sought to understand. Staring at the illustration, Chung Long struggled to reconcile it with memory. The same draconic visage, a sinuous tail, trailing from the waist, elongated limbs, razor-sharp talons. None of it aligned with the refined, golden-haired boy he'd known. No need for astonishment. Demons are masters of illusion. This is his true form. Old Man ran his fingertips slowly across the vellum, as if sensing hidden currents beneath its surface. Old Man, what are you doing? Qianlong watched puzzled. This is a magical artifact crafted by ancient sorcerers. It holds countless stories, but unlocking them demands a rare, precise method. Old Man's voice deepened, resonant, and ancient. Not the voice of a shopkeeper, but of a disciple trained by the greatest righteous wizard humanity ever knew. I feel it yearning to speak to me. It has waited eons for a worthy listener. Leave now. Old Man must concentrate, utterly, completely. Blackhand Tower. My lord, your request is fulfilled. Pan Ming stepped before the Sorcerer Lord's statue and withdrew from his pocket a smooth octagonal stone. Upon it a noble prancing horse was carved in exquisite detail. The horse talisman, excellent. Now restore it to my being. The Sorcerer Lord's voice crackled with impatience. As you command, my lord. The horse talisman levitated, drawn by invisible force, and plunged straight into a recessed aperture within the statue's form. Ah, this sensation divine. I feel my body healing. This accursed petrification curse receding grain by grain. The statue's eyes blazed with intensified crimson light. Half remains, and then my divine power shall surge forth whole and unbroken. Wallen, you see this? Your incompetence, and that of your lackeys, is staggering. You've squandered precious time I cannot afford. Wallen's face darkened, speechless. Pan Ming's efficiency was simply terrifying. Mere days after Ah Fun's group located him, nearly half the talismans had already been reclaimed. Bitter resentment churned within him, but so too did the cold recognition of his own powerlessness. Despair gnawed at his resolve. Those useless fools, forcing me to endure this statue's endless droning. My lord, I sense changes within my body, likely due to the dark chi you granted me. Lately strange sensations have arisen. Might you know their cause? Pan Ming addressed the statue respectfully. Only then did the Sorcerer Lord shift his attention fully to Pan Ming. Crimson light flickered within the statue's gaze. The dark chi strengthens your vessel, mitigating the instability caused by premature awakening. Discomfort is inevitable, for now. I see. Then I shall trouble you no further, my lord. Bowing deeply, Pan Ming turned and withdrew from the chamber with measured grace. Watching Pan Ming's retreating silhouette, the Sorcerer Lord commanded, Wallen, summon your rabble. Retrieve the remaining talismans. My shadow soldiers will accompany you. Oh, Sorcerer Lord, isn't everything handled by Pan Ming now? Why burden us, such pitiful, unworthy wretches, with your affairs? Wallen's tone dripped with barbed irony, still stinging from earlier scorn. Certain tasks require your particular talents. Or would you rather turn away from wealth? At the word wealth, Wallen snapped alert. Mockery forgotten, greed instantly overriding pride. Money made everything negotiable. In his mind's eye, stacks of crisp bills shimmered invitingly. At once most revered Sorcerer Lord. Ah, bliss. Xiao Yu stirred awake on the sofa, stretching luxuriously. Her spirit refreshed, her senses keen. Peering through the attic window, she watched the dying sun sink toward the horizon, bathing the sky in molten orange and rose. Oh, how breathtaking. She leapt off the sofa, landed lightly on the floor, stamped her feet twice, and dashed downstairs with infectious energy. Uncle Long, old man, dinner time. I want Mexican burritos and a gigantic Coke, she called, bounding down the staircase. At the foot of the stairs, she found Old Man standing before an empty table, the immense parchment spread wide across its surface. His expression calm, focused, profoundly grave. Xiao Yu. Old Man's engaged in vital work. Qianlong rushed forward, clapping a hand firmly over her mouth. Silence, don't disturb him. MMPH, got it. Let go. She nodded vigorously, eyes wide. Qianlong released her. Watching her draw deep, grateful breaths, he flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, Xiao Yu. I'll take you out for dinner the moment this is done, I promise. Ah, Old Man's famished too. Sustenance is required to replenish depleted energies. Qianlong turned hopeful. Old Man, finished at last. Ah, age truly weighs upon me. Even listening to a tale proves taxing. Old Man paused, then added with quiet triumph. Yet now, I know exactly who he is. Inside a Mexican restaurant on the street, Jackie Chan, Uncle, and Jade sat around a table, paying no mind to Jade, who was greedily devouring her meal nearby. Jackie turned to Uncle and asked, Uncle, earlier you mentioned you already knew the origin of that being. What exactly is the truth? Uncle slurped down 2 mouthfuls of noodles and wiped his mouth before replying. The ancient parchment contains vast knowledge passed down through generations of virtuous sorcerers. Deciphering it fully will take time, but I have gleaned fragments. That demon named Pan Ming has served the Shadow Emperor since the moment he established his terrestrial kingdom. He is extraordinarily powerful, second only to the Shadow Emperor himself, and enjoys the Emperor's utmost trust. Like the Shadow Emperor, Pan Ming wields formidable fire magic, but he also possesses exceptional intellect, serving consistently as a close advisor and chief strategist in governing the kingdom. Given the Shadow Emperor's unquestionable supremacy, he rarely needed to intervene directly, so historical records emphasize Pan Ming's wisdom and innate brilliance far more than his martial prowess. According to chronicles, at some unknown point in time, and for reasons now lost to history, Pan Ming departed the kingdom alone, revealing nothing of his destination or purpose. He vanished for many long years. It was precisely during this absence that Lo Pei, a warrior of the Lin dynasty, united nearly all the virtuous sorcerers of that era, and at tremendous cost, sealed away the Shadow Emperor. In essence, Pan Ming's departure proved pivotal to the Shadow Emperor's downfall and imprisonment. Jackie's heart stirred with quiet alarm. From Uncle's account, Pan Ming not only wielded powers second only to the Shadow Emperor, but also possessed formidable intellect. So why would such a being truly need to enter into a so-called pact with him? Wow, Pan Ming is that strong. Jade's eyes widened, brimming with excitement. He looks barely older than me. Jade, he is a demon, not human. Didn't you hear, Uncle? He stood beside the Shadow Emperor for eons. His age dwarfs yours beyond measure. Jackie spoke with grave earnestness, sensing something dangerously naive stirring in Jade's thoughts. But precisely because he's a demon, and utterly unlike us, perhaps even among demons he's still just a child. Jade retorted defiantly. Jade. Jackie's voice hardened sharp with disapproval. Whatever notions you harbor, I forbid you from approaching him. Understood? Oh, Uncle Jackie, please. He's so powerful he's absolutely dazzling. Jade pleaded, feigning pathos. Besides, didn't he just sign a pact with you? He won't harm me. No, you will obey, without question, or I'll ban you from television for an entire month. Off. Jade's tone fell crestfallen. Uncle Jackie, honestly, I'm baffled. Why would such a being seek your cooperation at all? With his abilities, he should gather the talismans swiftly enough. Uncle voiced his genuine perplexity. How could a demon ever conceive of alliance with humankind? I'm uncertain myself, but this is how things stand. And this mark, Uncle, didn't you examine it thoroughly before and confirm it posed no danger? Indeed, but perhaps he employed some obscure, undetectable method. What Jackie and Uncle could never fathom was that Pan Ming, having awakened prematurely, had yet to reclaim his full power. The vessel he inhabited severely constrained his strength, rendering his current capabilities profoundly diminished. To achieve his ultimate objective, he had no choice but to temporarily align himself with these self-proclaimed virtuous sorcerers. His body remained under some unfathomable influence, causing even Pan Ming himself to question certain impulses as though an unseen force subtly steered his judgment, leading to actions wholly unpredictable even to himself, such as entering a pact with humans, beings he once scorned utterly. At that very moment, Pan Ming wandered aimlessly through the city streets, directionless, adrift amid the crowd. Suddenly, a little girl tumbled before him. He frowned, then after the briefest hesitation bent slightly and extended his hand. The girl, who tripped while chasing her friends, blushed deeply, her fair skin flushing like sunset clouds. She couldn't help it. Pan Ming, bathed in the golden afterglow of the setting sun, was breathtaking. His short golden hair shimmering crimson gold, his rare luminous golden eyes radiating an uncanny magnetism. Children abroad mature early, at 13 or 14. Vague stirrings of attraction toward the opposite sex already bloom, especially toward someone strikingly beautiful. In that instant, the girl imagined Pan Ming as a prince extending his hand to invite her to a grand ball. Her scraped knees forgotten, her gaze locked, entranced. Pan Ming let out an almost imperceptible scoff, then gently pulled her upright. Seeing she remained dazed, he waved his hand slowly before her eyes. She blinked back to awareness, her cheeks burning brighter still, yet she smiled boldly and said, "Thank you. My name is Martha. And yours?" Ignoring the teasing laughter of Martha's friends, Pan Ming paused, then replied, "Pan Ming. You're Chinese, eh?" Martha asked, puzzled. His golden hair and amber eyes bore little resemblance to her mental image of East Asian features. "Nothing further. Please step aside." A sudden, unnameable agitation prickled within him. He wished no further entanglement with the girl. Without glancing back at the stunned girl, Pan Ming strode past her and vanished moments later into the bustling throng. Strange, what is happening to me? Just now I reached out to lift a human child. The former Pan Ming had never slaughtered humans indiscriminately, but he'd always regarded them as weak, contemptible, and unworthy of notice. As his behavior grew increasingly alien, a sensation crept over him. Fear. Unprecedented. Unthinkable. A demon whose existence spanned incalculable ages had never known fear. What am I afraid of? Have I ceased to be myself? Recognizing the absurdity of the thought, he almost laughed at himself. How could he possibly not be himself? It must be the incomplete restoration of my power. He shook his head and continued walking down the street. After walking for an indeterminate time, Pan Ming sensed something, a subtle resonance. He looked up. Above him hung a sign, Uncle's Antiquities. After a moment's pause, he approached the shop door. He stood there briefly, then raised his hand and knocked. Knock, 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 knock. As the sound echoed, wind chimes inside began to tremble softly. Yet no reply came, not for a long while. Realizing the shop appeared empty, Pan Ming turned to leave, when a voice halted him. "You are Pan Ming." He tilted his neck, slightly gazing at Jackie, Uncle, and Jade approaching from across the street. "Ah, damn demon. Do you dare challenge Uncle?" Uncle flailed theatrically, though his trembling hands betrayed deep-seated tension. Jade, sheltered protectively behind Jackie's arm, peeked out curiously, her large dark eyes scanning Pan Ming from head to toe, alight with fascination and something else, uncertainty. "Open the door." Pan Ming spoke calmly. "Uncle's shop welcomes no demons. Leave this place at once." Uncle stepped backward, shoving Jackie forward. "Jackie, go. Teach him a lesson. Give him something to remember." Jackie sighed, inwardly exasperated. Still observing Pan Ming's unnerving composure, he hesitated, then finally unlocked the door. Oh, you reckless boy. Uncle erupted in fury, jabbing Jackie's forehead with his signature two-finger strike. Jackie crumpled, clutching his head. What was this? Timid outwardly, brutal inwardly. Pan Ming paid no heed. He simply strode inside. This marked Pan Ming's second visit to the shop, though the first had been a silent, unconscious circling outside its threshold. Watching Pan Ming glance around the interior, Jackie broke the silence. So, what brings you here? Pan Ming, meeting Jackie's and Uncle's wary gazes, selected a chair at random and sat. I happened to pass by and decided to step in and look around. Happened to pass by. Just look around. Uncle inwardly scoffed, his disbelief absolute. If you've no business here, then be gone. Uncle refuses to share a room with a demon, he declared, waving his arms. The Emperor's resurrection is inevitable. His Majesty has already gathered half the talismans, and soon he shall reign anew over this world. Pan Ming spoke with quiet finality. Silence fell upon the shop. All present knew his words held truth. If Pan Ming stood with the Shadow Legion, resistance was futile. Valmont and the Black Hand, excuse me. Are we invisible? Then tell us plainly. What precisely do you intend to convey? Jackie's voice emerged hoarse after a long pause. At last, your brain shows signs of functioning. Pan Ming raised a faint eyebrow, mildly surprised. Jackie's chest rose and fell dramatically as he forced several deep breaths, suppressing the overwhelming urge to rush forward and deliver two sharp, emphatic punches. I am so frustrated. I don't want to play anymore. As the very embodiment of justice, handsome, skilled, righteous, why must I constantly endure disdain from someone who looks like a mere child? So, what do you wish to convey? Jackie demanded, simmering with indignation. I request you accelerate your efforts to recover the talismans. It bears critical weight upon the future. Naturally, I shall offer modest assistance. You serve the Shadow Emperor's return above all else, so why act thus? Jackie narrowed his eyes. Don't mistake me for a fool. I won't be easily misled, nor am I some senile old man. Uncle sneezed abruptly, feeling inexplicably dissed, and rather rudely at that. Unbidden, the three inside the antique shop sensed it for the first time. Pan Ming's calm voice carried a new, unmistakable inflection. I do not know. I only feel. I should do this. He clenched his fist, his golden eyes fixed intently upon the Shadow Legion's sigil etched into his palm. That night the antique shop had long closed its doors. Xiao Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was because she had slept soundly throughout the entire afternoon, leaving her now brimming with restless energy. Her mind replayed Pan Ming's presence at the shop that evening, the way he stood, the words he spoke. I don't know why. I simply feel I must do this. There is no reason. His tone remained calm and unruffled, yet his eyes shimmered with a dazzling golden brilliance that lent him an air of unearthly grace. He gazed at Cheng Long with quiet detachment and said, I need no one to judge my right or wrong. I act only upon my own will. And indeed such was the truth. Deep within his heart the sovereign should awaken and reclaim his fallen dynasty. So Pan Ming gathered the talismans. Likewise he deemed it beneath him to harm a human girl, and thus spared Xiao Yu again and again. Nothing could bind his body, nothing could constrain his spirit. This was Pan Ming, a being ancient, noble, and unbound. He lived by his own code, his own pride. Once among the highest echelons of existence, he scorned resorting to underhanded tricks against so-called righteous sorcerers. Even now, though strange tremors stirred within him, and unfamiliar thoughts flickered across his mind, none of it altered who he was. As for teasing Cheng Long, well, who could resist when the man looked so utterly clueless? To pass up such amusement would be sheer waste. Pan Ming mused, mischief glinting in his gaze. Remember this, while the sovereign will obtain all the talismans, inevitably. Yet the slower this unfolds, the greater your advantage. How far you go, that is entirely up to you. By now Pan Ming had reached the shop's entrance. The wind chime above the door jingled with increasing urgency. His figure vanished into the night. Only his voice lingered on the evening breeze. Do not disappoint me, Mr. Cheng Long, and little girl. Oh dear. What does that demon mean? Is he mocking old man? He'll get a stern lesson. Learn what respect for elders truly means. But old man, you didn't lift a finger when he was here before. Cheng Long blurted, gripping the already riled-up elder. Are you two planning to lecture old man? Sure enough, Cheng Long's runaway tongue earned him another dose of old man's profound affection. My. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with sharp intensity. Did he just say? Keep fighting, little girl. Your future awaits. Oh no. Xiao Yu, he never said anything like that. Cheng Long hastily interjected. But, enough. It's late. You must sleep now, or tomorrow you'll be late again. But Uncle Long, you need me. Without me, the Black Hand gang. Xiao Yu, you're still a child. Your duty is to attend school, not chase shadows. Xiao Yu retreated to her room, crestfallen. Tossing restlessly in bed, she whispered, that man is simply incredible. A young girl's thoughts shift like quicksilver, and her imagination, now fully unmoored, wove scene after vivid scene. Meanwhile, back at the Black Hand Tower, Pan Ming suddenly felt an inexplicable strangeness deepen within him. A faint haunting murmur echoed ceaselessly inside his skull, just as it had earlier at the antique shop. What is this thing? Suddenly searing pain erupted in his mind, jolting his entire body. The moment he stepped into his chamber, agony surged beyond endurance. The torment pierced straight to his soul, so intense he could no longer maintain his disguise. His clothes shredded under surging, uncontrolled demonic energy. His human form dissolved entirely. A guttural cry tore from his throat, and there in the center of the room stood a creature dragon-head humanoid, but unervingly small. With the last vestige of lucidity, Pan Ming chanted an ancient, intricate incantation. Faint amber flames, silent, swift, nearly imperceptible, slipped from the room and spread outward. A subtle ward designed to shield against detection quietly enveloped the area. A flash of white light flickered, then reappeared dancing eagerly across Pan Ming's body, as if it had been pinned up for eons. What are you? Pan Ming's voice trembled, not from fear, but from excruciating pain. Only he knew the truth. This soul-rending agony emanated solely from that white light, and even those strange, unbidden shifts he'd felt lately were undoubtedly tied to it. I know you understand me. You possess awareness, don't you? I believed I eradicated you upon my first awakening. How mistaken I was. Pan Ming shook his grotesque head, pain stripping away all elegance, leaving raw fury in its wake. Damned thing. Dare you seize control of my consciousness? You dare? The final words emerged clenched syllable by agonized syllable. I am Pan Ming, the exalted demon who has stood sovereign upon this earth since primordial times. No force compels me to act against my will. And you, a newborn, formless, nameless thing, dare demand my submission. At that instant, the deepest, brightest flame he'd ever kindled blazed forth. His radiant golden eyes burned crimson, molten lava swirling behind their depths. The amber fire lost all warmth. Now it radiated absolute, annihilating heat, engulfing both the white light and Pan Ming himself, who wore it like a second skin. Who do you think I am? He roared. The very space within the warded chamber warped and shivered. Pan Ming showed himself no mercy. The flames clung like parasitic hunger, pressing inward with crushing force. The once complacent white light now writhed in desperate struggle, frenzied, frantic, seeking escape from the inferno. Yet the amber fire had coalesced into a diaphanous robe-like mantle over Pan Ming, trapping the white light tightly against his chest. So, you do possess awareness. And you fear death. A cold, derisive laugh escaped him. Your spine proves weaker than I imagined. Even as the white light slumped in apparent surrender, Pan Ming did not relent. The amber fire burned on, unwavering, unyielding. His own scales blackened, curled, and peeled under the blaze. Yet his grim resolve held fast. He would not spare this treacherous intruder hidden so long within his mind. How long the conflagration raged none could say. The air itself had long since burned away, yet oxygen mattered not, the amber fire burned on undimmed. Pan Ming's appearance was monstrous, every scale charred, twisted, flaking upward. The stench of scorched flesh filled the chamber. Beneath the armor, muscle and sinew had fused into brittle, bloodless husks. Even the sovereign witnessing this sight would have recoiled in disbelief, for Pan Ming had never before looked so broken nor turned such ferocity upon himself. Gazing at the motionless white light, diminished now barely larger than a child's palm, Pan Ming remained vigilant. Earlier the light had been forced from his mind and pinned to his chest. It had feigned death more than once, writhing and pretending lifelessness to deceive him. 15 more minutes passed, then Pan Ming withdrew the flames. A hushed incantation followed, and a near-invisible dome of light rose from the floor, enclosing the white light within its shimmering boundary. Don't pretend to be dead. I know you aren't easily erased. He watched the dome for a long while before speaking again, his voice calm, once more chilling in its serenity. The white light inside gave no reply, motionless, silent, as if utterly extinguished by the earlier inferno. My current strength cannot destroy you outright. So I offer you a choice: reveal your purpose, your origin, your full intent, or I shall hand you to the Shadow Legion for eternal imprisonment in the Kingdom of Shadows, where light never falls. Shoo! Instantly the white light surged with renewed vigor, slamming desperately against the dome's inner wall, straining to break free. Alas, during its prior concealment within Pan Ming's body, it had expended most of its accumulated power in the earlier conflagration. What remained was insufficient for escape. Realizing its plight, the light drooped, human-like in its dejection, as if resigned, settling limply onto the dome's floor. Soon a faint, undulating resonance began pulsing through the chamber. Pan Ming furrowed his brow, pondered deeply, and finally attuned himself to the ripple. What is this? Images flooded his mind, fleeting, fragmented. Yet with his gradually recovering soul force, Pan Ming managed to grasp several distinct scenes. This is fate. Long silent, Pan Ming stared at the now submissive white light, his expression layered with sorrow and something unreadable. Transmitting those visions had clearly drained it further. Already frail, it now shrank to less than half the size of a child's palm. So this is how it truly is, eh? You are this kind of being. After prolonged contemplation, he lifted his head again, voice resolute, unwavering. Even so, what does it matter? What I see is real. What I touch is best. His form shifted. Amber light flared, and Pan Ming stood once more as a human boy clad in pristine garments. He walked to the window and dispelled the warding spell. Outside, the full moon hung luminous in the night sky, its silver light stretching his shadow long and thin, imbuing it with quiet melancholy. And as for you, you have done me a service. Stay by my side. When the time is ripe, I shall grant your wish. For some unknown reason, Valong has been feeling somewhat unlucky lately, as if it all began when Pan Ming arrived. It feels like everywhere he turns there are obstacles, and no matter what he does, things just don't go smoothly. Although it seems that the task of collecting talismans is going well, in reality, it has little to do with him. Not to mention his incompetent subordinates. No matter how simple and straightforward the task is, they always manage to mess it up, and he has to rely on the detestable Panming to clean up the mess. But what can he do? These guys have been with him since he started his own business, loyal to a fault. Although their abilities are indeed limited, they have always worked hard without complaint. Moreover, in the past, the master only had them as partners. No matter how badly things went, he could only scold a few times and vent some frustrations, and that would suffice. After all, who would talk business with a statue? But now the pain of comparison is evident. A more competent subordinate stands before him, an old acquaintance, and Valong knows what choice he should make. Thinking of this, Valong couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, feeling utterly helpless. Why, even though I am already here, master, why do you still want to find that little brat Panming? Valong slammed his fist on the desk in anger, but the next moment he cried out in pain due to the force. Pain. It was simply too painful. Turning to look at the incompetent subordinates lying on the sofa, his anger surged even more. Afen Le Suzhou. Hearing Valong's voice, they could almost feel the anger in it coalescing into a tangible force. Afen and the others were startled and jumped up from the sofa. Standing at attention, they said, "Boss, please give us your orders." "Where are the talismans I asked for?" Valong's face was as dark as if he were about to drip water. This. Afen and the others exchanged glances, almost on the verge of kneeling before Valong. "You useless, good-for-nothing idiots." Seeing their expressions, Valong's fury reached its peak. He raised his staff and charged forward, intent on administering family discipline and giving these guys a good lesson. Oh. Seeing the furious Valong, Afen and the others huddled together, trembling in fear, their heads tucked into their chests. However, the pain they had imagined did not come. After a long moment, the three slowly opened their eyes. They saw a hand firmly gripping Valong's staff, and a shadowy soldier of the Shadow Brigade stood silently between them. "Valong, while your comical performance indeed adds a lot of amusement for me," the master paused. "Unfortunately, it does not bring me a single talisman, nor will it reward you in any way." A low, hoarse voice echoed in the ears of the members of the Black Hand Gang. It was clearly the voice of that scheming master. Valong's face was nearly unable to hold its composure. "Master, although failing to retrieve the talisman is indeed our fault, there's no need for you to intervene when I discipline my subordinates." No, it has nothing to do with me, but you do need these lackeys, don't you? Look here." As the master's words fell, an invisible force caused the remote control to float in the air, turning on the television switching channels until it finally settled. On the screen was the interior of an unknown small auction venue. Many staff members were moving various items back and forth, apparently preparing for an auction. The camera suddenly swung perfectly to a corner where several items were piled up. Among the clutter, an old and shabby lamp was sitting atop the heap. Upon closer inspection, Valong's eyes widened. "This is..." As the camera shifted, everyone saw that a talisman was embedded on the lamp. "Old things often have mice lurking about, don't they? Valong, I hope you can help me bring back this adorable little mouse. Don't disappoint me again this time." "You all heard that right." Valong turned to the three, his expression inscrutable. Afen and the others nervously swallowed, quickly pounding their chests in assurance. "No problem, boss. Just watch. We absolutely won't let you down this time." "It better be so," Valong replied grumpily. Afen and the others hurriedly rushed out of the office, not daring to look back, as Valong's murderous gaze seemed to bore into their backs, the feeling almost palpable. "Master, I truly don't understand your reasoning. Though I really don't want to admit it, Afen and the others are indeed no match for Panming. Why not just let him handle it directly?" Valong sat in the boss chair, his fingers constantly stroking the staff. "You don't need to worry about this matter. Just know that our contract is still valid. You bring me talismans, and I grant you wealth." The statue of the master glowed slightly brighter. Yes, Valong replied casually. It didn't matter to him as long as the master continued to honor the agreement. "Just wait and see. Chung Long, and that palming the talisman will definitely belong to me, Valong." Before long, the members of the Black Hand Gang arrived at the auction venue. "Oh my god, this place is really out of the way," Afen complained as soon as he got out of the car. "Come on, at least we now have the chance to bring back a talisman for Valong." Look at Valong's face, it's almost the same color as the master's. Joe shrugged. "Hey, are you saying that Valong is a green-skinned monster?" Lisa couldn't help but laugh. After a while, noticing that the others weren't joining in, they looked at him as if he were an idiot. "No, Lesu, that isn't funny at all," Afen and Joe retorted in unison. All right, it seems we should go find that mouse first." The three of them walked through the guest passage of the auction house, casually finding a place to sit down. The auction was about to begin, but not many people attended, indicating that this small auction didn't draw much interest. The auctioneer wasn't very professional either, and his almost monotone voice made most attendees drowsy. It seemed the auction house owner had no intention of letting himself earn money. Afen and the others were no exception, half-leaning on their seats, nearly drooling. Finally, with the last item sold, the auctioneer finally tapped the gavel. Bang! "Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the last item for auction." However, the lackluster voice did little to excite anyone. "This is a rare, old item. Look at the patterns on it, isn't it beautiful?" The auctioneer held up the last item, which was an old-style lamp. To be honest, in this day and age, such an old item is hard to come by. Before the prepared lines were finished, someone interrupted. "Come on, this guy probably wouldn't even know how to use it." This instantly drew laughter from the crowd. "Damn it, God will surely kick your butt tonight," the auctioneer thought viciously. "Now the starting bid is $50. With the gavel's fall, the final transaction officially began, but there weren't many bidders. They'll bid 60. Seeing that the surrounding crowd seemed uninterested in the old lamp, Awakens secretly rejoiced and immediately raised his paddle loudly, declaring his bid. No way is this guy out of his mind bidding on this. Who knows, maybe he's buying it for his old grandpa. Listening to the whispers around him, Awakens' temples bulged as he prepared to retaliate when Zhou and Leisu quickly restrained him from either side. You stupid pigs. How could you not see the value of this item? Since no one else was interested, even the not-so-professional old auctioneer couldn't change the price from fixing at $60. $60 once. Twice. 3 times. With the hammer falling, congratulations to this gentleman. After the auction ended and the payment was made, Awakens took the lamp from the staff member, which was likely as old as his grandmother. The 3 of them walked out of the auction house, even slightly disbelieving. Is it really that simple, eh? Aren't there any Chenglong or Shadow Brigade ninjas? We managed to get the talisman just like that. The surprisingly smooth outcome left the 3 of them somewhat incredulous. Ever since Panming arrived, they had never experienced such ease. After all, they were the elite of the Black Hand Gang, meant to be formidable and display their prowess. But fate had played a cruel joke on them, first with their deadly rival Chenglong, whose omnipresent shadow was a nightmare for the Black Hand Gang, and now with the even more formidable Panming. Although they were considered colleagues, the days of being looked down upon were truly hard to bear. We have finally made a breakthrough. The trio of the Black Hand Gang can finally hold their heads high. As he thought of their struggles, Awakens touched the corners of his eyes, stirring with tears of excitement, tightly embracing Zhou and Leisu. Our hard days are over. Our future will surely be invincible. The 3 raised a hand, stacking them together, their voices breaking through the clouds. We are the best. Look at them. Just as I suspected. This fellow's clearly unhinged, and now it turns out his 2 companions aren't quite right in the head either. Turning their heads, they watched the group sneer openly. The expressions on their faces as they exchanged glances spoke volumes. I told you so. This time it wasn't just Awakens who lost his temper. Zhou and Leisu, who'd previously insisted on avoiding unnecessary trouble, now fixed the others with dangerously narrowed eyes. Their primary objective had been to secure the talisman, and now that the mission was complete, they saw no reason to withhold a lesson. After all, they were members of the Black Hand Gang, not some nameless foot soldiers anyone could trample upon. Hey, you round-faced fellow wearing that hat. Do you fancy tasting real pain? Awakens' gaze sharpened ominously while all 3 clenched their fists until their knuckles cracked. Fine then, let us show you exactly what a fist feels like. Stepping forward, Awakens lunged, only for a voice chillingly familiar to cut through the air. Oh, hello there. May I ask, is the talisman in your possession? Awakens shuddered violently. To them, that voice was little more than a death knell. Trembling, he slowly turned, and there he was again, the young man with the prominent nose clad in his ever-present blue wool sweater. Chenglong, what are you doing here? His voice wavered involuntarily. Well, I caught wind of this auction on television. The item inside piqued my father's interest. He wants to study it closely. Chenglong smiled warmly, disarmingly kind. Yet to Awakens and his comrades, that grin held all the warmth of a demon's smirk. What now? Why did Chenglong haunt them like a vengeful spirit? Awakens' mind reeled, so consumed by dread that he didn't even register the loudmouths who'd seized the chaos to slip away unnoticed. Or rather, if he had noticed them, he simply lacked the will to care. I spent quite some effort settling Xiaoyu safely, which is why I missed the auction altogether. Chenglong offered the explanation with feigned innocence, yet inwardly Awakens seethed. Awakens and his 2 companions felt utterly humiliated, staring at Chenglong, who now extended his hand. They couldn't help but think, wait, just who exactly is the villain here? Let's recount the facts. The diligent, hard-working trio of the Black Hand Gang acquired the talisman through legitimate auction, enduring all the while the auctioneer's unprofessional antics, though he was in truth a hypnotist. They'd even tolerated baseless mockery from fools. Yet after surmounting such hardship, the talisman hadn't rested in their hands for 10 minutes before being snatched away, still warm from their grasp. And who dared demand it? A man whose fist struck with terrifying force, yet claimed to be an archaeologist. An archaeologist confronting members of the world's most notorious international crime syndicate. Heavens above, what has become of this world? Is brazen theft now performed in broad daylight? Has justice vanished entirely? When will the Black Hand Gang finally rise? Meanwhile, across from them, Chenglong stood perfectly at ease, thinking, so this is how Panming must have felt. This is absolutely exhilarating. Recalling how he himself had labored endlessly to obtain the talisman, only for Panming to claim it effortlessly with mere words, he now reveled in the sweet reversal of fortune. If our roles were reversed, you'd learn the true meaning of cruelty. Chenglong chuckled darkly, his mirth sounding far more sinister than any antagonists. Panming Chenglong Black Hand Trio, a bizarre food chain had formed. Observing Chenglong's inexplicable gleeful grin, the 3 exchanged a single silent glance, conveying only one clear message: tactical retreat. The talisman was secured, no need to tangle further with this man. Today they'd indulge in magnanimity and spare the archaeologist. Yes, that settled it. They charged straight toward Chenglong, faces contorted in ferocity, radiating such menace that even Chenglong braced himself for a desperate last-stand clash. Yet just as they neared him, they executed a sharp 90-degree drift, slicing past him in a seamless, gravity-defying arc, leaving Chenglong momentarily stunned, frozen mid-stance. Huh, We're feeling generous today, so consider yourself spared, Chenglong. Laughing triumphantly they fled, elated, convinced that even this legendary figure now trailed helplessly behind Afen's exhaust fumes. Only once they'd piled into their car, roared the engine, and left Chenglong shrinking in the rearview mirror, did they erupt into unrestrained laughter. Chenglong. That's all. Hardly worth mentioning. Was that truly all he had? I expected something far more formidable. Now, call Valen. Tell him we've secured the item he wanted. Afen declared proudly to Lasu, while Zhou, gripping the wheel, broke into an uncontrollable grin. Ecstatic, the Black Hand trio failed to notice that Chenglong, left far behind, stood motionless, not a trace of frustration on his face, his lips curled upward in a faint, eerie smile. My performance has been flawless. Humming softly, Chenglong strolled leisurely away, taking a different path entirely. Say, does it really take this long to get back to the city? Afen suddenly asked. We've been driving for 3 hours, haven't we? Zhou hesitated. The route seems correct. We followed the same road we took coming here, right? What are you two talking about? Lasu remained utterly bewildered. Sensing something deeply amiss, Afen and Zhou furrowed their brows. Afen leaned out the window, scanning the landscape intently. Actually, this does feel wrong. I'm certain we passed this exact spot at least 20 minutes ago. His tone turned grave. Then what is this? Zhou's voice tightened with alarm, sweat glistened on his palms, gripping the steering wheel. The car fell into suffocating silence. Even Lasu, usually oblivious, sensed the creeping dread. Drawing on years of instinct, Afen voiced his grim conclusion. Are we being stalked? Or is this magic? No answer came. Only then did Afen glance back, where Lasu lay sprawled across the rear seat, fast asleep. Hey, Lasu, wake up. This is not the time for naps. Afen leaned over, shaking him vigorously, but the giant remained blissfully unconscious. Zhou. Turning again, he found Zhou equally unresponsive, still holding the wheel, yet slumped forward, head lolling lifelessly. Wait, then who's driving? Afen's blood ran cold as the horrifying realization struck him. Suddenly the car surged forward, accelerating wildly, faster and faster. Yet no matter its speed, it remained trapped within the same endless loop of road. A subtle, soothing fragrance filled the cabin, not cloying, but deeply calming. After resisting valiantly, Afen's thoughts grew sluggish, his eyelids heavy, his consciousness slipping away. It's over. I've messed up again. I only hope Valen won't be too angry. That was the last thought flickering through Afen's fading mind. Truly the trio set an industry standard, never forgetting their boss, even in oblivion. The vehicle drifted silently into a sea of mist. At Old Man's antique shop, the elderly proprietor sat hunched over an ancient manuscript, magnifying glass in hand, meticulously scouring every margin and crevice for clues to decode the inscriptions etched upon the talisman he held. Chenglong, legs crossed comfortably, savored unprecedented ease, having merely appeared without lifting a finger to claim the talisman effortlessly. Perfect. Every mission should go this smoothly, he mused contentedly. Uncle Long. A voice thick with grievance pierced the quiet from behind. Chenglong nearly choked on his tea. Catching his breath, he chided gently, Xiaoyu. I've told you before, never startle people from behind. Meeting Xiaoyu's lingering, reproachful gaze, he gave an awkward chuckle. Oh, Xiaoyu, what would you like for dinner tonight? A Big Mac sandwich, or maybe cheese pizza? Still silent, Xiaoyu simply stared, unwavering. All right. I confess I shouldn't have lied and left you with Old Man while sneaking off alone for the talisman. But these matters are dangerous. You're safest under his watch, understand? But Old Man reeks of garlic, and he won't let me watch TV. Xiaoyu pouted. He's just so dull. Xiaoyu, I've reminded you before, respect elders. Everyone grows old, you know. Chenglong spoke with solemn sincerity. So, when you grow old, will you also drone on endlessly and smell of garlic? Xiaoyu, fine, I understand. But next time please take me along. I promise, I won't cause trouble. Staying with Old Man is unbearable. If you swear to behave impeccably, I'll consider it. Scout's honor. Beep, beep, beep. Blaring horns outside jolted Afen awake. Blinking open his eyes, he found himself inexplicably back in the city, parked directly beneath the Black Hand Tower. He patted his pockets, empty. The talisman was gone. Utter disaster. Frantically, he shook Lasu and Zhou. Wake up. You two, stop sleeping. Good evening, Afen. Where are we? Lasu mumbled groggily. Beside him, Zhou rubbed his eyes sleepily. I've got one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you like first? Afen began. The good news, please. The good news is, we've escaped that cursed place. We're now parked right beneath our headquarters. Ah, that is wonderful. So what's the bad news? The bad news is, the antique lamp is missing. Oh, so what? We only needed the talisman anyway. Let the lamp vanish. It's irrelevant. Zhou shrugged. The problem is, the talisman vanished with it. Huh, that's how it went. Back in the Black Hand Tower, the trio dared not even draw a full breath. Though the mission had unfolded flawlessly, no one could fathom how such a grievous mishap had occurred at the very end. They had already braced themselves for their boss's praise, only to find themselves once again facing reprimand. After a long, heavy silence, and with Varn still motionless, Afun and his two companions stealthily raised their heads, only to see Varn reclining, as before, in his leather executive chair. Chief, this matter is truly strange. We did secure the talisman, but inexplicably it was as though we'd fallen under some dark enchantment. And enough. I have no interest in hearing such nonsense. If you're going to lie, at least fashion a plausible excuse. Varn rose abruptly from his chair. If you failed to retrieve it, then you failed. No sorcery, no hexes. Do I strike you as gullible? But we did obtain the talisman. Na Fun and his comrades were crestfallen. Why was the truth met with disbelief? Still arguing? Varn brandished his cane, fury blazing in his eyes. Wait, Varn. They are telling the truth. Shengju spoke. At this proximity, I sensed the unmistakable aura of the talisman clinging to them. They did acquire it. The trio instantly turned tearful, awestruck gazes towards Shengju's statue. And there was justice in this world after all. Thank you, Stone Guardian. At Shengju's words, Varn froze mid-motion and stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, a shadowy figure unknown to us intercepted my agents and seized the trophy they'd secured on my behalf. His voice deepened with each word. By the final syllable, his rage had surged past its breaking point. Who were they? The Black Hand, a transnational syndicate, had always been the predator, never the prey. Now someone had dared to rob them. How could such an insult be borne? No, you mean Shenlong. And the archaeologist. Humph. Varn scoffed. You truly know how to pick your topics. This debt will not go unpaid. Varn snarled. Indeed, Shengju's voice dropped to a venomous murmur. Let me learn the thief's name, and I shall ensure he endures agonies beyond death itself. The talisman had slipped through their fingers. Worse still, it was a divine talisman imbued with his sacred power. That another dared lay hands upon it was sheer suicidal arrogance. The trio remained bowed in silence. Though their innocence had now been affirmed, the fact remained the talisman had not returned. Best to speak as little as possible, for now. Once the leaders decided, the course execution would be flawless. In that was the survival wisdom of elite operatives. A proud smile flickered across their faces, just as the office door swung open from outside. Instinctively, they stole a glance upward. Pan Ming entered with unhurried grace, his black robes immaculate, not a single crease marring their sleek drape. He approached Shengju's statue and bowed deeply, head respectfully lowered. Your Majesty, and the statue's eyes shimmered faintly. Pan Ming, have you brought auspicious tidings? And naturally. With a subtle lift of his hand, a talisman floated serenely from Pan Ming's robe, a coiling dragon carved in sharp, ferocious relief. Excellent. Outstanding. Shengju intoned, deeply satisfied. The dragon's power has always belonged to me. Without hesitation, the dragon talisman settled into one of the hollow recesses upon Shengju's stone form. A surge of crimson energy rippled across the statue, once, twice, then subsided into stillness. A jet of flame erupted from the statue's mouth, streaking straight toward the three Black Hand agents. Before they could flinch, the fire loomed at their faces, too swift to evade. Eyes squeezed shut, they cried out in terror. Halt! Stone Idol! What do you think you're doing? Varn roared in shock and fury, raising his cane as if to strike Shengju down. Snap! Pan Ming appeared before Varn in the same instant, just as Varn moved. An invisible force clamped down upon him, freezing him utterly in place. Mortal, what is your intent? Pan Ming's golden eyes locked onto Varn's, unblinking and incandescent. Varn's mind went blank. No thoughts, no images. Only those colossal, radiant golden eyes burning behind his eyelids, too brilliant to behold. The flame halted inches from the trio's faces, vanished without heat, without sound, as though erased from existence. Do not fret, Varn. I merely tested my divine power. Your subordinates still serve a purpose. Shengju's tone was flat, yet laced with icy displeasure. Clearly Varn's impulsive slip, calling him a statue, had struck a deep, raw nerve. Ah, so that's how it is. Pan Ming released his hold. Varn, regaining control of his limbs, forced a nervous laugh. Awkward, strained, painfully transparent. Who else launches flaming orbs without warning? Would you feel safe? Clearly centuries of stonework have dulled his wits. Varn seethed inwardly, then caught Pan Ming's gaze by accident. Those calm golden eyes seemed to peer straight into his soul. Unsettled, he jerked his head away. Below, the trio stood trembling, tears streaming. And their boss did care. Even after repeated blunders, his affection for them remained unshaken. They'd witnessed Varn's defiant gesture, the cane raised against two demons. Foolish, yes, but oddly reminiscent of that other fool who tried stabbing a towering mecha with a kunai. The dragon talisman's return flooded Shengju with profound satisfaction, enough to nearly eclipse the irritation Varn's earlier insolence had provoked. In essence, Pan Ming had just saved Varn's life. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Though we failed to retrieve that talisman, Master Pan Ming has delivered another. Often rubbed his palms together nervously. Yes, absolutely. Zhou He and La Su chimed in eagerly. Fools. Had you succeeded, I would now wield two talismans, not just this solitary one. Shengju thundered, incensed. Did these three truly lack basic perception? To Shengju, talismans were more precious than lifeblood, yet they'd just dredged up the very failure he'd just forgiven. Varn's jaw twitched. He began questioning whether his earlier defiance had been worth it. Was this what passed for situational awareness among normal people? Chastised, the trio ducked their heads. They'd meant only to flatter and soften the sting of their earlier failure. Instead, they'd kicked a hornet's nest. Your Majesty, such mortals are unworthy of your wrath. With every talisman we claim, Cheng-Long's desperation grows, while our advantage remains absolute. Pan Ming spoke again. As for the stolen rat talisman, we will recover it. Imprecisely. You've reminded me with the dragon's eyes any talisman can be found. Shengju's eyes blazed crimson. A section of the statue's surface began to melt, then detached a square dragon head orb slid free from his stone torso. Before it struck the floor, a shadow caught it, then coalesced into a black shadow soldier gripping its handle firmly in one gloved hand. Take this, and you shall locate the talisman, Shengju commanded. Wait, perhaps reinforcements are warranted. Varn interjected. Enter. The door opened once more. A man strode in, black short jacket, vivid crimson trousers. His frame was powerfully built, his gaze hawk-sharp. Most arresting, however, was his flowing mane of fiery red hair. This is Ah Fu, my newest ally. Utterly reliable, Varn announced. And the trio bristled. How dare their boss praise another so openly right before their eyes? Oh, really? He looks merely sturdy, not particularly remarkable, often assessed glancing up and down. Even True towers over him. Ah Fu remained impassive. Convinced he was all show, the trio grew bolder. Hey big guy, maybe the circus needs you. You do look rather absurd. La Su slapped Ah Fu's shoulder with a grin. Before he registered the motion, a crushing force hurled him backward, slamming him hard into the wall. He crumpled, shrieking in pain. La Su, Ah Fun and Zhou, he roared, fury igniting. Time you learn some respect. With guttural cries they drew collapsible batons and charged. Ah Fun pivoted sharply, balanced on one leg, arms drawn tight to his sides, then launched himself skyward in an acrobatic off-kilter leap. Tiger splits two sheep. Black tiger rips the heart. In Mount Tai crushes the peak. In snake step evasion. In mantis fist. In crow takes flight. Clangs and thuds echoed sharply. Within moments, Ah Fun and Zhou, he lay dazed beside La Su, stars spinning before their eyes. Are you alright? La Su groaned. In feels like a freight train hit me, Hedon. Ah Fun wheezed, clutching his ribs. He fights harder than Cheng Long. Zhou, he muttered, fumbling for his spectacles. Na Fu, striking a dramatic statuesque pose, declared, Black tiger Ah Fu flattens 3 old rams. Enough. Varn flexed his palm, examining it idly. You may choose follow Ah Fu, or accompany True. Before he finished, the trio shouted in unison, True. True. We'll go with True. And the shadow soldier placed the dragon head compass into Ah Fun's trembling hands. What about him? Ah Fun gestured toward the imposing Ah Fu. He will accompany me, Pan Ming replied, golden eyes flaring with quiet intensity. Oh no, Jackie. Dad knows. Master Fong shouted loudly from inside the antique shop. Hearing the cry, Jackie Chan dashed down the stairs from the attic. What is it? What does Dad know? Dad has deciphered the inscription on the rat talisman. Master Fong held up an ancient book before Jackie's eyes. A passage had been specially marked and annotated to bestow motion upon the still. What does that mean, Dad? Jackie asked. I don't know. You don't know? Wait, what do you mean you don't know? Didn't you just say you deciphered the inscription? I said I deciphered what the inscription is, not what it means. Master Fong had already turned toward the kitchen to brew himself a cup of green tea. Oh, Dad. Jackie sighed inwardly, utterly drained. Master Fong had no intention of engaging further. For an elder, several days' worth of work was already more than enough. He deserved a moment of peace. And if a few customers happened to drop by with business, so much the better. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had stealthily slipped into the inner workshop, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the rat talisman, the very artifact Master Fong had studied for hours. Unable to resist temptation any longer, she extended her mischievous little hand. Just a little farther, almost there. As her fingers inched closer, her heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap into her throat. Thump thump, thump thump. Xiao Yu could hear her own heartbeat echoing in her ears, until just as her fingertips neared the talisman, a voice cut through the silence. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Oh blast. So close, just 1 inch away. Startled by Jackie's voice, Xiao Yu groaned inwardly. Why hadn't she moved faster? What a terrible shame. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see what magic this talisman truly holds, she replied, flustered. Haven't I told you countless times? Talismans are extremely dangerous objects. We must never touch them recklessly, right? Xiao Yu interrupted before Jackie could finish. Then why is it fine for Dad to handle it freely and study it for hours without incident? That's terribly unfair, she grumbled. Fine then. I'll lock the talisman in section 13 immediately. Leaving it here only invites trouble from you. Jackie grabbed the talisman and strode out. Section 13. What's so special about it? Bald-headed Chief Black can't possibly guard these things properly. Watching Jackie walk away while speaking on the phone, Xiao Yu bristled with resentment. How dull. When will Uncle Dragon finally realize I'm no longer a child? I refuse to stay cooped up in that shop. It's home only to a long-winded old man who adores garlic. With that thought, Xiao Yu quietly slipped out of the antique shop. Bursting through the door, she drew a deep breath, the long-missed scent of freedom. Feeling the wind brush past her ears, she sighed in pure delight. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan, now inside Section 13, received unsettling news from Chief Black. Jackie, our sensors detected that this morning at 1025 a.m., members of the Dark Hand Gang simultaneously booked 2 batches of airline tickets. They're clearly mobilizing. What? 2 separate bookings. Where are they headed? Data shows 4 tickets bound for Micronesia, and 2 others destined for Bavaria. Chief Black glanced down at the intel streaming onto his handheld terminal. So 6 tickets total. Afan Reizu Chao Toru, and Pang Ming, only 5 people. Who's the 6th? A new ally recruited by Shendu. Jackie paused in quiet contemplation. I'll head to Bavaria first, then the other location. Don't worry, Jackie. Go ahead to Bavaria. You have my full confidence. The rest is in the capable hands of Section 13's elite officers. Chief Black declared, brimming with assurance. In that case, I entrust it to you, old friend. Jackie hesitated a moment. No better option came to mind. Master Fong was far too elderly for such peril. As for Xiaoyu, thank heavens she'd simply stay out of harm's way. Once decided, Chief Black immediately deployed his officers. Jackie, your flight is booked. We've secured your seat for departure in 30 minutes. No problem. I'll be ready to go in no time. 30 minutes later, Jackie stood at the airport. Let's hope everything goes smoothly this time, he murmured wistfully while waiting in the departure lounge. Yes, may our journey be smooth indeed. Indeed, may all go well. Xiaoyu? Jackie recoiled in shock. He turned, and beside him a fellow passenger lowered the oversized newspaper concealing his entire figure. There beneath its folds emerged Xiaoyu's grinning face. Uncle Dragon, you promised me we'd go together. Are you really planning to sneak off to Bavaria alone? Xiaoyu argued with impeccable logic. Oh, you truly are. Fine. Since it's done, you must swear to obey my every instruction once we arrive. No impulsive moves, understood? This isn't a game, Jackie warned sternly. Yes, I promise to obey. Xiaoyu bounced up radiant with joy. After 2 hours aloft, the plane touched down at a Bavarian airport. Yahoo! We're here at last. I can't wait to spar with the Dark Hand gang. Barely off the plane, Xiaoyu sprang into action, her flashy acrobatic flourishes executed with flair. Xiaoyu, we agreed. You'll follow my lead absolutely. Do you understand? Jackie repeated firmly. Seeing she wasn't listening, he could only sigh helplessly. Sigh? I wonder whether this decision was wise. Leaving the airport, uncle and niece consulted locals for directions to the address Chief Black had given them. Once confirmed, Jackie hailed a taxi and set course for a remote farmstead. After over half an hour of bumpy travel, they arrived. Before them stretched an expanse of open farmland. Beyond it, even a sizable pasture. Guided by their map, they scanned landmarks along the way until they halted before a weathered windmill. We've arrived. This must be it. I'll go inside and scout. Stay put outside, understood? Jackie folded his map away. Understood. Xiaoyu patted her chest solemnly. Only then did Jackie relax, stepping cautiously into the windmill. Impossible. Xiaoyu smirked mischievously. Inside, Jackie moved with deliberate slowness, scanning every corner, until his gaze fell upon a wall. His expression shifted instantly. He hurried forward to inspect it closely. There where a smooth surface should have been a jagged hole gaped, exposing crumbling brick and mortar beneath. What is this? Jackie realized at once. We're too late. They've already taken it. The Dark Hand gang must have seized it. He leaned in for a closer look. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind surged behind him. He twisted aside. Just in time, a massive fist slammed into the wall, widening the breach with a shower of crumbling plaster. Whirling around, he faced a broad-shouldered man with blazing crimson hair. Who are you? Jackie demanded. The man cracked his neck, joints popping like firecrackers. I am Black Tiger Afu. Prepare to die, Jackie Chan. With that, he lunged forward. Hungry tiger pounces on the old goat. Feeling the ferocious rush of air, Jackie leapt backward, barely evading the first assault. Elephant leg. A whip-like kick followed, catching Jackie mid-recoil before he could regain balance. He dropped low and rolled across the floor, dodging again, narrowly escaping devastation. The kick struck the floor instead, blasting a bottomless crater. Staring into its inky depths, Jackie swallowed hard. Wait, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Wahoo. As Jackie dodged punch after punishing punch, he tried reasoning, but the man who called himself Afu refused to listen. Each attack missed, yet Afu fought on, relentless, tireless, launching another furious blow before the last had even landed. Ugh, lousy, lousy, lousy. Where did this lunatic come from? Jackie fumed inwardly. Can't you just listen for once? Finally, seizing an opening, he spun and delivered a sharp kick straight to Afu's chest. Thud, thud, thud. Even a bull-like frame staggered backward several steps under the impact. Regaining his footing, Afu brushed dust from his chest. Not bad, but alas, you cannot pierce my defense. He charged again, only for Jackie to shout, wait. Could there be some misunderstanding? This is our first meeting. Afu ignored him entirely, merely stating, defeat me, and you'll learn where the dog is hiding. Dog? What dog? You mean, the talisman. You're with the Dark Hand gang. Jackie's eyes sharpened instantly. Without another word, he steadied his breath and assumed a poised martial stance. Two dragons playing with the pearl. At the sight of Jackie's posture, Afu roared with exhilaration, then exploded forward faster than before. Fingers curled into claws, he slashed toward Jackie's eyes. Jackie snapped up a palm, blocking the lethal strike just in time. Yet a storm of relentless attacks followed, unceasing and overwhelming. Lotus Drift. Scorpion Palm. Next, the Flamenco Step. Do you always announce your moves like this? Jackie couldn't help but complain. He'd never seen anyone declare each technique aloud mid-fight, as though filming a cinematic epic. Does the audience need subtitles to know what's happening? This guy's clearly lost a few marbles. Sheng Long felt utterly drained. He had come to a conclusion. That red-haired fellow across from him must have suffered some childhood trauma. Who in their right mind keeps repeating the names of techniques as if whispering a prayer? Do you think you are the protagonist of a shonen manga? Sheng Long could only respond inwardly, thank you, that was painfully awkward. That said, though the red-haired oddball was clearly a few screws loose, there was no denying he possessed genuine skill, formidable talent. He was far beyond the comic trio's level, though why such an expert would join them remained a mystery. It seemed the days of idly eating, sleeping, and tormenting the trio were gone for good. Chung Long felt 1,000 emotions welling up. Afen Leisu Zhou, can you not? You would never guess that Chung Long, with his broad brows and open face, could be so cynical at heart. Putting jokes aside, having trained with his father since childhood, Chung Long could clearly sense that the red-haired man's martial repertoire was wildly eclectic. Traces of almost every school could be seen in him, though he mastered none completely. He seemed a fanatical devotee of martial arts, perhaps even obsessed to the point of madness. Such a person would be extremely tenacious. Chung Long howled inwardly. If only I had chosen to go to Micronesia. Belake, that little bald one must be covering his mouth and laughing right now. How unlucky, how terribly unlucky. Afen, I miss you all. The Heisho Bang Trio, you. Prepare to receive my final blow. Chung Long. Afyu jumped back a great distance, clearly weary of prolonged tussles with Chung Long and determined to end it in a single decisive move. As he planted his feet, Afu's gaze sharpened, and his presence altered dramatically like the hush before a storm. Chung Long swallowed nervously. His energy bar is fully thought. At last he is about to unleash his trump card. Come then, if I step back, I am not a proper supernova. Tornado, destroy the parking lot. With Afu's trademark cry, he began to spin and place fists clenched and thrown wide, legs swapping footwork in a blur as his rotation accelerated. His motion blurred to the naked eye, leaving only afterimages. A violent gust radiated from Afu's position, making it impossible for Chung Long to keep his eyes open. Hey, wait, isn't this a little exaggerated? How can human effort conjure a tornado? This is not scientific. Chung Long felt his worldview, values, faith in science, and even the unspoken rules of male camaraderie being shredded by the wind. Hold on, is something strange sneaking into this? Damn it. I take back what I said about being a supernova. I'll let whoever wants that title have it. Captain, I'm getting off. Chung Long felt his features contort under the gale, as if his very soul had gone traveling. His tears vanished in the wind. Chung Long's private theatrics continued apace. Afu, feeling slighted, finished charging his earth-shattering strike at last. Tornado, destroy the parking lot. Afu leapt high, harnessing the energy of his spin to vault 5 or 6 meters into the air, twisting 7.5 times. Perfect. Reaching the apex, he aimed a kick straight at Chung Long's face. Hey, didn't you just say that line? Chung Long could not help but tease despite the urgency. Afu's descent brought an overwhelming oppression that seared itself into Chung Long's mind. A lost ancient leg technique. Wait, the scene is derailed. Damn it. Chung Long realized with horror and struggled desperately to escape the area that had been locked onto him. Alas, their prior entanglement had already drained too much of his strength. Every step was now laborious. The locked zone was vast. Evasion seemed impossible. Trapped on the ground, Chung Long watched Afu's silhouette in the sky draw nearer and nearer. The end felt inevitable, like an ant about to be crushed by an elephant. Forgive me, Father Xiaoyu, he whispered. Chung Long felt flashbacks like a lantern show. His memories unfurled as vivid images across his mind. Father Xiaoyu Bulake. At the very end, an image surfaced that Chung Long had never expected. A boy forever clad in black, his expression unchanging, a sculpted face, pale golden tousled hair, ever-burning golden eyes. A vast oppressive mist cloaked him. Pan Ming, I regret that I have not yet had the chance to discern your purpose. Chung Long thought bleakly. Must I die here? How unfair. I have not even fallen in love yet. Mr. Chung Long, if you die now, our bargain cannot be fulfilled. Indeed, our bargain. HM. Originally resigned to die, Chung Long snapped his eyes open. The scene before him hit him with tremendous force. Afu's impending strike had already carved a swath of bare ground from the grass. Chung Long stood at the center of that barren circle. Yet a frail-looking forearm suddenly intervened between them. Afu seemed frozen midair, unable to break free from that arm's grip, his face twisted in a pained, constipated expression. A mighty blow from a muscular man collided with a slender boy's arm, and could not advance even a half step. What is this, a movie shoot? With a light flick of the hand, Afu's hulking body flew like a weightless sack tumbling onto the nearby grass. He lay in the pit he had made, sitting on his backside in a ludicrous pose, and remained motionless for a long while. Chung Long had no words. He never imagined Pan Ming would one day save his life. The feeling was complicated. What nothing to say to the one who saved your life? Pan Ming teased, unusually playful. Thank you for saving me. Chung Long could not tell Pan Ming's motives, but the fact remained that his life had been spared, and he felt no shame in expressing gratitude. Pan Ming nodded with no particular expression and made no further move. Silence settled around them again, broken only by the rustle of grass in the breeze. Finally, unable to bear the odd atmosphere, Chung Long spoke plainly. So what are you here for? The moment the question left his lips, a stab of regret followed. What else could he ask? Besides searching for talismans, would this person take interest in anything else? Asking seemed to make him look foolish. As if on cue, Pan Ming's expression shifted oddly. He looked Chung Long over intently and asked, was your head ever struck hard as a child? Chung Long's face darkened. It was almost an outright way of saying, are you a little slow in the head? Go see a doctor if you're fine. That annoying brat again, calling his brain underdeveloped. This was the second time. Chung Long made a mental note. Pan Ming snapped his fingers, and from not far off a person seemed to be yanked through the air by an unseen force until they arrived before the two of them. Long squinted. Good heavens, it was Xiaoyu. She was curled up into a trembling ball, afraid to move. Only when she saw Long did she speak. Hi, Uncle Long. Are you all right? Suddenly the force that had enveloped her vanished, and she flailed in midair before gravity took over. She landed with a thud and let out a small cry. Xiaoyu stood and rubbed her sore backside with a grimace, then marched up to Pan Ming and angrily pointed a finger and demanded, "What are you doing? Don't you know that hurts?" Pan Ming stepped forward a few paces and looked down at Xiaoyu. By the way, Pan Ming was slightly taller than Xiaoyu, which made her the only one so far who did not need to tilt her head up during conversations with him. Pan Ming relished the sensation, since losing his power and being unable to return to a normal stature, his fixation on height had only grown to a frightful degree. Yet reflected in his golden eyes, the girl's silhouette betrayed no fear. On the contrary, she was unexpectedly fierce. Childish, I do not quarrel with children, Pan Ming said calmly as he turned away. What did you say? Xiaoyu immediately tried to spring forward to teach this insolent brat a lesson. As she leapt, Long hurriedly caught the thrashing Xiaoyu in his arms and hoisted her into the air, ignoring her frantic struggles. Long could not be certain when this little demon might suddenly lash out. If she struck, no one present could stop her. Long, there is more here than a single dog, Pan Ming said, without turning to face him, ignoring Xiaoyu's commotion. I will give you one more free piece of information. What information? Long asked. A dog can grant humankind its greatest wish. With that, Pan Ming vanished. The greatest wish of humankind. Long murmured. What do you mean? Is he referring to the power contained in the dog talisman? But the talisman is not with me now. Ouch. Xiaoyu in his arms clutched her head as a bright, gleaming stone slid from above into his embrace. Upon closer inspection, it was the dog talisman the Heishou Bang had taken earlier. That bastard dared to smash a talisman on me. Xiaoyu rubbed her reddened forehead. How petty, quibbling with a girl. Curse you to eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet. Long muttered. Well, regardless of how it happened, at least we have the talisman now. We can sort out the rest later. Xiaoyu, let's go. Long helped the still sullen Xiaoyu to her feet, and the two left the farm together. Night in Bavaria was bitterly cold, the wind making people shiver. After, are you all out of your minds? Where are the teammates? Someone help. I am truly done with you schemers. Back in their hotel room, Xiaoyu asked. Uncle Long, what did that villain mean when he said there's more than just one dog here? Perhaps he meant there's more than one talisman here. Long replied uncertainly. And what did he mean by the dog can grant humanity's greatest wish? Xiaoyu rolled onto her side on the bed and asked. Well, I have no idea. Long sighed, scratching his head in frustration. How infuriating. Riddlespeak has no place in this world. I despise people who speak in half-truths. What harm is there in uttering a few extra words? Uncle Long, why does that man always help us? After all, he's repeatedly snatched talismans from our hands and gave you quite the beating. Ahem, ahem. Long hastily coughed to cut her off. Was that really a beating? I simply grew careless. I failed to dodge. His voice trailed off as Xiaoyu gazed at him skeptically. He could no longer bear to boast. That man is truly strange. I sensed deep contradiction within him. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. He claimed outright he wished to resurrect the so-called sovereign and reclaim dominion over this world. Yet his deeds betray those very words. He only ever seized talismans from us without harming us. Last time, he even placed the rabbit talisman directly into your hands. And today he rescued you from that crimson-haired fiend, handed us the dog talisman, and revealed vital information. The more she pondered, the more baffling he became. What truly was his purpose? Every act he performed defied comprehension. Xiaoyu was not alone in her bewilderment. Long too found himself utterly perplexed. That man could not be neatly categorized as either good or evil. Aside from occasionally mocking Long's lack of wit, his conduct had been in truth rather upright. Long shook his head. To reconcile the words demon and upright felt absurd, yet no other plausible explanation presented itself. Xiaoyu shifted onto her back, hands folded beneath her head, gazing at the moonlight spilling through the window. Could it be he's actually a good person? She had never confided this to Uncle Long or Old Dad for reasons unknown, though she knew full well he was a demon nearly as ancient as the sovereign. She sensed no danger from him, only an inexplicable impression of decency. Enough. Since we cannot fathom his motives, let us rest early. Tomorrow holds much to do. Good night, Uncle Long. Good night, Xiaoyu. In Bavaria, an abandoned farm lay silent under the stars. Inside, a derelict barn, Afyu, who had stood defiant and fierce during his earlier clash with Long, now appeared dispirited and hollow-eyed, staring blankly ahead. Still reluctant to part with them, Pan Ming teased, reclining lazily atop a ceiling beam. At the sound of his voice, Afyu snapped out of his daze. No, Your Excellency. It's just that the sensation I felt then was utterly transcendent. I've never known such overwhelming power. Though Pan Ming appeared but a child, Afyu dared show no disrespect. He knew with chilling certainty the terrifying nature of this being before him. Recall the moment when Long divided them into two teams to seek the talismans. Afyu felt no resentment toward Afin, Lasu, and Zhou. Their reluctance to accompany him, born of fear of his martial prowess, struck him only as contemptible. He revered strength, not merely physical might, but inner fortitude as well. These three possessed neither. Just as he assumed he would proceed alone, a calm voice murmured beside him, "Then follow me." Lifting his gaze, he saw the boy who had stood motionless before the statue. Their eyes met. And in that instant the world around Afyu faded into monochrome, leaving only blinding incandescent gold. Those eyes he knew he would never forget. Though the aura vanished in a breath, his years of martial discipline had honed his senses far beyond those of ordinary men. He grasped with visceral clarity the cataclysmic power coiled within that slender frame. Enveloped by that presence, his vaunted physique froze, rigid, mute, incapable even of drawing breath. You raise no objection. Then gather your things and prepare to depart. The soft chuckle reached his ears, and only then did Afyu regain control of his body. When he came to his senses, he discovered his entire frame soaked in cold sweat. His battle with Chunlong had indeed ended in swift defeat, but Afyu understood that man, though marginally stronger, was no easy conquest. So he unleashed his final recourse, the hidden reserve of power Pan Ming had infused into him before departure. With that surge, he finally unleashed the apocalyptic technique, Tornado Destroys Parking Lot. Clutching his fists until nails bit deep into his palms, Afyu felt no pain, only revelation. In that moment he knew this was his obsession, power. Unfathomable absolute power. Lifting his gaze to Pan Ming, Afyu's eyes burned with feverish intensity, as if an inferno raged within his chest. To a martial zealot, nothing else mattered: fame, wealth, authority, women. All were dust. Only power consumed him. Only power called to him. And this man before him was the key to attaining it. With a heavy thud, Afyu dropped to his knees in deep obeisance. Your Excellency, grant me power. His plea was fervent, unreserved. Why, oi? Pan Ming asked, still reclining. Because I yearn to grow strong, to surpass all others. Afyu trembled violently, not from fear, but from ecstasy. He knew well this question signaled opportunity. Before him a new world yawned open, and its threshold key rested in Pan Ming's hands. What then will you offer in return? You know well, every gain demands sacrifice. Afyu clenched his jaw. I pledge everything I am. Gain and loss. This immutable law endures across eternity. A faint amused chuckle escaped Pan Ming, tightening Afyu's chest with dread. Had he nothing worthy enough to offer? Would this chance slip away forever? Suddenly a pair of feet materialized before him. Pan Ming had leapt down from the beam, now standing tall before him. From this moment forth, prove your loyalty, thoroughly. Pan Ming agreed. Strangely, he felt no aversion toward Afyu. Perhaps this was mere caprice, or something else entirely. Regardless, the decision was made. Thank you, Your Excellency. Afyu erupted in elation. Pan Ming merely nodded impassive. We shall remain here a few more days. We have other matters to attend to. Yes, sir. He asked no further questions, knowing full well his role was obedience, not inquiry. A master's decree required no justification. Afyu was no fool. If he had been, he could never have attained such martial mastery. In certain ways, he possessed the pure heart of a child. Pan Ming stepped outside, lifting his eyes to the stardust night sky. The air was clear, the moon luminous, the heavens ablaze with countless stars. Recruiting Afyu had always been part of his design. To advance certain objectives, he required loyal human agents. So why not seize the chance to enlist the Black Hand Trio while it lingered? First, their unwavering fealty to Wan Long made subjugation difficult, unless sorcery intervened. Yet such means violated Pan Ming's own principles. Second, these three were hardly worth fighting. Their intellect seemed negligible, their potential uninspiring. Let Wan Long endure their folly. Pan Ming mused, mischief glinting in his eyes. Now with Afyu, a capable, obedient, and discerning subordinate, at his side, Pan Ming felt satisfied. Given the sovereign's presence, he could not openly amass followers. A discreet operative was precisely what he needed. Henceforth, certain tasks need no longer demand his personal attention. Having a trusted aide was sheer comfort. A shooting star streaked across the heavens, its radiant tail lingering long in the velvet dark. Thump, 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 thump. An uncanny rhythm echoed, yet Pan Ming remained unmoved. Behind him a pulse of white light flared, approaching him in utter silence. 1 step, 2 steps. Halting barely half a meter away, the light paused, wavering, almost disappointed, before drifting gently before him. Oh, not tempted to snatch something else from me? Pan Ming asked, lips curved in a sardonic smile. The light eagerly nuzzled his arm, its denial unmistakable. Speak. The light swayed rhythmically, limbs articulating a language rich in nuance, yet wholly indecipherable to any mortal eye. After a long hushed interval, Pan Ming's voice broke the stillness. Is that so? You're already growing impatient. He paused again, then added, you've done well. Rest assured, I keep my promises. So long as you obey without question. At these words the light shimmered with unrestrained delight, like a child rewarded. Now let us consider our next move. Your Majesty. Early the next morning, Jackie Chan and Jade had already packed their belongings, preparing to board the 100 flight back to San Francisco. Jade, are all your things packed? It's time to head out, Jackie asked. All set, Uncle Jackie. Let's go? I can't wait. Jade stood nearby, fully ready. Ring, 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 ring. A telephone rang sharply from Jackie's pocket. He pulled it out and answered, hello, this is Jackie Chan. Oh no. A thunderous voice boomed through the line. Jackie, you little rascal, don't you know your old dad arrived first thing this morning? What? But Dad, didn't you say you'd stay behind to watch the shop? How did you end up in Bavaria? Jackie was utterly bewildered. He had assumed his father, elderly, stubborn, deeply attached to his little shop, would never leave it, and thus hadn't invited him along. Last night old Dad received a divine revelation: you two would face grave trouble. and he, your indispensable helper, must come at once. So I packed and hurried over. Dad. Jackie's voice softened with deep emotion. He knew his father well, the classic case of a sharp tongue concealing a tender heart. Though always scolding, he cherished his nephew above all. There's one more thing, his father said on the other end, then paused, drawing a long, heavy breath. Jackie instinctively pressed the phone closer to his ear. This wretched airport is far too small. Why haven't you come to fetch me yet? Do you intend to drive me to my grave? The voice reverberated with operatic force, hammering against Jackie's eardrums. The entire hotel room trembled with its resonance. Jackie's head buzzed dizzily. Beside him, Jade clapped both hands tightly over her ears, her face twisted in pained dismay. Jackie blurted out at lightning speed, "Dad, we're coming right now. Please wait there and rest." Then he hung up so swiftly that Jade stared in stunned awe. Is this the reflex speed of an unattached adult man? Terrifying indeed. His voice doesn't sound a day over 50. It's even more vibrant than most youths. Jade complained. Jackie offered no rebuttal, only a helpless shrug. What a troublesome fellow, never giving his old dad a moment's peace. At his age, he still has to haul himself across continents for our sake. What a hard life, sighed the white-haired old man inside the airport. Soon Jackie and Jade arrived at the airport. No delay dared lest they endure another torrent of garlic-scented scolding. Too slow. Jackie, do you have any idea how long I've waited? Even so, his father scolded without mercy. Huff, huff. Sorry, Dad. I came as fast as humanly possible. Jackie bent, double hands braced on his knees, gasping for air. TSK, yous need more exercise. Look at you, Uncle Jackie. You're far too weak. Jade shook her head sorrowfully, her expression one of profound disappointment. Jackie thought wordlessly, why don't you climb down from my back first? How dare someone who floated through the whole journey lecture a diligent, law-abiding citizen? Does your conscience feel no pang? Together the three slowly exited the airport. What followed was no ordinary tale. It demanded membership donations and generous support. Back at their lodgings, they placed their backpacks on the table inside the room. Jackie retrieved the dog talisman from his bag and handed it to his father, then recounted in full detail everything Pan Ming had told them. You mean this talisman holds the power to grant humanity's greatest wish? His father examined the talisman's intricate engravings before confirming. Well, Pan Ming certainly claimed as much. Jackie scratched the back of his head, uncertain. They'd possessed the talisman for scarcely any time, far too little to study its latent power thoroughly. In truth, all they knew stemmed solely from Pan Ming's two revelations. Humanity's greatest wish. His father murmured, then declared firmly, enough. I understand. Now both of you out. Old Dad needs to study this properly. He began ushering them out without hesitation. When serious, he tolerated no interruptions, a trait perhaps universal among elders. Peering through the crack in the door, they saw him pull book after ancient book from his travel bag. Soon the table overflowed with dusty tomes, strange instruments, and unidentifiable materials. Whoa, does Uncle Dad carry a four-dimensional pocket? Jade gestured wildly. That bag looked tiny. How on earth did he do it? Jackie admitted his own bafflement. Let's not disturb him, Jade. As he reached for the door handle, it swung open, and a white object flew toward them. His father's voice echoed. This is from Chief Black. He asked me to pass it to you. Jackie caught it, a neatly folded square map. Unfolding it revealed a detailed map of Bavaria, with one location clearly marked. That bald chief said another talisman might still lie hidden in Bavaria. This is its latest confirmed location. Jackie's heart leapt with joy. Recalling Pan Ming's words, he now knew beyond doubt Bavaria held more than one talisman, and Pan Ming had spoken truth. So, Uncle Jackie, what now? Jade asked eagerly. We find that talisman, of course. No reason to let the Black Hand get their hands on it, is there? He gently ruffled her hair. Yes, that's awesome. They drove to the marked location, a clock tower. Uncle Jackie, could there really be a talisman here? Jade asked after stepping out of the car. Likely yes. I asked around town. The tower was donated by the founder of a local chocolate factory. His descendants still run it, and their logo is... Jackie paused, playfully tossing something to Jade. She caught it. Chocolate imprinted with a plump, grinning pig. So this is the pig talisman. If nothing goes awry, this cheerful little swine will become Old Dad's second gift, though he'll likely grumble about extra work. Jackie replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I can't wait. And with that, Jade dashed into the clock tower. Oh, Jade, wait. Don't run so fast. Jackie called after her. When he entered, he finally spotted her, standing ahead motionless. Jade, wandering off alone is dangerous. You remember your promise to me, don't you? He chided. He surveyed the interior, a labyrinth of interlocking gears, large and small, exquisitely crafted, so precise that the tower ran flawlessly without human oversight. Remarkable. Uncle Jackie, look. Jade pointed shakily upward. Look at what? Jackie tilted his head, puzzled, then saw it instantly atop the tower, a plush pig in a charming green suit and round top hat poised to emerge at the hour driven by the gearwork. Jackie squinted. The center of the top hat gleamed with the very talisman they sought, the pig talisman. Alas, standing beside, it was the red-haired giant. Why are you always here? I surrender. Jackie screamed silently. A fur didn't hesitate. He snatched the talisman, tucked it into his pocket, and leapt down. The impact sent a storm of dust billowing across the floor, blinding Jackie and Jade. As the haze cleared, they coughed uncontrollably. Vision restored, they scanned the space. only to see the massive figure standing unscathed where he'd landed. Is he even human? Or is he some demon wearing human skin? Jade whispered incredulous. Hey, wait. That's absurdly exaggerated, surely 20 meters high, and he jumped with no protection whatsoever. Unscathed. Granted, human physiology varies. Even some enraged individuals can subdue a starving tiger with a single slide, but this defies all reason. Hey, Newton would weep. Long time no see, Jackie. If you want this talisman, defeat me first. Afur assumed a fighting stance. Wait, long time no see. We met yesterday. This guy is utterly unhinged. Jackie's mind flashed back to their first encounter, the sheer shock Afur had delivered. True Panming's power had enabled Afur's astonishing feat, but crucially, Jackie didn't know that. To Jackie, Afur was now a living monster, not only unstoppable, but genuinely dim-witted. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Jackie cursed inwardly, yet surrender was unthinkable. There remained only one path forward. Jade, leave now. Jackie extended one arm, shielding her almost entirely behind him. Jade hesitated, but seeing the gravity in Jackie's eyes recalling Afur's terrifying strength, she understood staying would only hinder him. She spun and fled outward. Go, Uncle Jackie, flatten him. Then, let's begin. With that, Jackie exploded forward, launching a deliberate fierce assault upon Afur. Jackie Chan strikes first. Speaking of which, although Jackie feels he cannot defeat Afu, a misconception formed after witnessing Afu's ultimate form amplified by the power of Panming yesterday, he is nonetheless a genuine martial artist. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Even if Jackie is a kind-hearted gentleman, he still harbors a slight desire to compete and win. Moreover, Jackie is in his prime at the peak of his competitive state. It is rare to encounter an opponent who can defeat him heated, and with this rare opportunity before him, how could he let it slip away? Thus Jackie charged in. He bravely launched his attack. He aimed to challenge a man who had no cooldowns on his skills with his simple, unadorned basic attacks. This is a fated duel, a battle that stakes a man's dignity. Jackie chose to engage in close combat, landing punch after punch, unleashing his full output momentarily, leaving Afu struggling to cope. Faced with Jackie's fierce and uncharacteristic fighting style, Afu was clearly caught off guard. After trying to evade a few strikes, he was finally hit on the head by a powerful kick. Thud, thud, thud. This heavy blow forced Afu to stagger back several steps, his head buzzing. But who is he? He is Afu, a man with skills, but no basic attacks. His obsession with martial arts far surpasses that of Jackie. Shaking his head to dispel the last remnants of dizziness, he declared, "Not bad, Jackie. It seems you're not as weak as I imagined." With that, Afu twisted his neck and a series of ominous cracking sounds echoed from his entire body. Afu charged forward in a single leap. Merely taking hits is not his style. He countered with offense trading punches. This is the romance of manhood. Take my giant axe to chop the tree. Afu swung his sturdy arm, striking towards Jackie with his palm, as if it were a blade. Hey, do you know how loud you are? Jackie did not retreat or avoid. He launched a flying kick that collided directly. Bang! A dull thud resonated from the contact between their legs, echoing throughout the entire clock tower. After a prolonged stalemate, the two finally separated, retreating to hide behind a gear. Suddenly, Jackie's calm expression shifted dramatically as he muttered, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn it, is that guy's arm made of stone?" He crouched down, hurriedly rubbing his already swollen right leg. "What? You wonder why I seemed fine during the exchange earlier? Are you kidding me? Would I tell you I was forcing myself? It's impossible. A man's life is about face. You want me to shout it out loud? Jackie Chan would never allow that." "What? You say there's no one else?" "Sorry, but that won't do." After a while, without sensing any movement outside, Jackie cautiously peeked out, but alas, he still couldn't see Afu. The only sound in the clock tower was the turning of the gears. No other noise could be heard. "Strange," Jackie muttered, suddenly feeling a sharp gust of wind approaching from behind. Without a second thought, he quickly rolled to avoid this dangerous strike. Turning his head, Jackie was shocked to see Afu had somehow appeared behind him without him having a clue. Who would have thought? With those long eyebrows and small eyes, you're actually playing tactics. You tactical players have dirty hearts. Not disheartened by a missed strike, Afu grew even fiercer. Mountain-splitting palm. Lion bows to heaven. Antelope leaps over. A series of grandiose moves rushed towards Jackie, who managed to counter each one, even finding moments to strike back. However, the more he fought, the more absurd it became. In truth, the moves seemed to repeat, yet there were just too many names. "Come on, don't you have any creative block?" After pushing Afu back, once more Jackie noticed something. Afu, like him, seemed to be nearing exhaustion from the fight. His moves became increasingly chaotic, revealing more and more openings. Reality isn't like a movie. There's no such thing as a fight lasting hours. That would be illogical. In a match between masters like them, the outcome is usually determined quickly unless their strengths are extraordinarily close. However, from the strength Afu demonstrated that day, he should be far superior to Jackie. If he wanted to resolve the fight quickly, why not use his true strength? At the very least, why not use the same moves as last time? "Hey, why don't you use that crow sits on a plane or something again?" Jackie couldn't help but ask. Afu felt bitter inside. "If I could use it, would I not? Do you think I'm foolish? But the key is it's a one-time use. I can't use it again." Without answering, he continued to rotate through the same few moves, repeating the names incessantly. "Hey, I say, you wouldn't be incapable, would you?" Jackie's expression grew strange. Upon hearing this, Ah Fu exploded in anger. What kind of talk is that? You can say I'm weak or foolish, but you cannot say a man is incapable. Since you want to seek death so much, I shall grant it to you. Ah Fu gritted his teeth. He vowed to make Jackie regret what he said earlier. Lord Panming, please listen to my most sincere prayer and grant me strength. Ah Fu repeatedly chanted this in his heart, as if it gave him confidence. Squeezing out the last bits of strength in his body, he leaped high once more. This jump, while not as high as the last, still reached 3 to 4 meters. Jackie, prepare to receive. Crow, sit, fly, plane. Ah Fu shouted, each word veins bulging on his neck, consolidating the last of Ah Fu's faith and power. The final strike from the black tiger, Ah Fu, shine forth. Sir Hai, Ah Fu. In a daze it seemed, Ah Fu saw Lord Panming smiling at him with satisfaction and expectation. My lord. However, imagining is beautiful, but reality is cruel. As one of the protagonists, Jackie had his own burden. This morning when Dad came, he not only brought research materials, but also a small bottle of enhancement potion. The glass bottle was only the size of a thumb with a pale yellow liquid that had a slight scent reminiscent of aged vinegar. Dad solemnly handed it to Jackie. Along, if you encounter trouble, drink this. What is this, Dad? Jackie asked curiously, looking at the unremarkable little bottle. This is an ancient spell I discovered while recently researching. It can help one harness all their potential at a critical moment. Is it really that powerful? Jackie was startled. As a martial artist, he naturally understood what this meant. Martial arts help people better harness the power within them. The mysteries of the human body are endless. Many people struggle throughout their lives to unleash their full potential, which is the lifelong pursuit of all martial artists. Human power has its limits, so I am not a human. Wait, sorry, I'm mixing genres again. Jackie took the small bottle from his pocket and drank the liquid in one go. Come on, face me, Heaton. Feeling the power surging within him, Jackie was invigorated. With a wild shout, he jumped up and kicked out, channeling all his strength towards Ah Fu. In midair, Ah Fu witnessed everything unfold, but couldn't stop it. Referee, someone is cheating here. He drank the potion. Jackie's strike infused with all his strength met with the cornered Ah Fu in midair, and then they brushed past each other, landing perfectly on the ground. Spinning in the air for 3.5 rotations, scoring 9. The outcome was clear. Ah Fu was already down on the ground, surrounded by what seemed like countless little Ah Fus singing and playing around him, almost sending him off into bliss. No one has been born who can take my Leo flying kick. Proud JPG. The future is yours, but for now I am still in charge. I am indeed the embodiment of justice and handsomeness. Dad's good nephew. Xiaoya's good uncle. Blake's good. Jackie was in the middle of bragging when an unexpected voice suddenly interrupted. Uncle Long, look at this. A familiar voice sounded like a ghostly wail at that moment. Jackie turned around to see Xiaoyu standing in the pit, where Ah Fu lay holding what was just taken from Ah Fu, a pig talisman. But Jackie was not concerned about that at the moment. Xiaoyu, when did you arrive? Just now, Xiaoyu replied innocently. Ahem, I meant you didn't see or hear anything, right? Jackie asked obliquely. Nope, I didn't see anything or hear anything. Xiaoyu shook her head like a rattle drum. Really? Jackie looked skeptical, but had no evidence. I just saw a middle-aged man with his hands on his hips covering his face, while mumbling something like, I am indeed the embodiment of justice. Jackie's mouth twitched. Did you just say you know everything then? Don't worry, Uncle Long, I won't tell anyone. It's normal for men to be a bit delusional, isn't it? Xiaoyu teased. Jackie felt utterly defeated at that moment. Question, what is the most embarrassing thing? Answer, being delusional. Another question, what is more embarrassing than being delusional? Answer, being seen in the act of being delusional by your own niece. In summary, Jackie suddenly felt that saving the world wasn't that important, or perhaps that the world's destruction might actually be a pretty good option. All right. The embodiment of justice and handsomeness must leave now, Xiaoyu cheerfully said. Then Dad's good nephew Xiao, yes, good uncle, or good. Sheriff Blake, shut up, Xiaoyu. I will punish you by not letting you watch TV for a month. The two playfully bickered as they left the clock tower, unaware that a white light had followed them and silently entered Jackie's body. Uncle Long, I'm about to starve. What shall we have for lunch? Xiaoyu clasped her stomach as soon as they returned to the inn. I don't know. For now, we must first go see Father and find out whether he has made any new discoveries, Chung Long said as he stepped forward and turned the doorknob. I bet he's sitting there chewing garlic while riffling through those tattered old books, muttering to himself, oh dear. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and mimicked Father to perfection, even coughing theatrically from time to time. Xiaoyu. Chung Long could not fathom why kids today showed so little respect for their elders. In his day, everyone would point and praise him as a dutiful, handsome youth. Bleh. Xiaoyu was not impressed and stuck out a face at Chung Long. They opened the door to find Father still sitting motionless at the table, as if frozen in the same posture they had left him in. He held a magnifying glass, turning the talismans over and examining them meticulously, then flipped through the ancient volumes beside him and occasionally dripped some strange solution onto a talisman. He watched the talisman's reactions closely and recorded everything. Father, any discoveries? Chung Long asked cautiously, though his caution did not seem to matter. Smack. A two-fingered strike, tinged with affection, landed on Chung Long's head. Why was it always him who got hurt? He thought wryly. How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm busy with my work? Father admonished solemnly. I'm sorry, Father. So what did you find? Have you managed to decipher this talisman? Long asked, rubbing at his head that did not know how many times it had been struck. He thought ruefully, "You've suffered by following me." "No, father," replied. "The engravings on that talisman are far too ancient. It's difficult to find any clues." Long resigned himself to the fact that the blow had been for nothing, or perhaps father had vented his frustration simply because he had found nothing to analyze. Long winced. He had been scolded so often since childhood, yet it always hurt. "Oh, by the way, your friend Chief Bulai-ku called earlier. You weren't here, so I picked up for you," father said. "Is something the matter?" Long asked curiously. "They say the monkey talisman was taken by the Heisho Bang, and several officers who went after them were injured," father replied calmly. "What?" Long could hardly believe his ears. Could Afin and the others possibly have pulled that off? Even with Telu added in, it seemed unlikely. Chief Bulai-ku had told father that the officers sent were all elite personnel. Afin, Zhou Leisu, and Telu all muttered, "Thanks, we feel truly insulted." Father continued. The little bald man said that many black-clad ninja-like figures had suddenly appeared and snatched the talisman from them. "So it was those shadow soldiers who moved," Long said. "No wonder. I always said there was no way Afin and the others could have taken the talisman from the Shursen district elites by themselves." The trio retorted. Long, "You know you are really quite rude. What do we do now?" "Xiao Yu, tired of being invisible?" snapped. Dragon uncle and father always discussed matters as if she did not exist. This was discrimination, plain and simple, she thought indignantly. "Oh, Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. It looks like you'll have to endure a bit longer. Our lunch may have to wait until we get back to Jijinshan," Long soothed. "It's fine, Uncle Long. Compared with lunch, this other matter is far more interesting," Xiao Yu said. "Then let's go," Long replied. Very soon the three of them had bought the nearest flight and hurried back to Jijinshan as fast as they could. As soon as they disembarked, a few black vans closed around them, and dozens of men in black suits and dark glasses stood clustered by the vehicles. Long had half expected an ambush by the Heisho Bang, and was preparing to break through with father and Xiao Yu when a blinding gleam from the crowd drew everyone's attention. "Look, it's Chief Bulai-ku," Xiao Yu cried happily. On closer inspection, it was indeed Chief Bulai-ku. His glossy, striking hairstyle reflected the sun and dazzled those nearby. "Long, this is urgent, so I came to fetch you myself," Chief Bulai-ku said, gravely oblivious to any private jibes. "Oh, what is it? Is it that serious?" Long already knew the monkey talisman had been taken. To him, it did not seem catastrophic. He had been told by Pan Ming that all 12 talismans must be gathered for Sheng's his resurrection. Without even one, the ritual could not succeed. So even though the monkey talisman had been taken, Long felt no great panic. Let them take it, he told himself. He would turn the tide in the end. Chief Bulai-ku wasted no time and had the three of them ride in a Shursen district vehicle. On the way, he finally explained the full story to Long. "What did you say?" "The Heisho Bang used some incredible power." Long almost leapt from his seat in shock. Startled, he banged his head on the car roof, and then sat back down, grimacing. "Yes. From the videos and recordings our officers sent back, several members of the Heisho Bang clearly wielded forces that defy explanation," Chief Bulai-ku said, his tone growing sterner. "They unleashed flames from their palms like lasers, exhibited astonishing strength and unthinkable speed. These were not powers they could normally possess. If that were not the case, the Shursen district elite would not have fared so poorly. Nearly every one of them bore injuries, and no fewer than 8 lay in intensive care." "But didn't father say those ninja-like figures simply helped Afin and the others snatch the talisman?" Long felt his head spin. The accounts did not match at all. Could it be that those slackers suddenly turned into formidable fighters? It felt too sudden, too impossible to accept. To be honest, those shadow soldiers are hard to handle, but they pale beside the sudden powers the Heisho Bang displayed, Chief Bulai-ku said after a pause. "We deliberately suppressed some of the reports and did not want to publicize these supernatural phenomena," he continued. "You know, some gentlemen simply do not believe in such things." Chief Bulai-ku looked upward. "So even the shadow soldiers were publicly described as some sort of mercenary force. Shursen district was created primarily to combat international crime, not to battle so-called magic or demons," he added. "It is not legend. Demons and magic do exist," father interjected. "They have mostly gone into hiding, and so magic has faded from common view. I suspect those men simply harnessed the power of the talismans Xiao Yu offered. Remember, they took all our talismans last time. They must be carrying them now. But during the fight, we detected no energy signatures on them, and thermal imaging showed no signs of concealed objects," Chief Bulai-ku said, baffled. Long's brow tightened. "Are you saying they displayed powers that should belong only to talismans without actually wearing them?" Such a thing was beyond belief. They had learned before that talismans must have bodily contact to work, whether held in the hand, worn as a pendant, or even swallowed. In short, the talisman needed to touch the body. Yet Chief Bulai-ku's report said the Heisho Bang showed no signs of possessing a talisman on their person, and yet they used talisman powers. How could that be? For a long moment the vehicle was silent. None of them knew how the enemy had managed it. The force of a talisman's power was devastating. Any ordinary person using it would wreak ruin. And now the Heisho Bang, once mere street thugs, each could wield those powers. Former small-time criminals now possessed strength ordinary people could not withstand. Even Long could not imagine what would happen if he faced them all at once. Chief Bulai-ku made it plain the men all seemed to possess these powers simultaneously, not merely the single effect of a lone talisman. From their performance, it was clear many talisman abilities had yet to be revealed. The chicken talisman's levitation, the snake talisman's invisibility, and even other unknown talisman powers that Pan Ming had earlier discovered and delivered to Shendu. All of these facts piled upon one another, creating tremendous pressure. Only they were able to fight. As had been made clear, much of Shursun District's leadership still did not believe in so-called magic or demons. So expecting reinforcements from Shursun District was essentially impossible. Chief Bulai Ku was shouldering enormous pressure and had even secretly committed district resources to help them. Realizing this, Chung Long patted Chief Bulai Ku on the shoulder. "Old friend, I don't know what to say. Chung Long, you need not say more. I trust my judgment. Besides, we are friends, are we not?" Chief Bulai Ku interrupted. Xiao Yu silently vowed Chief Bulai Ku is truly cool. She would never tease him for being bald again. Our primary task now is to determine how the Heisho Bang can use those powers without relying on the talismans and to uncover the abilities of the talismans we have not yet seen, Chief Bulai Ku said. "And one more thing, Father. You must quickly figure out what powers the dog talisman and the pig talisman possess." Soon the car stopped in front of the antique shop. Chung Long and his companions got out of the vehicle, still wearing a heavy expression. "Hey, old friend, don't be nervous, I believe in you." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Sheriff Blake tried to lighten the mood. "All right, there's still a lot waiting for me in District 13, so I'll take my leave now." With that, several special vehicles departed. After the door of the shop was opened, the three slumped onto the benches, the shop remaining eerily silent. Finally, someone spoke up. "Well, Dad needs to work harder now to fully understand the powers of the mouse charm, dog charm, and pig charm." "You've worked hard, Dad." Chung Long forced a smile. Dad waved his hand and walked straight into the inner room. On the way back earlier, Chung Long had already handed the pig charm to Dad. "Uncle Long, is there anything we can do to help Dad?" Xiao Yu asked reluctantly. "As much as I want to help Xiao Yu, we don't know anything about those things. Besides trusting Dad, we have no other way," Chung Long said with a bitter smile. The shop soon fell silent again. However, Xiao Yu quickly broke the silence, her tone slightly excited as she said, "Oh, Uncle Long, I have an idea." "Stop joking, Xiao Yu. What idea do you have?" "Right now, the most important thing is to pray that the Holy Lord finds the remaining charms a bit later." Chung Long was not very convinced. "I'm serious." Though Xiao Yu was a bit angry, she knew it wasn't the time to argue, so she hurriedly said, "Even though we don't know the powers of these charms, there are others who do." "Others? You mean the Holy Lord?" "Give me a break, Xiao Yu. Do you really expect the Holy Lord to kindly tell us how to use these charms?" As he spoke, Chung Long's eyes gradually widened. "Wait, are you saying?" "Exactly. That guy must know the uses of these charms." In the Black Hand Gang, building the atmosphere was tense. "Pan Ming, do you know? I trusted you so much, but this time you've let me down." The Holy Lord's voice was deep, tinged with an unspeakable anger. "I didn't expect that with your involvement, Chung Long and the others would take away 2 charms." With that, a scorching fireball shot straight toward Pan Ming. Yet Pan Ming did not dodge, taking the hit head. "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty." With no further explanation, Pan Ming still stood respectfully with his head lowered before the statue. In the distance, the members of the Black Hand Gang were unusually excited. "Hey, did you see that? It looks like that guy is getting scolded." Yes. It seems that statue is really angry this time." Zhou chimed in, covering his mouth to stifle laughter. "If you ask me, isn't it still up to us?" Afin said proudly. "This time we just took it a bit more seriously and the charm was easily obtained." No wonder they were gloating. Previously they had nearly messed everything up every time and had been admonished by the Holy Lord. Even Varong rarely showed them a good face. Although it had nothing to do with Pan Ming, they still felt a bit unbalanced. "We're all working here, why should you get praised every time while we receive scolding?" Hearing that Pan Ming had surprisingly failed this time, and let Chung Long and the others take away 2 charms while they effortlessly retrieved the monkey charm, it was hard not to feel smug. "Pan Ming is just so-so. If I, Lord Afin, put in a little effort, I can outshine you." "Shut up, you 3 fools," Varong said with a gloomy face. Did these 3 really forget the pain of their previous encounter with the Holy Lord so soon? Regardless of who it was, once it involved charms, the Holy Lord would show no mercy. If Pan Ming can withstand it, can you 3 withstand it? Varong's reprimand was effective, and the 3 immediately realized they had been too complacent, quickly covering their mouths. They did not want to experience the feeling of being chased by a fireball. "Afu, what's going on this time?" Varong asked, frowning at Afu. Though reluctant, Varong had to admit that Pan Ming truly had skills. It was simply unbelievable that he would fail this time, let alone allow Chung Long to take away 2 charms. Varong felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, and thus asked Afu who was with Pan Ming. What he didn't know was that Afu had already pledged loyalty to Pan Ming and was now in the enemy camp, destined to provide no useful information. In fact, Afu wasn't very clear either. The dog charm and pig charm were both taken by Chung Long while he was unconscious. Although he didn't understand why such a thing happened to someone of Pan Ming's strength, it did not lead him to doubt Pan Ming. "I'm not sure," Afu replied in a deep voice, resuming his previous posture, leaning against the wall. "Pan Ming, I can't believe you allowed a mere human to take my charms." The red glow in the Holy Lord's eyes became increasingly menacing. "Or do you also wish to betray me?" The Holy Lord was nearly driven mad, just as resurrection was imminent. Such an incident occurred. Even that trio of idiots could bring back a charm, while his most trusted subordinate could actually lose to a mere human. Afun La Su and Zhou Wei. "Forget it, we don't want to explain, we're tired. Whatever, it's fine like this. Your Majesty, would you like to hear the truth?" Finally, Pan Ming raised his head, his body slightly scorched by the flames, appearing somewhat disheveled. My, the Holy Lord's red light concentrated. Are you saying there's something I don't know? Forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. Pan Ming murmured a spell, and bright yellow flames rose from his feet, engulfing both himself and the Holy Lord. The spell's effect was to form a barrier that isolated the inside from the outside, preventing anyone from obtaining information from within, and even the internal images were false. It was a favored tool of the ancient demon nobility and was extremely useful. True isolation. Do as you please. This time when I encountered Chung Long and the others, I could easily gather all the charms, but Pan Ming's tone became slightly somber. I don't know why, but Chung Long actually possesses a very peculiar potion that completely suppressed my body's strength, which is not yet fully recovered. Hearing this, the Holy Lord was no longer as anxious as before, but instead calmed down. Indeed, with Pan Ming's abilities, how could he allow a human to snatch charms from him? There must be some trickery involved. Continue, the Holy Lord commanded. Though that potion couldn't directly immobilize my actions, it greatly weakened my power, as if I were submerged in the deep sea, making it hard to exert my strength. Thus Chung Long and the others were able to escape. Pan Ming spoke with reason, and his expression showed no change, as if he were merely recounting the events he encountered during his mission. I'm certain that the spell must have come from that old man, the righteous wizard, but I don't understand how they managed to create such a potion. Are you saying that among those humans someone betrayed me? The Holy Lord understood Pan Ming's implication, which meant that someone among Varong's group had colluded with Chung Long. Thus they had enough opportunity to gather Pan Ming's information and relay it to Chung Long. Damn it. A few mere ants dare to do this behind my back. The Holy Lord was uncontrollably furious. The reason he had become like this was largely due to betrayal, so the thing he could least tolerate was betrayal. How dare those pigs? How dare they? The Holy Lord was immensely enraged and immediately wanted to destroy those insects outside. Compared to Varong and the others, although they had barely cooperated for some time, the Holy Lord was still much closer to Pan Ming, as he had followed him since he ruled the kingdom. Your Majesty, please calm down. I believe this might actually be a good thing, Pan Ming advised. A good thing? You mean someone betrayed me, and I should reward him? Your Majesty. Pan Ming slightly raised his tone, his eyes gleaming with gold. Since they revealed my intelligence to Chung Long, it stands to reason that your matters will also be disclosed to them, and that is precisely our opportunity. Due to the isolation from the spell, Varong and the others outside were unaware of what was happening inside, and could only suppress their impatience as they awaited the final outcome. Soon the protective barrier formed by the spell disappeared, and Pan Ming and the Holy Lord reappeared before everyone. Let's do as you say, Pan Ming. This time I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. The Holy Lord spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you, Pan Ming replied, bowing. As for you all, get out of here now. Hearing the brutal tone in the Holy Lord's voice, Varong and the 3 members of the Black Hand gang hurriedly retreated. Watching their embarrassed retreat, Pan Ming could only apologize in his heart, saying, sorry, my bad. Mingna, someone has to carry this blame after all. In fact, Pan Ming had already thought of this excuse on the way back. Given his strength, saying he was robbed of charms by Chung Long would be a huge joke, and the Holy Lord would never believe it. But if I say that the other side is targeting us, and we have an insider, that makes it much simpler. Now you see, my strength hasn't fully recovered, right? I was drugged by the other side, yet I still tried my best to relieve your troubles, and I even have a preliminary goal and plan, having figured out the cause of the issue. This is simply the epitome of a model worker. I'm so moved I could cry. Life is like a play. Do you know, handsome? Pan Ming strode directly to his room after leaving the conference hall. Only upon returning did he allow himself a slight sigh of relief. Pressure had been overwhelming. The sovereign knew him too well. Even the subtlest shift in tone might have doomed his entire ruse. Fortunately, the sovereign harbored no deep suspicion this time. Their attention remained fixed on the talismans. Moments later, a beam of white light shimmered into existence in Pan Ming's palm, writhing with restless excitement. Enough, he said flatly. Speak. After toying briefly with the light, Pan Ming spoke again. A coded transmission unintelligible to ordinary ears. Oh, so my allies are encountering difficulties, are they? Excellent. I was just planning to visit them myself. With a casual flick of his wrist, he dismissed the light. Carry on with the task I assigned you earlier. Your current form proves remarkably convenient. The light twisted once, then slipped soundlessly from the room. Let us see what surprises you have in store for me. Pan Ming's figure dissolved into silence, vanishing from the chamber. Old man's antique shop. But Xiao Yu, while that's true in theory, he is one of the sovereign's own. Would he truly divulge such information to us? Chung Long sighed deeply. Their agreed-upon strategy had been straightforward: confront Pan Ming directly. Their position was dire. Surely as allies he owed them some measure of assistance. Oh, Uncle Long, how can we know unless we try? Granted, he has a rather mischievous streak, but he isn't truly malicious. Xiao Yu added, besides, can you truly bear watching old man strain himself at his age, laboring alone to decipher those inscriptions? Chung Long hesitated. To burden old man alone with such weight was undeniably unjust. If you can help old man instantly comprehend the talisman's power, consider my words withdrawn. Fine, we'll speak with him. Chung Long gritted his teeth and finally relented. But how do we contact him now? Xiao Yu asked, already turning her thoughts to the next challenge. This mark may serve our purpose. Chung Long extended his right hand. At his mental command, a hidden sigil emerged beneath his skin. It coiled in the shape of a dragon, deep gold shot through with veins of crimson striking and imposing. Faintly Long sensed his intent radiating outward, straining toward an unseen reply. Ouch! He cried out sharply. What is it, Uncle Long? Xiaoyu asked, alarmed. Perfectly natural. When mortals initiate contact with me, a small offering of flesh is required. But fear not, full recovery is swift. A voice soft yet resonant hung in the air. Turning, they found Pan Ming standing silently within the shop, his arrival unnoticed, unannounced. As before, he selected a chair at random and settled in with effortless ease, so relaxed, so assured that it was impossible to tell whether he was guest or host. Hey, how did you get in here? Xiaoyu exclaimed, glancing up at the wind chimes by the entrance. Not a single bell had stirred, not even a tremor. I mean, old man wove multiple wards throughout this shop. How could you possibly slip past them so effortlessly? Indeed, following Pan Ming's prior uninvited entry, old man had layered the antique shop with potent enchantments, designed to bar all malevolent forces. I'm not certain, perhaps because I'm a guest. Pan Ming blinked, a rare, playful glint in his eyes. There's no such thing as a guest who barges into someone's home unbidden. Xiaoyu muttered under her breath. Never mind. All that's irrelevant. We summoned you for something vital. Long stepped forward. You're referring to the talisman's functions, correct? Pan Ming replied, utterly unperturbed, even pouring himself a cup of tea. How did you? Long stared, baffled. Your cranial capacity is so limited, nothing about you is difficult to read. You conceal nothing. Sipping slowly, Pan Ming observed him. Excellent. Though humanity remains fragile, you possess an uncanny talent for indulgence. So many delightful curiosities originate from your hands. You're mocking me again, just more subtly this time. Long seethed inwardly, yet restraint held firm. Strength dictated truth, especially when they were the ones pleading for aid. I will endure. I will endure further. He drew several sharp, steadying breaths to suppress his fury. Might you perhaps share something of importance with us, esteemed Master Pan Ming? Long forced a broad, strained smile. Pan Ming glanced up, unimpressed. That grin is revolting. Long's smile froze, his composure cracking under sheer indignation. I'm about to detonate. Just tell us. No more theatrics. Aren't we allies? Xiaoyu interjected. Yes, Uncle Long's smile is hideous, but you needn't say it aloud. Long stood petrified. A faint, brittle crack echoed. Oh, there goes my heart shattering. Ignoring Long's stunned silence, Pan Ming set down his teacup and met Xiaoyu's gaze. And what little girl would you like to know? My name is Xiaoyu. Regardless, we demand to know the true nature of the talismans you took and the source of the Black Hand Gang's sudden power. After a thoughtful pause, Pan Ming relented. Very well, I shall lend you some aid. Spare that poor fellow's mind from total collapse. He crossed his arms, then swept them forward. Golden mist bloomed across the shop, shimmering, fluid, ever-shifting. Soon familiar forms coalesced within the haze, a dragon, a horse, a monkey. These are. You've recovered so many talismans. Xiaoyu and Long stared awestruck. The vision unfolding before them surpassed all expectation. They'd believed their efforts sufficient to hinder the adversaries, yet they'd fallen grievously short. Pan Ming offered a quiet, knowing chuckle, then tapped the dragon talisman. Instantly, the other two dissolved, replaced by a new scene, a subterranean cavern. The cavern linked to an active volcano, heat blistering oppressive. Embedded in a stone pillar stood the dragon talisman. Pan Ming walked through the inferno and scathed calm as a strolling scholar. He halted before the pillar, raised a hand, and the talisman flew obediently into his palm. Then he vanished. Xiaoyu and Long exchanged speechless glances. Was acquiring a talisman truly this effortless? It felt no different than strolling through a park and casually pocketing a gemstone. This narrative dissonance was jarring. Recalling their own grueling, life-risking sprints to secure even a single talisman, they confronted a sobering chasm between themselves and Pan Ming. Before they could process it, the vision shifted again. Ah Fun and his comrades appeared, unleashing torrents of fire that sent officers sprawling in chaos. Uncle Long, that's exactly what Chief Black described happening in Microlasia. Xiaoyu gasped. That's why Ah Fun's group seized the talismans so easily. Long nodded grimly. As you witness, this is the dragon talisman's power, absolute command over incendiary force capable of devastating explosions and lethal precision. Pan Ming's voice cut in. Xiaoyu and Long swallowed hard, mesmerized by the spectacle of raw, unbridled power. Talismanic might was terrifyingly real. Next, the vision transformed once more, a vast frozen expanse, glacial, desolate, brutally cold, jarringly opposed to the volcanic inferno moments before. It settled upon a towering mountain range in the Arctic. There Pan Ming reappeared, unburdened by gear, clad only in his signature black attire, utterly untroubled by temperatures plunging below 70 C. He traversed the peaks for an unknown span, then unearthed a talisman from unmarked snow. This is the North Pole. The horse talisman rests here. Truth be told, retrieving it demanded considerable effort. I find this climate disagreeable. His voice drifted calmly into their ears. Oh, spare us your condescending modesty. The horse talisman's function is repelling all external forces. Repelling all external forces. Xiaoyu frowned. What does that mean? In mortal terms, Pan Ming mused, one might loosely equate it to universal remediation. He hesitated. The horse talisman's essence was profoundly abstract, resisting simple articulation. Wow, less flashy than the dragons, but still incredibly cool. Pan Ming emitted a dry, neutral chuckle. Are you implying I mock you for favoring flamboyant superficial displays, fire lightning spectacle? Xiaoyu bristled. Pan Ming tilted his head, gazing down at her with detached amusement. You are a child, petite even. He lifted a hand, measuring the height difference between them. His golden irises gleamed with cool, unvarnished disdain. You, truly are insufferable. Pan Ming shrugged. As for the monkey talisman, I wasn't present during its acquisition, so I cannot project its retrieval. Yet I may disclose its power infinite metamorphosis. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the golden mist dispersed entirely, its luminous fragments fading like starlight, exquisite and ephemeral. That concludes everything you sought to know. Wait, what of the rat, pig, and dog talismans? Qianlong pressed urgently. Those require no exposition from me, leaving certain enigmas unsolved. Isn't that part of the allure? But, Qianlong began again. Shu. Pan Ming raised a finger to his lips. Having shared so much with you, shouldn't it now be your turn to offer something in return? His golden eyes blazed with sudden, incandescent intensity. What on earth could we possibly tell you? You should know far more about talismans than we do. Jackie Chan scratched his head in bewilderment. Naturally, it's not those trivial matters I seek. What I wish to know is, Pan Ming's eyes blazed with extraordinary brilliance. Do you recall the historical account of His Majesty's sealing? Sealing? Do you mean the time when the sovereign was turned into a statue? Xiaoyu asked, the only one present who had ever seen the sovereign's statue. Neither Jackie Chan nor Uncle Chan had ever laid eyes upon the sovereign himself. They only knew that the Black Hand Gang served a formidable demon named the Sovereign, and that talismans were objects the sovereign desperately required. Sure enough, Pan Ming continued, for reasons unknown I was absent during His Majesty's sealing. I have no memory of what truly transpired. I fell into slumber bound by forces beyond my understanding and only recently awoke. Afterward I was drawn here by an inexplicable pull. Then I encountered those Black Hand Gang members, who brought me before His Majesty. Pan Ming moistened his lips, trembling with fervor. What I long to know is how the authentic chronicles, those sacred transmissions preserving true history, describe that epic. After all, it remains one of humanity's rare resounding victories, surely rendered in vivid, indelible strokes. Xiaoyu and Jackie Chan had never seen Pan Ming like this, utterly unlike his usual serene, detached self. His gaze burned with fierce intensity, his golden irises flared into molten crimson, as if searing magma surged just beneath their surface. An immense arcane surge of demonic energy swelled within the antique shop's main hall. The shop's normally open door had silently sealed itself. The wind chimes at the entrance jangled violently, shaking apart, ringing with unprecedented urgency. Though Jackie Chan and Xiaoyu could not see the energy, they felt suffocated, oppressed by an overwhelming alien presence radiating from Pan Ming. Jackie Chan suddenly recalled a vision from the ancient parchment. Pan Ming, horned and fearsome, standing behind the sovereign, wreathed in flames capable of reducing all creation to ash. Perhaps since first meeting Pan Ming, the boy had always presented himself as harmless, merely a child of unassuming demeanor. Though they knew his power was vast, he had never harmed anyone. That illusion had lulled them into complacency, until now, when Pan Ming finally shed his disguise and revealed his true self, or rather reclaimed the self he had always been. A demon, a primordial sovereign who once ruled the world alongside the sovereign. How could such a being harbor any measure of mercy toward humankind? Even Xiaoyu, gripped by terror, remembered her captivity in the Black Hand Tower, the silvery moonlight bathing the scene as a boy of noble bearing calmly mused upon the distinction between humans and livestock. Terror flooded Xiaoyu's body, tears welling in her eyes. Uncle Dragon. At that very moment, a voice, like a lifeline incantation, resounded within the sealed hall. Demons and specters begone, and demons and specters begone. As the chant rose, the oppressive weight pressing upon them receded sharply. Jackie Chan and Xiaoyu clutched each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Uncle Chan stood there, one hand gripping a desiccated lizard, the other raised in a sword finger gesture pressed to his lips, his entire being exuding an aura of solemn, inviolable sanctity. What are you two still standing there for? Recite it with me, now. Uncle Chan scolded, exasperated yet resolute. Oh. Understood, they chorused. Xiaoyu leapt from Jackie Chan's arms. The two exchanged a glance, nodded wordlessly, and mimicked Uncle Chan, raising their own sword fingers to their lips. Demons and specters begone, and demons and specters begone, and demons and specters begone. With Jackie Chan and Xiaoyu joining the chant, Uncle Chan's sacred aura intensified, radiating brilliant light that filled the antique shop and bathed Pan Ming in its luminous glow. Ugh! As if purified by sanctified energy, the molten crimson hue in Pan Ming's eyes gradually faded, replaced once more by clear, radiant gold. The colossal demonic energy swirling around him withdrew inward, the suffocating tension vanished entirely. Even the wind chimes stilled. What just happened to me? Pan Ming whispered, disbelief etched across his face. He stared at his hands. Their human form restored, though moments earlier in near-midness claws had begun to erupt through his skin. Now fully lucid, he looked up at the three figures in the shop, uncertain, speechless. The chanting ceased. Uncle Chan lowered the lizard and strode forward with solemn purpose, fixing Pan Ming, still dazed and bewildered, with a steady gaze. A sharp, resonant slap echoed through the shop. Jackie Chan wore an expression of unbridled satisfaction. Xiaoyu gaped in utter disbelief. Even Pan Ming himself stood stunned, frozen incredulous, until he tentatively touched his own head and felt the lingering heat of the blow, then gasped aloud in astonishment. How dare you, a mere human, dare commit such a vulgar act upon me? Before he could finish, another slap landed. Do you intend to demolish Uncle Chan's shop? Uncle Chan planted his hands on his hips, bent low, his weathered face nearly brushing Pan Ming's. I must. Pan Ming began, only to be cut off. Uncle Chan heard everything you said. I grant permission to interpret that ancient parchment for you. Once you understand its contents, all your questions shall be answered. Uncle Chan's calm, matter-of-fact tone sent shockwaves through Pan Ming's mind. Forgetting all else, he lifted his golden eyes, locking them intently upon the old man before him. What parchment? What are you speaking of? Strangely, though Pan Ming had lost control of his body during his berserk state, his perception remained acute. He had witnessed everything unfolding around him. He recognized this elderly man as the one who had intervened, whose sacred aura remained vivid in his memory, carrying an uncanny, deeply familiar resonance. Now, however, the old man appeared once more as he usually did, verbose, eccentric, even reeking faintly of garlic. Yet Pan Ming dared not underestimate him. It is an ancient codex chronicling events of profound antiquity, handed down by legendary righteous sorcerers throughout history. It holds precisely what you seek. Uncle Chan spoke with grave solemnity. Pan Ming fell silent. Refuse it, or fear to look. Uncle Chan arched a brow, genuinely surprised. I will take it. I must know what it records. Pan Ming declared resolute. Then wait here a moment. I must locate it. Last time I showed it to Jackie Chan, I misplaced it somewhere. With that, Uncle Chan waved and disappeared into the inner chamber. By the way, Jackie Chan brews excellent tea. You may enjoy a cup while you wait. Uncle Chan. Jackie Chan grimaced. Was Uncle Chan truly entrusting this being, who had nearly slain them, to remain alone with them, and even asking him to serve tea? Who are you really, Uncle Chan? Though reluctant, Jackie Chan complied, because however erratic Uncle Chan often seemed, he never trifled with matters of true consequence. As Jackie Chan went to prepare tea, only Pan Ming and Xiao Yu remained. Xiao Yu watched him warily, eyes sharp with guarded vigilance. Hey, no need to tense up. That was merely an accident. Pan Ming spread his hands, earnestly signaling goodwill. After all, how could one of his age hold grudges against a child? Xiao Yu remained unmoved. There's something I don't understand. What truly is your purpose? You're dissatisfied with what you're doing now, aren't you, eh? After a long silence, Pan Ming finally spoke to the girl before him. Truthfully, I do not know. I slept for too long. So long that this world has transformed utterly. At times it feels alien to me. I do not even know what I am doing. Since awakening, a foreign voice has echoed constantly in my mind, reshaping my understanding, even overriding my will over my own body. I cannot judge whether my actions are right or wrong. As I told you before, this world defies simple binaries of good and evil. I only wish to do what I choose, to feel at least that I still exist, that I still stand upon this earth. His voice remained eerily calm, devoid of inflection, yet Xiao Yu sensed inexplicably a deep, aching sorrow emanating from him. Unbidden, it settled upon her, not as conjecture, but as undeniable truth. Pan Ming himself did not realize why he had spoken so openly to a human child, perhaps because since his awakening no one had offered him a listening ear. And now fate had placed just such a soul before him. He had never spoken so much at once, and yet felt no strain. See, I knew you weren't like that stone statue. You're not a villain. Xiao Yu's tone brightened instantly. I've told you, it's disrespectful to the sovereign Xiao Yu. Pan Ming interjected once more. Oh, what? You called me Xiao Yu? Her large eyes sparkled with sudden delight. Is that not your name? No, it isn't. Then may I call you Pan Ming? Her voice brimmed with hopeful anticipation. Here, this is the tea you asked for. It's a rare vintage my father has hoarded for years, even we weren't allowed to touch it. No one knows why he's suddenly so generous today. Cheng Long spoke as he lifted the curtain and stepped forward, carrying a tray bearing 4 steaming cups of tea. He brought this back from China. Each sip diminishes our dwindling supply. Truth be told, we're only tasting it now because of you. Even Xiao Yu mimicked the gesture with quiet grace, lifting a cup and savoring a sip. Truly exquisite, she murmured, her eyes fluttering shut in quiet delight. Watching their serene expressions, Pan Ming wasted no time. He reached out and took a cup. The moment the tea touched his lips, an extraordinary sensation bloomed in his mouth and surged through his entire being. How is it? This is aged pu'er. My father paid a fortune for it. A single pinch would make him wince in agony. Cheng Long declared, puffing with pride. Indeed, it's exceptional. Pan Ming could not deny that. Oh dear, Cheng Long. Who gave you permission to brew so many cups? Lao Dai arrived instantly, fingers poised for his signature 2-finger strike. You don't even know how to appreciate tea. Such a treasure deserves reverence, not waste. Lao Dai winced as if each drop were draining his lifeblood. Cheng Long merely rolled his eyes. He knew this miserly facade all too well, and had long since abandoned argument. There's something else. This is what Lao Dai mentioned earlier. With that, Lao Dai turned to Pan Ming and handed over an ancient weathered scroll of parchment. As the scroll hovered before him, Pan Ming felt a sudden electric surge of exhilaration ripple through his body, so intense that the still surface of his teacup trembled with delicate ripples. With trembling hands, he accepted the scroll and slowly unfurled it, only to stare dumbfounded at its utter emptiness. No script, no sketch, not even a stray mark. Old man, You dare mock me. Pan Ming's first instinct was betrayal, deceived by this diminutive elder. But there's one detail Lao Dai forgot to mention, he replied calmly. This artifact originates from the just sorcerer's lineage. Thus, it is exquisitely sensitive to demons. It chooses of its own accord who may behold its truths. Seeing Pan Ming's shoulders slump in quiet dejection, Lao Dai arched a knowing brow. So I finally got you where I want you. Still, I can assist you. If you offer but a sliver of your soul, I shall guide it. And you, into the scroll's hidden realm. Pan Ming's gaze sharpened. A fragment of my soul. You understand its significance. For a demon, the soul is the very essence of identity, the unrepeatable seal of existence. How can I trust you won't exploit this moment to ensnare me? His suspicion was not unfounded. For demons, the soul reigns supreme, their singular, irreplaceable imprint. The mightier the demon, the more formidable the soul. Many would sacrifice flesh and bone before permitting even a whisper of harm to their innermost core. Lao Dai offers only counsel, not command. The choice remains yours alone. I extend this chance solely out of pity, to let you glimpse truths long veiled from you. His tone remained unruffled, untouched by offense. Consider it carefully. Silence descended once more upon the antique shop. Truth be told, Pan Ming wrestled inwardly. He burned to uncover what truly transpired in that forgotten past. A void in his memory, leaving him like a headless fly, disoriented and blind. Without knowing the full arc of events, sound judgment was impossible. Yet the soul, especially for a demon, was sacrosanct. Indeed, for all sentient beings, it was the ultimate sanctum. The stronger the life, the deeper and more vital its soul's resonance. Very well. I will yield a sliver of my soul. But on one condition, I must forge a new covenant with her. Pan Ming pointed toward Xiaoyu. All present froze in stunned silence. With me, she blurted, tapping her chest in disbelief. Absolutely not. We'd never bind Xiaoyu to a demon's pact, not even in jest. Long's voice brooked no dissent. Without such assurance, I cannot trust your kind. Humans are without equal the most duplicitous and mercurial race. Even demons pale beside your capacity for deceit. Pan Ming flicked his tongue across his lips, a faint wry smile playing at his mouth. After all, we are allies, are we not? Was my prior cooperation not offered in full sincerity? Surely you must now demonstrate your sincerity in kind. Remember, you seek these truths. We grant you access to the scroll. Put plainly, Lao Dai's voice hardened, we may revoke this privilege at any moment. Then so be it. If you refuse, our alliance ends here, effective immediately. And every talisman in your possession will be reclaimed. Do not forget, without me, how easily would you have captured the rat, the pig, and the dog. The air thickened anew. Uncle Long, Lao Dai, please, I can do this. I believe he means no ill. He simply seeks reassurance. Is that so unreasonable? Xiaoyu broke the heavy silence. Strangely, when Pan Ming first voiced his request, she sensed only a desperate bid for self-preservation, not malice. Recalling the profound loneliness she'd sensed within him, the notion suddenly felt less alien, more tender even. Children's intuition, unclouded by prejudice, often pierces deeper than adult reason. Xiaoyu, Long began, but faltered beneath her unwavering gaze, then turned helplessly to Lao Dai. Say something, Lao Dai. Lao Dai said nothing, only turned to Xiaoyu and asked quietly, are you certain? His tone held quiet assent. Of course. I trust my instincts, Lao Dai. Xiaoyu affirmed, resolute. Wait, what are you all talking about? Long remained bewildered. Xiaoyu was his niece's daughter, sent to America so he, her uncle, could protect and nurture her. Now they proposed binding her to a demon. Don't worry, Uncle Long. I feel Pan Ming isn't evil. Didn't you yourself sign a pact with him before? She offered comfort instead, calm, steady, and disarmingly wise. Enough, fool. Do you take me for some lecherous fiend? I swear it, no harm shall come to this child. With that, Pan Ming ceased delay. Golden light flared fiercely within his eyes. An invisible wave of soul energy pulsed outward from his gaze, drawing Xiaoyu's hand into his. Their foreheads met, and under that resonant force something stirred deep within her mind. Guided by Pan Ming, their soul energies entwined. Yet hers, a fragile human child's, could scarcely compare to his vast ancient power. So he deliberately attenuated his own essence, tempering its overwhelming intensity. Unexpectedly, a primordial colossal force surged forth from the depths of her soul, not quite matching his magnitude, yet astonishingly close. In an instant it sought dominance. What sorcery is this? Pan Ming recoiled in shock. How could a mortal girl harbor such immense soul energy? It defied all natural law. All new soul strength arose from only two sources, either innate power potent enough to fortify the soul itself, or longevity, allowing centuries of refinement to deepen its resonance. Neither applied to this girl. Was anyone in this shop remotely ordinary? An elderly man reeking of garlic wielded sacred incantations. A seemingly ordinary girl possessed a soul rivaling ancient demons. A brash young man moved with preternatural grace. Long muttered under his breath, what in the world is wrong with this place? Enough. Overthinking served no purpose. This was an equitable pact, imposing no imbalance or injustice upon either party. Realizing this, Pan Ming gently guided their conjoined energies toward the final ritual phase. He perceived clearly, though Xiaoyu's soul force was immense, she lacked the knowledge to wield it, as if standing before a vault of priceless treasure, yet holding no key to unlock it. A sacred hush settled over the shop. A pure, palpable energy swelled, felt by all present. Chung Long and Lao Dai sensed only vibrant, life-affirming vitality. At last the resonance faded. Both knew the rite was complete. Yet Pan Ming and Xiao Yu remained clasped hand-in-hand, foreheads still touching, eyes closed in silent communion. Lao Dai, why haven't they awakened yet? Chung Long's impatience flared anew as the calming aura dissipated. Patience, Chung Long. The outcome will reveal itself soon enough. Unlike Chung Long's agitation, Lao Dai stood serene. His lineage is heir to the Grand Sorcerer, granting him acute sensitivity to magical signatures. He detected no trace of corruption or malice in Pan Ming's covenant. As Lao Dai's words faded, Pan Ming and Xiao Yu opened their eyes in perfect unison. For just a fleeting instant, Lao Dai saw it clearly. Pan Ming's irises had darkened to rich, earthy brown, while Xiao Yu's pupils shimmered with a radiant, pure gold. Xiao Yu, are you all right? Seeing the two finally open their eyes, Chung Long could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, gently separated them, and firmly gripped Xiao Yu's shoulders. Oh, Uncle Long, please don't. I feel perfectly fine. Embarrassed by being treated like a child in front of a stranger, Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled. She stole a quick glance at Pan Ming standing nearby, relieved to see he seemed utterly unconcerned. Rest assured, big nose. Pan Ming replied, his tone edged with mild resentment. Chung Long's abrupt intervention had unmistakably questioned his honor. Glad everything's fine. Glad everything's fine. Chung Long suddenly realized his gesture had indeed been intrusive, and hastily defused the tension with awkward laughter. So, has your pact been sealed? Chung Long asked curiously. If you wish to know what this pact entails, just say so outright. No need for circumlocution. Pan Ming cut him off without hesitation. Of course, if you'd prefer to explain it yourself, we wouldn't object. At least would we, Elder Father. Flustered at having his intentions so bluntly exposed, Chung Long turned helplessly toward Elder Father for rescue, only to be met with stony silence. Relax. This pact merely binds our souls in limited resonance. If something were to happen to me, he would certainly suffer in kind. Now then, Elder Father, we may resume where we left off. Pan Ming spoke calmly. Oh, not old man anymore, Elder Father teased. Ignoring the remark, Pan Ming silently raised his hand to his forehead and drew forth a shimmering golden thread, pulling it taut until it stretched nearly 1 meter in length. Cradling the thread, his complexion paled slightly. I am deeply indebted to you, Elder Father. He enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Elder Father accepted the golden filament, coiling it around his right wrist. With his left hand unrolling a weathered sheepskin scroll, he seated himself cross-legged, raised his right index and middle fingers like a sword, and intoned, Demons and specters, begone. Demons and specters, begone. Demons and specters, begone. With each incantation, Pan Ming felt his consciousness grow heavier, his eyelids drooping, until at last he slipped into unconsciousness. Xiao Yu hurried to support him, carefully guiding his slight frame onto a reclining chair. As she held him, she noticed how light he was, like an ordinary boy, and how faint yet distinctly pleasant a subtle fragrance emanated from him. What's happened to Elder Father? Chung Long asked. His consciousness has entered the scroll via this soul thread. He now guides Pan Ming toward the answers he seeks. Elder Father's voice deepened, resonating with ancient solemnity, as though he had once more chanted sacred exorcism, versus his expression grave and unwavering. Then what do we do now? Just stand guard until he awakens? Chung Long asked. Certainly not, Elder Father declared with righteous vigor. You may prepare some tea and pastries. I'm ravenous. But Elder Father, you're conducting the ritual. Who said so? Elder Father rose smoothly, flicking the golden thread aside with effortless grace. Chung Long stared dumbfounded. So, he'd spent the entire time idling after all. I merely forged the channel, and left behind a single guiding trace. Beyond that, the path is his alone to tread. Turning to Chung Long, he added, and one more thing. Are you planning to starve me? Hurry up. Oh yes, right away. Chung Long sprang to his feet and dashed toward the kitchen. Sigh, what an incorrigible scatterbrained boy. Elder Father shook his head resigned. Xiao Yu gazed anxiously at the slumbering Pan Ming. Elder Father, you said this sheepskin scroll was passed down by ancient righteous sorcerers. Could it harm him? That I cannot say for certain. Yet, Elder Father paused. His soul's resonance bears no trace of malevolence, only purity. The scroll will likely test him, but not condemn him. Let us hope so. Time lost all meaning. Pan Ming found himself adrift in absolute blackness, total, unbroken, profound. His awareness sank deeper as though falling endlessly through void, until at last his feet touched solid ground. Pausing thoughtfully, Pan Ming uttered a single archaic syllable. Instantly, 3 amber lanterns flared to life in the darkness, casting soft, warm light across a 3-meter radius. Yet nothing materialized within the circle of illumination. Beyond its gentle glow lay only impenetrable blackness. The light reached no farther than his immediate surroundings. With no signposts or paths, Pan Ming chose a direction and stepped forward. How long he walked he could not tell. Silence pressed in, so thick, so absolute that even the whisper of candle flames sounded unnervingly sharp. He felt exiled beyond time itself, utterly alone in this endless void. Unbeknownst to him, unseen figures stirred within the surrounding dark, whispering among themselves about this strange intruder. If my eyes do not deceive me, that is a demon. Indeed, no mortal child could wield such formidable soul energy. That young man who entered before grows ever more reckless. How dare he bring a demon here? The voice brimmed with palpable indignation. Yet his soul resonance carries no taint of evil, rather, a curious, almost pristine quality. The speaker hesitated, uncertain. There appears to be something else interwoven within his soul. But how can a single soul bear multiple divergent essences? It defies reason. A hushed marvel followed. Enough. By ancient law we must offer him guidance. Let us only hope he proves no monster. All voices vanished at once, as if they had never existed. Yet Pan Ming, who had been walking steadily, paused mid-step, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. So these are the ancient righteous sorcerers the old man mentioned. Remarkable, mortals preserving conscious sentience across millennia. What arcane art sustains them? This journey promises true revelation. His pulse quickened with anticipation, and the candle flames beside him trembled, their light flickering wildly. At last, I shall learn what truly transpired. Your Majesty. A sliver of light pierced the gloom. This time Pan Ming did not suppress his elation. Even his gaze gleamed with quiet triumph. Evidence the elders had reached consensus and would unveil long-buried truths. He pressed onward, the light swelling, resolving into countless floating orbs of white radiance. Some were no larger than eggs, others swelled to the size of washbasins. None remained still, darting, swirling, ascending and descending in dizzying, unpredictable patterns. Are these the vessels of history? Pan Ming murmured. Precisely. Each orb holds a memory, drawn from our own minds, preserved for those who seek truth. A chuckle sounded behind him. The speaker stood directly at his back, yet Pan Ming made no move to turn. Ah, you sensed this all along. The elder's voice held a touch of startled amusement, realizing too late that their concealment had been illusory. Pretending. How fond you are of pretense. Pan Ming asked, calm and direct. Your name, Names are but fleeting echoes, unworthy of mention. Though you do not know me, I know you well, revered Lord Pan Ming. The voice stepped into view, a towering elder, his hair, beard, and even eyebrows snow-white, robed in flowing luminous white garments. You know me? Pan Ming raised an eyebrow. Huh. Since the reign of the fire demon over the mortal realm, you have stood ever at his side, Lord Pan Ming. How could we possibly ignore you? A playful lilt danced in the elder's tone. You are among the rare demons who disdain human subjugation, thus we watched you closely. And yet, after so many ages, you appear somewhat younger. Unlike us who persist only in this spectral form. His voice carried a wistful, self-deprecating warmth. Younger? Just say I've shrunk. Humans truly excel at veiled insults. Then tell me, what knowledge brings you here? Pan Ming swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. I wish to know, what truly occurred when you sealed away the saint? Your Majesty. Oh, so that is what stirs your curiosity. I confess, I expected you to seek far grander revelations. Those matters are mine to pursue. For now, tell me only what I have asked. So you have glimpsed those higher truths. Very well. Since you, the legendary merciful demon, have come before us, we shall grant you every answer you seek. A luminous orb, human head-sized, floated gently into the elder's palm. Bowing slightly, he extended it toward Pan Ming. All you desire lies within. For some reason, Pan Ming found the elder's bow oddly theatrical. Fond of grand gestures are we. The day I come of age. Xiaoyu was already bored out of her mind, pacing back and forth in the antique shop without a moment's rest, making Cheng Long feel overwhelmed. Xiaoyu, can you please be quiet for a moment? Cheng Long said helplessly. But Uncle Long, just thinking about everything that Pan Ming is going through inside makes it impossible for me to stop. I'm just too curious. You need to be patient. Dad can sense that things are going smoothly, so there's no need to worry too much. Dad, however, was unconcerned. But Xiaoyu still wanted to say something. As if hearing their conversation, the Long's lumbering Pan Ming's eyelids twitched. Xiaoyu, who had been watching Pan Ming closely, immediately noticed this subtle change. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Dad, Uncle Long. Look, Pan Ming seems like he's about to wake up. The two, upon hearing this, moved closer to gather around Pan Ming. Hey, to be honest, this guy is actually quite good looking. He looks completely different from the way we saw him before. Cheng Long remarked as he looked at Pan Ming, who still had not opened his eyes. At this moment, Pan Ming looked like a child with a delicate face and light golden tousled hair, emanating a noble aura, resembling a young master from an aristocratic family. As the saying goes, if a man thinks you are handsome, then you are truly handsome. Oh, Uncle Long, Xiaoyu said with a face full of disdain. I don't understand how you can say such things at a time like this. What? But I was just. Cheng Long was about to defend himself. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Cheng Long. Although your praise doesn't really make me happy. Pan Ming opened his eyes. Cheng Long was left speechless. Oh, what did it mean that his praise didn't make Pan Ming happy? Was he looking down on him? Ignoring Cheng Long's resentment, Pan Ming stood up from the recliner, his eyes closed, as if sensing something, and soon reopened them, the golden hue in his eyes appearing even more insightful. It seems you gained quite a lot from your experience inside, Dad said. It was worth it. I indeed learned everything I wanted to know, and even received some unexpected surprises. Pan Ming's tone carried a hint of joy. After a long pause, he spoke again. Thank you. I owe you a favor this time. Hey, don't mention it. Oh, we're friends, aren't we? Xiaoyu interrupted this exchange impatiently. Friends. Pan Ming silently thought the friendship between humans and demons is indeed intriguing. In that case, he'll share another piece of information with you for free. Pan Ming waved his hand, and the pig talisman and dog talisman, which had been put away by Dad, flew in front of everyone. Pan Ming grasped the pig talisman, exerted a slight force, and a beam of light shot from his eyes, directly striking a vase in the exhibition hall. The vase, which was about a person's height, immediately shattered into countless tiny fragments. Wow, cool, Xiao Yu exclaimed, staring in astonishment. Was this the power of the pig talisman? This looks really impressive. Xiao Yu said to Cheng Long, right, Uncle Long? It does look quite nice, but Xiao Yu, look. Cheng Long pointed to Dad, who was dumbfounded. Oh no, you evil little brat. You despicable demon. Dad exclaimed, jumping 3 feet high. Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you know how valuable this vase is? Dad is going to fight you. Calm down. Dad. Cheng Long hurriedly stepped forward, trying to restrain the almost enraged Dad. What's so precious about it? Pan Ming asked in confusion. This is an antique. An antique. It's something passed down from a long ago era. Do you understand, you brat? Dad shouted excitedly. But the aura on this vase clearly feels like it was made today, Pan Ming said, puzzled. I know much more about this than you do. What are you saying, Dad? Was conned. Upon hearing this, Dad suddenly stopped struggling, fiercely, finding it even harder to accept. As the owner of an antique shop, I had my cherished collection smashed and was told it was a fake. And now I should be grateful that I wasn't kept in the dark any longer. The key is, I paid a hefty price for this vase when I acquired it. This is a huge loss. Dad felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. This is the power of the pig talisman. It can emit powerful energy beams and also possesses extreme high temperatures, Pan Ming explained. It's quite similar to the lasers that you humans use now. He casually tossed the finished pig talisman to Xiao Yu, who hurriedly fumbled to catch it. As for the dog talisman, this time Pan Ming appeared much more serious. Remember the information I shared with you before? Of course I remember. You said it could fulfill the greatest wish of a human. I remember very clearly. Uncle Long took quite a while to comprehend it back then. Xiao Yu said without any reservations. Hey Xiao Yu. Cheng Long's tone became somewhat awkward. How could you be so oblivious? You shouldn't spill everything so casually. Don't you know how to add a touch of artistry? Cheng Long had a bad premonition, and indeed upon looking at Pan Ming, the familiar look of disdain in his eyes was almost completely unmasked. I knew it. It's always like this. That expression. I thought I had made myself quite clear, but I didn't expect. I still overestimated you, Mr. Cheng Long. Pan Ming's words were filled with regret. Yes, you're the smartest. Riddler, hurry up and die. Cheng Long thought maliciously. You humans are indeed very greedy, pursuing many things: fame, wealth, power, beauty, nations. Almost everything that can bring convenience to yourselves, you will spare no effort to snatch it away. However, among millions of people, there are always a few lucky ones who can truly grasp those things. Once they have them, they become even more unwilling to lose them. No one wants to experience the feeling of falling from the clouds into the abyss. To maintain their treasures, they will inevitably chase after another thing that fascinates them even more. And that is immortality. Pan Ming's tone seemed to contain a different kind of magic, capturing the attention of all three. Cheng Long could even hear the sound of himself swallowing, his dry throat struggling to produce sound. Are you saying the power of the dog talisman is? Exactly. Immortality. This is the power contained in the dog talisman. Pan Ming said, enunciating each word with unmasked fervor. So isn't this the power that everyone pursues? Isn't it the greatest wish deep in everyone's heart? Now it's right in front of you. All you need to do is touch it gently. Oh, this is truly astonishing. Cheng Long exclaimed. I never expected such a small talisman could contain such powerful magic. But what's the point of living so long? If family, friends, the things you care about are all gone, isn't it painful to be the only one left? Xiao Yu also spoke up. Even Dad only felt momentarily entranced before waking up. Did you just use some tricks on us? It cannot be denied that Pan Ming indeed had some small thoughts. He wanted to see how these three would react when faced with humanity's greatest temptation and capture their ugly expressions. But he didn't expect. There really wasn't a normal person in this antique shop who would remain calm upon hearing that the opportunity for immortality was right in front of them. I'm not like Li Jia. Forget it. Since you're not interested, I don't need to say much more. But you should know, even if you don't care, there will always be so-called big shots who will be interested. Pan Ming, doesn't this thing have any attraction to you? Xiao Yu blinked her eyes curiously, asking. Even the lowest-ranking demons have lifespans beyond your imagination, let alone someone like me. Pan Ming's tone carried a hint of pride. Compared to humans, demons indeed have a much more favorable situation. Their racial advantages are quite evident. No matter how weak you are, with the passage of time, you will only grow stronger. If I can't defeat you, I can definitely outlive you. When you're gone, I'll come out. I'll still be invincible. Unlike humans, who are both weak and short-lived. If you can't defeat someone, there's a high probability you won't be able to for the rest of your life. Perhaps this is also a trump card. Pan Ming's voice was barely audible. What about the previous mouse talisman? Cheng Long asked. Pan Ming was about to speak when Dad interrupted him. The power of the mouse talisman should be able to bring inanimate things to life, right? Pan Ming looked at the old man with slight surprise and nodded. That's right. I didn't expect you to actually be able to decipher the inscriptions on it. It seems you are much more useful than a certain brainless guy. All right, since the transaction has been completed, let's not linger, my dear allies. Pan Ming stood up, preparing to leave, but seemed to remember something and spoke. Old man, you're quite impressive. You truly are the successor favored by those ancient righteous wizards. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said, from now on don't be so reckless. After all, we are now quite important to each other, Xiao Yu. The golden light in his eyes radiated a different brilliance, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily mesmerized. The bell at the door rang again, but this time Pan Ming's figure had already vanished. Chenlong, so does this mean I'm not human? I was the one who signed the contract in the first place. Pan Ming stepped out of the antique shop, feeling an overwhelming sense of lightness. This trip had truly yielded remarkable rewards. Not only had he finally uncovered the truth behind the events of that bygone era, but he had also gained unexpected insights. At that thought, he lazily stretched his arms, and his mind drifted back to the moment he had entered the ancient sheepskin scroll. So that is how it was. After I departed, such extraordinary events unfolded. Truly you humans are, daring beyond reckoning. Emerging from the memory orb clutched in his palm, Pan Ming remained deeply shaken. Ha ha ha. There was no other choice. That sovereign ruled with absolute unyielding tyranny. The resistance was inevitable. The elder dismissed the remark with indifference. Even a faint pride flickered across his features. Though humanity is undeniably frail, we shall never resign ourselves to eternal subjugation beneath another's heel. When opportunity arises, we seize it without hesitation, to strike back fiercely and decisively. As he spoke, several robed figures in white materialized silently beside Pan Ming. Their faces were indistinct, shrouded in ambiguity. They stood motionless and mute like soulless puppets carved from ivory. Yet was it worth it? Pan Ming's words carried quiet implication. Ha ha ha. Lord Pan Ming truly lives up to his reputation, compassionate even now. Frankly, in our eyes, every sacrifice was utterly justified. Toppling that tyrant's reign granted humanity freedom, to live unchained upon this world, no longer trembling under oppression or persecution. Such liberation was without doubt a bargain most auspicious. Yet you must understand this world is not so simple. Yin and yang, virtue and vice, eternally interwoven in ceaseless rotation. Your envisioned golden age for humankind is neither immutable nor guaranteed. The sovereign will return. And when that hour arrives, he shall exact retribution. Blood and fire shall cleanse all who dared rebel. Then, who tell me will stand forth once more? Pan Ming's tone held an enigmatic gravity. You marshaled nearly every righteous sorcerer of your time, paid an incalculable price in lives and legacy, and still could not destroy him utterly, only seal him away. And your cost? Near total annihilation. Your lineage teetered on the brink of extinction. The righteous sorcerers vanished forever from the world's stage. Pan Ming lifted his gaze, sweeping over the silent, faceless figures surrounding him. You leaders, each reduced to this liminal state, neither fully alive nor truly dead. Without this very scroll, you would dissolve into oblivion, erased entirely. Indeed, we had no alternative. Reluctant as we were to admit it, the sovereign's power defied comprehension, said the tall, silver-haired elder, shrugging lightly, as if the matter weighed nothing upon his spirit. Had we missed that singular fleeting chance, resistance would have been impossible. Looking back, that confrontation was perilous beyond measure. Even if history repeated itself down to the finest detail, we could not guarantee the same outcome. Yet, we prevailed. And much of that triumph owes itself to you, Lord Pan Ming, whose sudden unexplained departure at that critical hour proved providential. The elder's demeanor shifted, boyish and buoyant. Had you remained, matters surely would not have unfolded so smoothly. To this Pan Ming offered no reply. He had his reasons, far from arbitrary, and though those reasons remained his own, there was little point in revealing them now to spirits long since departed. As to your earlier question, the elder mused, though history may follow its ordained course, and the sovereign may indeed reclaim dominion, I believe in time new hands will rise to meet the challenge just as ours did then. Pride resonated in his voice. You speak truly. Humanity is fragile. A race so weak it once had no recourse but to kneel before demons. Yet, humanity is also formidable. For hope dwells eternally within us. That is the true weapon with which we dare defy tyranny. Perhaps because he now existed as pure spirit, Pan Ming perceived their inner convictions with startling clarity. Their spiritual resonance bore no falsehood. He sensed unmistakably their profound pride, not only in humanity as a species, but in their own identity as human souls. A stubborn lot of old men, Pan Ming remarked dryly. After sealing the sovereign, we expended our final strength to cast one last prophecy. It revealed a great anomaly destined to emerge far in the future, one that would ignite a wholly new flame across this world. The elder turned toward Pan Ming. Alas, we shall not witness it. But since fate has brought you here, perhaps destiny binds us. Would you do us the honor of witnessing that future for us? His manner betrayed no sense of Pan Ming as an outsider, only kinship forged across centuries. By the way, we observe something unusual about your soul energy. We possess certain countermeasures. Consider them a token of gratitude for your service in beholding that distant world. The elder retrieved a small luminous orb and pressed it into Pan Ming's hand, a gesture both generous and unyielding. Pan Ming, recognizing its necessity and finding refusal futile, accepted it graciously. I shall go and see, Pan Ming affirmed. The elder nodded, satisfied. Time grows thin. To preserve what remains of our essence, we shall not detain you further, Lord Pan Ming. Tell me, should I destroy that scroll, would you cease to exist? Pan Ming asked, mischief glinting in his tone. The scroll is but a vessel. The memories themselves are what endure. The elder winked. Destroy it, and we simply find another sanctuary for our consciousness. Pan Ming gave a faint, wistful nod, then withdrew his awareness inward, preparing to depart from this place, whose origins spanned untold ages. As his form began to fade, one final whisper lingered in the air. Elder, you were truly extraordinary. Unseen by Pan Ming, upon hearing those words, even the previously silent, faceless figures shimmered into distinct visages, smiling quietly radiant. The elder who had spoken throughout beamed with particular warmth. You are truly unlike any other Lord Pan Ming. Time snapped back to the present. Pan Ming stood outside the antique shop, thoughts gathered once more. What shall I do next? With that he dissolved from sight. Inside the shop, Chung Long turned to his father. Dad, still don't get it. Why help Pan Ming? Weren't you the one who said demons are inherently evil? Doesn't aiding him just invite trouble? Yes, I did say that, his father conceded without defensiveness. Yet Pan Ming's spiritual resonance bears no taint of malevolence, unlike other demons. Otherwise my wards would never have permitted him entry. Ah, you mean those spells you laid around the shop? I thought they'd malfunctioned. Chung Long blurted. Snap. Doubting your father are we? Wincing, Chung Long sank onto the floor, rubbing his head in silence. Your father senses something extraordinary about him, an enigma woven deep into his being. And that mystery lies at the heart of why he seeks our alliance. One more thing, Chung Long. Deliver these 2 talismans to District 13 immediately. Let no one else covet them. This shop exists to conduct business, not host wars. Yes, I know. Snap. Are you humoring me? No. Snap. Hurry up. Sounds good. Good head. Black Hand Tower. Lord Shendu. It appears the final talisman is nearly within reach. And your resurrection draws ever nearer. Walong declared, brimming with excitement, though his fervor concerned less divine return than the promised rewards. Walong, have you forgotten? Aside from the missing tiger talisman, 2 others remain in Chung Long's possession. Shendu's voice dropped cold and serrated. And my rat talisman, stolen no doubt by some petty thief. Bah, let's just seize them all. Offing, crackling with newfound arrogance, clenched his fists. Since acquiring talismanic power, their confidence had swollen beyond measure. Larsu and Zhou voiced firm agreement. As for Chung Long, apologies, but he belongs to a previous iteration. This is the era of the Black Hand Triad. Wahaha. Chung Long, prepare to die. Every humiliation we endured shall now be repaid in full. What is your verdict, Lord Shendu? Walong asked deferentially. Patience. If your confidence runs so deep, begin by locating the tiger talisman. As for Chung Long's talismans, let them hold them a while longer. They serve as convenient custodians for now. Shendu paused. Also, recover the missing rat talisman. It is vital. With it, I may even stir from my slumber ahead of schedule. As you command, exalted Lord Shendu. Walong bowed. All of you, take the dragon's eyes and depart. Bring me the tiger talisman. Understood, boss. Leave it to us. Offing strode out, flanked by Larsu and Zhou. Why not summon Afu? Don't ask, just don't. The office emptied swiftly, leaving only Walong. Walong, when Pan Ming returns, bring him to me. It shall be done, Lord Shendu. It is my highest honor. Early the next morning, Chung Long went to the Shursen district to entrust the pig talisman and the dog talisman to a place famed as the safest in the world. But the Shursen district speaks for itself. Those in the know understand. Hey Chung Long, you look well. Have you got good news? Sheriff Bulake stepped forward and clapped a hand on Chung Long's shoulder. Oh, to be frank, my friend, not long ago we finally discerned the power of those unknown talismans. Chung Long replied. Oh, already resolved so quickly. Impressive, Chung Long. Sheriff Bulake said with delight, giving Chung Long a friendly thump on the chest. So can you tell me, how did you find out? Bulake asked, curiosity plain on his face. Well, we have a few methods of our own, Chung Long hedged, but those details are not important. Because the matter touched on Pan Ming, Chung Long let out a polite chuckle and changed the subject. So how have you been lately? All right, Chung Long prompted. To be honest, not really, Bulake admitted without pressing the point. But you know this, what you brought in this time is truly astounding. Both men understood the implications. The notion of an undying immortal dog was sensational, and many powerful figures above might be drawn to it. Luckily, I merely reported to the higher-ups that these are historical relics sought by international criminal organizations, Bulake said with a helpless shrug. When the subject is immortality, one cannot be too cautious. Thank you for your trouble, Chung Long said, fully understanding. As for taking the blame, better to foist it onto Walong and the Heisho gang for now. So based on the intelligence we've gathered, only one talisman remains unfound, correct? Bulake asked. Yes, we have the rat, pig, and dog talismans. Walong's side should hold 8 talismans, so the only one unaccounted for is the tiger talisman. Chung Long counted off on his fingers as he spoke. They'll send more people to search. Once there is news, you'll be the first to know, Bulake promised. I really appreciate it, old friend. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Do you remember the matter I mentioned before about those few from the Heisho gang being able to use talisman power without limit? Did you investigate that? About that. In the antique shop, Father was swamped, the workbench strewn with all manner of messy drafts and documents until the broad surface was filled. Oh damn, where did it go? Father, what are you looking for? Xiaoyu asked, poking her head out with curiosity. I'm looking for the newspaper delivered this morning. I can't find it anywhere, Father answered without looking up. Off. Hearing that, Xiaoyu felt a little disappointed. I thought it might be something about talisman demons. Xiao Yu, you must understand the world is not only demons. We must do our own work and not let one thing upset our rhythm, father chided. Father's admonishment continued. Yes, yes, I know. Xiao Yu replied listlessly. Her tone made clear how little she cared. Bored, Xiao Yu sat at the cashier's counter and idly twirled a pen in her hand. If I'd known, I should have gone with Uncle Long to the Shursen district. It's far more interesting than staying here with father. At least we wouldn't be making such a fuss over a morning paper. Oh, Xiao Yu, father suddenly shouted, startling her. What's wrong, father? Xiao Yu asked in a panic. I've found it. Father emerged from the back. Found what? The newspaper. Look, father waved the paper with satisfaction. There are still good things I haven't had time to read yet. Xiao Yu let her head droop in resignation and with a dull thud bumped it against the table. At that moment, a relaxed Pan Ming finally returned to the Heisho building. As he stepped inside, he ran into Hualong. Hualong's bright green suit remained eye-catching as ever. Pan Ming the sovereign asked you to see him after you return. He seems to have something to say to you. Hualong said, dutifully acting as messenger. I know? That's troublesome, Pan Ming replied. You're welcome. Watching Pan Ming's retreating figure, Hualong only then realized. Did he just say troublesome? That arrogant fellow actually said that. Was I still half asleep? Hualong wondered, suddenly unsettled over a casual remark Pan Ming had made without knowing its effect. A single sentence could make a man lose his appetite. At last Pan Ming stood before the sovereign, stepped forward, bowed with a hand over his chest, and saluted. Your Majesty, may I ask why you summoned me? Pan Ming asked, raising his head. I wish to tell you that because of a small accident those 3 fools lost my talismans. They claim they were affected by a curse. What is your view on this matter? The sovereign asked, red light in his eyes lending an oppressive weight. When did this happen? Pan Ming remained composed. When you brought back the dragon talisman for me, the sovereign replied, his tone darkening. The sovereign's voice grew heavier. I'm not sure. You know I was acting on your orders, searching everywhere for talismans. Pan Ming paused, and then added, which talisman troubles you so? The rat talisman. With the mouse's power, I can leave this damned place for fresh air in advance. The sovereign's tone was far from pleasant. So you mean a third party we did not know of snatched the rat talisman from those idiots? Besides us and Chung Long, there are others seeking talisman power. It seems so. The talismans contain my divine power and naturally attract unsavory characters eager to covet it. After a moment of silence, Pan Ming said, Understood, Your Majesty. I will find the thief as swiftly as possible and retrieve the talisman. I have always trusted you, Pan Ming. Because of this matter, I will give you some help. As he spoke, a red light shot from the sovereign's eyes. Pan Ming stood still without dodging or adopting any defensive posture and let that power surge into his body. You know that before, to make those useless lackeys work more efficiently for me, I planted part of a talisman's power into their bodies like a seed. But for you, I must be more attentive. Based on your nature, I have channeled part of the dragon talisman's divine power into you. You should feel it, the burning divine force now seething within you. Suddenly roaring flames erupted over Pan Ming's body. These were not the pale yellow flames of before, but blazing crimson orange. They surged and thundered, displaying an overwhelming urge for destruction. The dragon talisman's return to the sovereign had naturally been tinged with his aura, rendering the flames even more ferocious. Pan Ming felt every change brought by the influx of power. The gold in his eyes melted into molten currents flushed with an exhilarated red. This is part of the dragon talisman's root power, part of my authority over burning divine force. Do not disappoint me, Pan Ming. The sovereign's voice sounded unexpectedly weak. Without a restored fleshly form, it was no easy task for him to divide off part of his primordial power. This was a costly outflow incomparable to the paltry grants given to the Heisho gang's 3 lackeys. Feeling the tremendous surge the dragon talisman bestowed upon him, Pan Ming could not help but grin. Thank you for your trust. I will not squander this power, Your Majesty. Very well, then step back for now, the sovereign said, his voice weary. Yes, Your Majesty. Please rest well. Pan Ming bowed again and retreated. Pan Ming, do not under any circumstance disappoint me. The sovereign's admonition echoed through the empty chamber, heavy with unspoken meaning. Remarkable. I did not expect Your Majesty would be willing to aid me in this way, Pan Ming murmured, enchanted, as a thread of crimson flame rose from his hand and crept over his arm until it ran through his whole body and even tinged the tips of his hair. This sensation is exquisite. Is this the flame Your Majesty commands? I will wield this power well, Your Majesty. In high spirits, Pan Ming decided to take a walk. Staying cooped up in the Heisho building only risked being made foolish by some of the brainless men there. So where shall I go next? Pan Ming murmured to himself. At that moment, some sound seemed to stir within his mind. He stood still and concentrated, absorbing the message. How fortuitous. To receive part of the news so quickly, it was genuinely pleasing. Then I shall go and have a look, consider it a walk to clear my mind. The flames that had enveloped him soon subsided, and Pan Ming's form vanished from the spot. Having obtained the dragon talisman's power, the sudden windfall left Pan Ming thoroughly elated in body and spirit. Such an opportunity was rare indeed, and he meant to put it to good use. Oh, you mean those individuals temporarily grafted the talisman's power onto themselves through extraordinary means? Sheriff Black stared in utter disbelief. I never imagined such a thing could even occur. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first, yet the evidence stands before us undeniable and irrefutable. Chung Long let out a wry chuckle. After all, if talismans, supernatural artifacts, truly exist, then surely even more extraordinary phenomena are not beyond belief. You raise a valid point. It seems we must deepen our understanding of talismans. Sheriff Black stroked his chin thoughtfully. Leave this to Father. He's the undisputed expert in this field. With him on the case, I'm certain a solution will emerge swiftly. Chung Long placed unwavering confidence in Father. All right, but be sure to call upon me if you need any assistance. Sheriff Black knew full well he was a complete novice here. Only a true specialist could handle such matters. I certainly will, old friend. Just don't complain when the work piles up. Chung Long joked lightly. Wouldn't dream of it. I'd be delighted. Sheriff Black replied with solemn sincerity. Has anyone ever told you your sense of humor needs serious refinement? No one ever has. Father's antiquities shop. Father, I've just realized something. Xiao Yu whispered mysteriously. Oh, and what might that be? Father drawled, leaning back. If Sheng Zhu was defeated once before, then he must possess vulnerabilities. Or rather, if we uncover the proper method, we may defeat him again, even should he rise anew, reducing him once more to that chattering stone statue. Xiao Yu swelled with pride, her expression all but shouting, praise me now. You're quite right, there's truth in that, Father mused, stroking his chin approvingly, then added. But how precisely might we rediscover the ancient spell that once vanquished Shang Zhu? That's simple enough. Didn't Pan Ming extract exactly what he sought from that very parchment scroll? We can do the same. Xiao Yu sighed inwardly. Father seemed slower than usual these days. Such an obvious solution required no pondering at all. Truly the nation's future rests squarely upon this little blossom. The problem, Xiao Yu, is that since Pan Ming's last visit, the scroll has sealed itself shut. Even I cannot establish contact with it. Father sighed helplessly. How could this happen? Xiao Yu's face fell crestfallen. It's all Pan Ming's fault. After emerging, he rambled endlessly, never uttering a single word about what truly mattered. Now the scroll is useless and he's vanished without a trace. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth in frustration. Couldn't you have used that precious time to speak plainly? Why must you always mock Uncle Long? Though admittedly, it was rather amusing. Chung Long, this is surely the 100th time my spirit has grown weary. Don't fret, Xiao Yu. Father will search further. Perhaps another path exists to uncover what we seek. Father smiled warmly as he gently patted Xiao Yu's head. Father, she began, touched, only to hear the next words. So off you go now, finish your homework. And don't forget, you're still a student after all. Ugh, I hate school. As they spoke, footsteps echoed at the shop entrance. Father greeted them cheerfully. Hello, welcome to Father's Antiquities shop. How may I assist you? Hi, Father, it's me. Chung Long waved enthusiastically as he stepped inside, beaming. Have you eaten yet? Oh, before he could finish, he dropped smoothly to the floor, clutching his head in sudden agony. But Father, why this time? Oh dear. You've dashed Father's hopes. Don't you know it's been ages since a customer walked through that door? Do you two carry even a single cent between you? Well, most of your wares are counterfeit, so naturally no one comes knocking. Xiao Yu muttered under her breath. What was that? Speak up. I'm hard of hearing. Nothing at all. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to my homework right away. Bye-bye, she chirped, flashing a bright, appeasing smile before dashing upstairs. Children these days, utterly incorrigible. Father shook his head, resigned. Father, there's actually something else. Chung Long ventured cautiously. What is it? Regarding the Black Hand Gang, their use of talismanic power. Have you devised any countermeasure? Chung Long probed, carefully, word by word. Oh dear, do you take Father for some kind of oracle? In so short a time, how could I possibly unearth a solution? Father already bears too many burdens. Surely you're bent on exhausting him to death. Chung Long's question shattered Father's composure entirely. What nonsense is this? Must everything fall to this old man? Are you young folk merely decorative ornaments? No, not at all. Just idle curiosity, purely rhetorical. Chung Long hastily denied. Good. Father will retire to study. You meanwhile will mind the shop. Unwilling to engage further, Father turned and strode straight into his library. I wonder what's gotten into Father lately. Bursting into rages over nothing. Could early senility be setting in? Chung Long mused silently. Chung Long. Father's voice boomed from the library. Yes, Father. What is it? Chung Long snapped upright, instantly terrified. He'd been overheard maligning Father. Bring Father a cup of tea, immediately. Yes, sir, no problem. Right away. I'll bring it straight away, he called out loudly. And one more thing, prepare some light refreshments. Father's stomach is growling like thunder. Understood. Chung Long bellowed back. As he rose to head toward the kitchen, a flash of white caught his eye, a newspaper fluttering in the breeze. He picked it up. This morning's edition. Let's see if anything interesting awaits. Hey, Uncle Long, what are you reading? Startled, Chung Long leapt 3 feet into the air, sending the paper tumbling to the floor. Oh, Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to do your homework? You nearly gave me a heart attack, he grumbled irritably. Xiao Yu retrieved the paper with a winsome grin. Please, Uncle Long. Those assignments are dreadfully dull. Won't you tell me something far more fascinating? She blinked up at him, expectant, yet he remained silent. Fine. I'll go do my homework after all. Defeated, Xiao Yu trudged upstairs like one accepting her fate. Chung Long retrieved the paper and unfolded it, reading aloud. Today our city received a consignment of rare historical artifact statues currently on display at the Municipal Exhibition Center. Curiously, the precise era of these artifacts remains undetermined. and most bear inscriptions in an undecipherable script. This piqued Qianlong's interest. He flipped to the detailed section, and indeed numerous photographs of the statues appeared. Yet one peculiar figure seized his attention. I feel strangely familiar with this statue. He murmured thoughtful. Honestly, Uncle Long, I feel it too. Xiaoyu studied the paper intently. Oh, you Xiaoyu. Never mind, never mind. Qianlong began to chide, then sighed, surrendering instantly. So, shall we go take a look? At the very least, it's infinitely more engaging than sitting around the shop. Xiaoyu urged. Qianlong was already tempted, his archaeologist's instincts stirring deep within his bones. Come on, come on. Who knows what unexpected discoveries await? Uncle Long, please let's go. She clung to his arm, pleading earnestly. Very well, we'll go have a look. Surely there's no harm in it. Without talismans, the Black Hand Gang would hardly take interest in mere statues. Having resolved, Qianlong prepared to accompany Xiaoyu. Yay, Uncle Long is the greatest, she cheered, bouncing with joy. Shall we grab a bite first? Then head downtown by taxi, Qianlong suggested. Yay, I want hamburgers, sandwiches, French fries, cola. Xiaoyu counted gleefully on her fingers. Oh Xiaoyu, children shouldn't eat so much at once, you'll upset your stomach. So what? My appetite is enormous, and my digestion impeccable. As they chatted, they stepped outside and closed the shop door behind them. Though Qianlong couldn't shake the nagging feeling he'd forgotten something. Well, if it eluded memory, it couldn't be important. Long after Qianlong and Xiaoyu had departed, no one knew how long, came a feeble cry from the library, Qianlong. Qianlong, where's father's tea, and those pastries? Receiving no reply, father emerged, calling Qianlong's name as he walked. He searched every corner of the ground and upper floors, yet Qianlong was nowhere to be found. Oh dear, that rascal Qianlong, where's he vanished to now? When he returns, father will make him pay dearly. Achoo! Qianlong sneezed violently mid-meal with Xiaoyu. Strange, who's talking about me? Xiaoyu looked up curious. What's wrong, Uncle Long? Are you unwell? Nothing at all. Let's eat, he waved dismissively. All right, I'm digging in. Xiaoyu, slow down. How many times must I say it? Chew slowly, savor each bite. But that's cola. Blackhand Tower. Hey, I mean true, can't you eat a little less? Don't you notice we've already run out of food? Afin complained discontentedly. A long, broad dining table outside the Blackhand Council chamber was laden with enough food for nearly 7 or 8 people. Afin, La Suzhou, and Tru sat around it, eating together. What frustrated the trio, however, was Tru's astonishing appetite. In truth, Valmont had already anticipated Tru's voraciousness. Each time he arranged meals, he deliberately prepared extra portions. Yet even that proved insufficient against Tru's bottomless hunger. Tru routinely devoured the entire spread himself. Hey buddy, seriously, you're practically polishing off everything on your own. What's left for the rest of us to eat? Afin bristled with irritation. In the past, he would never have dared speak to Tru so boldly. After all, Tru's compact frame could overpower 10 men like him. One punch from him might leave Afin speechless. Yet something had changed ever since receiving the talismanic power bestowed by the Dark Lord. The trio's confidence had swelled beyond measure. Empowered by the Ox Talisman, Afin felt invincible, like he'd just swallowed a potent elixir of dragon and tiger. His entire body thrummed with ceaseless, surging strength. His words naturally soared skyward. Tru had disciplined them countless times before, but now with newfound might in hand, they were determined to repay the favor. After all, where would the pride of the Black Hand Trio stand otherwise? Exactly. He's useless when it comes to actual work, but when it comes to eating, no one tops him. Zhou chimed in, backing Afin up. Tru, however, ignored them completely, as if he hadn't heard a word, shoveling food into his mouth with both hands, ravenous and unrelenting. Hey, we're talking to you. Now it wasn't just Afin. Lasu and Zhou too could no longer tolerate it. Tru's utter disdain was unbearable, a profound affront to the trio whose newly awakened powers had only just begun to ignite their sense of self-worth. Seriously, what are you even pretending at now? Do you really think we're still the same as before? Lasu and Zhou, likewise empowered by talismanic force, now bristled with eagerness. They too had endured Tru's harsh treatment for years, and if vengeance presented itself, they certainly wouldn't hesitate. Just as tension crackled between them, a commanding voice cut through the air. Stop! What do you think you're doing? Valmont's voice echoed from afar. Boss, we were just... At the sound of Valmont's voice, the trio instantly wilted. Their respect for him ran deep and genuine. Enough! You're all under my command. Bickering like this only invites ridicule from outsiders. Valmont rebuked them sternly. Or have you grown so arrogant that even my words no longer carry weight? Of course not, boss. We only meant... Alarmed by his tone, Afin and the others erupted into frantic protest, each vying to declare their unwavering loyalty. Enough. If there's nothing urgent, stop squabbling here. I find it aggravating. Valmont waved dismissively, then pulled a wad of cash from his pocket. If you're still hungry, go eat out somewhere. Don't clutter up my headquarters. With that, he tossed the bills straight into Afin's arms. Yes, boss. Seeing Valmont intervene, Afin and the others suppressed their resentment and departed immediately, clutching the money as they rose. Even then, Tru remained bent over his plate, utterly indifferent, refusing even to acknowledge Valmont. Watching him devour his meal without lifting his head, Valmont sighed, helplessly, a deep weariness settling over him. After all, Tru had been with Valmont since the very beginning, a loyal, tireless veteran who'd earned countless merits through sheer grit and devotion. He harbored no grand ambitions. His sole desire was simple: a full belly. What leader wouldn't cherish such a steadfast, uncomplicated subordinate? Yet as the Dark Lord acquired more talismans, and granted fragments of their power to Aphin and the others, the opportunities for True to act diminished steadily. And now with the arrival of Afu, frankly True's role had grown increasingly marginal. Though the largest among them, he had become the most invisible. Sigh. Even Valmont could only sigh again. True truly held little practical value in the current landscape, yet discarding him outright felt strangely wasteful. Valmont possessed few virtues, but loyalty to his subordinates ranked among the strongest. It was precisely this trait that bound Aphin and the others to him with such unwavering fidelity. Well then, let it be. Perhaps an opportunity will arise later. Shaking his head, Valmont turned and walked away. The vast hall emptied, leaving True alone, only the steady rhythmic crunch of chewing breaking the silence. After finishing his meal, True's expression remained unchanged. Deep down he knew his position had grown precarious. The Dark Lord had originally intended to bestow talismanic power upon him as well. Yet inexplicably True, who had always obeyed without question, had for the first time refused the Dark Lord's offer. Afu, the red-haired brute, had done the same, declaring bluntly that he needed no talismanic power to defeat Jackie Chan. Neither the Dark Lord nor Valmont could sway him. The man's stubbornness was legendary, so they reluctantly let the matter drop. To Aphin, Lasu, and Zhou, both men seemed irrational. The talisman's overwhelming power was undeniable, capable of transforming ordinary mortals into near-superhuman beings with effortless ease. Eagerly the trio accepted the Dark Lord's transformation, and history soon vindicated their choice. During their recent expedition to the rainforests of Microlysia in search of the monkey talisman, they had seized their moment to shine. They clashed head-on with elite officers from Section 13. Each empowered by talismanic force, they became walking war machines. 3 men alone routed dozens of seasoned agents, driving them into desperate retreat. It was a one-sided annihilation, each triumphant, each intoxicated with exhilaration. Is this Section 13's elite? Has it really deteriorated so much in just a few days? True had played no part whatsoever in that operation. From the moment they returned, the trio's arrogance surged uncontrollably, growing ever more dismissive of True, who had spurned new power. Yet True sensed something strange within himself, an instinctive visceral resistance to accepting the Dark Lord's power, a reluctance that took root the moment he stood before him. Since then he had gradually faded from Valmont's focus. Truth be told, True was aging, no longer as strong or agile as in his youth. His body responded sluggishly, its movements less precise, less certain. This is the universal toll of time. It conquers all. Neither did he embrace new power like the trio, nor did he possess Afu's youthful vigor and sharp-tongued bravado. Thus inevitably he drifted toward the periphery of the Black Hand. He knew Valmont still honored old loyalties, refusing to betray him outright, but judging by Aphin and the others' conduct, his days were growing ever more precarious. Still he had nowhere else to go. True remained under Valmont's banner, not out of ambition but necessity. Few organizations could afford his prodigious appetite. Only the Black Hand, vast and wealthy, treated such expenses as trivial. Frankly, True felt a disorientation unlike anything he'd known before. In combat, he no longer matched Afu's swagger, or even the comedic trio's unpredictable edge. As for strategizing, he lacked both the aptitude and the mandate. Within the Black Hand, no one expected him to devise schemes. The Dark Lord, Panming Valmont, all-seasoned masters of manipulation. True had spent his life following orders, never cultivating the finesse required for delicate planning. To demand it now was sheer folly. He felt entirely superfluous, neither indispensable nor dispensable, possessing no distinguishing excellence. Fine, I surrender. Let things unfold as they will. Defeated, True slumped forward, then rose unsteadily from his chair, massive frame swaying as he ambled out, toothpick in hand. He shuffled down the long corridor to his quarters and collapsed onto his vast, luxuriously comfortable bed, releasing a satisfied belch. Moments later he sank into deep, dreamless sleep. Meanwhile the trio, having settled at a nearby restaurant, continued their animated complaints. Honestly, Valmont should just kick True out. Between us and that red-haired freak, we've got everything covered. Aphin drained a large gulp of beer, savoring the relief. Exactly. That guy's old and slow, utterly useless now. With talismanic power, we're invincible. Lasu quickly added his agreement. And remember that time we went after the monkey talisman? True didn't even register. Just stood there, a giant paper tiger. Zhou eagerly joined in, mimicking True's lumbering gait with exaggerated gestures, sparking raucous laughter from all three. Truthfully, the trio believed accepting talismanic transformation was the wisest decision they'd ever made. Such overwhelming power easily clouds judgment, especially when gained effortlessly, lulling its wielders into intoxicating delusion. Honestly, that red-haired freak must be insane too. I can't fathom why he refused either. He shoved a mouthful of food in, swallowing hastily. Who knows? All we know is, we're unstoppable. Next time we meet Jackie Chan, I'll make him regret it. Zhou rolled up his sleeve, flexing his biceps. Just wait, you'll see. An opportunity will come. Soon. Very soon. Meanwhile, back with Jackie Chan and Jade. After lunch, they hurried downtown and finally arrived at the exhibition venue in the city center. It was undeniable that this antiquities exhibition had drawn considerable attention from prominent members of society. Indeed, the moment Jackie and Jade reached one of the entrances, they found the area already teeming with crowds, each group bearing a strikingly distinct style and demeanor. There were corporate white-collar workers in sleek black suits, affluent elites dressed in understated yet opulent attire, high-ranking political figures flanked by multiple personal bodyguards, and even several uniformed officers present on site. Numerous security personnel stood guard at every entrance, rigorously screening for unauthorized individuals. As a result, most ordinary citizens could only gather outside, watching the spectacle from afar. This strict access control naturally sparked widespread discontent, especially in the United States, a nation that prides itself on liberty. Many immediately began voicing loud protests right at the entrance. Yet the security staff remained stoic and silent, their expressions unreadable, utterly indifferent to the demonstrators' outbursts. Only those who held elite status across various sectors of society were permitted entry. What a bustling scene, Jackie murmured inwardly. Truth be told, few among the attendees likely possessed deep expertise, but rarity commands reverence. An unprecedented discovery from a bygone era would inevitably draw such a crowd. Uncle Chan, with so many people here, how are we ever going to get inside? Jade fretted. She had assumed it would be a simple, low-key exhibition, never imagining the sheer scale or the formidable presence of its attendees. Don't worry. Jade, have you forgotten who I am? Jackie lifted his head proudly. At last, it's my turn. Draw cards. Who exactly are you? The embodiment of justice and charm? Or perhaps Deputy Blacks? No. Keep your voice down. Jade, what on earth are you babbling about? Jackie flushed crimson, glancing frantically left and right, terrified someone might overhear. It was simply too mortifying. Fortunately, no one nearby seemed to notice, and only then did Jackie exhale in quiet relief. Jade, can't we just let that incident fade into memory? After all, doesn't everyone make foolish mistakes now and then? Jackie muttered, lowering his gaze. But Uncle Chan, you're no longer a child. You're a mature, composed adult. Doesn't saying things like that feel oddly awkward? Jade asked. What do you know? Don't you understand the timeless truth? A man remains a boy at heart until his final breath. Fine. If you refuse to bury this secret deep within you, I won't take you inside to see any of the truly fascinating exhibits. Jackie declared, half teasing, half threatening. All right, I surrender. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you? Jade spread her hands wide and shook her head helplessly. Hey. Why does this feel like an adult indulging a mischievous child? So, Uncle Chan, how do we get in? Jade asked curiously. At that, Jackie lifted his chin, once more brimming with confidence. Jade, have you forgotten? Your Uncle Chan is in fact a highly accomplished archaeologist. With that, he strode forward confidently, Jade in tow, heading straight toward an entrance guarded by security personnel. There he approached and retrieved his identification from his pocket. Hello, I'm Jackie Chan, an archaeologist. You may have heard of me, I do enjoy a modest reputation in the field. In fact, I've been specially invited by the organizers to assist in interpreting these historical artifacts. Might we please be granted entry? Jackie added with an affable smile. Alas, the impassive guard before him remained unmoved, his stance unyielding, offering no sign of concession. Jackie instantly felt his face burn with embarrassment. What now? He'd just boasted so confidently, and Jade was watching his every move. Wait, I'd actually like to say. Jackie stepped forward again, only to be abruptly pulled back by Jade. Enough, Uncle Chan. I'm cringing for you. They clearly aren't giving you the slightest bit of respect. Caught off guard, Jackie's expression turned sheepish as he crouched beside Jade, who whispered conspiratorially, Uncle Chan, were you really invited here? We only saw the newspaper announcement this morning, didn't we? Of course I made it up. I thought a plausible-sounding excuse would be enough to bluff our way through. Jackie admitted sheepishly. Who knew these guards would stand there like wooden statues? Honestly, I knew I couldn't count on you. Let me handle this now. Jade declared, brimming with self-assurance. What are you planning, Jade? Jackie blurted, panic rising. He knew full well how many eyes were upon them, including military personnel. A misstep could land them in serious trouble. Relax. I've got my own method, and I guarantee it's absolutely, completely safe. Just watch and learn. With that, Jade darted off and pulled out her phone to dial a number. Hello? Yes, this is Jade. We're here with Uncle Chan, and we'd like to. Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. She hung up moments later, beaming with quiet satisfaction. Who on earth did you call? Jackie asked, curiosity piqued. Just wait and see. Jade teased, keeping her secret close. Within 10 minutes, a man emerged from the exhibition hall, a portly, kindly-looking gentleman in his 40s. The security staff clearly recognized him and treated him with marked deference. Scanning the crowd, he appeared to be searching for someone. Hey Jack, over here. Jade waved enthusiastically. Ah, so you must be Jade. The man called Jack greeted them warmly, shaking Jackie's hand. And you, sir, must be Mr. Jackie Chan. A pleasure to meet you. Aha, pleased to meet you too. Jackie replied hastily. Then if you'll follow me, I'll escort you inside. Jack said after brief pleasantries, and this time the guard stepped aside without hesitation. As they walked through, Jackie could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned in quietly. Hey Jade, how on earth did you pull that off? Jade tilted her head triumphantly. Well, I noticed the military presence at this exhibition, so I gave Deputy Black a quick call. And just like that, the matter resolved itself. Uncle Chan, seems you're quite fortunate to have such a capable ally in Deputy Black. Jade winked playfully. What does that mean? Am I suddenly some kind of freeloader? Is that really who Jackie Chan is? Soon the three passed through an elegant VIP corridor and entered the grand exhibition hall. Before them stretched an array of recently unearthed treasures, evidence of extraordinary influence wielded by the event's organizers. Not only had they secured such rare antiquities, but they'd also forged ties with both government and military authorities. Well, my part is done. I've other commitments to attend to. Feel free to explore at your leisure. Just remember this place is monitored around the clock by surveillance cameras. Jack winked knowingly. And don't even think about slipping something out under the guise of just one little souvenir, not even for a second, he joked lightly before bidding them farewell. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Jade expressed her sincere gratitude. He's truly a fine man, isn't he? Jackie remarked, gazing after Jack's retreating figure. He's all right, I suppose. Certainly far cooler than some archaeologists. Jade tossed over her shoulder before dashing off. Jackie stood speechless, utterly unable to counter her jab. With no retort left, he feigned composure and wandered off to examine another display. Soon Jackie sensed something amiss. As a seasoned archaeologist with solid credentials and genuine renown in his field, he trusted his instincts implicitly. These artifacts all appear to originate from the same era. Yet why do some feel subtly off, he mused aloud while walking. Though their casting techniques and carving styles were nearly identical, several pieces radiated a distinctly different aura, out of harmony with the rest. Regrettably, he wasn't officially invited as a consulting expert. Otherwise, Jackie would have eagerly examined the relics firsthand, running his fingers reverently over their ancient surfaces. For archaeologists, observation alone is never enough. These objects stirred within him an inexplicable resonance, and the inability to touch them gnawed at him deeply. Just as Jackie wrestled with whether to call Deputy Black for a second favor, Jade came sprinting over and seized his arm firmly. Uncle Chan, hurry. I found the statue we saw in the newspaper this morning. Her voice trembled with excitement as she tugged him along. Whoa, slow down, Jade. That's dangerous. But Jade paid him no heed, dragging him forward with astonishing determination. They soon arrived at a quiet, unassuming corner of the hall, where fewer exhibits stood and the crowd thinned noticeably compared to other areas. Before them rose a life-sized statue. It was a rare anthropomorphic sculpture, the sole human figure among all the displayed artifacts, and precisely the one Jackie and Jade had seen in that morning's newspaper. Yes, this is the one. Standing before it now, the sense of familiarity grows even stronger, Jackie murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I told you. I feel it too. It's so strange. After all, isn't this our very first encounter with this statue? Jade echoed, equally puzzled. Jackie stepped forward and began inspecting it closely. To ensure maximum security, each artifact rested inside a custom-built glass case, fashioned from state-of-the-art bulletproof material. Each case housed infrared sensors monitoring movement in real time, backed by round-the-clock surveillance and robust security presence, an installation fortified to the utmost degree. Jackie circled the case, slowly studying the statue from every angle, until his gaze settled on a dense cluster of inscriptions carved delicately along its calf. What is this? His eyes widened in astonishment. What's wrong, Uncle Long? Seeing Chung Long as if he had discovered something, Xiao Yu curiously asked. Look, Xiao Yu, Chung Long was pointing at the inscriptions, explaining. Although I can't understand what these ancient characters mean, I feel a strange familiarity, as if I have seen them somewhere before. Really? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu became instantly interested and quickly ran over to where Chung Long was, right behind the statue. Kneeling on the ground, she stared intently at the peculiar characters. After a while, Xiao Yu looked up and said, How strange, Uncle Long, I feel the same way. It's as if I have indeed seen them somewhere. Chung Long was pondering in his heart, if it were only me feeling this way, it might just be an illusion. But if both Xiao Yu and I feel this simultaneously. He recalled that moment when he saw this statue in the newspaper, where both he and Xiao Yu shared this strange sense of familiarity. Chung Long immediately felt that this statue must be hiding some secret, and that secret must be connected to them. It seems it's time to contact Sheriff Blake. Chung Long took out his phone from his pocket, still keeping his eyes on the statue, while his other hand quickly dialed. Soon he had reached Sheriff Blake. Watching his dazzling speed on the phone, one could tell how familiar Chung Long was with this matter. Hello, this is Chung Long. Listen, buddy, I need your help right now. Hey, race the situation. Once the call connected, Chung Long said, Yes, that's settled then. Thank you, buddy. The call was answered quickly and hung up just as fast as Sheriff Blake clearly agreed to Chung Long's request without hesitation. Uncle Long, what should we do now? Xiao Yu smelled an unusual scent in the air, sensing that something was about to happen. We just need to patiently wait here for a while. Soon someone will come to help us, Chung Long said, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, okay, then let's wait a bit longer. After all, we have nothing else to do. Xiao Yu waved her hand dismissively. Yes, I was thinking the same, but I can't shake the feeling that I have forgotten something important. Chung Long said uncertainly. Don't worry, Uncle Long. If both of us forgot about it, then that means it's not a big deal at all. Xiao Yu said nonchalantly. Yes, I feel the same. Chung Long felt reassured by Xiao Yu's words, but surely wasn't anything serious. About 2 hours had passed since Chung Long hung up the call. Hey, Uncle Long, did you offend Sheriff Blake recently? Is he deliberately retaliating against you? We've been waiting for almost 2 whole hours. Xiao Yu complained weakly. I don't know, Xiao Yu, but during the call I didn't sense anything off about Sheriff Blake's tone. Besides, I haven't offended him recently. Chung Long was puzzled. Because Sheriff Blake's exact words were that he would fulfill my request within half an hour and send an officer to assist us. But now not a single person had shown up. Half an hour. It seemed it would take at least 3 hours to finish up. Long couldn't help but suspect that the little bald man was intentionally looking for an opportunity to retaliate against him, yet he had no evidence to support his speculation. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps could finally be heard. Long and Xiaoyu both looked up expectantly, but upon seeing the person, their faces instantly fell. The person was none other than Uncle Jack, who had previously brought them into the exhibition hall. Hey, why are you still here? Let me see, it's probably been over 3 hours since you entered. It seems you really love this exhibition. Haha, we are indeed very interested in this exhibition, but we're just waiting for a friend here right now, Long responded. Oh, is that so? With you as guides, your friend is sure to have a great experience. Uncle Jack said happily. So Uncle Jack, why are you here? Xiaoyu curiously asked. Well, someone just called me asking me to pick someone up. Like you, he is very interested in these artifacts, and came to find me for a backdoor entry. Uncle Jack winked playfully. Alright, I won't chat with you any longer. I have to go pick someone up. Honestly, it's not that tiring, but can't someone else handle these errands? Uncle Jack complained slightly. Long and Xiaoyu felt a bit awkward, as if those words were directed at them. Is that a hint? Oh, enough already. Uncle Long, I really can't stay here any longer. I need to go outside for some fresh air. Finally, Xiaoyu erupted. As a typical representative of the lively and active, she felt like she was going crazy after staying in this place for hours. Not allowed to speak loudly, run, or take photos, Xiaoyu felt like she was being driven mad. She needed to go out to breathe some fresh air and stimulate her almost numb brain. Alright then, let's go together. Long also pushed himself up from the railing. To be honest, he was also struggling to hold on. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Let's go, Xiaoyu urged excitedly. Just as they reached the reception area of the VIP passage, they bumped into Uncle Jack again, this time followed by a man dressed in a fitted black suit wearing sunglasses and a Bluetooth earpiece. Wow, cool. Is this guy a secret agent? Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Long. Don't talk nonsense, Xiaoyu. Gossiping about others is very rude. Long admonished Xiaoyu. TCH. Xiaoyu scoffed. After Uncle Jack guided the man who looked like a secret agent inside, he quickly left again. Because the VIP passage was rather narrow, Long and Xiaoyu initially planned to wait for them to come out before entering, so they stood outside for a short while. To their surprise, the man who resembled a secret agent walked straight towards them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Long? The man asked, his tone carrying a businesslike flavor. Yes, that's correct. May I ask what you need? Although puzzled by the man's actions, Long still responded politely. I am an officer assigned by Sheriff Blake here to assist you. You can call me John. The man introducing himself as John said. What? You're the one coming to assist us. Thank goodness you finally arrived. Long's face lit up with excitement. Cool. Uncle Long, see, I told you he was a secret agent. I have a good eye for people. Xiaoyu immediately brightened up when she heard that someone had finally come. In fact, this matter is quite complicated and not as simple as you two imagine, which is why we have been delayed for so long. As soon as the issue was resolved, I rushed here. The organizer behind this exhibition is a remarkable individual, and he is particularly interested in these ancient artifacts. It's not easy to get him to agree. We, the 13th District, also put in a lot of effort and explored many channels before we barely got him to agree. After listening to John's explanation, Long and Xiaoyu finally understood that it wasn't Sheriff Blake's lack of capability, but rather the other party's overwhelming power that caused the delay. Sorry I misjudged you, bald brother. Sheriff Blake, this is the document you need. With it, you can temporarily take the statue you are interested in. Of course, you must ensure it remains intact upon return. John took out a document from his backpack, the seals on it still appearing to be freshly made, clearly delivered promptly after an agreement was reached. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Long took the document and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Please also thank Sheriff Blake on my behalf, and tell him I will find time to personally thank him. No need to be polite, Mr. Long. This is what I should do. John's tone remained unchanged and calm. One more thing, Mr. Long, when I entered just now, I encountered someone who said he hopes you can go out soon. He has something important to tell you. After conveying this message, John left. Oh, who could be looking for you with something important? Uncle Long, Xiaoyu asked. I don't know. In any case, let's contact the person in charge here first. After all, we need to hand over this document we have. Long said. Oh, it seems we'll have to trouble poor Uncle Jack again. I hope he won't complain this time. After saying this, Xiaoyu walked with Long in the direction indicated by the sign. What Long didn't notice was that as they passed by the statue again, a flicker of gold seemed to appear in Xiaoyu's pupils. When she noticed the statue, it was just a brief moment. That flicker of gold became more vibrant, and then quietly receded, all happening within mere seconds. Even Xiaoyu herself felt just a sudden warmth in her eyes. Oh, truly thank you so much for your help. Long and Xiaoyu finally met the person in charge of the exhibition hall, a sprightly white-haired elder who served as the curator. Although the old man was well into his 70s and his hair had largely turned white, he still appeared hale and vigorous, and was exceedingly talkative. It is nothing, Mr. Long. Since you have followed the proper procedures, I have no reason to obstruct you. The curator continued, would you like us to help transport this piece back for you? After all, this is a rare antiquity. If anything were to go awry during transit and the treasure sustained damage, that would be a grievous pity. We have a professional transport team. All protective measures are in place. The curator proposed, what do you think? Oh, if you could do us this favor, we would be endlessly grateful. Long exclaimed with delight. In truth, he had been worried about how to haul such a bulky object away. Hearing the curator's understanding words, he was ecstatic, as if sleep had finally found a pillow. Truly, there are still many good people in the world. No trouble at all, merely a small favor. Jiaku, you will take charge of this matter, will you not? After all, you are acquainted with them. The curator instructed Uncle Jiaku, who wore an expression of utter displeasure. All right, director. Uncle Jiaku, who had sensed trouble from the start, now looked as miserable as could be. But he had no choice. The curator had spoken, and he complied. Very well, Mr. Chenlong, I shall take my leave. The elder curator bade farewell. Please take care, and thank you once again for your kindness. Chenlong replied loudly. He turned to the unwilling Uncle Jiaku and offered consolation. My apologies, Mr. Jiaku, for taking your precious time. But I promise this will be the last time. It will be over soon. Oh, damn it. If only I had not answered that phone. Uncle Jiaku was in fact someone who abhorred trouble above all else, as his work attitude plainly revealed. If he had any choice, he would have fled long ago, but reality is merciless. He still had no choice. This is so hard, Jiaku thought inwardly. Yet words aside, the work must be done. Reluctantly, he continued to call the laborers and have the statue packaged for transport. When this is over, I will block all these people, he thought. A life of idle comfort suits me best after all. The strained smile he had worn while receiving visitors had drained all his workday cheer. Now he was utterly overloaded. Jiaku had long believed a fixed truth: the money earned by toiling at work is deserved reward, whereas the wealth gained by coasting is a true measure of one's skill. Such is the ingrained mentality of a seasoned corporate drone. It is not easily shaken. Feeling the deep resentment emanating from Uncle Jiaku, Chenlong kept his distance, embarrassed to approach him further, and silently prayed the transport crew would arrive soon. They needed to be rescued from the awkward atmosphere. At last, the outside help proved efficacious. In under 15 minutes, the team was in place. Watching the workers bustle about beginning the process of packing and securing the statue, the worry that had hung over Chenlong finally eased. The bystanders who had been enjoying the various exhibits now cast curious glances, for the commotion the group had stirred was far from small. It was the opening day for these exhibits. Those attending were undoubtedly people of high standing. In other words, anyone you bumped into here might be a figure capable of shaking an entire industry. Yet even these wealthy and influential magnates could not simply remove an exhibit at will, so they naturally felt intrigued by the identity of Chenlong and his companions. Hey, did you see that? Old man Xiao Ji actually came personally to receive them. Of course, everyone knows that old fellow is famously stubborn and ill-tempered. They say there is an extraordinary person behind him. He is only a figurehead, uninterested in most things, except he is oddly obsessed with unearthed antiques. I never expected such an old curmudgeon to be so cordial with those people, even agreeing to let them take a piece. It is simply inconceivable. The gathered bigwigs whispered among themselves. Across industries, they had overlapping connections and occasional business dealings. Mostly they knew one another by face or had some measure of influence. But Chenlong and his companion were absolute strangers, which naturally made their identities a subject of curiosity. Who were they to have softened that troublesome old man? Especially the pair's appearance. The larger nasal man, who seemed to be the talker, gave off the impression of not being particularly bright. Chenlong, how many times must I say this? Your behavior is truly discourteous. Unfortunately, Chenlong and Xiao Yu lacked mind reading or eavesdropping powers, otherwise they might have answered them with a few casual remarks. Those magnates had no idea that the mysterious figure they imagined to be formidable was in truth merely an unremarkable archaeologist. Indeed, a professional team is remarkable. Experts reveal themselves at once. In less than 20 minutes, the statue was packed and now being towed away on a trailer. Seeing the statue loaded onto the truck, Chenlong finally breathed a sigh of relief as the weight in his chest subsided. He turned to the ever-busy Uncle Jiaku and said, "We cannot thank you enough. Without your help, I doubt we could have resolved this matter so swiftly and smoothly." Chenlong's words were not false. Uncle Jiaku had escorted them in at the start, had contacted the 13th district official who sought them, and had even located old Mr. Xiaoji, all thanks to him. He had even arranged the transport. Though the task came from Xiaoji, one must admit, Jiaku, you are terribly useful. Spare me, Mr. Chenlong. Gratitude will not please me at all. I only hope you leave promptly and do not bother me again. Jiaku waved his hand. He indicated he cared nothing for the hollow thanks and reiterated that the best assistance would be for them to depart quickly. Well, in any case, I must still express my gratitude for your help. Chenlong could not help himself. He was an earnest man. What Chenlong did not know was that his wrinkled, beaming smile was like a knife in Jiaku's eyes, grating and unbearable. Without another word, Uncle Jiaku handed the receipt to Chenlong and left at a speed that suggested he wished for 2 more legs. Seeing this, Chenlong and Xiao Yu felt it best not to press further. They turned and walked toward the exit of the exhibition hall. As they walked, Xiao Yu asked Uncle Long, "Agent Yuhan said someone was waiting for you outside. Who could it be?" "Honestly, I do not know either. I am as curious as you are, Xiao Yu." Chenlong was puzzled. Who could it be, and what urgent matter did they have to discuss? He hurried quickly, "Xiao Yu, perhaps we still have time to see who is looking for us. Maybe a pretty young lady. Perhaps someone like Xiao Shi." Xiao Yu ventured boldly. "No way. I don't want to get involved with another lady thief." "Xiao Yu, do not learn her ways," Chenlong warned sternly. "Hear that?" Chenlong warned. "A cousin has only one daughter, and she must not be led astray. Fine, stop nagging. You will not win any girls like this, Uncle Long." Xiao Yu retorted impatiently. Soon they passed through the long corridor and returned to the spot where they had first entered. Long glanced about searching for whoever had come for him, but the crowd's enthusiasm had only grown and more people had arrived since they first came. Where are they? Xiaoyu scanned the throng as well. Oh Xiaoyu, I have a bad feeling. Long suddenly shivered. An ominous sensation crawled across his skin, raising goose flesh on his exposed arm. What? Uncle Long, be careful. Xiaoyu turned at his words and began to shout a warning, but she was a moment too late. A blow filled with righteous indignation landed squarely upon Long. Whoa! Long leapt as if 3 feet off the ground. The sudden assault caught him utterly off guard, and a burning pain flared across his head. Long, you wretched boy, are you trying to starve your old father to death? An angry, aged voice exploded in his ear. It turned out to be a furious little old man, barely able to contain his rage. Even his white hair seemed to stand on end, quivering, as if each tremor voiced his fury. Oh, father, it's you. Long finally registered. Are you the one Agent Yuhan said had urgent news for me? Xiaoyu could not believe it. Who would have expected father to be that person? What? Of course it's father. Surprised. I asked you to make some snacks and brew some tea to bring to father, and father nearly starved to death in the study. I didn't see you anywhere. I came out and found you had disappeared. Father's mood had become agitated. His normally slow manner was gone, words rattling out faster and faster like a musket swapped for a Gatling gun, blazing blue all the same. When I came out and saw that newspaper on the ground, I thought you two might be here, so I followed the map and arrived. Sure enough, at the entrance I met someone who was looking for you. What followed was simple. Father had confirmed with Agent Yuhan, learned that the rascal Long was inside, and had the agent relay a message to them. But father, didn't you say you had something important to tell us? Long asked, puzzled. Oh, isn't father nearly starving? A very important matter. Father replied angrily. Of course it is important, but I was wondering if there is anything else that is less important than that. Long said with a conciliatory smile. Actually there is something. Father has made some discoveries regarding how those people from the Black Hand use talismanic powers. Father said with a proud air. Really? Father, you are incredible. Long was overjoyed. If this could be resolved, it would be a tremendous boon to their efforts. Then what are we waiting for? Let's head back to the shop at once. I also need your help with something, father. Long pivoted father and began to push him forward. What? More help from father? You must understand father is very busy. Father complained, utterly unwilling. Oh, why did father have to speak those words? Wouldn't a simple temper have sufficed? Now this foolish boy was dragging him off to do heavy work. Father regretted speaking up. He regretted the needless effort. But Long cared not. The statue plainly had secrets. He felt an inexplicable intuition that unlocking them could elevate their standing. Come on. We have been out so long. Do you not miss your shop? They'll brew you a steaming cup of fresh green tea and rub your shoulders when we return. Long coaxed. Sometimes elders, like children, must be cajoled. Wow, Uncle Long, I never knew you had such a sycophantic side. Xiaoyu sneered with a curl of her lip. Shoo, child. What do you know? Long waved dismissively. Today's children have no manners. Is this flattery? I am a man capable of yielding for a greater good. Besides, what is wrong with being filial? Filial piety is foremost of virtues. Unable to resist Long's persistence, father was soon half pushed, half persuaded into a taxi. Old man, antique shop, please. Long told the driver. Seated in the taxi, Long could not stop talking, chattering on. Father, Xiaoyu and I saw a report about a statue in the paper this morning, which is why we came. That statue gave us a strange feeling. Moreover, I noticed peculiar inscriptions on the statue that both of us felt we recognized, yet had never seen before, so we wanted your help to take a look. Soon the taxi halted once again before the antique shop. The moment he stepped out, Jackie Chan eagerly dragged his father inside. Slow down. Jackie, you're nearly shaking my bones apart. The jarring pace left his father deeply unsettled, prompting him to call for an immediate halt. Oh, my apologies. Father, I didn't realize. Jackie instantly loosened his grip and smiled sheepishly. Huff. Has that statue you mentioned arrived yet? His father steadied his breath and straightened his collar before speaking. Yes, father. It arrived just moments ago. In fact, I received notification while still in the taxi. At this, Jackie couldn't help but marvel aloud. Truly, a professional team is incomparable. Even before I reached home, the artifact had already been delivered. Father and Xiaoyu entered the antique shop first and switched on the overhead lamp, just as Jackie appeared at the threshold, shouldering a massive parcel taller than himself. Father, this is it. Jackie set the bundle down and wiped the sweat from his brow. He retrieved a small knife from nearby and with swift practiced motions slit open the wrapping, revealing the statue itself still encased within its custom-made glass display case. Jackie then drew from his pocket a specially crafted key, a match for the case, handed to him earlier by the museum's elderly curator. In moments, the statue stood fully exposed to the air. Father narrowed his eyes, leaning forward with quiet intensity, eager to discern what manner of figure could command such profound attention from both men. The statue hailed from an exceedingly ancient era, depicting a stern middle-aged man whose long beard cascaded down to his chest and whose torso was bound with a cloth sash. His countenance radiated solemn authority. His unsmiling expression lent him an aura of indomitable majesty, while his focused gaze seemed fixed upon some immeasurably distant horizon. The statue. Father adjusted his spectacles and peered closely. What is it, father? Have you discovered something? Jackie's expression lit up at once. The craftsmanship is indeed exceptional, exquisitely refined. Father murmured, slowly delivering the latter half of his assessment with deliberate weight. Oh, Father, that isn't what concerns us. What matters most is uncovering whatever secret this statue may conceal. Jackie sighed, his face falling into a rueful grimace. What's this? As he spoke, Father circled behind the statue, and there, inscribed densely along its legs, he noticed the intricate glyphs. These very inscriptions, Father. I'm certain they hold vital meaning, Jackie declared with unwavering conviction. Let Father examine them closely. Father cut in impatiently, lest Jackie's torrent of words spiral beyond control once more. After prolonged scrutiny, Father's sense of familiarity deepened markedly. Strange. I've certainly seen these characters before, yet their origin eludes me entirely. He paused, lost in thought, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Ah, of course. Xiaoyu, quickly. Fetch Father's small green-bound notebook from the workbench. Oh, right away. Xiaoyu sprang off her stool and darted nimbly into Father's study. Moments later, she emerged, cradling a tome nearly half the size of her head, swaying slightly as she walked. Father, is this the little notebook you meant? It's crushing me. Ignoring her protest, Jackie took the book from her hands and placed it gently into Father's. Father dipped a finger into his mouth, moistened it, and flipped through the pages with astonishing speed, the rustling pages a blur, his commanding presence alone enough to make even seasoned observers step back. True to expectation, Father soon stilled his hand and pointed decisively. Look here. This is reference material Father gathered earlier while deciphering inscriptions on talismans. Jackie and Xiaoyu crowded close. The moment the script registered in their minds, the source of their earlier familiarity became instantly clear. Clearly, the glyphs etched onto the talismans and those carved across the statue were written in the same archaic script. Jackie swallowed hard and whispered hoarsely, "Does this mean the statue dates from at least the same era as the Sorcerer Supreme?" "I believe so." Father's voice grew grave. "This is truly astonishing. What began as a casual museum visit has led us to an artifact potentially contemporaneous with the Sorcerer Supreme. Moreover, the script matches the talismanic inscriptions almost identically, which implies not only temporal proximity to the Sorcerer Supreme, but possibly a deeper direct connection. And bolder still, if this statue once stood face-to-face with the Sorcerer Supreme, its subject must have been one who dared battle him. Then, could he be one of those ancient paragons of righteous sorcery who once vanquished the Sorcerer Supreme? Jackie's excitement surged. What extraordinary fortune, to stumble upon a statue depicting such a legendary warrior. Then, he may hold the very secret to defeating the Sorcerer Supreme. Xiaoyu exclaimed, thrilled. Like Jackie, she had never imagined this humble statue concealed such monumental significance. Yet now lies our greatest obstacle, the sheer volume of text. Even deciphering talismanic inscriptions demands immense effort, let alone extracting precise meaning from this vast corpus. Jackie's enthusiasm dimmed swiftly. Indeed, for them, understanding the message hinged entirely upon translation. Without it, all speculation remained hollow fantasy. The shop fell silent once more. Their earlier euphoria gave way to sober reflection. Only now did they fully grasp the colossal challenge awaiting them. Oh, if only this statue could speak, we'd learn everything directly from its lips. Jackie mused aloud. Though spoken casually, his words struck Xiaoyu like lightning. Exactly. If only the statue could tell us itself. Think. Xiaoyu, what have you overlooked? There must be a way. She bit her thumb, mind racing. Right, I've got it. Uncle Dragon, I know how. Xiaoyu burst out triumphantly. Her sudden cry startled both Jackie and Father. Had it been any other day, Jackie would have scolded her, but now he stood utterly stunned by her revelation. What? Xiaoyu, what method? Jackie stammered. I said, I can make this statue speak and let it tell us everything itself. Xiaoyu's radiant confidence left Jackie momentarily speechless. And truly this idea owes much to Father, she added, turning toward him. Father's contribution. Father blinked, still bewildered, unaware he'd entered the equation at all. Naturally. Father, do you recall your earlier research on the rat talisman? Xiaoyu pressed, her momentum unbroken, each question striking with surgical precision. You're right, I do remember. Its power is, precisely, transmuting stillness into motion, granting life to the lifeless. Xiaoyu beamed. With the rat talisman's power, success is assured. Of course, I hadn't considered that. I'll rush to District 13 immediately and retrieve the rat talisman. Jackie declared, springing into action. Wait for me. Father Xiaoyu. Today may well bring us an unprecedented breakthrough. With that, Jackie dashed out the door. Xiaoyu paused, gazing upward through the shop's doorway at the sky, her expression pensive, thoughtful. What is it, Xiaoyu? Have you thought of something else? Father observed keenly. I'm just wondering. The rat talisman was originally sent to us by Pan Ming, taken from the Black Hand Syndicate. Could he have foreseen this very moment? Xiaoyu voiced her doubt hesitantly. That must be mere coincidence, Xiaoyu. No being, not even the gods, can foresee the future. Father held firm to his view. Perhaps, I may simply be overthinking. For now, let's hope Uncle Dragon returns with the rat talisman soon. Yet once planted, the notion lingered stubbornly in Xiaoyu's mind. District 13. Here's the situation. We stand on the verge of an extraordinary discovery, and thus require temporary use of the talisman. Jackie was already locked in negotiation with Chief Black. If that's truly the case, I naturally raise no objection. Yet, Jackie, have you considered that this statue may not represent a righteous warrior, as you assume? What do you mean? Jackie was wholly unprepared for such a perspective. I mean, he may merely be someone closely linked to the Sorcerer Supreme, yet no guarantee exists that he ever stood among the forces of light. Suppose he wields immense power and harbors ulterior motives. Would we not then commit a grave error? Chief Black asked soberly. Perspective shapes perception. Jackie and his companions saw only a potential key to defeating the Sorcerer Supreme, an ally from the same age. They had not contemplated the chilling possibility Chief Black raised that their actions might unwittingly unleash catastrophe. Chief Black was a man whose highest ideal was preserving societal order. No risk, however minute, escaped his rigorous consideration. Jackie clenched his jaw, then met the chief's gaze squarely. Rest assured, if things unfold as you fear, we will bear full responsibility. Then I trust you've weighed every consequence. And should it come to pass, I shall stand beside you without hesitation. Chief Black affirmed, his voice resolute. Truly magnificent, bold brother. Accept my deepest reverence. In that instant, Jackie felt the chief's presence blaze with incandescent moral authority. From there, matters proceeded smoothly. Jackie secured the rat talisman, bid farewell to Chief Black, and hurried back to the antique shop. Uncle Dragon, you're back at last. Father was nearly dozing off. Xiao Yu rushed forward and embraced him. Jackie withdrew the rat talisman from his pocket, glanced at the statue, standing silently in the center of the shop, and drew a slow, steady breath. Are we ready? Absolutely. Xiao Yu's spirits soared anew. Jackie turned to Father, whose firm nod confirmed his resolve. At last, Jackie stepped forward and gently placed the rat talisman upon the statue's chest. Upon contact, the talisman flared with brilliant white light, and ripples shimmered across the statue's breast. All watched in rapt silence, tension coiling thick in the air, especially Jackie, whose mind echoed Chief Black's warning with relentless clarity. I pray, you are who we hope you are. The talisman dissolved seamlessly into the statue's form, the ripples faded. Then, color bloomed across its surface, rich emerald robes unfurled, transforming the ceramic effigy into a living, breathing human being. His eyes fluttered open. His chest rose and fell with measured breaths. Slowly he surveyed his surroundings, still dazed, not yet fully awakened to reality. This is beyond belief. Xiao Yu clapped a hand over her mouth. Uncle Dragon, did you see? A statue, truly become a man. Though familiar with the rat talisman's lore, witnessing its power manifest firsthand left them awestruck, speechless before the miracle unfolding before their eyes. Greetings. We ask humbly, may you share your name with us? Jackie addressed the newly awakened figure. Where am I? And who are you? The man replied not, but instead questioned in turn. I am Jackie Chan. This is an antique shop. You were once a statue, until we invoked the rat talisman's power to restore you to life. Jackie explained carefully. A statue. The man looked down at his own hands. So, I am already dead. A quiet sorrow tinged his voice. Moments later he spoke again. I sense no malice from you, so you are no agents of darkness. I am Lo Pi, a warrior. We awakened you hoping to learn of the Sorcerer Supreme. Xiao Yu interjected eagerly. The Sorcerer Supreme? Was he not sealed away by me? What do you know of him? At the name, Lo Pi's aura shifted instantly, like a tiger coiling poised to strike. Hold on, please calm yourself. The sovereign remains sealed, though signs of his resurrection have recently emerged. That is why we seek your aid, noble warrior. Chung Long hastily interjected. This man was truly terrifying. Indeed, only one who had once confronted the sovereign face-to-face could radiate such overwhelming presence. The aura he summoned in that instant was utterly terrifying. It carried a profound, chilling aura of slaughter, a grim necessity for in that age to stand against a being as monstrous as the sovereign required such unrelenting ferocity, or without it one would be swiftly consumed by the sovereign's overwhelming malevolence. To even gaze upon the sovereign demanded courage. How then could one hope to defeat him? Hearing Chung Long's words, Lo Pei gradually settled, though his aura did not vanish. It instead condensed inward like a dormant volcano whose still surface concealed seething incandescent fury. Then, Chung Long, might you explain all this to me in detail? After a long silence, Lo Pei finally spoke. As a warrior who once stood as humanity's guardian, he held deep concern for every matter concerning the sovereign, whose power was unmatched and whose disposition toward humankind was anything but benevolent. Noble warrior, here is how it began. We first encountered a shield bearing the rat talisman, an accidental discovery that drew the Black Hand Gang's attention. From there, clue after clue led us to other talismans. During our relentless search, we uncovered the alarming truth that a terrifying demon was preparing to awaken. Indeed, the power within each talisman originates entirely from the sovereign himself. When we sealed him long ago, we lacked the strength to destroy him outright. So instead, we fractured his essence into 12 talismans. Lo Pei spoke as if recalling distant memories. Should he ever reassemble all 12 talismans, his dominion over the world will be restored, and with it a vengeful wrath unleashed upon humankind. No one understood the sovereign's cruelty better than Lo Pei. For those who lived through that era, it remained a dark chapter no soul wished to revisit. We fully grasped the gravity of this crisis, which is precisely why we dared disturb your slumber, revered warrior Lo Pei. Chung Long cautiously adjusted his address. Call me Lo Pei. I am no elder or sovereign. I am merely a warrior sworn to protect my people. Since you share this same sacred purpose, we are comrades in arms. Lo Pei's tone was remarkably calm, unexpectedly approachable, leaving Chung Long momentarily stunned. What is it? What image of me dwells in your mind? Arrogant, aloof, or perhaps self-aggrandizing? Lo Pei asked as if reading Long's thoughts. No, not at all. I'm simply surprised. I never imagined you'd be so unassuming. Long explained flustered. Had you lived in my time, and possessed the capacity to act, you would have performed no less admirably than I. In truth, I am no paragon. I did not vanquish the sovereign alone. Countless like-minded patriots stood beside me. I merely walked the path already forged by great pioneers. These words instantly earned Lo Pei renewed respect from Long, Xiaoyu, and Lao Ba, the three who stood in the antique shop. Behold, the mark of true magnanimity. Detective Black, it seems our gamble has paid off. Long thought inwardly, for anyone who met Lo Pei in person could feel unmistakably the sincerity burning in his heart. In fact, since awakening, I have sensed a familiar resonance. Are you the heir of the upright sorcerer? Lo Pei turned his gaze toward Lao Ba. Lao Ba, unusually solemn, replied, yes. My master was hailed as the greatest upright sorcerer in human history. The greatest. If he trained a disciple such as yourself, then indeed, he must have been extraordinary. Lo Pei nodded. As one of the most eminent upright sorcerers of antiquity, he could unmistakably sense the pure untainted qi emanating from Lao Ba, a truth no deception could mask. Yet having met you today, I believe you may rival my master in greatness. For the first time, Lao Ba offered someone the highest honor he could bestow, and Lo Pei bore it with quiet dignity. Ha 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 ha. Lo Pei laughed heartily, not with pride or vanity, but with the sincere warmth of a pioneer acknowledged by those who followed. Now I have a question. How many talismans have you gathered? Lo Pei asked, pausing thoughtfully. Well, 3 talismans are currently in our possession, including the rat talisman, now resting upon you. Long admitted, his voice tinged with awkwardness, as if confessing failure before a revered mentor. 3. Then the sovereign's faction must already possess the remaining 9. That complicates matters considerably. Lo Pei stroked his long beard. No, not quite. According to our intelligence, they hold only 8 talismans. Among the 12 zodiac talismans, 1 remains unaccounted for, the tiger talisman. Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. The tiger talisman. A welcome development. May I ask which talismans you currently hold? The rat, pig, and dog talismans. Xiaoyu eagerly answered. Ah, what a bright young girl. Lo Pei gently patted her head. Since neither the rat nor the tiger talisman lies in the sovereign's grasp, we still retain a chance. But if all 12 talismans are indispensable for the sovereign's resurrection, does this imply some deeper nuance? Long detected subtle implication beneath Lo Pei's words. Though all 12 are essential, should the sovereign reclaim the rat talisman prematurely, he might briefly break free from his seal, even breathe fresh air, so to speak. As for the tiger talisman, without its balancing force, his demonic energy would remain unstable. Combined with the binding enchantments we laid upon him, he would struggle to command his own body with precision. I see. Long exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and with greater awe for what Lo Pei and his allies had accomplished. It was nothing short of astonishing. Not only had they defeated the sovereign and shattered his power, but they had also mastered the intricate functions of each fragment. In truth, our victory over the sovereign hinged upon one decisive factor, one that nearly dictated the entire course of battle. Lo Pei dropped another revelation, calm, yet seismic. Was there then some pivotal event we do not know of? Lao Ba asked. The sovereign once commanded an exceptionally powerful demon, though he was unconventional. He never initiated attacks upon humankind, deeming such action beneath his dignity, an insult to his own stature. Lo Pei gave a wry smile. Though it chafes my pride, during the years before I reached my zenith, while our strategies were still taking shape, his very existence granted us precious breathing room. Not only did he disdain attacking humans himself, he occasionally intervened to halt other demons' assaults. Even the sovereign resented this, yet valued him so highly that he let the matter pass. Thus we gained vital time to gather strength. When our forces were finally ready, and I myself stood at the peak of my artistry, vitality, and physical prowess, we received startling news. Lo Pei paused deliberately. That very demon, the sovereign's most trusted lieutenant, had vanished without a trace. To us, it was divine fortune. For none among us wished to face an enemy augmented by such a formidable ally. So we launched a decisive ambush, deploying meticulously crafted counterspells in a fierce, all-out assault upon the sovereign. Lo Pei's voice evoked the sheer brutality of that ancient clash. Yet even so, we fought for 2 full days and nights, nearly to the point of total annihilation, before finally sealing him. Frankly, if that demon had remained, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Lo Pei shuddered faintly. At these words, Long, Xiaoyu, and Lao Ba exchanged stunned, speechless glances. This sounded increasingly like someone they knew. But how could they possibly say it? Honorable warrior, the being you describe. We may, well perhaps, know him. Yet how could they utter such words, especially before a hero who had bled for humanity? What is it? You seem to have something on your minds. Lo Pei perceived their dilemma instantly. Come now, you 3 needn't feign such clumsy restraint. Each wore the unmistakable expression, I hold a secret, but I cannot tell it. Yet oh, how desperately I wish I could. Impossible to miss. Well, they glanced at one another helplessly. Speak freely, there is no harm in honesty. Lo Pei waved reassuringly. At last they exchanged silent agreement, and resolved to reveal the truth. Lo Pei, the demon you mentioned, Xiaoyu began, only to realize she was speaking alone. She turned. only to find the other two had silently slipped away, whistling innocently, feigning keen curiosity, as if hearing the tale for the first time. Hey, what's going on? Didn't we agree to tell him together? Her eyes demanded. Huh, what's that? Lao Ba's gaze conveyed my memory fades with age. Such weighty matters belong to the young. She turns to Qinglong. How could I possibly voice this before Master Lo Pei? That fellow did aid us greatly, but still, I can't bring myself to speak of it. You're the child, you'll be forgiven. Go on, Xiao Yu. That at least was the message Xiao Yu read clearly in Qinglong's expression. TCH. Utterly unreliable adults. With no choice, Xiao Yu steeled herself. That demon's name is Pan Ming, is that correct? She lifted her wide, glistening eyes toward Lo Pei. Correct. You know his name. Have you already faced him in battle? So he truly did not perish so easily. Lo Pei murmured, emotions swirling within him. Truth be told, Pan Ming had never been truly evil toward humanity. Whether out of arrogance or principle, he refused to lift a finger against mortals and committed no atrocities beyond reproach. Indeed, in certain ways, he had greatly aided Lo Pei's cause. Unbelievable. He too has awakened. Our adversaries grow far more complex than we imagined. Lo Pei's brow furrowed with concern. Actually, Pan Ming may not be quite as you remember him, Xiao Yu ventured, gathering courage. What do you mean? Now it was Lo Pei's turn to be perplexed. In fact, Pan Ming approached us voluntarily and entered into an agreement. Though we cannot disclose its terms outright, it was he who delivered the rat talisman that revived you, along with the pig and dog talismans now in our possession, and he shared invaluable intelligence regarding the sovereign. So I believe he is not a villain. Perhaps, rather, he may become our ally. Xiao Yu spoke rapidly, partly to mask her own unease, because from Lo Pei's presence she felt viscerally the terrifying magnitude of ancient demons. The sovereign regarded humanity as mere insects, granting or denying life on whim, and now evidence suggested that one of his most trusted lieutenants might improbably become their friend. Even Xiao Yu found it scarcely believable. Yet she recalled Pan Ming's arrival at the shop, seeking truth cloaked in profound sorrow. All these fragments coalesced, convincing her that Pan Ming was no mere evil servant, even if he professed loyalty to the sovereign and labored toward his return. Silence fell once more upon the antique shop. I cannot yet judge this being, but I swear to you, little one. A warm hand rested gently atop Xiao Yu's head, and a gentle voice continued, I shall not let hatred cloud my sight. I will observe with my own eyes, and discern the truth behind these events. Xiao Yu looked up, her nose stung, her vision blurred, and she nodded firmly, tears welling. Yes. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A frenzied roar echoed throughout the Black Hand Tower. Why do we still have no trace of the tiger talisman seal? The statue of the sorcerer's sovereign blazed with crimson light. 3 full days have passed, yet you have brought me not a single shred of intelligence. You useless lot. Wai Lung and the Black Hand Triad stood speechless, utterly cowed by the sovereign's scathing rebuke. They dared not utter a word, for this sovereign was no longer the mere speaking statue of old. Now he was a sentient, power-wielding entity, carved in stone. But your majesty, Ah Fun ventured softly, the dragon's eye you bestowed upon us gives no indication. It lies inert as though broken. Though the statue did not move, Ah Fun felt the sovereign's gaze pierce him like a blade. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. Ah Fun inwardly cursed himself, wishing he could slap his own face for opening it. Indeed, your majesty, Ah Fun muttered under his breath, the dragon's eye truly yields no response. Wai Lung stepped forward. The sovereign is right. The artifact shows no reaction, not even when held near you. He defended Ah Fun, not out of sentiment alone, but because the fault plainly lay elsewhere with the sovereign himself. An invisible force lifted the compass from Ah Fun's chest and sent it gliding silently toward the sovereign's outstretched hand. After a moment's intense scrutiny, the sovereign erupted, hurling the dragon-head compass to the floor with thunderous fury. Damn it! The dragon's eye has been blinded. Some force obstructs my path to resurrection. Below, Wai Lung and the Triad listened in bewildered silence, grasping little of the sovereign's cryptic pronouncement, yet one truth rang clear: this failure was not theirs. Then what shall we do now, your majesty? Wai Lung asked, exhaling in quiet relief. Having learned the burden did not rest upon his shoulders, his tone relaxed considerably. Continue your search. My resurrection is inevitable. Since the dragon's eye is temporarily unusable, Wai Lung, you shall deploy every one of your agents to locate the tiger talisman seal. I shall dispatch my shadows to aid you, and should you succeed in retrieving it, I may grant you the treasure of the Golden Rooster King ahead of schedule. The sovereign raised the stakes, knowing well that Wai Lung acted only where profit beckoned. It would be our highest honor, your majesty. Wai Lung bowed deeply before leading the Triad from the chamber. Hey chief, do you really think you can find that talisman? Reizu asked, curious. Fool, of course not. The world is vast. How many men would it take to hunt down a single small stone? How much gold would it cost? Wai Lung snapped. Then why did you just... Idiot. That was merely a ruse to placate the statue. Let him send his shadows to search. We need only play our part convincingly. No wonder you're the boss. Brilliant leadership. The trio cheered, until Wai Lung hissed, silence. Do you want that statue to hear you? How did I end up with such fools? Back in the chamber, a shadow coalesced soundlessly before the sovereign's statue and knelt in mute reverence. Go, contact Pan Ming. Command him to retrieve the tiger talisman seal at once. At the sovereign's decree, the figure dissolved into darkness and vanished into the gloom. Thus we ask that you live among us for the time being, until we seize the opportunity to defeat the sovereign. Cheng Long addressed Lo Pei, who replied warmly, I am honored and eager to witness how this world has evolved. Don't you think your attire is rather conspicuous? Xiao Yu frowned. Lo Pei's garments belonged to another age. Worn openly, they would surely draw crowds. Yet their plan was to conceal him as a hidden trump card, saving his appearance for the final confrontation. This strategy demanded discretion, no spectacle, only silent readiness. That is easily remedied. Lo Pei drew a scroll swiftly from his voluminous sleeve and unfurled it, whereupon it hovered weightlessly in midair. The disguise scroll, a shimmering energy enveloped Lo Pei. When the light faded, he stood transformed, clad in elegant understated robes reminiscent of Tangera silks. They were ancient in spirit, yet harmonious with the modern world, neither ostentatious nor out of place. Oh, what is that? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in fascination. A minor art, born of qi magic, Lo Pei replied with a gentle smile. That's incredible. I mean, can I learn it too? She pleaded, eyes alight with hope. I'm afraid not, Xiao Yu. The energies involved are incompatible with your constitution, Lo Pei answered, voice tinged with regret. Her disappointment was palpable, yet she rallied instantly. You said you wished to see this world, didn't you? Come, I'll show you. You'll love it. She seized Lo Pei's sleeve and dashed toward the door. Uncle Dragon. Old father. No need to prepare lunch. We're going out. Oh, Xiao Yu. Cheng Long sighed helplessly. Her impetuous nature had never yielded to restraint. Let them go. It will grant old father some welcome peace, the elder remarked, serenely sipping green tea. Still, I hope they stir up no trouble. Outside, Xiao Yu led Lo Pei down sun-dappled streets awash with vibrant colors. Neon signs, whirring vehicles, flashing screens. Each sensation novel, each detail astonishing. So, how does this world strike you? Xiao Yu asked, watching his wide-eyed wonder. It is splendid. Much remains beyond my understanding, but I see smiles on every face. Clearly people cherish this life. Then our sacrifices were not in vain. Lo Pei gazed upon the throng with quiet fulfillment, faces lit by genuine joy. Street vendors calling out, uncles laughing over drinks, teenagers defying gravity on skateboards, children clutching candy and balloons. Life vivid and tender unfolded before him. I wish you could all see this. Lo Pei lifted his eyes to the sky, remembering comrades who fought beside him, whose laughter now lived on in this world. I have seen it for you. This world has become exactly as we dreamed. He clenched his right fist over his heart. Since fate granted me sight anew, I shall guard this world with my life. Next, we'll go to the coast. You'll adore surfing, and today's winds are perfect, Xiao Yu proposed. Surfing? What is that? Something wondrous. Come, I'll teach you step by step. The sky was azure, the breeze cool and refreshing. Before they knew it, twilight had fallen, and they began the walk home. The moon rose early, attended by scattered stars. The evening air carried away the day's weariness like a whispered benediction. Well, Lo Pei, did you enjoy today? Xiao Yu asked, her tone both earnest and maternal. Yes, a feeling I've never known. Light, unhurried, profoundly serene, he replied truthfully. See, surfing is brilliant. You mastered it so quickly. Last time Uncle Dragon tried, he couldn't stay upright on the board for 5 seconds. She shrugged, teasing his lack of aptitude. Perhaps Master Cheng Long excels elsewhere, and I in turn may fall short of his gifts. Each soul possesses unique strengths. What did you do before, back then? Train, relentlessly, sharpening skill, tempering body, every waking hour devoted to that singular purpose. Eating, drinking, sleeping, these were but interludes. Was it dull? He asked, half smiling. Not at all. You're extraordinary. No one else pours themselves into a cause with such totality. Without your sacrifice, none of us would know this peace. And if anyone dares call you boring, I'll punch them flat. She brandished her tiny fist. Xiao Yu, you are a remarkable child. Perhaps people like you are precisely why I fought. His laughter rang out, more genuine mirth in a single day than in decades past. This girl possessed an invisible grace, a quiet magnetism that eased guarded hearts, bestowing calm Lo Pei had never known. Once his world held only one imperative: train, train, and train again. Refining technique, breaking limits, forging strength until it became instinct. I believe we shall be fine friends. Xiao Yu pointed first to him, then to herself. Friends. Lo Pei murmured the word, tasting its unfamiliar warmth. Will you be my friend? Moonlight bathed her, soft, luminous, catching the starlight dancing in her eyes. Yes, we are friends. He formed his hand into a firm, solemn fist. Cool. I know this. She mirrored him, small palm tightening into a determined fist. Moonlight fell upon them both, a towering man and a slender girl, as their fists met, slow, steady, and unbreakably joined. Mr. Lo Pei, there is actually something I wish to ask of you, Father said solemnly across the dinner table. Oh, what is it? You may speak freely, Lo Pei replied, unfazed. Father slapped Cheng Long hard on the back as he spoke, startling the young man mid-bite, nearly choking him. Father, what are you doing? Cheng Long protested, annoyed. As you can see, my nephew knows a few rudimentary self-defense techniques, taught by me in my youth. Yet I believe these amateurish skills are utterly insufficient for the trials that lie ahead. I humbly ask you in light of our shared heritage as inheritors of the upright sorcerer's tradition to grant this selfish request of an old man. Father's tone was deeply earnest. Father, what on earth are you doing? Qianglong replied, visibly uncomfortable with such uncharacteristic solemnity. Slap. Another affectionate stinging blow. Silence. Do exactly as father says. In truth, father had his own reasons. As events unfolded, he found himself compelled to learn more about Shengzhu. And through extensive study of ancient texts, one conclusion emerged with chilling clarity: Shengzhu is immensely powerful. Extremely powerful. This knowledge was bought with the lives of countless human pioneers. Aware of Shengzhu's terror, father deeply dreaded placing his beloved nephew and his nephew's niece into such perilous circumstances. Yet fate, like an invisible hand, pushed relentlessly from behind. Sooner or later they would face Shengzhu Heiden, a confrontation upon which humanity's survival hinged. Reluctant as he was, he could not look away. And to give his kin even a sliver more chance at survival, this unparalleled warrior, the greatest human fighter in recorded history, was undoubtedly the swiftest solution available. If Lo Pei agreed to train Qianglong, his mastery and artistry would surely accelerate their progress beyond measure in the shortest possible time. Father was already very old. Once a disciple of the Grand Sorcerer, he had lived through far more than most. He feared no death. Indeed, to perish defending humanity would be a fitting end for one who bore such skill. But Qianglong and Xiaoyu were still so young, their lives radiant with promise. They must not die so senselessly. Thus this plea was born. Father. Perhaps never having seen father like this before, Qianglong stood momentarily stunned, until hearing his uncle's quiet anguish, he finally grasped the depth of that profound, unspoken care. A heavy silence settled over the table. Lo Pei remained silent, lost in thought. Just as father began to fret, Lo Pei finally spoke. Is that all? He smiled wryly. Had you asked me to teach him my scroll magic, I might well have refused. Not out of selfishness, but because it suits me alone and may not suit Qianglong at all. Yet if you merely seek guidance in martial discipline and physical arts, I will withhold nothing. After all, we stand on the same side. With that, Lo Pei rose. If you're willing, mister. Qiang, I'll begin instructing you tomorrow, though the training will be demanding. Quick. Long accept Master Lo Pei's offer at once. Father's excitement surged. He knew that when a figure like Lo Pei gave his word, the instruction would go far beyond mere basics. It might well unveil the long-guarded secrets of the ancient, upright sorcerers. This had been father's earlier concern. The core of any lineage's legacy is rarely entrusted lightly to outsiders. Though Lo Pei was undeniably great, no one could guarantee he harbored no reservations on this matter. Thank you, Master Lo Pei. Qianglong leapt to his feet, overcome with emotion. Standing rigidly upright, heels together, hands pressed tightly against his seams like a soldier at attention. It is no trouble. Since we both fight to protect humanity, strengthening ourselves is only natural. The stronger you become, the greater our chances of victory. Lo Pei smiled faintly. And what of me? What of me? I want to learn too. I'll master it faster than Uncle Long. Xiaoyu eagerly volunteered, unwilling to be left behind. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Xiaoyu, provided you persevere. Lo Pei nodded approvingly, then set her a modest goal. But Xiaoyu, don't you still have school? Qianglong interjected. No problem. I'll wake earlier. I'll keep up with your training, I promise. Xiaoyu exuded unwavering confidence. This to her was simply routine. Master Lo Pei, if I follow your method diligently and completely, could I defeat a demon operating below its peak power? Xiaoyu asked hesitantly. I believe, if you apply yourself fully, it should present no insurmountable obstacle, Lo Pei replied thoughtfully and honestly. Yes, then watch closely, Uncle Long, father. You'll see me through to the end. Emboldened by his affirmation, Xiaoyu dug into her rice with renewed vigor. Just wait. One day I'll hurl stones right at your head, she mused while shoveling rice, and so began Qianglong and Xiaoyu's joint training regimen. The next morning, before dawn around 4 o'clock, they rose and followed Lo Pei to a quiet, sparsely populated park. There are countless paths to cultivation, each suited to a different individual. Even I dare not claim full mastery of its mysteries. Lo Pei's voice echoed with ethereal resonance across the open space. Thus numerous schools have arisen, each naming the energy cultivated through practice differently. We call it qi, pronounced qi. Qi-yoi. Qianglong and Xiaoyu stared at each other wide-eyed. Qianglong fared better. He trained in martial arts since childhood and held a vague, intuitive grasp of qi. Xiaoyu, by contrast, looked thoroughly bewildered. Qi is in essence an intrinsic energy within the body. Through disciplined physical refinement, one gradually learns to command its power. Do you understand? Lo Pei asked. Observing their hesitant, half-comprehending expressions, he quietly assessed their readiness. Very well. First, let us clarify what qi truly is. Consider it a unique life force, an emergent synergy between flesh and spirit. Every sentient being possesses qi. The distinction lies solely in whether one can perceive and harness it. Actually, while practicing martial arts, I've occasionally sensed a faint warm current flowing inside me, each passage easing my fatigue dramatically. Could that be qi? Qianglong raised his hand, the picture of an eager student. Lo Pei's eyes lit up. Exactly. Without doubt, that is qi. Remarkable. You've already attained preliminary awareness at such a young age. I myself endured immense hardship before first sensing qi. Qianglong flushed slightly at the praise, never imagining martial training held such hidden rewards. Indeed, rigorous martial practice first fortifies the body, sustained discipline further cultivates unyielding willpower and mental resilience. Those who train for years naturally develop bodies and minds far stronger than ordinary people, making them inherently more receptive to Chi's subtle presence. This is precisely what is meant by the saying, cultivate the inner breath. Excellent. Since you've already felt Chi, the next step is mastering its fluent application. As for Xiaoyu, Lo Pei turned toward her brimming with anticipation. Though you haven't yet perceived Chi, consistent training, combined with a few subtle techniques I'll share, will surely awaken your sensitivity in due time. Yes, I'll work hard, Xiaoyu declared, brimming with enthusiasm, though none suspected the fierce determination burning within her to erase a past humiliation. Under Lo Pei's guidance, they began simple warm-ups, long-distance running, and other foundational conditioning exercises. Naturally, their regimens differed. Lo Pei tailored each program to their respective physical capacities. When both were utterly exhausted, Lo Pei instructed them to sit cross-legged in the 5 hearts toward heaven posture, calming their minds, focusing inward, and gently reciting the incantations he had taught them. This practice helped them attune more readily to Chi's presence. Days passed. Dawn training became a non-negotiable ritual, and diligent Xiaoyu even added voluntary evening drills. This marked the first time Xiaoyu had ever resolved with absolute conviction to see something through to completion. Even father received a set of nourishing exercises from Lo Pei, said to improve sleep and temper the irritability of advancing age. While tranquility reigned at the antique shop, chaos erupted within the Black Hand gang. Wallen, I recall you assured me the Tiger Talisman would be located swiftly. Yet now, after so much time, your men have produced not a single lead. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Sheng Zhu's voice rumbled low and ominous. But your majesty, surely you grasp how formidable this task is. Even your own sorcery has failed. How can I expect my men to locate a single minuscule talisman amid the entire globe? Wallen retorted, equally frustrated. So you blame me? Sheng Zhu's tone turned glacial. Certainly not. I only suggest that if you truly wish the talisman found quickly, you ought to offer us some tangible assistance. After all, haven't your shadows also returned empty-handed? Wallen scoffed. Now you remember us, yet provide not a single clue. Do you take us for superheroes? If I were one, the first thing I'd do is obliterate you. Wallen seethed inwardly. Your Majesty, I have returned. A familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Pan Ming stepped into view, subtly transformed as though touched by unseen change. Pan Ming, at last you answer my summons. Sheng Zhu's voice carried an unexpected, almost plaintive edge. Enduring the Black Hand's fools daily, failing to locate the talismans, yet somehow managing to infuriate him from every conceivable angle, had grown unbearable. Before meeting Pan Ming, he hadn't realized just how intolerable it truly was. Forgive me, your Majesty. Upon receiving news from your shadows and learning of your dire predicament, I have searched ceaselessly for the Tiger Talisman. Pan Ming's voice remained serene, so calm that it stilled everyone present, even the dragon suspended on the wall. By your grace, I have fulfilled your trust. With that, Pan Ming withdrew an object from his sleeve. Instantly, Sheng Zhu sensed a familiar surge of magical resonance. My talisman. Crimson light blazed fiercely in Sheng Zhu's eyes. At last, the Tiger Talisman, the object of his longing, rested once more in his grasp. With the Tiger Talisman restored, the chaotic, fragmented divine energies of the other talismans within Sheng Zhu's form began to harmonize once more. At last, my power returns to my command. Sheng Zhu exulted, and faint dragon roars echoed around the statues. You have served magnificently, exquisitely, Pan Ming. Upon my resurrection, I shall bestow upon you a reward beyond reckoning. It is my honor, your Majesty. Then all that remains is retrieving the remaining talismans from Cheng Long and his companions, and capturing that wretched thief. Only then shall I truly rise again. Pan Ming declared. Who doesn't know how to draw a grand vision? I'm rather adept at it. The talismans have rested long enough in Cheng Long's hands. It is time they were reclaimed. Sheng Zhu commanded. Pan Ming, I charge you with retrieving all the talismans, and deliver a lesson to those humans, but hold their lives. When I rise, I shall savor their torment, personally. His voice dripped with boundless hatred. To him, humanity wielding his sacred power was an unspeakable disgrace. Worse still, Cheng Long's relentless collection of talismans impeded his resurrection, making that defiance utterly unforgivable. As you command, your Majesty, your will shall be done. All you desire shall come to pass. The world shall be cleansed anew in fire and blood, every rebel purged. You shall return in flame, unmatched, unstoppable, and the world shall kneel once more beneath your feet. Golden yellow flames erupted skyward. I sense a colossal dark force awakening. Inside the antique shop, father suddenly uttered these words, his expression utterly serious, not the least bit jesting. Even Luo Pei, who had been seated nearby with eyes closed in quiet cultivation, opened his eyes at once. This malevolent energy, it is the Saint Lord. There is no mistaking it. The sheer wickedness of this aura is unparalleled in the world, Luo Pei declared gravely. As a warrior who had once stood face to face with the Saint Lord, he could not possibly misidentify it. Could it be that the Saint Lord has already gathered every talisman, except those in our possession? Cheng Long speculated. I fear that is precisely the case, otherwise his demonic aura would not be surging so restlessly. Luo Pei replied. Oh dear, that's disastrous. Their next move will surely target Father's shop. Father exclaimed in alarm. Bring them on. Time to showcase the fruits of our cultivation. Xiaoyu, utterly unafraid, sprang into motion, punching the air, kicking high, her spirit blazing with confidence. Come one, come all. I'll flatten each and every one of you. Her self-assurance swelled to unprecedented heights. Father, I've been thinking, shouldn't we temporarily relocate to District 13? Long ventured cautiously. But what of Father's shop? If those demons ransack it, all his precious artifacts will be lost. Father looked distinctly reluctant. We can help you move everything there together. Then there'll be nothing left to worry about. Long proposed a win-win solution. Father began weighing its feasibility. Oh, no, Uncle Dragon, Father's collection is simply too vast. Even if we worked ourselves to death, we couldn't possibly move it all. Xiaoyu cried with theatrical exaggeration. In truth, her exaggeration was hardly unwarranted. Nearly half of Father's life savings rested within those walls, including ancient texts he'd studied under the Great Sorcerer and sacred legacies entrusted to him after the Great Sorcerer ascended to immortality. Years of traversing land and sea had also yielded this trove, the very essence of Father's life's work. Indeed, one could trace the arc of his journey across decades merely by observing the eclectic, era-defining treasures housed in this singular shop. I believe we should enlist the aid of Chief Black. He'll certainly be eager to assist us. Long declared, pounding his chest in assurance. Indeed, we require a far safer location to safeguard the talismans. Luo Pei added his own voice in agreement. Since you put it so plainly, what else can Father say? At last he relented and acquiesced to Long's request. Swiftly, Long contacted Chief Black, who dispatched a full contingent of officers to help pack and secure every artifact from the antique shop. Standing before the shop's entrance moments from boarding the official vehicle bound for District 13, Long noticed Father gazing wistfully at the door, his hand tracing the smooth brass handle again and again, sorrow etched softly upon his face. Oh, Father, I swear the moment this crisis ends, we'll return as swiftly as possible. Think of it as a temporary excursion, a change of scenery perhaps. Long offered gently. It's all right, Long, I understand. With that, Father climbed into the car, leaning lightly on Long's steady arm. Under the skilled hands of a professional driver, the group arrived at District 13 without delay. Oh, my friend, it's wonderful to see you. Chief Black strode forward and enveloped Long in a hearty embrace. The feeling is mutual, Long replied. Thank you, truly, from the depths of my heart, for resolving such a formidable crisis for us. What's there to thank? We're friends, aren't we? Chief Black brushed it aside. Where are our rooms? Xiaoyu asked eagerly, her face wholly unclouded by any trace of sorrow over leaving the antique shop. To Xiaoyu, moving, even temporarily, from the shop to District 13 was nothing short of extraordinary. In her eyes, this was precisely how a true operative ought to live. One detail bears mentioning: Xiaoyu had long dreamed of becoming a secret agent, and now at last that dream had taken tangible form. Follow me. I guarantee you'll be thoroughly satisfied. With those words, Chief Black turned and led the way. Long's party trailed behind, gazing upward in awe at District 13's subterranean expanse, wondering just how many billions the government must have invested to construct such a vast multifunctional complex dedicated to research and law enforcement. Here we are, your new quarters. You'll likely reside here for quite some time, so do familiarize yourselves with the surroundings as soon as possible. After all, I won't always be available to serve as your personal guide. Chief Black ushered them before a plain-looking door embedded seamlessly into a sleek, featureless wall, its ordinary appearance jarringly out of place. Oh, is that so? But it looks far too small. There are 4 of us after all. Xiaoyu asked, skeptically peering at the unassuming doorway. Well then, why not open it and see for yourself? Chief Black winked. That playful challenge instantly piqued Xiaoyu's curiosity. She dashed forward and grasped the handle. A blinding flash of white light seared everyone's vision. Wow, golden legend. As the door swung wide, an immense interior unfolded before them. A vast training hall complete with state-of-the-art fitness equipment and a professionally constructed martial arena. Deeper still, along the far wall, several additional doors stood discreetly aligned. While the others remained momentarily stunned, Chief Black stepped inside and began his tour. This is your training hall. I knew you were all martial cultivators, so I prepared accordingly. Beyond each of those doors lies a spacious private chamber, each equipped with its own bathroom, round-the-clock hot water, and dedicated high-speed network access. Choose freely, according to your personal preference. Chief Black added with evident pride. Oh, old friend. To be perfectly honest, this has left me utterly speechless. Long finally recovered from his astonishment. Chief Black, be candid, did you plan all along for Uncle Dragon and us to relocate here? Otherwise, these arrangements seem far too serendipitous. Xiaoyu voiced her suspicion. Truth be told, every detail was prepared expressly for you. I've always believed Long would become an exceptional operative. Unabashed by being exposed, Chief Black admitted it openly. Eek, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Xiaoyu cried, theatrically rubbing her arms for effect, even though no chill existed. Father chooses first. Since Father owns the most possessions, he needs the largest room. Saying this, Father had already flung open every door to survey the options. Yes, this one is perfect. After inspecting all chambers, Father selected one with elegant classical design, complete with his beloved teapot. I'm easygoing. I'll take whatever remains. And you too. Chen Long said indifferently. I'll think it over. What about you, Luo Pei? Which room appeals to you? Xiao Yu asked Luo Pei, who smiled kindly and replied, so long as I may rest undisturbed, I ask for nothing more. I hold no particular preferences. In that case, very well, I'll take this one. Xiao Yu ultimately chose the chamber adjacent to father's, its walls bathed in soft pink hues, irresistible to any young girl's eye. Finally, Chen Long and Luo Pei each selected a room at random. Seeing their collective satisfaction, Chief Black breathed easy. In truth, every facility had been prepared long in advance, though originally intended solely for Chen Long's group. Luo Pei, of course, had not been included in those plans since he was still a statue at the time. Yet now that he'd arrived, adding a few more rooms posed no difficulty. District 13's annual scientific research budget alone ran into 8 figures. Thus, this minor expense barely registered on Chief Black's ledger. Now that everyone is settled, let us prepare, resolutely, for the final confrontation. Chief Black rallied them. I have absolute faith that with our advanced technology, we shall surely... Ouch. His speech was cut short by a sharp rap on the head. How many times must Father tell you? Your gadgets are useless. Only magic can defeat magic. Father intoned solemnly, glancing down at his own hand with mild surprise. This has far better resonance than Long's. His gaze then drifted toward Chief Black's gleaming 24-karat bright scalp. Ah, what a magnificent percussion instrument. Poor Chief Black felt a wave of ill intent wash over him. Chief Black, peril imminent. It's growing late. Shall we proceed to dinner? Chief Black suggested. Absolutely. My stomach's been growling for hours. Xiao Yu, the undisputed champion of appetite, enthusiastically endorsed the idea, and silently deemed Chief Black a remarkably considerate gentleman. No wonder Uncle Dragon held him in such high regard. Upon entering District 13's dining area, they were struck anew, not by grandeur, but by flavor. The cuisine was exquisite. Catering to the rigorous demands of researchers and operatives alike, meals were served hot and fresh around the clock, meticulously balanced for both taste and nutritional excellence. MMPH, this is so good. Xiao Yu mumbled, mouth stuffed full, her diction comically distorted. Xiao Yu, how many times have I told you not to speak with food in your mouth? It's terribly impolite. Chen Long seized the teaching moment. I mean, Xiao Yu swallowed laboriously. I truly think this place is wonderful. Look at our splendid accommodations, the abundance and deliciousness of the food. Why don't you seriously consider becoming a full-time operative? I suspect it's far more practical than archaeology. Last time you couldn't even get past the front door. Xiao Yu. Chen Long flushed crimson, stung by the public reminder of his failure. Father agrees with Xiao Yu. Father chimed in, dabbing his lips with a napkin. Oh, Father, you too. Fine, say what you like. Chen Long sighed, inwardly accepting reality in resigned silence. I remained silent, unless I simply cannot help myself. Moreover, we offer every staff member exceptionally generous compensation and fully rotating holiday leave schedules. Chief Black interjected. Oh my God, please just stop talking. Are you always interrupting? Chen Long remained mute, channeling all his pent-up frustration directly into his plate. After dinner, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Citing his age, Father headed straight to his chamber, brewed himself a cup of green tea, and settled in for serene repose. Chen Long and Xiao Yu accompanied Luo Pei for further cultivation practice. More precisely, Xiao Yu watched enthralled as Chen Long endured a relentless real-time masterclass in humility at Luo Pei's hands. No, strike faster here, Chen Long. Don't think, rely entirely on instinct. Let your body perceive your opponent's intent before your mind registers it. Attack my left arm. You see the opening I deliberately left? How could you possibly miss it? Yes, my apologies. Please once more. Chen Long responded loudly. In truth, the moment cultivation commenced, Luo Pei transformed entirely. His offense a tempest, unrelenting and unstoppable. More terrifying still was his flawless defense, impenetrable, seamless. Anyone who assumed Luo Pei mastered only scroll-based magic would suffer grievously. This warrior, hailed as humanity's greatest ever, possessed virtually no weakness. He embodied perfection across intellect, virtue, physique, aesthetics, and diligence, truly without flaw. His training of Chen Long spared no mercy. He adhered to a single creed: let the body remember the sensation of battle. Endure enough blows, and one day the body will react instinctively, no conscious thought required. Most would retreat at such overwhelming intensity, but Chen Long's lifelong martial discipline forged a resilience far beyond the ordinary. And with the Saint Lord looming as a dire existential threat, Chen Long felt time slipping through his fingers, desperate to split each hour in two, driven by relentless, unwavering diligence. The results were unmistakable. With each punishing session, the warm current within him swelled steadily. At first, he needed 3 or 4 hours of deep stillness to sense it at all. Now he could detect it within 2 hours, or less. Thus, Chen Long immersed himself wholeheartedly in this world of exquisite pain and profound joy, savoring every moment. Hey, let me whisper this to you. Uncle Long and I are secretly planning something monumental, a mission to save all of humanity. Her tone brimmed with unmistakable pride. The boys and girls around her stood utterly spellbound, wrapped in complete wide-eyed attention. Xiao Yu possessed a natural gift for storytelling, and since every tale she told was drawn from her own lived experience, her words carried undeniable authenticity. Oh, come on, Xiao Yu. What's it this time? Did your archaeologist uncle snatch another suspicious stone from some eccentric stranger? A dark-skinned boy beside her scoffed dismissively. Shut up, Xiaozhu. In truth, we're rescuing all of humanity from a terrifying primordial demon. Xiaoyu waved her arms wildly, her voice trembling with fervor. Let me tell you, Uncle Long is the greatest of them all. And when the time comes, I'll present irrefutable proof, so clear even your 4 eyes won't miss a single detail. She puffed up indignantly. Ah yes, I'll certainly look at you with newfound admiration. Though I wonder, is this yet another fantasy spun from your own imagination? After all, children exaggerating is perfectly normal. Xiaozhu retorted with an insufferably smug tone. Xiaoyu began to protest, just as the bell shrilled sharply, cutting her off. Miss Hardman, ever strict with Xiaoyu, strode into the classroom, cane in hand. How delightful to see you return to your seat, and seal your lips the moment the bell rings, Miss Xiaoyu. At the very least, this proves you've truly heeded my words, and made remarkable progress. For once, Miss Hardman offered genuine praise. So, does that mean my classroom confinement can be lifted? Xiaoyu asked, eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation. Absolutely not. These are entirely separate matters. And have you forgotten who reduced the school's flower bed to utter chaos last week? I only confined you for 3 days. That's already extraordinary leniency, Miss Hardman remarked, coolly lifting her spectacles slightly. Oh, fine. Xiaoyu sighed, listlessly slumping back onto her bench and burying her drooping head into her desk. Now please turn to page 198. Xiaoyu, don't forget the proof you promised us. At dismissal, her classmate and seatmate Xiaozhu winked exaggeratedly. Then, bursting into raucous laughter with several others, they dashed off, playfully shoving each other. Xiaoyu remained seated, motionless. Why hadn't she left with the others? Had our Xiaoyu unexpectedly blossomed into a studious model student? Did she harbor some deep, unshakable affection for her school? Not at all. That flower bed she'd overturned last week wasn't just any garden. It was the principal's cherished campus artwork. Her punishment extended far beyond recess detention. She'd also been assigned a full week of supervised after-school pickup by her guardian. In other words, if Uncle Long failed to arrive, Xiaoyu was forbidden to leave school alone and had to remain seated in the classroom until he did. Oh, Uncle Long, why aren't you here yet? Xiaoyu groaned into her desk. Perhaps Uncle Long is momentarily detained by urgent matters. Oh, is that so? Besides flirting with Inspector Black, what else could possibly occupy him? Xiaoyu suddenly snapped her head up, startled to find someone new standing silently in the room. Hello, Xiaoyu. We meet again. A boy with tousled golden brown hair sat casually at an empty desk beside her. Panming, what are you doing here? Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. Perhaps because there's no unpleasant banishment magic active here. Panming replied with effortless nonchalance. Actually, I visited the antique shop first, but found its doors tightly shut and no one inside. So I came straight here. Hey, wait a minute. Are you two hiding from something? Panming's voice hardened abruptly. Haha, of course not. We're merely visiting a friend of Uncle Long's. Xiaoyu stammered, her evasion transparent. I suspect I understand why. Perhaps you already know His Majesty is about to awaken, and you two must be preparing accordingly. Panming saw right through her flimsy excuse. So, you've come here to... A chill of foreboding swept over Xiaoyu. Yes, exactly as you suspect, to reclaim all the talismans and fulfill His Majesty's final will. Panming confirmed her darkest suspicion without hesitation. But, the agreement we made before. An agreement is an agreement, but certain duties transcend it. Panming's tone brooked no dissent. No way. We'll never let that monstrous Sheng Zhu revive. Xiaoyu declared, her voice steely with resolve. Have you mistaken something? I'm informing you, not negotiating. Or do you genuinely believe your slapdash martial arts, learned God knows where, could possibly defeat me? Panming's voice turned dangerously low. How did you? Xiaoyu recoiled, utterly blindsided as her secret was laid bare. Panming sighed inwardly, gazing at the girl whose every thought played across her face like open script, and felt a wave of palpable, almost comical malice radiating from her. Indeed, the old adage holds true: proximity to virtue refines, proximity to vice corrupts. You truly are close to your uncle, Panming murmured, seemingly out of nowhere. Though Xiaoyu's mind had stalled from the shock of exposure, instinct flared, her brow furrowing instantly in offense. You can't do this, she pleaded weakly. Why not? Because we're friends. Friends don't force each other into unwilling acts. Xiaoyu's mind raced, until at last she seized upon a plausible justification. Silence hung heavy in the classroom for a long moment. Forgive me, some things lie beyond a friend's comprehension. Panming snapped his fingers. Xiaoyu felt something tremble faintly in the air, then vanish entirely. Hey Xiaoyu, sorry, I'm late. Panming, what are you doing here? A familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Uncle Long, why are you so late? Xiaoyu rushed to his side. I honestly don't know. I arrived early but couldn't locate your classroom. Only moments ago did I finally find it. Uncle Long looked genuinely bewildered. Xiaoyu instantly understood, and whirled around, glaring furiously at Panming. Don't take it so personally. I needed just a little subterfuge to secure time for our conversation. Besides, this may even help stimulate your uncle's underdeveloped intellect. Panming shrugged lightly. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by that? Uncle Long bristled, genuinely affronted. Do you possess no concept of respect? How utterly rude. Very well, then I shall retrieve them myself. Lead the way. Panming addressed the uncle and niece directly. Even if I handed them over, you couldn't claim them. The rat talisman still resides within Lo Pi's body, Xiaoyu muttered quietly. Uncle Long remained rooted in place. What's wrong? Do you imagine even now that you stand a chance against me? Pan Ming nearly laughed aloud, half exasperated, half amused. When had mere mortals grown so audacious to challenge him repeatedly despite his current state, though his power remained but a fraction of its former glory, far from restored to its apex? Fine, I happened upon something intriguing during my travels. Allow me to grant you a preview. Pan Ming bent down and retrieved several textbooks from a nearby desk. I think 3 pages should suffice. He murmured to himself, then tore 3 sheets from a textbook. Hey, stop that. This is vandalism. Xiao Yu cried, trying to intervene. Shoo, the main act begins now. Pan Ming bowed deeply, like a refined nobleman. The 3 paper sheets flung into the air twisted and warped before their eyes. Uncle Long stood frozen, scalp prickling, mouth agape. He could only stare dumbfounded as reality bent before him. Clang, clang. 3 origami warriors materialized before them, tall, slender figures with needle-thin limbs and claws gleaming with lethal coldness. Gulp! Uncle Long swallowed hard, his throat dry. Facing those 3 ominous figures, a chilling dread crept up his spine. Hey there, maybe we could become friends. What do you say? He forced a grin, only to meet 6 slashing claws hurtling toward him. Whoa, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. He leapt aside with a shout. Xiao Yu, find cover, WHOA. Before he could finish, the trio descended upon him, relentless, precise, and devastating. The paper warriors harbored no thoughts, only absolute obedience to their master's will. They felt no pain. Uncle Long's counterstrikes barely registered while his own arms throbbed with numbing shock. Damn it, these things are harder than stone. He inspected his swollen knuckles, blowing on them briskly, just narrowly evading a vicious low blow. Looks like I'll have to try that move. His gaze sharpened with determination. Oh, Pan Ming, observing from the side, sensed the shift in Uncle Long's aura and watched intrigued. Uncle Long recalled his so-called training, which had in truth been relentless beatings, and remembered his merciful master's meticulous instruction. A warm current surged within him, and in that instant he found it. Eyes snapping open, he roared, I strike. I, Cheng Long, am unstoppable once more. Strike, strike, strike. Pan Ming had long sensed something amiss with Cheng Long's mind, not in a mocking or malicious way, but as a quiet, persistent intuition. In a shonen manga, Cheng Long would undoubtedly be the hero, yet here absolutely not. So have you quite finished your little performance? Pan Ming asked, gazing down at Cheng Long, who lay motionless on the floor. The classroom was in utter disarray. Were Miss Hardman to witness this scene, she would surely ascend straight into the heavens, outraged beyond words. Textbooks, desks, stools, triangular rulers, chalk boxes, blackboard brushes. Anything Cheng Long could lift became a weapon in his hands, plunging the room into chaotic frenzy. This man truly deserves his title, king of the furniture store. Pan Ming almost acknowledged him, almost, which only proves my earlier suspicion, that Cheng Long really is rather dim-witted. Even when outmatched, he charges headlong, gambling all on brute force. Victory brings immense reward, defeat no great loss. These days young people grow ever more reckless. Cheng Long is formidable, but Pan Ming's paper soldiers are no easy prey, especially now that he has secretly upgraded them without their knowledge. Though Cheng Long has mastered the ancient arts bestowed upon him by Lo Pei, his training remains too brief. He is still far from matching such power. Huff, huff, huff. Cheng Long lay sprawled on the floor, chest heaving like a roaring blower, utterly incapable of attending to Pan Ming's words. Look at me. I'm barely holding on. You expect me to listen to your endless chatter? Have you lost your mind? It seems your uncle wholeheartedly approves of my earlier proposal. Very well, let us reverse the terms. This time you retrieve the talisman for me, and in exchange I shall release your uncle. Xiao Yu, Pan Ming said, turning to the girl who had quietly slipped behind him just as before. Only this time you are the one rescuing the hostage. You wretched fiend. Remember this. I trusted you as a friend. Xiao Yu cried out in fury, having no choice but to storm off, seething. She was no fool. If Cheng Long couldn't best this man, how could she, a mere child, possibly stand a chance? You have precisely 1 hour. If you wish to see Cheng Long unharmed, move swiftly. Pan Ming offered no reply. Xiao Yu turned and bolted from the classroom. For a fleeting instant the shadow beneath her feet twisted, then settled back into stillness. Exhausted beyond measure, Cheng Long, and Pan Ming serene as ever, neither noticed the anomaly. Disaster. Grandfather. Lo Pei. Uncle Dragon has been kidnapped by Pan Ming. Xiao Yu summoned astonishing reserves of strength. Within 20 minutes, she arrived in District 13 via taxi. What? That bumbling oaf, Uncle Dragon, has been taken by a demon. Grandfather gasped in disbelief. If it truly is that Pan Ming, then none of this is surprising. Even if Cheng Long's growth has been nothing short of extraordinary. Yet even now facing him, Cheng Long remains hopelessly outmatched. Lo Pei murmured gravely. He knew full well that Pan Ming's might was equally formidable. He demands we surrender all talismans from District 13. Only then will he release Uncle Dragon. Xiao Yu spoke, breathlessly recounting every detail, without pausing for water. Both grandfather and Lo Pei furrowed their brows deeply. Then I shall accompany you myself, and besides I've long wished to meet this old acquaintance once more. Lo Pei made his decision. He would escort Xiao Yu personally to confront Pan Ming. Yes, Xiao Yu beamed with relief. Uncle Dragon meant infinitely more than any talisman, especially now that Lo Pei stood beside her as a powerful ally. Let us depart without delay. Wait, I'll fetch the talismans from Chief Black first. Otherwise that man will never let this end peacefully. Bored Pang Ming tossed Cheng Long a question. Mr. Cheng Long, what in your view ought this world to be? I cannot say what the world should be, but I know this much: it shall never belong to demons like you. Cheng Long sat upright on a nearby stool, spine rigid as a diligent student in class. Why maintain such an oddly formal posture? Look closely at the two paper soldiers flanking him. Their razor-sharp, frost-laced claws gleam with lethal intent. This is no jest, dear reader. That glint of cold steel hovered less than a millimeter from Cheng Long's throat. He dared not even swallow, fearing the slightest movement might seal his fate. Oh, and why not? Logically speaking, demons understood this world long before humanity did. Indeed, we were its first sovereigns. So why shouldn't it belong to us? Pang Ming countered. The answer is simple: because you are demons, and I am human. Most demons exist only to harm us. Cheng Long retorted, incensed. Oh, and tell me, does your eyes feel dry? I'm debating the very essence of racial justice, and you ask about dry eyes? Is that even the issue? If I dared, I'd carve you where it hurts. Wait. Brother, please, mind your hand. You're perilously close to slicing my delicate skin. Cheng Long felt the paper soldier's claws inch closer still. Oh, you're not entirely wrong. Pang Ming's tone shifted. Indeed, many demons take cruel delight in tormenting humans, and frankly, I find such sport tedious. But suppose humanity grew stronger than demons. Would you then choose peaceful coexistence with a race immeasurably weaker than yourselves? Pang Ming seemed indifferent to whether Cheng Long would answer. He simply continued, unprompted. You spoke truthfully earlier. I am a demon, you are human. Thus we stand eternally opposed, born enemies. Between races there is no morality, only survival. You three hold a certain fascination. When His Majesty awakens, I shall ensure your safety. You need fear no harm. Pang Ming pledged to Cheng Long. Even if the Holy Sovereign rises anew, we shall merely retrace the same path we walked before. A deep, resonant voice echoed from beyond the doorway. Pang Ming turned, mildly surprised to see Xiao Yu and a middle-aged man standing there. Uncle Dragon, are you all right? Xiao Yu rushed toward Cheng Long. No. Xiao Yu, danger. Don't come closer. Cheng Long shouted, desperately paralyzed by caution. Yet the paper soldiers surrounding him lunged toward Xiao Yu. Icy claws flashing, closing the distance in an instant. No. Cheng Long watched helplessly, unable to intervene. Energy scroll. Emerald bolts slammed into the paper soldiers, shattering them instantly into fluttering confetti. Cheng Long dashed forward, pulling Xiao Yu tightly into his arms. Her face paled. She sensed with chilling clarity that Pang Ming had truly intended to strike her. Scroll magic. Ah, now I recall. You're Lo Pei, the human boy from before. How do you still live? To my knowledge, human lifespans are exceedingly brief. The familiar incantation stirred Pang Ming's memory. Though for a demon of near-eternal life, a single human's existence flickers like a candle flame easily lost amid the vast archives of millennia. I'm honored you remember me, Lo Pei replied, voice layered with complex emotion. As previously noted, Pang Ming belonged to the rare few demons who held no interest in subjugating humanity, and occasionally even intervened to halt others' cruelty. In that brutal age, when lives were trampled like grass, souls crushed like insects, even this faint, unassuming kindness sufficed to earn profound gratitude from countless humans. Lo Pei's clan too had once known Pang Ming's protection. When a fearsome demon prepared to massacre, Pang Ming appeared without warning and dismissed the aggressor with the absurd justification, "You're so hideous. Why disturb my sleep?" before sending him flying. Naturally, few humans intrigue me, and you are among them. Pang Ming studied him curiously. I sense you are not truly alive, not anymore. Yet I detect a familiar resonance, the rat talisman. Ah, I see. Pang Ming nodded, finally understanding how a man long dead now stood before him, whole and breathing. Still, a subtle smile curved Pang Ming's lips. Does it not strike you as ironic? Wielding His Majesty's power, human warrior. So long as I may protect this world once more, I will pay any price, without hesitation. Lo Pei's resolve remained unshaken by Pang Ming's barb. Humans, always thus. Pang Ming shook his head, crying, evil, evil, while seizing every advantage, then cloaking yourself in noble rhetoric. How hypocritical. Shadows beneath their feet writhed violently. From those depths emerged ninja warriors of the Shadow Legion, one after another, until the classroom teemed with dark figures nearly overflowing. So, will you surrender the rat talisman willingly, or must I retrieve it myself? In your current state, subduing you would cost me scarcely a thought. Huh. Lo Pei drew a long, steady breath. Cheng Long, shall you leave now? But, Cheng Long began to protest. Leave? Lo Pei's expression hardened with unprecedented gravity. Wait, if you wish to go you may. I hold no interest in you, yet the talismans remain here. Pang Ming stated coolly. Xiao Yu shot him a venomous glare, then reluctantly placed the pig talisman and dog talisman into Lo Pei's hands. Win for me. Give that monster a sound thrashing. Xiao Yu urged. Lo Pei responded with a thumbs up, all under control. They departed swiftly. Shall we take this outside? It's too cramped in here. Pang Ming suggested. Agreed. Pan Ming and Luo Pei soon left Xiao Ye's school and arrived at a nearby clearing rarely visited by others. I also set up several minor spells to confuse ordinary human senses, Pan Ming said casually. You actually don't want to involve those ordinary people. Luo Pei expressed mild surprise. You should know I have no interest in those ants. Speaking of which, I should actually thank you. Luo Pei made this unexpected statement. Oh, how so? Pan Ming asked with great interest. While using a disguise scroll to restore himself to his original appearance, Luo Pei replied, "If you hadn't suddenly disappeared back then, I believe we wouldn't have had such an easy opportunity to defeat the Holy Master. From this perspective, you did indeed help us greatly." Pan Ming raised his head, his golden eyes fixed on Luo Pei. "Are you trying to provoke me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Pan Ming. This was a true ferocity. A pressure so intense it could suffocate an ordinary person rushed towards them. "Actually, I also want to know how much of your true power you can exert in this weak state." Luo Pei remained unrelenting, attacking his opponent's mind before the battle. "Weak? Just a mere human dares to speak to me like this." Pan Ming was furious. A flame mixed with crimson red surged straight towards Luo Pei. "It seems the Holy Master's condition has improved significantly. Has the power of the Dragon Talisman been granted to you as well?" Luo Pei's keen eyes instantly recognized the power of the Dragon Talisman mixed within Pan Ming's flames. After all, he could be considered one of the most knowledgeable about the Holy Master. "Defense scrolls." Saying this, Luo Pei's hands moved quickly, pulling out 3 scrolls from his wide sleeves, all of which he unfolded and placed upright in front of himself. The 3 scrolls simultaneously emitted a shimmering green light, intertwining and rapidly forming a massive energy shield that enveloped Luo Pei entirely. Luo Pei chose to test Pan Ming's strength, planning to withstand this ferocious initial attack. Soon the raging flames crashed against the shield, causing it to shake violently. However, the shield was cleverly designed, quickly dispersing the intense flames evenly across its surface through rippling tremors. Thus, even though the surface of the shield rippled continuously, it remained remarkably firm. "If this is merely the extent of your power," Luo Pei began to calculate in his mind. "Luo Pei, you don't think this is over, do you? Don't you dare die." Pan Ming seemed to guess Luo Pei's thoughts and directly mocked him. After the fire dragon whirlwind disappeared, an even more terrifying heat radiated from Pan Ming, and a fist-sized ball of flame appeared in his hand. Luo Pei clearly saw this scene through the shield. The small ball was entirely crimson, and Pan Ming's most adept bright yellow flames were nowhere to be seen. An incredibly terrifying heat emanated from it, distorting the space around the ball due to the extreme temperature. However, Pan Ming still looked dissatisfied. He performed a shocking action. He slowly and gently pressed his unprotected palm against it. His slender fair hand rolled and kneaded the red ball, as if the terrifying heat posed no threat to him. Luo Pei witnessed a horrifying sight, a handsome young boy, resembling a nobleman, casually kneading the terrifying flames with his white hand, his focused expression resembling that of a mad artist, exuding an indescribable eerie beauty. Eventually, the fireball in Pan Ming's hand transformed into a crimson pearl the size of a dove's egg, and even the flames that originally surrounded it completely vanished, as if they had all been drawn into the pearl. Pan Ming tossed the radiant glass-like fire pearl up and down, grinning. "I heard from somewhere that after your death you were called the strongest warrior in human history. Don't let me down." Like the voice of a devil exploding in Luo Pei's ear, Luo Pei's expression became extremely focused, watching the red pearl bouncing back and forth in Pan Ming's hand, feeling a destructive power brewing within it. After playing with it for a while, Pan Ming, as if reluctant to part with it, gently tossed the pearl towards Luo Pei. "You should have a way to deal with such a weak power, right?" Hearing Pan Ming's mocking voice, Luo Pei felt like he might crush his back teeth. In some ways, Pan Ming was as immature as a child, unwilling to look up at others, and overly concerned about his height. For example, Luo Pei's earlier remark about weak power truly stuck with Pan Ming. What is the meaning of lying in wait for revenge? I usually repay my grudges on the spot. Thus, this time Pan Ming decided to push the power of the Dragon Talisman to the limit, pouring it all into forming this pearl, not even using his most adept flames solely to pursue the most explosive output. "You say I am weak, huh? Why don't you try to take it? You bastard." The pearl, resembling a fine piece of art, flew straight towards Luo Pei, making him feel alarm bells ringing in his heart, whispering to him, "There's no escaping or you'll die." Damn it. Luo Pei quickly pulled out the scrolls, conjuring one spell after another. Enhancement scroll, agility scroll, lightness scroll, amplification scroll, hardening scroll. After hastily stacking over 10 buffs, Luo Pei narrowly dodged the red pearl that was now just inches away. Hey, it seems my power isn't so weak after all." Watching Luo Pei's desperate dodging, Pan Ming couldn't help but laugh joyfully. "Just you don't think this will end so easily, do you?" Luo Pei's pupils suddenly shrank as the pearl seemed to have locked onto him, making a turn and flying straight back towards him. "This time it's over." This was the last thought in Luo Pei's mind, as this clay statue-like body made it incredibly difficult to unleash his original strength, and handling it wasn't as effortless as before. In contrast, even though Pan Ming had not recovered to his peak, at least his body was his own. Artist boom. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion echoed throughout the space, followed by an overwhelming heat and surging crimson flames. "Oh dear, it seems I might have overdone it a bit." As the thick smoke cleared, a figure slowly emerged. It was indeed Pan Ming. Walking over to the already battered Luo Pei, looking at the motionless figure, Pan Ming found it somewhat amusing. "By the way, if it weren't for the fact that you've already died once, I believe this would be your first experience of this feeling." Thanks to the power of the mouse talisman, although Luo Pei's body was riddled with holes from the explosion, he could still speak and think. But at this moment, he didn't know what to say to stop the demon before him. Pan Ming leisurely picked up the scattered pig talisman and dog talisman from the ground next to Luo Pei and put them into his pouch. Finally, he reached into Luo Pei's clay body, extracting the buried mouse talisman from one of the holes, thus completing the retrieval of the 3 talismans. With the power of the mouse talisman, lost Luo Pei's body gradually showed signs of returning to its original statue form. Do you have anything to say? Pan Ming asked. You must feel quite unwilling to lose to me in this state, right? There's nothing to say. Since fate allowed me to open my eyes again, I am grateful to it, so I will not hate it for taking my life again. Luo Pei's tone was unexpectedly calm. It's just a pity that I still couldn't protect this world. His voice grew quieter, and speaking became increasingly difficult. Eventually, he completely transformed into a broken statue. Yet his eyes remained resolute, his conviction still evident within. TCH. Another stubborn fellow like those old men. Pan Ming looked up at the sky. Not long ago the sky was clear, but he didn't know when it had slowly changed color, becoming overcast. Perhaps the intense heat generated during the earlier battle had caused clouds and water vapor to rise. Drip, drip. First a drop of water fell to the ground, splashing dust, followed by more and more raindrops falling from the sky, quickly soaking the entire earth. The sound of the rain pattering down continued incessantly. Pan Ming looked up at the sky, one hand brushing back his soaked hair, not caring about the raindrops dripping into his eyes, simply standing quietly in the rain. There aren't many interesting characters like you around, and now there's one less. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Since the rain began 2 hours ago, San Francisco has been engulfed in an unprecedented downpour, a curtain of rain blanketing all the citizens. Dear citizens, this torrential rain has lasted for a full 2 hours. According to expert analysis, we are likely facing a rainstorm that occurs once in several decades. Areas have already reported landslides and river floods. Unless necessary, we advise everyone to reduce outdoor activities. On the television, the weather forecast host is urging the citizens to minimize going out to avoid adding unnecessary trouble to the government. In the underground base of District 13, Uncle Long, do you think Luo Pei will win? Xiao Yu looked at Cheng Long as if seeking help. I believe Luo Pei will be back soon. Cheng Long assured Xiao Yu. How could the strongest fighter in human history possibly fail? It must be that the battle is too fierce and he is on his way back. It must be so. Cheng Long encouraged himself deep down. I'm afraid it's not that simple. A flash of light glimmered off Grandpa's glasses, his tone filled with an inexplicable aura. Grandpa. Cheng Long looked over with difficulty. This sudden extreme weather could be a warning from the world telling us that a powerful evil demon is. No. Luo Pei cannot lose. He will return safely with the talisman. Grandpa, can you stop saying such things? Xiao Yu suddenly stood up, covering her ears and shouting. Grandpa, sometimes you're really annoying. Can you say less? Xiao Yu bluntly remarked. Xiao Yu, how can you speak to Grandpa like that? Cheng Long's tone also became serious. I don't know what you are talking about. I only know that Luo Pei will not lose. Xiao Yu covered her ears and ran out of the room. Xiao Yu. Cheng Long was both shocked and angry. Forget it. Along Xiao Yu is probably not in a good mood right now, so don't blame her. Grandpa's tone softened. Grandpa, could it be that Luo Pei really? Cheng Long felt incredulous. Having lived with Luo Pei for almost half a month, Cheng Long and the others knew his character and strength well. If something suddenly happened, there was no reason for Luo Pei not to have returned by now. It only means that Luo Pei might not be able to come back. I'm going to check on Xiao Yu. Cheng Long exclaimed and hurriedly ran out of the room. In the empty room, only Grandpa remained alone. Master, what should I do? Grandpa seemed to be praying for something, then transformed into a position with his palms facing upward, sitting cross-legged and slowly opening his senses. Sheriff Blake, have you seen where Xiao Yu ran off to? Cheng Long asked in a flustered manner. He had searched every place in District 13 he could go, but had not seen Xiao Yu's figure. Worried she might be in danger, he could only come to Sheriff Blake to inquire. Xiao Yu, I don't know, let me check for you. Sheriff Blake turned to an agent and said, help me pull up the surveillance footage from all the entrances and exits in District 13. Understood, Sheriff. Then came a series of rapid keystrokes. When was the last time she appeared? A nameless officer asked. Just now? About 15 minutes ago. Cheng Long hurriedly replied. 15 minutes ago. Found it here. Surveillance shows that the little girl walked out of the equipment room wearing a set of multifunctional tactical gear, exiting from Gate D. What? How did she open the equipment room? Sheriff Blake was shocked to hear this. Report. The data shows it was your identity card, sir. The data officer said seriously. How is that possible? My identity card was clearly. Sheriff Blake searched all his pockets and still found nothing. But when did she? Sheriff Blake was utterly puzzled. Forget it. That doesn't matter. I need to find Xiao Yu. After Cheng Long learned of Xiao Yu's whereabouts, he had no mind left to discuss these issues with Sheriff Blake. Finding Xiao Yu was the most important thing right now. Cheng Long was worried that Xiao Yu might do something foolish in a moment of impulse, especially when the outside world was not peaceful. Luo Pei. Luo Pei. Luo Pei. Where are you? Xiao Yu, undeterred by the torrential rain above, walked alone on the street. Due to this rare rainstorm, there was hardly a soul in sight on the street, and Xiao Yu's cries were drowned out in the storm. Where exactly are you? Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel despondent. At this moment, memories of her time with Luo Pei flashed in her mind. The first time she was resurrected surfing at the beach with him, helping them improve their strength. Scenes replayed in her mind. And although their time together was not long, Luo Pei had left a profound impact on them. This so-called strongest fighter in human history was surprisingly innocent. She still vaguely remembered what he had previously said about wanting to see this beautiful world for his former companions. If you want to see it, you have to go see it yourself. There are so many fun things I haven't taken you to yet. Xiao Ye's emotions grew more sorrowful, seemingly triggering a certain power within her, leading to some unknown change. I must find you. Wait for me, Luo Pei. Xiao Yu stumbled through the storm, the strong wind lifting her bangs, revealing a pair of golden eyes. Xiao Yu, where are you? Cheng Long had been pursuing the signal from the multifunctional tactical gear Xiao Yu was wearing since leaving District 13. Although the weather was extremely bad, fortunately District 13 had its own dedicated satellite positioning system, which alleviated much of the trouble. The tracker shows that Xiao Yu has been here before. Cheng Long muttered as he looked down at the tracker in his hand. But why does the signal disappear here? Cheng Long felt puzzled. Along. Can you hear me? Grandpa's voice came through the earpiece. Of course. What is it, Grandpa? Cheng Long tightly covered the earpiece to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, while constantly refreshing the tracker signal with his other hand. Have you found Xiao Yu? Not yet, Grandpa. I don't know why the tracker signal disappears where Xiao Yu last stopped but keeps circling in place. Cheng Long hurriedly sought help. I think a powerful force is shielding the signal from the tracker in your hand, which is why you've lost the target. What should I do now, Grandpa? Cheng Long tightly held onto his clothes to shield himself from the storm that was trying to penetrate his body. Listen, this matter is likely closely related to Pan Ming, so we need to start from him. Grandpa remembers that guy signed some sort of contract with you a long time ago. Oh, perhaps you can use that mark to find them. Grandpa told Cheng Long, a method worth trying through the earpiece. But what should I do? Cheng Long asked anxiously. That mark shares a source with Pan Ming's magic, so there should be a connection. Grandpa speculated. I understand. Grandpa will try it right away. Cheng Long was about to hang up the call. And one more thing. Along. Be careful. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely bring Xiao Yu back. Cheng Long patted his chest in assurance. Alright, next let me see how I can communicate with that magic power. After Cheng Long hung up the phone, he arrived beneath a tall building, using the tall structure to temporarily shield himself from the storm. Cheng Long closed his eyes, calming his mind, and using the method Luo Pei had taught him. Soon he felt a strange source of power within him. This was the thing Pan Ming had left in Cheng Long's body. Although this power was very weak and hardly useful, it was undoubtedly the best anti-tracking device now. Perhaps this magic power had been in Cheng Long's body for a long time, and it offered no resistance to his consciousness, easily accepting Cheng Long's awareness. Following the source of this magic power, Cheng Long quickly felt a vague sensation, as if something was pulling at his heart. Suddenly opening his eyes, Cheng Long's gaze was unexpectedly tinged with a hint of gold. Just a small amount, merely enough to color his pupils. But that was enough for Cheng Long to see the path ahead clearly amidst this unusual storm. Xiao Yu, wait for me, Uncle Long is coming. Soon Cheng Long arrived at an open area. However, the scene before him was too shocking. The ground was pockmarked everywhere, a burnt smell that couldn't be concealed, even in such a heavy storm, filled the air, and traces of flames burned everywhere. Xiao Yu. Cheng Long felt an even stronger urge to find Xiao Yu as he witnessed this scene. Venturing further in amidst the pouring rain, he soon saw a small figure sitting on the ground with her back to him. Xiao Yu. Cheng Long hurried over. Xiao Yu sat motionless on the ground, seemingly not hearing Cheng Long's voice. Xiao Yu, I finally found you. Do you know how dangerous this is? As Cheng Long approached Xiao Yu, the words he had prepared lost all meaning upon seeing the scene before him. Xiao Yu knelt on the ground, lost and dazed, her face indistinguishable between rainwater and tears clutching a tattered clay sculpture. I'm so sorry, Xiao Yu. But we must pull ourselves together. Grandpa and the others are still waiting for you. Cheng Long squatted down and placed a hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder, wanting to give her some strength. After a long time, Xiao Yu seemed to show some response. Uncle Long. What's wrong? Cheng Long hurriedly asked. Can we bring Luo Pei home? Xiao Yu's voice was incredibly hoarse. Yes, let's bring him home. In the midst of the storm resembling a battlefield after a war, two figures, one large and one small, walked on the road home. The air seemed to grow heavy, as if bidding farewell to something. In the 13th District, Sheriff Blake looked happily at the two who had returned to the base, saying, Cheng Long, you finally come back. Sheriff Blake, wanting to say something more, saw Cheng Long gently shake his head at him, his eyes stopping him. He then slightly turned to the side and gently pushed Xiao Yu in from behind. At that moment, Xiao Yu's face was dirty, her hair in disarray, completely drenched by the heavy rain. In her arms, she held something that looked like a clump of mud. Despite the dirt all over her, she still hugged it tightly, as if it were a precious treasure. Xiao Yu, why don't you go take a hot shower first? You've been out in the rain for so long, you might catch a cold. This. Cheng Long took the clump of mud from Xiao Yu's hands. For now, let's leave it to Uncle Long. Xiao Yu dazedly nodded and walked towards her room. What's wrong with her? Sheriff Blake asked, puzzled. So do you know why Xiao Yu ran out? Cheng Long also felt a headache. Wasn't she going to find Mr. Lup? Sheriff Blake frowned and asked, what? Is this a? Cheng Long gently indicated the clump of mud in his hand. What? Sheriff Blake was taken aback, clearly startled. When I arrived, Xiao Yu was sitting on the ground holding onto this tightly. From what I observed at the scene, this must be a part of the Lup statue. Cheng Long also felt very sad, but he couldn't let Xiao Yu see it because he was an adult and needed to set an example. Luop had suddenly disappeared from everyone's lives, leaving them all feeling uncomfortable. Humans are emotional beings, and their feelings are the richest. A moment of silence fell between the two. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sheriff Blake also felt regret. I'll go inform Dad first, and we can talk later, Chung Long said with a bitter smile. Xiaoyu slowly walked to her room door and gently twisted the doorknob. She quietly walked in, heading to the bathroom, her movements so gentle as if she were afraid of disturbing something. Soon the hot water filled the entire bathtub. Xiaoyu sat down in it, and the water splashed over the sides, creating a mist of white steam. The entire bathroom was transformed into a world of fog. After a while, Xiaoyu took a deep breath, submerging her head under the hot water. The underwater world was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of flowing water. Temporarily devoid of vision, her other senses became more acute. It seemed she could easily hear the sound of water flowing past her ears, as if someone were telling her something. What do you think of all this? It's wonderful. So does this world disappoint you? I'm very satisfied. Do you have any wishes? Wishes? I haven't thought about that, but if I had to say something, it would be to protect this world. What's wrong? Is that a cliché? No. I think you are an extraordinary person. Thank you. Xiaoyu, you are a good child. I'm not a child. We're friends, aren't we? You're right. We are friends, good friends. The moonlight fell on the two of them. The little girl enjoyed this affection that felt both like care from an elder and concern from a friend. In the water, it seemed there were a few more small bubbles swimming like small fish. Dad, I think we may need to prepare for the worst now. Pan Ming has already retrieved the last 3 talismans from Lup. The Holy Master is about to be resurrected. Chung Long's voice was filled with unspeakable gravity. Yes, Dad knows this as well. This terrible weather is undoubtedly a warning from the world. Dad frowned. But our current strength is not enough to contend with the Holy Master. We need to find some help. A voice came from outside the door. Xiaoyu. Chung Long looked with surprise at the figure appearing at the door. Hi, Uncle Long, I'm sorry to have worried you. Now Agent Xiaoyu is perfectly fine. Xiaoyu stood in front of the two, freshly dressed and looking tidy. Also, Dad, I need to apologize for earlier. Xiaoyu walked towards Dad. Hi, Dad, you know you're getting old and forgetful. Was there something that happened before? Dad patted Xiaoyu's head. Dad. Xiaoyu felt a bit teary. We need to gather all the strength we can find, only then can we defeat the Holy Master. And Pan Ming. Upon mentioning this name, Xiaoyu seemed to have made up her mind. But where can we find some helpers? Although I'm glad to see Xiaoyu bounce back, I find this question difficult, Chung Long replied. The bull warrior from Mexico and Little Snake. Xiaoyu gently poked Chung Long. Even though she deceives, even children were still friends, right? No, absolutely not. The bull warrior is fine, but that female thief. Xiaoyu, you'll be influenced. But Uncle Long, we need to gather all our strength now. Besides, Little Snake isn't bad. Or are you just embarrassed to see her? Xiaoyu innocently asked. Embarrassed? Are you kidding? What do I have to be embarrassed about? Chung Long reacted very excitedly. Good. Then let's contact them now. Soon Chung Long and the others received a prompt response. Upon hearing that it was to defeat a powerful demon and save the world, the bull warrior and Little Snake readily agreed. Wait for me, Dragon Brother. Little Snake's voice came through the phone. Damn little thief. You better be careful. Oh, in fact, if it weren't for Xiaoyu begging me, I wouldn't have called you. Chung Long was quite proud. I dad Uncle Long, the bull warrior, Little Snake, Sheriff Blake, and that annoying Parker, it still feels a bit insufficient. Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. When Parker heard that the bull warrior was coming to save the world, he immediately expressed his desire to join them to prove that the bull warrior was the strongest. Let me think, who else can we find? Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. What they didn't know was that soon several unexpected individuals would come looking for them. In the Black Hand Gang building, Your Majesty, that anticipated day is finally coming. Pan Ming spoke with indescribable excitement. At this moment, he was surrounded by 3 talismans which he had taken back from Look the Pig Dog and Rat talismans. Very good. Pan Ming. Excellent. Where did you find this rat talisman? The Holy Master's voice was equally excited. After so many years, it was the first time he felt the chance of resurrection was within reach. It was truly overwhelming. Whoa. I found this from Chung Long and the others. I don't know what methods they used to obtain the rat talisman before, but now it's just right for our use. Pan Ming replied. Additionally, following your orders, I did not kill them. I kept their lives as a first congratulatory gift for your resurrection. Very good. Now let the talismans return to my body. The Holy Master no longer concealed his impatience. The 3 talismans automatically merged into the Holy Master's statue, and the 12 talismans simultaneously emitted a blinding light. Rat, bull, chicken, dog, pig, snake, sheep, dragon, horse, tiger, monkey, and rabbit. The surface of the Holy Master's statue slowly detached from its stone form, with many stone fragments continuously falling to the ground. The 12 divine power talismans slowly sank into the Holy Master's body. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, and the brutal monarch finally revealed his true form, emerging from the long years of confinement. A tall demon with a dragon's head and a human body appeared before everyone, with fierce horns, greenish skin, and crimson eyes. The fire demon ruler of the earthly world, master of the Shadow Army, the most brutal demon lord, the Holy Master, has been resurrected. Is this the Holy Master? Afun stuttered in fear at this moment, while La Su and Zhou were speechless. This was different from facing a statue. Standing before them was a genuine demon with flesh and blood. The savage aura and astonishing malice emanating from the Holy Master continuously stimulated the senses of Hualong and the 3 members of the Black Hand Gang. The menace was like a prison. The atmosphere was overwhelming. The magic power of the 12 talismans flows within me. This feeling is simply too good. This long-lost sensation of freedom. Those damned insects never expected that I would finally be resurrected. The Holy Master was filled with indescribable exhilaration, having been imprisoned in that stone prison for an unknown number of long years. Now he finally saw the light of day again. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Pan Ming stepped forward and bowed. Pan Ming, you truly make me very pleased. When I rebuild my kingdom, I will grant you supreme glory. The Holy Master was in high spirits. Although he had just been resurrected and his strength had not yet returned to its peak, there was no one in this world who could contend with him now. Your Majesty, I am very glad to see you resurrected. Congratulations on being able to breathe fresh air again, but about the rewards we discussed previously, what do you think? Hualong stepped forward with a flattering expression. The Holy Master suddenly lowered his head, the massive dragon head nearly touching Hualong's face, which scared Hualong greatly. The Holy Master slightly opened his mouth, and the aura he emitted caused Hualong to sit down on the ground in fright. I am a noble dragon as well as a demon wizard. It is well known that I do not keep promises. The Holy Master raised his head again. Moreover, Hualong, you and your minions are truly of no use. Without you, Pan Ming could still bring about my resurrection. In consideration of your past service to me, I will allow you to be my personal servant. This is the supreme honor for you insects. Hearing such humiliating words from the Holy Lord, Hualong could no longer contain himself. Anger forced him to temporarily shed his fear of the Holy Lord, and he stood up directly from the ground. Damn statue. What nonsense are you talking about? Since you refuse to honor your promise, I think you should just stay on the wall. Hualong said fiercely. Fen Lei Suzhou. You all get over here. And you too, Tulu. Teach this ignorant monster a good lesson. Hualong turned to the trio and Tulu. But boss, isn't this a bit? Fen and the others felt somewhat troubled. Wow. After a brief hesitation, Tulu charged directly at the Holy Lord, truly demonstrating what it means to be reckless. Audacious. A golden light flashed in Pan Ming's eyes as he prepared to stop these reckless humans. No worries. Consider it a warm-up. However, the Holy Lord waved a hand to halt Pan Ming's actions and turned to collide with Tulu, gripping Tulu's arm tightly, with his dragon claws engaging in a contest of strength right there. Not bad, you're quite a strong bug, but what a pity. Let's see the power of a bull. The Holy Lord clicked his tongue in apparent regret, a red light flashing in his eyes as a phantom of a bull talisman appeared before him. Tulu felt his body lighten, and when he looked down he realized he was being lifted entirely. The Holy Lord single-handedly hoisted a 260-pound fellow into the air, bouncing him a few times like a toy ball, before suddenly throwing him forward. Tulu crashed heavily against the wall, then fell hard to the ground, producing a very dull sound. The entire building seemed to sway. Fen and the others watched in astonishment, unable to close their mouths for a long time. Hualong nearly went mad upon seeing this scene. Damn it. What are you guys still watching for? Get over here. Don't you also have the power of talismans? Fen and the others suddenly came to their senses, ready to use the power of talismans to teach this arrogant monster a lesson. Let him taste the consequences of his own actions. Die, monster. Fen took the lead with Leisu and Zhou closely following him. The Holy Lord crossed his arms, watching this comical resurrection performance with great interest. However, Fen and the others still felt a sense of fear towards the towering figure of the Holy Lord and dared not approach for close combat, so they could only cautiously use ranged techniques to probe the situation. Hey! Fen extended his arm, intending to use the power of the dragon talisman, but his palm had no flames at all, not even a spark. What's going on? Fen looked back at the other two in confusion. Zhou struck the same pose as him, seemingly wanting to use the power of the dragon talisman, but regrettably his situation was the same as Fen's, with not even a spark, only a puff of smoke. Watch me. Electric eyes are compelling. Leisu attempted to use the power of the pig talisman, pressing both hands forcefully against his temples, his eyes nearly crossing. Unfortunately, it still had no effect. Why isn't it working? Could it be that I'm not trying hard enough? Leisu, not understanding why his usually effective methods were failing today, could only conclude it was due to insufficient effort, and thus he strained even harder to cross his eyes. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Even Fen and Zhou could barely watch, let alone Hualong, whose face had turned ashen. Fen could only whisper a reminder, that's enough. Hey, Leisu, I said that's enough. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Fen, I think you have 3 heads. Leisu suddenly laughed foolishly and then collapsed to the ground. Leisu. Fen and Zhou, confused, rushed forward to check on Leisu's condition. Oh, something's not right. Why do I feel? My head is spinning. Zhou shook his head, trying to maintain his consciousness. Oh, don't you know? Without the flesh and blood of a demon to provide magical power, recklessly using my power means you are using your own life force as the price. The deep voice of the Holy Lord came through, providing timely commentary from the sidelines. What? Fen, Zhou, and the only one still conscious, Hualong, were all taken aback. What? A mere ant dares to use my divine power without cost. Are you worthy? The tone of the Holy Lord grew dangerous, but you should be satisfied, right? After all, this is power you could never have contacted in your lifetime. Isn't it worth it to exchange your worthless lives for this rare experience? You, monster. Finn barely managed to say these words before collapsing, his last words before fainting were boss. Run, run. Joe also fell into unconsciousness. It turned out that the power they had previously taken pride in came at the cost of their own lives. They had been using their lives as nourishment for the Holy Lord. Truly, ridiculous. As for you, Valong, I will not kill you. I will give you time to reflect, as this world will eventually return to my rule, but my patience is limited. The Holy Lord flew straight out of the building, crashing through a large hole in the wall. At some point, the previous torrential rain had quietly stopped, as if the prelude had been sufficient, seemingly announcing that everything would step into a new chapter. Panming approached Valong, whispering a few words. The originally dazed Valong raised his head in disbelief. However, before he could confirm, Panming had already followed the Holy Lord. Valong was left alone in the dilapidated office, repeatedly thinking of what Panming had said earlier. Finally, Valong made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the ground, stumbling toward the door. Only to quickly remember something. He didn't know where he found a small card, and returned to the office to laboriously place Finn, Lesu, and Joe on it. Really, running into you guys is my misfortune. After this matter is settled, you all must work double to compensate for my losses. Valong struggled to tie the rope around himself. Fortunately, the elevator was still operating normally. Soon Valong reached the ground, laboriously dragging the cart in one direction. Panming quickly caught up with the Holy Lord, who had intentionally slowed down to wait for him. The moon in the night sky after the rain was extraordinarily bright. Your Majesty, are we now going to? Panming inquired. Of course we're going back to summon my palace, release my little pets, and rebuild my kingdom. The Holy Lord's crimson eyes carried a hint of brutality. He was eager for revenge, wanting to settle old scores with that group of treasonous ministers with blood and fire. P.S. To the Holy Lord, the current humans are all descendants of the subjects who betrayed him, thus considered part of the rebels. What did you just say to Valong? The Holy Lord suddenly asked. I merely told him that you are not someone who gives opportunities to bugs easily, and hope he does not disappoint you. Panming replied calmly. You always put me at ease, Panming. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction. Panming suddenly felt a strange power enveloping his entire body. Just as he was taken aback, the Holy Lord's voice came through. Don't resist. Your current speed is far too slow. I will lead you forward. Yes, Your Majesty. With the enhancements of the rabbit talisman and chicken talisman, the two sped forward at full speed towards HK. District 13 Shenlong, the Holy Lord has been resurrected, Old Dad said with a serious expression. Is that so? Shenlong, although mentally prepared, still felt somewhat confused when he heard Old Dad's acknowledgement. He must want to rebuild his kingdom now, so he will definitely return to summon his palace and that batch of evil dragon minions. In other words, he is definitely heading to this place. After saying that, Old Dad pointed at a spot on the map. It was a coastal city with a very developed economy. This is HK. Shenlong's eyes widened. Exactly. We must go stop him. Old Dad's tone was very serious. No problem, we'll set off right now. Shenlong immediately stood up. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a phone rang from Shenlong's pocket. Sorry, Old Dad, let me take this call. Shenlong hurriedly chuckled. Hello. This is Shenlong, may I ask who you are? What? It's you. Shenlong's voice suddenly became high-pitched. Why are you calling me? Shenlong's tone was very unfriendly. However, as time passed, it was unclear what the person on the other end of the line said, but Shenlong's expression finally relaxed. Alright, just as you said, I will give you an address. You can come directly here. I warn you not to think about playing tricks. After finishing, Shenlong hung up the phone. Who was it, Uncle Long? Xiaoyu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Shenlong felt startled by the voice. His heart nearly stopped beating. I went to pick someone up. Neo Zhanshi and Parker and Little Snake is here too. Xiaoyu said with a wink. Hi, Shenlong, long time no see. A deep voice came in as a very burly wrestler walked in wearing a signature mask, followed by a dark-skinned little boy. Hello, Mr. Shenlong. It's great to see you again. Parker stepped forward like a little adult to shake hands with Shenlong. Oh, it's great to see you all. Honestly, I'm very glad you could come help. Shenlong quickly invited them into the room. Oh, it seems you're not welcoming me. Little Snake, I'm actually very happy you could come. Shenlong finally noticed a graceful figure behind Neo Zhanshi and the others. But you don't seem to look that happy, archaeologist. Little Snake took off her sunglasses. Haha, actually you all came at the right time. I was just discussing with Old Dad to head to HK quickly to stop the Holy Lord. Shenlong could only change the subject. We've already heard the situation from Xiaoyu on the way here. Little Snake said, in that case, let's not delay, we should hurry and set out. Before that, Shenlong paused. Old Dad, actually Valong, just called me saying he has something to discuss with us. Valon, what good is there to talk about with us? Old man doesn't like dealing with a bunch of criminals. The old man scoffed at this. Hey, race the thing. Shenlong stepped forward to explain. After a long while, the old man furrowed his brows, having listened to Shenlong's explanation, and finally said, if that's truly the case, then I will reluctantly try to help them. I have already told them the address. They will arrive shortly. Although Valon and the trio from the Black Hand Gang were indeed villains, Shenlong felt they were not beyond redemption yet. Soon everyone saw Valon, but his appearance was truly pitiful. His once expensive handcrafted suit was now ragged, sweat matted his hair in a disheveled manner, and even one of his expensive leather shoes was missing. Valon now looked nothing like the spirited person he once was. It could be said he was a completely different person. However, there were still 3 unconscious figures lying on the cart behind him, which upon closer inspection were the 3 members of the Golden Iron Triangle. That damn monster. I swear I will take revenge on him. Valen gritted his teeth as he spoke. Come in and talk. Chunlong turned and led Valen and the others back inside the room. Only then did they have time to hear Valen's account of what had happened before. Damn it. We worked for him for so long, even if we didn't have any merits, we still put in our hard work. But after that monster resurrected, he turned his back on us. Valen's voice was filled with resentment. So what are you planning to do now? I know where they plan to go next. They intend to return to HK, the former palace of the master. They plan to release the evil dragons they have been raising to cleanse the traitors. We know about that. In fact, we are preparing to set off to stop them. Xiaoyu said to Valen, though her expression was still not very pleasant. After all, she had been kidnapped by this group of bad guys before. Then please let me go with you. I must take revenge on that monster myself. Valen's expression did not seem fake. However, Chunlong and the old man hesitated, as Valen and his group had worked for the master for such a long time it was hard to guarantee they did not have other intentions. If you don't trust me, Valen gritted his teeth, I can hold my 3 subordinates as hostages in your hands. But you must guarantee to help me save them. They were deceived by the master and have overdrawn their lives. It seemed rare to see Valen in such a state, and the few people present became uneasy. They did not expect Valen to care so much about his 3 subordinates, even going so far as to think of ways to rescue them at such a time. The old man walked up to the 3 unconscious figures, flipping their eyelids with his hand and placing his hand on their chests, feeling the faint heartbeat. After a moment, the old man concluded, they don't have any major issues as long as they drink my specially made medicinal soup. It won't take long for their depleted vitality to be replenished. Is that true? Valen was incredibly excited upon hearing this. If you can really save them, I will pay you a lot of money. Come on, the old man is not interested in such things. The old man waved his hand. The old man just feels they have suffered undeserved suffering. The old man seemed to remember something and then asked, I'm just curious, how did you come up with the idea to seek our help? Well, upon hearing this, Valen's expression became visibly awkward, but after a long time seeing that everyone around him was eager to know, he finally gritted his teeth and said it. It was Pan Ming who told me. Even the plan for them to go to HK was told to me by him. He said you all have a way to help me. After revealing everything, Valen felt incredibly relieved. Pan Ming, why would he do this? You are not related to him. No, the guy has no feelings at all. Why would he help you? Who would have thought that Xiaoyu, who had been quietly listening to the story, suddenly erupted? How could that guy be so kind? If he were really that kind, Luo Pei would not. I don't know, but it is indeed what he told me in person. Valen looked innocent. He did not understand what had gotten into this little girl, but now that he needed something from them, he could only lower his head. Xiaoyu, calm down. Chunlong stepped forward to grab Xiaoyu, but unexpectedly she shook off his hand in an unusual manner and ran outside alone. I should go check on her. Girls are more likely to understand each other's feelings, said the little snake beside them. Thank you. Chunlong forced a smile. It's fine, after all, Xiaoyu and I are also very good friends. The little snake playfully winked and then went outside. So what do we do now? Do we just go find the master and fight them? The bull warrior, without any tricks up his sleeve, thought simply, as long as they took down the master, everything would end regardless of the outcome. I will contact Sheriff Blake right now to send us over, but as for Xiaoyu, never mind, let her calm down first. Chunlong immediately made a decision. No problem. Let's set off now. To everyone's surprise, the first to agree was Valen. Old man, please research a spell to seal the master as quickly as possible. We will take the lead. No problem, leave it to the old man. The old man is not to be underestimated. Xiaoyu, I don't know what happened, but clearly what you are doing cannot defeat the master and the others, including that Pan Ming. After the little snake chased outside, it quickly found Xiaoyu sitting on the ground with her knees hugged. But Xiaoyu said nothing. The little snake sat down beside her, also hugging her knees. If you have something to say, feel free to share it with me. Oh, as a friend, I am more than happy to hear your troubles. At first I thought Pan Ming was not a bad guy, although he would steal talismans from us each time and often mocked Uncle Long, hitting me on the head with talismans. But I still felt he was a hopeless person and even wanted to be friends with him. The little snake did not rush to express her opinion, as she knew that her role was to be a good listener, allowing Xiaoyu to vent the emotions bottled up inside her. But he actually killed Luo Pei, who was also my friend. He was a great warrior, and his lifelong goal was to protect this world. Such a good person. How could Pan Ming do this? From that moment on, I knew we could no longer be friends. Xiaoyu's voice gradually became firmer. Perhaps he is right. He is a demon, and we are humans. We are natural enemies. I want to help Luo Pei fulfill his wishes. Upon saying this, Xiaoyu stood up. Thank you, little snake. I think I understand now. The little snake smiled gently. I haven't said anything new. I was just sitting here for a while, and all of this is your own conclusion, isn't it? Since you've made up your mind, go help your Uncle Long now. The little snake also stood up. Hey, little snake. Xiaoyu shouted. What is it? If you could be my aunt, that would be great. Xiaoyu suddenly blurted out. What are you talking about, Xiaoyu? The little snake seemed to blush. Hey, actually, I know everything. Uncle Long really likes you. He just doesn't know how to express it. He's like a piece of wood. Is that so? Just because he likes me doesn't mean I have to like him. At this moment, the master and Pan Ming were hovering above the outskirts of HK. I can feel it in my palace is right here. The master immediately descended a little. With his palms together and muttering incantations before long, the master's eyes glowed red as he spoke. Awaken from slumber, my minions. Soon the originally empty ground began to change. After a faint spatial fluctuation, a magnificent palace complex slowly appeared in the sight of the two. At the same time, many ferocious roars came from around the palace and figures emerged from the spatial rifts, revealing a horde of evil dragons. Most of them crawled on all fours, their massive jaws wide open, revealing sharp teeth, with drool dripping onto the ground. Good. You have guarded my palace for so long, and you can finally come out for some fresh air. Your first task now is to eliminate all the traitors. The master issued orders while hovering in midair. Roar. The chilling roar filled the night sky. Not far behind a large rock, Chunlong, Sheriff Blake, and the bull warrior were secretly observing everything that was happening. Hey, Chunlong, did you see that? In just an instant, a palace appeared over there. Sheriff Blake was very excited, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Yeah, I see. Chunlong's face was extremely grim. He could sense that those evil dragons were tough to deal with, let alone the more troublesome master and Pan Ming. This is a huge problem. Huh. Pan Ming, who was hovering in midair, seemed to sense something and hurried to the master's side. Your Majesty, it seems some little bugs have intruded. Oh really? Pan Ming, take care of them. Don't let these bugs disturb my enjoyment. The master revealed a cruel smile. Since some blind fools have intruded, let's deal with you first. As you command, Your Majesty. Pan Ming ascended into the high sky, crossing his palms over his chest. Say, Chunlong, has that man already spotted us? Sheriff Black nervously swallowed. Impossible. We're at least 1,000 feet away. Bull Warrior exclaimed in disbelief, only for reality to deliver its brutal answer moments later. Pan Ming's body stilled. Instead, a crimson radiance gathered in his palms. With a swift pull, a colossal fireball, 2 meters in diameter, materialized in the night sky. The blazing sphere emitted staggering heat, instantly illuminating a swath of the nocturnal heavens. Through their binoculars, the three clearly saw Pan Ming's face suspended midair, yet despite the searing fireball before them, they felt no warmth whatsoever, only an icy, bone-piercing chill. Pan Ming would show no mercy, evade, or perish. Chunlong's inner alarm shrieked wildly. Without hesitation, he kicked Bull Warrior hard, sending him flying, then seized Sheriff Black and hurled them both sideways in a desperate dive. Duck now. The massive fireball grazed Chunlong's back before slamming into the boulder behind their hiding place, detonating with earth-shattering force. Boom! As the smoke cleared, the three rose shakily and turned to see that the towering boulder along with an entire hilltop had vanished without trace, leaving only a bottomless crater gouged into the earth. Whoa, WHOA. How is anyone supposed to survive this? Chunlong gaped, jaw slack with astonishment. Look out, Chunlong, he's coming again. Bull Warrior's panicked cry rang out from the side. Chunlong and Sheriff Black looked up, only to find Pan Ming hovering directly above them, surrounded by 3 or 4 identical fireballs. Wait, Pan Ming, we're not. Chunlong began as if attempting to speak. But Pan Ming, suspended in midair, showed no intention of dialogue. With a mere flick of his wrist, the fireballs surged forward once more. Sheriff Black finally snapped, uttering the quintessential expletive, yet never losing sight of what mattered most. Chunlong still stood beside him. This time it was Sheriff Black who seized Chunlong and rolled them both across the ground, desperately evading the infernal barrage. Strangely, even in that dire life-or-death moment, where one misstep could mean instant annihilation, Bull Warrior, watching silently from the periphery, suddenly felt profoundly superfluous. Did I even need to come here at all? Bull Warrior sank into existential doubt. Yet another deafening explosion jolted him back to awareness, only for him to stare speechless as all 4 fireballs hurtled unerringly toward Chunlong and Sheriff Black. He remained frozen in place, and not a single fireball veered toward him. They flew straight past his face, almost as if avoiding him entirely. Or perhaps Pan Ming simply did not deem him worthy of attention. Overwhelmed once more by the universe's cruel irony, Bull Warrior descended deeper into bewilderment. Indeed, 3 is one too many. Perhaps I should simply withdraw. Bull Warrior, what are you daydreaming about? Duck now. Chunlong's frantic shout pierced his daze, just as a fireball screamed toward his face. For a fleeting moment, Bull Warrior even felt touched. I knew it, I do matter. My presence was necessary. What the hell? Are you utterly deranged? Chunlong now seriously questioned whether Bull Warrior might be an actor. Was bringing him along truly such a catastrophic decision? Even Chunlong plunged into profound self-reproach. Unnoticed by all, Pan Ming, hitherto expressionless in midair, gave the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. How peculiar. This one seems even more foolish than Chunlong. Chunlong, humph. Those who understand, understand. His slender fingers trembled almost imperceptibly. At the last possible instant, Bull Warrior snapped awake, tumbling head over heels to evade the lethal fireball. Well, granted the form is inelegant, but effectiveness speaks for itself. You insects possess unexpectedly tenacious vitality. Pan Ming's voice drifted across the hushed night, calm and far-reaching. Pan Ming, surely there's been some misunderstanding between us. Chunlong summoned his courage and stepped forward, mainly because Pan Ming for the moment appeared disinclined to attack. After all, Pan Ming's actions were always unpredictable. Us. Pan Ming chuckled as if hearing a delightful jest. Don't make me laugh. Chunlong, I'll grant you wit. But surely you don't imagine these wretched insects share any meaningful connection with me. Pan Ming's smile vanished. I merely toyed with you earlier. My awakening had been recent, and after so long apart from this world your trivial antics briefly amused me. Did you truly believe? I sought friendship with you. How naive. Your narrow, soulless eyes. How dare you presume yourselves worthy? His elongated gaze held no warmth, no mercy, only contempt. Though Pan Ming's words were merciless, Cheng Long instinctively sensed something amiss. The memory of Pan Ming's conduct at the antique shop flashed vividly in his mind. Cheng Long furrowed his brow, preparing to speak again. But Pan Ming continued, I'd intended to leave you insects until last, a modest offering to His Majesty. Yet you dared disrupt His Majesty's refined amusement. Such audacity leaves me no choice but to crush you myself. So, have you prepared to die, my dear friends? Or shall you test whether I might yet spare your lives? As he spoke, flames erupted around Pan Ming, golden yellow light blazing so fiercely it threatened to drown the entire night sky in radiance. His golden irises blazed with incandescent intensity, nearly molten, while the scorching aura radiating from his fiery form rivaled even the dragon talisman's infernal power. Cheng Long, snap out of it. This fiend is no different from the Dark Master, a pure unadulterated demon. Sheriff Black roared. Alas, it's already too late. Next life. No, under my flames not even your souls shall endure. Pan Ming's voice now echoed from the depths of hell itself, his features twisted into grotesque ferocity. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. A thunderous chant split the air. Struggling to turn, Cheng Long saw old man Xiao, and trailing behind them Valmont. Valmont, is that really how you describe me? Old man. Tears welled instantly in Cheng Long's eyes. What was that saying again? In prosperity, look to Cheng Long; in adversity, look to old man. Father still wore his favorite sheepskin tunic, his expression utterly focused, while Xiao and Hualong stood beside him reciting the incantation under his guidance. In moments an intensely luminous emerald light slashed across the inky black sky. Shush, shush, shush. That beam of green light shot straight toward Pan Ming. Oh, a mere swarm of insects dares attack me. Pan Ming grew even more savage, visible veins bulged across his forehead. Then you shall all perish together. With those words he gathered blazing fire across his entire body and unleashed a horrifying assault upon them all. For some inexplicable reason Pan Ming felt the initial chanting had no effect on him. But as time passed the incantation's resonance swelled louder and louder, inevitably stirring agitation deep within his heart. The searing flames collided violently with the emerald light. Yet contrary to expectation, no deafening explosion followed. Instead silence fell abruptly, as if the world itself had been muted. The flames plunged directly into the emerald light, and before Pan Ming's disbelieving eyes they were utterly consumed, leaving not the faintest ripple, not the slightest trace of resistance. Having absorbed the flames, the emerald light flared even brighter, then struck Pan Ming full force as he stood frozen, unprepared. A colossal force surged through him, threatening to shatter his very bones. How is this possible? Pan Ming's trembling hand rose shakily to his lips, where something warm and liquid trickled down his chin. He opened his palm. There, vivid and piercing, was a smear of crimson. His vision blurred, the excruciating pain racking his body paled beside the seismic shock reverberating through his soul. I have actually been wounded by mere insects. His fist clenched so tightly that his nails bit deep into his own flesh. You shall all die. A wild, deranged cry tore from Pan Ming's throat. The golden hue in his eyes vanished entirely, as he slowly descended from the air and landed upon the ground. Yet he made no move to attack. Instead, he stood motionless, eyes closed. The palpable maddened bloodlust radiating from Pan Ming's voice sent needle-like stings skittering across everyone's skin. Father, do you have any other spells? I mean, he seems considerably angrier now. Jackie Chan asked cautiously. None. Time was short. We only managed to devise this one. Father shrugged nonchalantly. What? The trio who had first arrived to oppose the Supreme Master stared in disbelief. Still, this spell is far from simple. Father invested immense thought and effort into its design. His next words offered the group a sliver of reassurance. Hualong, why are you standing so far back? Surely you're not planning to slip away alone. Xiao turned toward Hualong, who had remained at the rear of the group. Hualong stiffened instantly. Whirling around, he found every pair of eyes fixed upon him, sharp and distrustful. Stare. Haha, of course not. Would I, Hualong, ever do such a thing? I'm merely observing our surroundings. Yes, precisely that. By the end, even Hualong seemed to believe his own lie. I sincerely hope you honor our earlier agreement, Hualong, and harbor no ill intent. Jackie Chan issued the warning with grave solemnity. Indeed, Mr. Hualong, you remain a top priority fugitive of Sector 13. I'd rather not divert officers to escort you to prison at this very moment, Chief Black interjected, stepping forward. Damn it, you two make quite the nauseating tag team. Hey, aren't you forgetting something? You seem rather cheerful about all this. A voice rang out once more. Originally, I had no intention of doing this. My body remains weakened, and such exertion places considerable strain upon me. Besides, it's hardly necessary against insignificant insects like you. But you have enraged me. Pan Ming finally opened his eyes. Now they burned with feral crimson. His former golden iris is gone without a trace, replaced solely by unrestrained savagery and murderous intent. Behold closely, mortals. This is a form you were never meant to witness in your lifetimes. Raising both arms high, he slowly brought his hands to his face and began inch by inch to tear it apart. Fine droplets of blood quickly beaded across his once refined features. Gazing upon Pan Ming's newly monstrous visage, resembling a ravenous demon, everyone felt a bone-deep chill descend upon their hearts. What is he doing? Xiao Yu whispered, her voice trembling. Hualong regretted his presence more than ever. Why did I even get involved? Revenge. This man is clearly unhinged. He's literally tearing himself apart. Anyone with half a mind could see this was heading straight toward death. Father, Jackie Chan cried out in desperate urgency. But father remained silent and still watching intently, leaving Jackie no choice but to step forward and shield him while the others formed a tight defensive line beside him. Pan Ming's transformation intensified rapidly. His skull warped into jagged bestial contours. Beneath the torn flesh emerged a grotesque scaly visage veined with sickly green, his arms twisted into razor-sharp, jointed claws, his legs bent backward at unnatural angles, and a long sinuous tail unfurled behind him. Had Ah Fun and the others been present, they would instantly recognize this form. The same terrifying guise in which Pan Ming first appeared before them, only now infinitely more ferocious. Hu! A long steaming breath exhaled from the creature's maw, pale and stark against the night air. He flexed his limbs. Crackling popping sounds rippled through his frame like snapping bamboo. It's been ages since I fought in this form, truly nostalgic. Then he turned his gaze upon the humans and bared a cruel predatory smile. So, who shall be first? Along you go. What a... Father, you can't be serious. Surely we should attack together. Jackie Chan recoiled in horror, scarcely believing his ears as he stared at the unrecognizable monstrous figure looming ahead. How can you speak so coldly at 37 degrees? I agree, we must strike as one. Jackie alone stands no chance against that abomination. Bull Warrior likewise urged coordinated assault. Hell no, Onion is suicide. Stay disciplined. Prepare to engage the sovereign. Do you doubt father's judgment? But father, I really don't. Ugh, stop dithering. What kind of man hesitates like this? Go now. With that, father delivered a swift, forceful kick to Jackie Chan's backside, launching him clear out of the group. Oh, so you've chosen him to die first? Pan Ming asked. Haha, actually I think we might still talk this over. Jackie Chan rubbed his sore backside. Pan Ming spared no further words, crouching slightly, then exploding forward with terrifying speed, hurtling straight toward Jackie Chan. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Jackie Chan instinctively tried to evade, but at that instant a surge of warmth stirred autonomously within him, significantly easing his burden. Recalling father's earlier words, he gritted his teeth. Fine, let fate decide. Still, I have one small request. Could we perhaps relocate the battlefield? A furniture warehouse, for instance. Chung Long gritted his teeth and charged forward. True strength demands ruthless self-discipline. Though not yet fully consumed by rage, Chung Long refrained from clashing head-on with Pan Ming. Instead, he adopted the guerrilla tactics taught to him earlier by Lo Pei, simultaneously channeling the searing current within his body to amplify his power. As Chung Long struggled desperately to hold his ground, Pan Ming, mid-assault, spoke with chilling nonchalance. These moves seem oddly familiar. Oh, I recall now. Did that shapeless mound of mud teach you anything at all? What did you say? A surge of fury erupted in Chung Long's chest. Tisk tsk, how tragic. Even he couldn't withstand me. What hope does a half-baked apprentice like you possibly have? With that, Pan Ming delivered a brutal roundhouse kick, striking Chung Long squarely across the thigh. The explosive impact sent waves of blinding pain through Chung Long's leg, numbing it entirely. His body buckled uncontrollably. He collapsed to his knees. You just said what? Having landed his blow, Pan Ming did not press the attack. Instead, he crouched leisurely, like a predator toying with its prey. So that shapeless mound of mud is your master. Silence, monster. Enraged beyond restraint, Chung Long hurled a furious fist straight toward Pan Ming's face. To Chung Long, Lo Pei was both a pioneering human hero and his revered mentor. Though their time together had been brief, Lo Pei occupied an irreplaceable place in his heart. And now, hearing Pan Ming so vilely desecrate his master's name, Chung Long could bear it no longer. Running away already, or seeking vengeance. Pan Ming effortlessly evaded Chung Long's strike, then countered with a crushing blow to his abdomen. Then let me tell you something else. Pan Ming knelt beside Chung Long, who knelt there doubled over in agony, and leaned in close. With just one move, that man was reduced to tattered ruin. That so-called greatest warrior in human history, merely a hollow spectacle, fragile as spun glass. Rising again, Pan Ming gazed down upon Chung Long's trembling form and added one final barb. I've watched you all along. Even that little girl cradling that shapeless mound of mud, sobbing helplessly on the ground. Every tear, I saw them all. His tone dripped with cruel amusement. Truly delightful. Ha ha ha. What a sight, a child clutching a lump of mud. Ha ha ha. His laughter subsiding, Pan Ming seemed finally sated. Enough. You may die now, Mr. Chung Long. The bargain ends here. A blazing inferno coalesced in Pan Ming's palm. Meanwhile, Chung Long, still kneeling, could not muster even a reflexive flinch. Agony had paralyzed his limbs. So this is how it ends. No, Uncle Long. Long. From afar onlookers stared in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even father, usually unshakable in composure, faltered inwardly. Did I miscalculate? Is Long still just one step short? Long, dodge now. At last, seeing the searing flame about to engulf Long, father cried out. But it was too late. None among them could intervene in time. As Xiao Shi and Inspector Black surged halfway forward, the fire erupted. A deafening blast shattered the stillness of night, followed by a pillar of incandescent light piercing the sky. Xiao Yu and the others sprinted madly toward the crater, only to find a smoldering void where Long had stood. He was gone. Uncle Long. A wave of crushing sorrow descended upon them all. Xiao Shi and Inspector Black stood frozen, Halloween spirit broken. Xiao Yu lunged straight at Pan Ming. For the first time in her life, she felt pure, unadulterated hatred. For this creature was no man, but a demon incarnate. How naive I was. Her breath quickened. Then suddenly gold bled into her irises. Molten gold flowed across her pupils, not a glint, but a tide, spreading rapidly, hungrily. Oh, you're not dying yet. Not while your death would bring me serious complications. Noting the reckless girl's advance, Pan Ming flicked his wrist. A surge of invisible force hurled Xiao Yu backward onto the ground. Xiao Yu. Xiao Shi rushed forward, gathering the unconscious girl into her arms. I've changed my mind. You'll be left for His Majesty's personal judgment. After all, I'm quite bored with you now. Pan Ming's voice drifted lazily. Oh, and one more thing, Valen, have you reached your decision? As if recalling it mid-thought, he turned toward Valen, standing beside father. 3. Valen stammered, tongue-tied, his thoughts haunted by the image of Long's violent end. Yet glancing around, at the grim faces surrounding him, he steeled himself. I will never bow to monsters like you. I am Valen. Is that so? How unfortunate. Then you'll perish alongside them. Pan Ming showed no insistence. Now, let us present ourselves before His Majesty and answer for our deeds. Pan Ming's terrifying visage remained unchanged. With a single gesture forward, an unseen force bound everyone's limbs, rendering them utterly immobile. He rose into the air once more, then swiftly carried them all back to the sovereign's side. Unhesitatingly, Pan Ming hurled the captives onto the ground before the sovereign, then knelt low, bowing his head. Your Majesty, your prisoners stand before you. Long has been eliminated. Excellent work, Pan Ming. My judgment was sound. You truly are indispensable. It has been ages since I've seen you in this form. I'd begun to wonder, had you grown fond of humanity? My own power remains insufficient to sustain this true form for long. The frail human vessel conserves energy far more efficiently. Pan Ming offered this explanation without hesitation. Then, Your Majesty, how shall we dispose of these insects? Let me think. Ah yes, my beloved dragons have starved for eons. Surely they yearn to savor this rare delicacy once more. The sovereign's voice was icy, devoid of mockery, his words unmistakably sincere. A creeping despair began to settle over the captives. Indeed, he spoke no falsehood. In ancient times, the sovereign often cast defiant humans directly into the maws of his bred dragons. Their shrieks of torment were among his most cherished sounds. With a casual gesture, the sovereign summoned several dragons, then used the rooster talisman's power to transport father and Xiao Shi directly before those colossal beasts. Dinner is served. At the sovereign's command, the dragon beasts advanced, circling the captives slowly. Eyes locked, jaws slack, thick saliva dripping onto their faces. Ugh, disgusting. Back off. Don't touch me. Xiao Shi writhed in revulsion. A woman may die, but never in such grotesque fashion. This was Xiao Shi's silent thought. Father, what do we do? Xiao Yu whispered, curled tightly beside him. Among them, Valen had already surrendered, wondering bitterly whether his defiance had been folly. Inspector Black and Ox Warrior wore expressions of solemn readiness for sacrifice. Xiao Shi recoiled in disgust at the hideous dragons. Only Xiao Yu remained focused, searching desperately for a way out, though the odds appeared hellishly insurmountable. None among them seemed capable of action, except perhaps the sole inheritor of righteous sorcery, who now drowned in guilt over having caused the death of his own nephew. Cursed. Think. Xiao Yu, you can do this. What would Uncle Long do? Her mind raced, scanning every angle, every possibility, desperate for the one key that might shatter this infernal lock. Your Majesty, I beg an audience. Pan Ming stepped forward, addressing the sovereign. Speak, what is it? The sovereign nodded. All may perish, except her. Pan Ming pointed directly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's expression twisted, complex, wounded. This man had murdered Lo Pei, both mentor and friend, then slain her uncle with his own hands and captured them all without mercy. Yet now he sought to spare her. Why? Not only Xiao Yu was bewildered, every captive shared the same question. Since death seemed inevitable, curiosity became their final luxury. Oh, and your reasoning? To everyone's astonishment, the sovereign showed no anger, only quiet, probing interest. Earlier, in order to recover all the talismans and liberate your Majesty, I forged a soul-binding covenant with this girl, a pact at the deepest level of essence. Should she die now, the backlash would overwhelm my current strength. Pan Ming bowed his head low. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Even the dim-witted dragons ceased their drooling, holding their breath. Without lifting his gaze, Pan Ming sensed the sovereign's crimson eyes scanning him, measuring, weighing, assessing. After a long, suspended moment, the sovereign spoke. You speak truth. Your soul is diminished, its core fractured. Very well. In light of your service, I grant your request. Thank you, Your Majesty. Pan Ming prostrated himself instantly. If only this girl is bound to you, I shall permit her temporary reprieve. But the rest, surely you hold no such covenants with them, do you, Pan Ming? The sovereign's voice rang out again. Tension spiked anew among the captives. Certainly not, your majesty. Then, let them be dealt with as you see fit. Pan Ming replied swiftly. Very well, I've reconsidered. Pan Ming, you shall crush these insects for me. The sovereign issued his new decree. A near imperceptible tremor ran through Pan Ming's frame, visible perhaps only to Xiaoyu. You wouldn't refuse this command, would you? Or is it that you hesitate to raise your hand against humanity? The sovereign's voice darkened, edged with lethal warning. Of course not. It shall be my honor to serve your most exalted majesty. Soon Pan Ming strode before the group and casually waved his hand, dispersing the several dragon beasts that had been circling nearby. His expression remained utterly impassive as he raised his right hand high, summoning a blazing orb of golden yellow flame. His arm then descended slowly. Hearts pounded wildly among the onlookers while the sovereign beside them narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. Die, human. The gravest mistake you could have made was provoking his majesty. At the very brink of catastrophe, an eerie shriek pierced the air, halting Pan Ming's motion mid-execution. Hey, you two monsters, care to taste the fist of Uncle A Fin? The voice brimmed with audacious arrogance, compelling every soul present to instinctively turn their heads. There, standing atop a small hill in the distance, stood a man clad in a pristine white suit and crowned with vivid crimson hair. As the evening breeze swept across him, he exuded an effortless charm, rebellious, unbound, and utterly magnetic. A Fin. Well, good evening, everyone. True heroes always make their grand entrance last. A Fin struck a dashing pose, greeting the crowd with charismatic flair. You fool, what in the world are you doing here? Walong demanded, his voice trembling with agitation. Actually, boss, I woke up not long after you all left, and I've never felt better in my life. I heard you'd all headed to HK, so I chased after you. Idiot. What on earth did you come for? To serve yourself up as an appetizer? Can't you see we're already captured? Walong genuinely believed this subordinate had lost a few marbles. He'd gone to extraordinary lengths, begging Chan and others to resurrect them, and now this man simply waltzed in to offer himself as sacrifice. At least Lashu and Zhou still retained a modicum of sense, not following blindly. The Black Hand would rely on them now, though perhaps soon there would be no Black Hand left in this world at all. What am I doing here? A Fin appeared genuinely baffled by the question. Why, I'm here to help you, boss. I mean, you are our leader after all. Walong fell speechless. True, he was an idiot, but somehow inexplicably a strange warmth welled within him. Another reckless insect dares to appear. Pan Ming. Yes, your majesty. Sensing both the sovereign's and Pan Ming's attention fix upon him, A Fin smirked with quiet satisfaction. What? Do you truly believe Uncle A Fin is so easily caught? Fool. Pan Ming uttered the word with chilling detachment. He couldn't fathom how an ordinary human, devoid of intellect or power, could possibly muster the gall to challenge two demons. Was this not sheer unadulterated self-sacrifice? No matter. He shall be the last. Pan Ming shot forward toward A Fin. Fool, run. Though bound hand and foot, Walong roared the warning at the top of his lungs. Come on, try catching Uncle A Fin, you tiny little runt. With a mocking grimace, A Fin spun around and leapt down the hillock, sprinting headlong into the dense woods behind him. It's over, he's doomed. Only Xiaoyu whispered the words aloud, her voice barely audible. You called him short. How dare you? She nearly burst into tears. Though Pan Ming's face betrayed no outward change, the subtle narrowing of his eyes suggested, perhaps faintly, almost imperceptibly, that he might be slightly enraged. Haha. A low, enigmatic chuckle escaped his lips as he launched himself straight at A Fin. It's over. It's truly over for him now. Xiaoyu squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear witnessing what came next. This was the first time she'd ever seen Pan Ming wear such an expression, even more terrifying than his demonic transformation. But Xiaoyu had no time to dwell, because the sovereign had already stepped before them, lowering his colossal frame until his immense shadow swallowed the entire assembly. Regrettably, even the intrusion of one more insignificant insect cannot extend your fleeting existence. Since Pan Ming has matters to attend to, I shall personally escort you into oblivion. This is the highest honor you could ever hope to receive. Honor. Try me sending you skyward. I'd call that your honor, you cracked, crumbling statue. The sovereign raised his hand. Instinctively, all present closed their eyes, yet the anticipated agony never arrived. Curious, Xiaoyu cautiously opened one eye. She saw the sovereign frozen mid-motion. Then in a flash, a figure materialized behind him and delivered a thunderous kick to his knee before vanishing just as swiftly. Who dares? The sovereign bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of searing flame toward the spot, but no cry of pain followed. As the sovereign scanned frantically for his unseen assailant, the figure reappeared, this time behind him, and slammed a devastating punch squarely into his back. Though the blow inflicted little tangible damage, it stung with profound humiliation, as if the attacker were toying with him. Accursed thief, show yourself. I'll reduce you to ash. Blasting fire in all directions, the sovereign sought to flush out his elusive foe. Yet the intruder moved like a phantom, each reappearance landing another precise strike. Though incapable of breaching his defenses, the sovereign was in a deeper sense shattered. One strike missed, and the figure dissolved into nothingness, leaving the sovereign's furious outbursts utterly futile. Cursed ant, you dare provoke me? I'll make you pay dearly. The sovereign raged impotently. Hey young lady, stay calm. We'll get you out of here, right now. A voice suddenly sounded behind Xiaoyu. Before she could react, she was lifted gently into someone's arms. Her vision blurred, then snapped into focus far from where they'd stood moments before. Looking up, she saw familiar faces, her father, Chief Black Ox Warrior, and Snake. Is everyone all right? Though bewildered, Xiaoyu was overjoyed to find them all unharmed. Oh, we're fine, Xiaoyu. Chief Black replied, but added, only Wolong's missing. Hey, why bother about that villain? As long as we're safe, that's all that matters. Snake rolled her eyes. Ahem, Madam gossiping behind someone's back is terribly rude. Besides, my people rescued you. So consider us even, shall we? A flippant voice chimed from behind the group. They whirled around, and there stood Wolong leaning against a towering tree, meticulously adjusting his tie and suit jacket, posing with flamboyant self-assurance. You claim your people saved us. What exactly happened? Xiaoyu stepped forward, puzzled. Wolong grinned proudly and gave a light theatrical clap. Allow me to formally introduce you to my most trusted aides. Lashu, Zhou. At his call, two figures emerged into view. The very same men who'd always accompanied Wolong, Lashu and Zhou. Oh boss, you're alive? We were so worried. Lashu gushed, reaching eagerly to embrace him. Ugh, back off, Lashu. Don't you see I've just straightened my clothes? Wolong recoiled with exaggerated disdain. Now, explain exactly what transpired. Chief Black stepped forward. All right. Wolong smoothed his cufflinks. Truth is, I initially assumed only A Fin had rushed here alone, but then I thought these three are inseparable. It made no sense for only A Fin to dash in recklessly. And sure enough, just as the sovereign lost control, I sensed something familiar. And there they were, Lashu and Zhou, appearing precisely as instructed, whisking each of you away while the monster was distracted. I was the very last to leave. Impressive, isn't it? I'm quite the stand-up guy. With a final flourish, Wolong flicked a stray lock of hair from his forehead and smiled triumphantly. How did you pull it off? Xiaoyu asked, incredulous. This feat seemed far beyond their capabilities. You tapped into the residual power of your talismans, didn't you? Her father spoke up quietly. Exactly. We used the snake talisman to conceal our presence and form, then harnessed the ox talisman's strength and the rabbit talisman's swiftness to extract you all. Zhou confirmed. We arrived the moment you were seized. This entire plan was conceived by A Fin. Lashu added, voice brimming with admiration. A Fin. Oh no, what if he's in danger? Only then did the group recall A Fin, bravely drawing fire alone. He should be fine. A Fin possesses those powers too. And he said ever since drinking that medicinal broth, he's felt incredible. Zhou offered, though, with hesitant uncertainty. Talisman usage, life force depletion, restorative broth, talisman usage again. Good heavens, they were exploiting a glitch in reality itself. Wait, Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. Wolong scowled, his dramatic moment rudely interrupted. What is a kid, oi? Frowning, Xiaoyu pressed on. A Fin drew their fire. Lashu and Zhou rescued us. So, who fought the sovereign? Silence fell over the group. Indeed, who was that shadowy warrior? We never mentioned it. Lashu and Zhou exchanged glances. That was Chanlong. What a... Not only Xiaoyu and her companions recoiled in shock. The revelation even stunned Wolong himself. What do you mean, Chanlong? He's dead. Explain now. Wolong lunged forward and seized Zhou by the collar. Gasp, let go, boss. I can't breathe. Zhou flailed, helplessly terrified of hurting Wolong, yet suffocating under his grip. Dead? Impossible. We met him before arriving here. Lashu stepped in calmly. Right outside the sovereign's palace complex. In fact, the whole operation was devised by A Fin and Chanlong. They even debated who'd lure Pan Ming and who'd hold the sovereign at bay. At those words, Wolong released Zhou and stared dumbfounded at the others. A stunned silence settled over them all. What had truly transpired? Wait, if that man truly is Uncle Long, then he's still battling the sovereign right now? We must go help him. Xiaoyu glanced back toward the place they'd just fled. Hey, are you out of your mind? We barely escaped with our lives. Going back now would be walking straight into a trap, Wolong declared firmly. Come on. Do I look that foolish? You helped me once before. I've repaid that debt now. Our accounts are settled. Reizu, Zhou, we're leaving. Wolong turned sharply, ready to depart. But Reizu and Zhou remained motionless as though holding unspoken words. What? You're actually going to trust this brat's word? Wolong's expression twisted strangely. He knew his two subordinates all too well. If they truly possessed the strength to play heroes, they'd likely be dead within 3 days at someone else's hands. Better they stay obediently by his side. Besides, even if they could harness the power of talismans, they stood no chance against the sovereign. All they'd gain would be a shortened lifespan. But Chief, Offin hasn't returned yet. Reizu stammered hesitantly. Oh damn it, I'd nearly forgotten about that. Wolong felt deeply agitated. Whether Chan fell or survived meant little to him, but Offin. After a long silence, he finally turned and said, Tell me your plan, brat. Surely you don't intend to charge and head first. Yet Lao Dai and the others remained silent for an unervingly long time. You can't seriously be planning that. Wolong's facial muscles twitched violently. What kind of ultimate hotheads are these people? Fine. If we fail to defeat the sovereign, we all perish together. So let's do it. What nonsense. This so-called sovereign will ultimately kneel before Lord Wolong and sing his surrender. Boss, you're absolutely magnificent. Reizu and Zhou gazed up at him, stars sparkling in their eyes. Naturally. Very well. Our mission is clear: rescue our archrival Chan and simultaneously vanquish that accursed monster. With a sweeping gesture, Hualong charged directly toward the sovereign's position. Yes, sir. Reizu and Zhou followed closely behind. These three, Xiaoxi felt an odd dissonance, an inexplicable sense of wrongness. Never imagined we'd end up relying on the Black Hand Gang. Chief Black muttered wryly. Who cares? Our immediate priority is rescuing Uncle Long. Ugh, terrible, 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 terrible. This pest is insufferably tenacious. I can't even breach his defenses. With all 8 talismans intact, the sovereign is simply overwhelming. Indeed, the hapless soul locked in desperate combat with the sovereign. No, the true hero was none other than Chan himself, wielding a potent magical artifact to hold his ground. Wretched insect, you truly believe I'm powerless against you? The sovereign could contain his fury no longer. He halted mid-battle, abandoning futile assaults. His lips parted slightly, murmuring incantations, preparing something profound. As the chant grew clearer, a shimmering hemispherical domain roughly 3 meters in diameter coalesced around him. The next instant, as Chan reappeared, poised once more for a surprise strike, he instantly sensed his body grow leaden, as though sinking into thick, suffocating mud. What's wrong? Has the irritating insect finally ceased its flailing? The sovereign's rasping voice echoed suddenly. His previously closed eyes snapped open, crimson irises gleaming with cruel amusement. Curious. Stepping forward, the sovereign seized the immobilized Chan by the throat. It's you, Chan? You're still alive. Hehe. Been keeping well lately. Trapped in the sovereign's grip, Chan offered an awkward, strained smile. I don't know how you survived Pan Ming's flames. Perhaps he's grown rusty from disuse. But I won't make such a grievous error. So, have you prepared yourself for death? Chan. The sovereign's voice dripped with both cruelty and seething rage. If not for this wretched man's repeated interference, he might have shattered his seal and reclaimed full resurrection long ago. Before I die, could you tell me how you did it? In the sovereign's grasp, Chan appeared resigned, asking only one final question. If that's your last wish, I'll grant it. The sovereign exulted. This is but one application of my divine power. By channeling the Ox Talisman's strength and weaving in subtle sorcery, I conjure this gravity field. It's perfect for crushing pests like you. I see. Chan mused as if struck by sudden insight. Then, until next time. What a chill of foreboding shot through the sovereign. In the blink of an eye, Chan, who had been clutched in his hand, vanished utterly. Stunned, the sovereign stared blankly. How did he do it? My lord, I return. Pan Ming's voice cut through the silence. Emerging slowly from the thicket, he dragged behind him a half-conscious, disheveled figure. It was often, disheveled, bruised, and utterly unheroic. My lord, what's amiss? Pan Ming sensed the tension and ventured cautiously. Pan Ming, Chan is not dead. The sovereign's gaze locked onto him, unreadable, intense. To the sovereign's astonishment, Pan Ming reacted with even greater shock. Impossible. He perished in my infernal flames. His dismay seemed genuine, leaving the sovereign no choice but to suppress his earlier suspicions. He'd briefly wondered whether Pan Ming had deliberately spared Chan. If so, Pan Ming's loyalty would be gravely suspect. No matter. Let him escape, for now. His companions remain in our grasp. My lord, have you noticed? The humans I captured earlier, they're all gone too. 2 demons, one towering, one diminutive, stared at each other in stunned silence. The air itself grew still. Often thought, thank heavens I passed out. Otherwise this would be unbearable. You vile monster. Release Often immediately, or Lord Hualong will show you no mercy. A voice shattered the stillness. Hualong strode forward, proud, defiant, radiating fierce resolve. Reizu and Zhou flanked him tightly, followed by Xiao Yu, Lao Dai, Xiaoxi, and the rest. So, you've recovered your lives, yet still lack the wisdom to cherish them. Since you've delivered yourselves to me again, let's see how many of you escape this time. Pan Ming, strike now. Pan Ming casually dropped the unconscious Often and stepped before the group. Golden yellow flames erupted around him once more, sending waves of tension rippling through the onlookers. I warn you, not to move recklessly. Hualong once again felt a wave of regret. Ow, what the... In the next instant, a torrent of ferocious fire surged forth, slamming into its target with brutal force. Rule War. A deafening, earth-shaking dragon's roar tore through the air, laced with disbelief. Pan Ming. The sovereign erupted in furious wrath. Not only the Holy Lord, even the people from the antique shop stood agape. The sight was devastating. Pan Ming's flames did not strike those before him. Instead, they fell upon the Holy Lord standing behind them. Even though dog talismans and horse talismans existed, and the Holy Lord healed quickly from his wounds, the sting of such public humiliation pierced him to the bone. You actually dare betray me? The Holy Lord's voice thundered through the engulfing fire, each word saturated with towering hatred, as if he wished to rend Pan Ming limb from limb. Pan Ming, however, seemed utterly unconcerned, almost serenely calm. He dragged the limp Afen to within 3 paces of the crowd, and said, "Take this fellow back, you lot, fall back." He tossed Afen onto Hualong and the others, then addressed Chief Bulake. "Little Baldy, lead your men in retreat. What follows is beyond your help." The latter half of the sentence was directed at Xiaoxi and the Nyo warrior. Pan Ming. Only Xiao Yu felt her worldview fracture again. What was happening? "You can come out now, why hide? If you don't, Xiao Yu will be furious with me," Pan Ming called, though he seemed to speak to no one aside from Xiao Yu. and Walong there was no one else in sight. A familiar voice answered with a chuckle. Haha, coming. I've followed your orders exactly. At once a figure accompanied that voice and stepped into view. Uncle Long, is it really you? Xiaoyu could hardly believe her eyes. Who but Cheng Long could it be? His trademark blue sweater and simple foolish grin unmistakable. Chief Bulake and the Nyo warrior were equally moved. Oh wonderful, Cheng Long, you're all right. They had watched Cheng Long seemingly consumed by flame and never expected such a reversal to unfold. Cheng Long scratched his head sheepishly and said to Xiao, thanks for taking care of Xiaoyu for me. Xiaoxi rolled his eyes. I didn't look after Xiaoyu for you, don't flatter yourself. Cheng Long sank briefly into disappointment, then brightened upon hearing the next words. Welcome back. As Cheng Long wore his foolish grin, a familiar stinging rebuke landed upon him once more. You damned brat. Can't you see your father? What's going on here? Father stepped forward and seized Cheng Long by the ear. Ouch, father. Let go, Cheng Long begged. This is hardly the time to chat. Finish the matter at hand first, Pan Ming interjected, halting the farce. Why, Pan Ming, you must know. I loathe betrayal above all. The Holy Lord roared, then expelled a torrent of flame. Pan Ming raised a barrier with a calm gesture and absorbed the onrushing inferno entirely. If you truly wish to know. Your Majesty, I will tell you before you die, Pan Ming replied with an even colder indifference. The Holy Lord snapped. You? Very well. Go to your deaths with these traitors. He lost all reason and summoned forth a legion of shadow warriors. Slaughter them, he commanded. The shadow soldiers together with the dragon beasts surged toward the group in a mighty charge. Pan Ming gave a single sweep of his hands, and from the shadows beneath their feet rose a like number of black shadow legionnaires to match them. You dare command my minions? Unforgivable. The Holy Lord's lungs seemed about to burst with fury. The public betrayal stung worse than any wound. What made it all the more unbearable was that the power now used against him had once been granted by the Holy Lord himself. The humiliation must have felt unbearable. Pan Ming answered calmly, No, your Majesty. Have you forgotten? Those beings were never solely your power. You were merely one of their masters. Now that I command them as well, why should I not employ that power? Pan Ming's placid tone at times was maddeningly provocative, utterly infuriating in its indifference. He produced a stack of white papers from his cloak. You likely haven't seen these. Allow me to show you. With a wave of his hand, the papers rustled and cascaded to the ground. They fell, and with a whisper of movement transformed into ranks of paper soldiers. Advance, Pan Ming ordered. Soon his black and white coalition clashed fiercely with the Holy Lord's shadow soldiers and dragon beasts, the spectacle grand and tumultuous. Those watching were mesmerized. The scene resembled a small war. Everyone wondered, if all these forces belonged to Shadow Corps, how do they tell one another apart? Neither the Holy Lord nor Pan Ming showed any intention of explaining. Pan Ming faced the Holy Lord without any trace of fear. King against king, general against general. Let them play among themselves. I want to see what strength your Majesty can summon so soon after your revival. You base traitor. You dare call yourself a king. You dare compare yourself to me. The Holy Lord was pushed beyond reason by Pan Ming's insolence. There is only one king in this world, and that is I, the Holy Lord, he cried, charging toward Pan Ming, and Cheng Long plowing through the chaotic battlefield heedless of friend or foe. A strange smile curved Pan Ming's lips at the Holy Lord's loss of composure. Very well, come then. Old man, chant the spell. Pan Ming completed his demonic transformation in an instant, though his form remained that of an ordinary adult man, and thus smaller than the Holy Lord. Pan Ming was pleased all the same. He felt he had grown a little taller. Father grumbled, You rude boy. Are you ordering your father about? Yet his body obeyed faithfully. Monsters be gone. Monsters be gone. In an instant, Father understood Pan Ming's plan. The incantation needed was the same spell Father had used in the antique shop to suppress Pan Ming. If it worked on Pan Ming, it might also affect the Holy Lord. Though Pan Ming's words were sharp, and he acted as if he held the Holy Lord in contempt, he did not relax for a moment. He knew the Holy Lord was a being of terrifying strength. As the one who had once stood closest to the Sorcerer Lord, his most trusted confidant, Pan Ming knew all too well just how terrifying the Sorcerer Lord had been at the zenith of his power. What precisely did peak power mean for the Sorcerer Lord? 12 talismanic powers mastered with flawless instinctive precision, utterly unlike the crude rudimentary applications employed by Chan and his companions today. As one of the 8 demon lords embodying the Li Trigram, the sovereign of fire, he held absolute dominion over flame. A dragon by blood, noble and peerless even among demons, a master sorcerer versed in arcane incantations and forbidden magics, commander of the Shadow Legion. Indeed, were this archetype transplanted into any other tale, he would unquestionably be the celestial chosen protagonist, the unrivaled hero of a triumphalist saga, or perhaps the sovereign of beasts. So formidable a being, could Pan Ming truly feel no trepidation? The Sorcerer Lord was no benevolent dragon. In ancient times he ruled as a tyrant incarnate, believing only in the supremacy of brute force, showing no mercy even to his own subordinates. Yet how then did such a despot maintain dominion across so vast a span of ages? The answer was simple: strength. Overwhelming, unassailable strength, rendering his throne impregnable. But now, the Sorcerer Lord had only just awakened from eons long imprisonment. His flesh and spirit estranged, his powers and authority still fragmented, incomplete. At this very moment, he stood at the most vulnerable juncture of his entire immortal existence. And thus, the perfect opportunity. Strike while he is weak, end him before he recovers. With resolve crystallized, Pan Ming hesitated no longer. He launched himself forward in a direct, brutal charge, two savage figures, one immense and one diminutive, colliding without flourish or pretense. Boom! A deep, resonant shockwave reverberated through every onlooker's chest as the Sorcerer Lord and Pan Ming locked in grapple at the heart of the battlefield. Where did you find such audacity to dare close combat with me? Have you not yet learned your lesson? The Sorcerer Lord sneered, his corded arms swelling visibly, each sinew tightening, slowly, inexorably forcing Pan Ming backward. Despite Pan Ming's desperate resistance, his retreat could not be halted. He tried to wrench free, but both wrists remained locked in the Sorcerer Lord's iron grip, immovable. TCH. A chill gripped Pan Ming's heart. Then, blazing gold flames erupted anew across his body, not to scorch his foe but inward, collapsing in a single breath, vanishing entirely into his flesh. Fueled by that inner conflagration, the gold in Pan Ming's eyes flared blindingly bright, his frame swelled with sudden raw power. Gritting his teeth, he surged, halting his backward slide at last. His taloned feet gouged twin furrows deep into the earth. Oh, you've already drawn upon your life flame. I'd assumed your rebellion signaled some profound advancement. The Sorcerer Lord mocked, cold and merciless. He had resolved it, for this traitor destruction would not stop at the body, it would shatter his very mind. Let all witness the fate of those who dared defy him. Behold the true might of the Ox Talisman, no comparison to those half-baked imitations you've seen. A spectral image of the Ox Talisman flickered in the Sorcerer Lord's gaze. Pan Ming felt crushing pressure intensify, so overwhelming that even the life flame now blazing within him trembled, flickering, precariously threatening to gutter out entirely. Old man, what are you dawdling for? If I die, you'll all perish with me. Desperation cracked Pan Ming's voice into a raw, piercing shout. When did you become so pathetic to beg aid from insects? What can they possibly offer you? Your sole destiny is death. A thunderous dragon's roar split the sky. The Sorcerer Lord had grown weary of play. He would end this farce, beginning with Pan Ming, then turning to the humans step by step, proclaiming his return in fire and blood. The world would bow again beneath his reign. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. After enduring so long, the Elder's incantation was finally prepared. Hiya! With a thunderous cry, the Elder hurled the spell straight toward the Sorcerer Lord, who was instantly enveloped in its shimmering light. What is this nonsense? The Sorcerer Lord dismissed it contemptuously. He had long sensed their fumbling preparations, yet his overwhelming might rendered interference beneath his notice. The spell sank silently into his body, leaving no visible trace. Is this truly your final gambit, Pan Ming? Summoning insects to posture and pretend? A cruel smile twisted the Sorcerer Lord's lips. Is it? Pan Ming offered no reply. The Sorcerer Lord frowned, then froze. Something was wrong. His power was slipping away. First came the Ox Talisman's waning strength, a creeping weakness flooding his limbs. Damn it, what have you done? For the first time, panic edged his voice. He had believed, even at half his prime, none alive could comprehend an ancient binding spell capable of sealing him. Yet this incantation was no mere dampener. It severed his connection to the talismans themselves. Alarmed by his own unraveling strength, the Sorcerer Lord burned to break free, to examine his body in solitude. Ah, your majesty, we've only just begun our game. To abandon it mid-play would be most ungracious. Pan Ming countered, shifting tactics, clamping down tightly on the Sorcerer Lord's arms to prevent escape. Chan, now, cast the incantation I taught you. Pan Ming barked urgently at Chan, who stood idly watching. Are you just going to stand there? I'm fighting for my life. Oh. Elder, come quickly. I'll recite the words. Chan finally snapped awake. True, Pan Ming had taught him the spell, but Chan, utterly ignorant of magic, couldn't cast it. Thankfully, the Elder was present. Chan relayed the incantation, and the Elder, grave and focused, quickly grasped its underlying principles. Hiya, your doom approaches. The Elder raised his index finger like a blade, entering the final phase of casting. No. Silence. Shut your mouth. Sensing catastrophe, the Sorcerer Lord unleashed his two most devastating techniques at once, Lightning Eyes and Dragon Blast, against Pan Ming. Stop them now. He commanded the Shadow Legion and Dragon Beasts to intercept the Elder before the incantation could complete. Unacceptable, your majesty. Our duel permits no outside interference, Pan Ming declared, and ordered his own black and white coalition forward to entangle the attackers. Protect the Elder. Chan roared, joining forces with Chief Black and Ox Warrior in counterattack, while Snake shielded the Elder and Xiaoyu. Boss, shall we join in? Reizu asked wide-eyed. Of course we do. Didn't you hear? If Pan Ming falls, we're all finished. Valmont snapped, exasperated. Move, now. Yes, sir. Reizu and Xiao charged back into battle, channeling talismanic energy, knowing full well each use drained their life force, yet knowing inaction meant certain death. Get away from me. The Sorcerer Lord raged, furious and terrified. Haha. Pan Ming gathered his last life flame, preparing to lock onto the Sorcerer Lord with unyielding tenacity, when suddenly his brow twitched. Something shifted within him. His life flame had vanished. No, why? How? He hadn't exhausted it. Unless the Elder's spell. Pan Ming's mind raced. Then clarity struck. The Elder's incantation embedded within him had snuffed the flame. Damn it, I forgot. Bitter frustration surged. They'd been so close. If he missed this chance, victory might never come again. Cursed fool. But timing wasn't ripe. I had to play my part. An actor must commit fully, or risk revealing the ruse, prematurely dooming the entire plan before it began. Yet time had run out. The dragon and pig talismans slammed into him. Unrestrained ultimate power unleashed solely to break free. His form shrank back to its original size, movement slowed, even his senses dulled. Old man, you've doomed me. Boom! A gout of golden-tinged blood erupted, vivid against the night. Pan Ming's body was pierced clean through, smelling faintly of charred flesh. His vitality ebbed swiftly like water through broken clay. Pan Ming. Xiaoyu was the first to sense the shift, her cry cutting through the chaos. What a... Chan Chief Black Ox Warrior Snake and the Black Hand crew all turned in alarm. Pan Ming's face had paled to the hue of tarnished gold, his form reverted to the familiar small boy. Old man, isn't it ready yet? His voice dissolved into ragged, fading whispers. I told you to be silent. Did you not hear? The Sorcerer Lord ignored all else, charging straight for the Elder. And in that razor's edge moment between life and annihilation, the incantation reached completion. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, be gone. The Elder's expression was solemn, unwavering. The spell surged forth, inescapable. The Sorcerer Lord collided with it heated. A chilling familiarity flooded his veins. His limbs stiffened, locking into place. Haha, Your Majesty, I neglected to mention this incantation was gifted to me by a legendary warrior, the very one who once defeated you with it. Pan Ming whispered, voice frail, but carrying. What did you say? The Sorcerer Lord's glare turned feral. He was extraordinary. You surely know his name, Luo Pei. The words were soft, yet they echoed vast and eternal. No, the bond between him and the talisman was being severed. Even the lingering petrifying curse within his body seemed to stir awake, and Shengzhu felt fear return. Pan Ming, why? His form was contorting on the verge of reverting into that ludicrous statue, his voice growing ragged and incoherent. Pan Ming. Everyone saw the terrible wounds on Pan Ming. Even the Shadow Legion and the paper soldiers he had summoned gradually dissipated as their source of magic faded. The Shadow Legion Shengzhu had called fared no better. The dragon beasts had been summoned temporarily by him as well. He had not even fully lifted the seals on his palace, and now those dragons naturally returned to their seals. Cough, cough. Pan Ming spat another mouthful of blood, feeling how grave his condition had become. He could not help feeling resentful toward his father. Old man, you've really done me wrong this time. I never imagined that curse was a time bomb. Which side are you on now? Sheriff Bulake asked with a conflicted expression. Though Pan Ming had helped them defeat Shengzhu, his true motives remained unclear. Pan Ming had no time for little Guanto. He stepped forward, gazing at Shengzhu as he was about to turn back into a statue, and spoke softly. You want to know why? I can tell you, but you will have to wait a little. Wait for what? Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. It did not look as if anyone else were coming. Wait for what I seek, the very thing His Majesty once possessed, Pan Ming replied. None of those present grasped the meaning of his words. Even father was bewildered, and there was little hope Cheng Long could offer a sensible explanation. Cheng Long muttered, damn it. Never mind, I'm used to it. Only Shengzhu, almost a statue again, seemed to understand something. His voice trembled as he said, you want that thing. You are deluding yourself. Who do you think you are? What right have you to inherit my possessions? Shengzhu, realizing the implication, seethed with bitter unwillingness. On what grounds? Pan Ming smiled with a touch of amusement. Under everyone's gaze, he walked up to the statue, casually picked up the Ma talisman, and channeled its power to hastily mend his wounds. Soon Pan Ming had nearly recovered. Satisfied, he slammed the Ma talisman against his statue, but it promptly bounced off. You, Shengzhu, stung with humiliation, wanted to curse. I must admit your power is rather useful, Pan Ming said with a breezy tone. He sat cross-legged beside the statue and beckoned. Everyone sit down. I'm in a good mood. Let me tell you the whole story from beginning to end. Pan Ming gestured, but the others hesitated, unsure whether to trust this mercurial demon. Only Xiaoyu sat beside him without hesitation. Oh, Pan Ming sounded mildly surprised. You don't hate me anymore. After all, I personally slit that fellow's throat. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu shook her head. Luo Pei once taught me to form my own judgment, to learn to listen with my heart. That's a long story. Pan Ming stopped teasing Xiaoyu. Influenced by her, the others at last sat down, though none dared sit as close as she did. Shengzhu muttered. So you're having a little tea party, are you? Treating me like a mascot? Pan Ming asked. Your Majesty, do you remember when I first followed you? Pan Ming posed the question. Sadly, Shengzhu had no mood to indulge him. He had been let out only briefly before being sealed again, and anyone in his place would be in a foul temper. Long, long ago, when there were not even humans in this world, there existed only mighty life forms, such as demons. Pan Ming paid no heed to protest, and began to narrate on his own. At that time, the demons were the most powerful race, for they were excessively favored. Each demon bore a unique gift and a prolonged life. In time, other races bowed before them until the world resounded with a single voice. Then the demons discovered a problem. Once they fought for their races, but now every race had chosen submission. The few stubborn peoples who refused had become history. So what would the demons fight for now? Bereft of purpose, the demons grew ever more belligerent, exhausting every means to bolster their strength in search of an answer. At last, all the demons were swept into endless self-serving conflicts. War began. Pan Ming's voice took on a grave weight, and those present felt drawn in, as if witnessing the slaughter between an overwhelmingly powerful race. The sunless fighting raged for an age. Blood soaked the land, and even the rain that fell from the heavens ran crimson. Soon the demons' wars neared their end, not because they came to reason, but because 8 of the mightiest demons standing above all others forged a bond of kinship. They were revered as the 8 great demons. Pan Ming paused, glanced at Cheng Long and Xiao Yu and declared, "Our His Majesty is one of the 8 great demons, the fire demon Shendu." The revelation sounded like a fable. They could scarcely believe it. They had fought tooth and nail, even taken advantage of Sheng's weakened state, and only with Pan Ming's betrayal had they barely defeated a Shengzhu who was nowhere near his peak. And now Pan Ming told them there were 8 such formidable demons. Shengzhu had 7 siblings somewhere watching and waiting. Pan Ming, shut your mouth. Shengzhu snapped, but Pan Ming paid him no mind. So it is all true. Only Father muttered the words. What? Father, do you know something? Cheng Long, standing close, overheard him. I knew it. The righteous shamans would find a way to preserve this knowledge. After all, this concerns not only 8 demon sovereigns, but also 8 undying deities. Pan Ming said with a hint of amusement. 8 undying deities. What are those? Xiao Yu could not help but ask. Legend says that in the ancient world 8 supreme demons were born. Each wielded a particular authority, or together they partitioned the world. Every king had his own domain and reigned for an extraordinarily long time. Father spoke up. People lived under the yoke of the demon kings, drowning in misery. Then 8 immortals appeared. They united to defeat the 8 demon sovereigns and sealed them away forever, and then they vanished. Those 8 immortals were later called the 8 undying deities. I originally thought these were merely mythological stories recorded in historical texts, but I never expected. The old man wore a lamenting expression. All those present were utterly astonished, completely unaware that there lay an even more hidden spectacle behind this. Pan Ming, what exactly are you trying to do? How dare you discuss these matters with them? The voice of the Holy Lord was filled not only with anger, but also a hint of fear. Let's set aside other matters for now. I still have much to say about our Majesty. Unfazed Pan Ming stood up and spoke. Each of the 8 great demons is a standout among all demons. They have engaged in battles among themselves, yet none could prevail over the others, leading them to sign a pact, thus becoming siblings and jointly ruling the world above. As for the fire demon, the esteemed Holy Lord has always taken pride in his dragon bloodline. After becoming one of the 8 great demons, he made a decision to further solidify his position. He wanted to be the only dragon in this world. All other dragon breeds had to vanish from existence. He believed that no one else was worthy of bearing the dragon bloodline but himself. The Majesty personally took action and cleansed all demon races. Any group that had even a slight connection to dragons met but one fate, death. His siblings did not care about this. When they each ascended to their peaks, they did not know how many demons they had slain. The blood on their hands could not be washed away, so they naturally ignored such trivial matters. The Holy Lord seemed to recall something and spoke uncertainly. You, who are you? Aha, that's right, my lord. I am the little fellow who inadvertently escaped disaster. At that time I was in a state of false death. My life fire is somewhat unique, capable of concealing all my aura. I never expected that even you, one of the 8 great demons, would be deceived. No wonder I felt a hint of familiarity when I first saw you. It turns out you are the lowly creature I let escape back then. The Holy Lord's voice was filled with resentment. I am also quite curious. I went to seek revenge with a resolve of certain death, yet I never expected you would be willing to accept a fellow like me. Pan Ming's tone was filled with unspeakable amusement. Could it be that you also possess a heart of compassion? The Holy Lord certainly did not act out of compassion, he merely found it amusing. After personally cleansing all dragon breeds, he felt a twinge of curiosity upon encountering another dragon suddenly appearing in his field of vision. However, at that time Pan Ming was simply too weak, and the Holy Lord found no enjoyment in it. He chose to keep him close, wanting to see what kind of performance he would display. Unexpectedly, Pan Ming did not show any dissatisfaction or resentment towards the Holy Lord. Instead, he treated him with utmost respect. At first, the Holy Lord doubted whether Pan Ming had other intentions, but as days passed, Pan Ming grew increasingly respectful and mild, leaving the Holy Lord unable to find any flaws. There is a saying, if you can pretend to be a good person for a lifetime, then you truly are a good person. Thus, to the Holy Lord's surprise, Pan Ming gained his trust. The Holy Lord shifted from being overly cautious of Pan Ming to placing complete trust in him. The Holy Lord firmly believed he had won over Pan Ming, a confidence stemming from his status as the demon monarch. He thought that even if Pan Ming harbored ill intentions one day, he could still crush everything with his invincible presence. Do you know how long I have waited? Pan Ming asked the statue of the Holy Lord. I know, I am weak and comparable to you, but the most egregious thing you did was give me time. Had you killed me outright when you first saw me, none of today's events would have occurred. Perhaps you could have reigned supreme once more. You are a dragon, I am also a dragon. You are the fire demon, and my power to survive also lies in flames. You are a demon sorcerer, and I possess transcendent talent. My lord, we are simply two alike. Sometimes I even feel we are two sides of an incomplete person, but there is one thing I possess that you do not. Pan Ming walked directly to the statue of the Holy Lord, stepping on it, with one foot, his face unable to conceal his exhilaration. That is, I can endure better than you. I can endure until you completely let go of your guard against me. I can endure until I see you reigning over the world alone, while diligently serving you, and I can even endure until you are trampled underfoot by me. With that, he pressed down even harder. Pan Ming, you lowly creature. How dare you compare yourself to me? What right do you have? You are nothing more than a dog that can only wag its tail and plead with me. The Holy Lord was nearly driven mad, yet without the power of the talisman, he appeared somewhat powerless. So you were actually acting for the Holy Lord to see? Xiao Yu hesitantly said. Actually, he never fully trusted me at the beginning. Pan Ming responded to Xiao Yu's question and then addressed the Holy Lord. Isn't it true? The black aura you infused into my body and the mark of the Shadow Legion aren't they all monitoring me for you? Did you think I was unaware? Or do you believe I would feel grateful to you for such things? My lord, has the long passage of time dulled your wits as well? Pan Ming savored the pleasure of humiliating the Holy Lord. As for Luo Pei, he is a great warrior. I told him everything, and he willingly accompanied me in this performance. Because only by being sufficiently convincing can this wicked dragon be made to believe in me, and my promise to him is that I will definitely crush this arrogant Holy Lord to the ground. He knows he cannot exist in this world for long. After all, he is already a dead man. Pan Ming spoke with a hint of regret. As for Cheng Long, I provided him with a little assistance. At that moment, Cheng Long proactively pulled down the collar of his sweater, revealing an exquisitely crafted necklace. It was entirely made of gold, adorned with several gemstones. Its function is to allow one to instantly arrive at any place they name, regardless of whether they have ever been there before. This is how I was able to entangle the Holy Lord before. This was secretly given to me by Pan Ming when he defeated me earlier, along with an explanation of its function. So you actually used this necklace to escape to another location the moment you were struck by the flames? The little snake's eyes brightened as she leaned closer, eager to see the precious necklace. However, she did not notice that she was now standing too close to Cheng Long, who felt his breath quicken as a result. Wait, little snake, too close. Regarding what I previously mentioned, my lord, you should know what I desire, right? Pan Ming licked his lips, his eyes revealing unmasked ambition. I want your anger, your identity, your everything. You despicable wretch, you dare covet my power. Though the sovereign had long suspected treachery, Pan Ming's words still struck him with chilling disbelief. For Pan Ming sought not mere strength, but his very lifeblood, his essence itself. Flame was the sovereign's foundation, the very source of his supremacy among legions of demons. Why else had he risen to become one of the 8 demon sovereigns? It was because the Black Chi had recognized him as its chosen, bestowing upon him dominion over fire itself. By comparison, even the 12 talismanic scrolls paled in significance. Why should I hesitate? Pan Ming replied, a faint sardonic smile curling his lips. We are uncannily alike. You possess what I possess, and yet I hold what you lack. All I require is an opportunity, one that ensures you shall never rise again. And now that opportunity has arrived, I shall seize it without mercy. Or do you truly believe it would choose a lifeless statue over me, a being more capable, more obedient, far more worthy? Pan Ming's words pierced the sovereign's final veil of dignity. Remain here and watch. Watch as I claim everything that was once yours. Slowly, Pan Ming ascended from the earth, releasing all restraint. His mind, his magic, his very being laid bare, calling forth something ancient and primordial with nothing but pure unadulterated origin. Come forth. You hear me? I know you do. As I said before, with me you shall grow ever stronger, not remain eternally suppressed beneath that wretched usurper. Choose me. Reclaim every shred of authority you granted this worthless shell and transfer it all to me. With those words, Pan Ming unveiled his true demonic form. This time his aura blazed with unrestrained ferocity, a sovereign arrogance hitherto unseen. Below, the onlookers stood frozen in awe. They had never witnessed Pan Ming thus wild, overwhelming, his rampant demonic energy, so potent, even ordinary mortals could sense its tremors. In that moment, Pan Ming exuded an indomitable presence, the sole sovereign of fate itself. Soon the previously clear night sky began to shift, vast roiling masses, like clouds yet unlike any cloud known, gathered overhead. How strange, clouds at night. Yet there they were. And therein lay the true marvel the entity Pan Ming had invoked, had answered. The clouds thickened, coalescing into a brooding, sentient canopy, observing silently not the crowd below, but the 2 dragons, the 2 eerily mirrored demons standing upon the earth. Did my voice fail to reach you? Pan Ming's tone sharpened with impatience. What hesitation grips you? Would you rather stake your eternity upon this pitiful failure than upon me? Have you not seen the consequence of your choice? Your power wanes day by day. Even without me, he might fall to a band of mortal fools. Is this truly the heir you wish to uphold? Pan Ming's barb struck home. The clouds stirred, its gaze shifting, drawn inexorably toward him, as if weighing his claim against millennia of devotion. None present had ever witnessed such a spectacle. Not even Xiao Yu, whose courage knew no bounds, now stood awestruck and silent. No, you cannot. A cry of despair tore from the sovereign's throat, raw with foreboding. Is defeat by the same hand twice not proof enough? You know well, I was merely born later. My talent, my aptitude, my very essence surpasses his in every measure. Then what delays you? Bestow the power upon me. Pan Ming held nothing back, igniting his soul fire anew, unleashing his full might in radiant, undeniable splendor. He stood now as a master orator, laying bare his strength with flawless conviction. He knew that clouds possessed sentience, understood intent, and hesitated only out of lingering affection, for the sovereign had once been its most cherished child. Though that child had disappointed it time and again, it granted reprieve after reprieve, yet each failure deepened the reservoir of its disillusionment. Will you endure forever beneath that loathed tyrant's heel? Pan Ming's final words crashed like thunder, shattering its last resistance. The clouds moved at last. An invisible force unfurled, slipping into the sovereign's body, methodically withdrawing every blessing it had ever bestowed. As his divine authority bled away, his soul's tether severed, his eons-old imprints erased utterly, the sovereign surrendered to despair. Even the crimson light in his eyes dimmed, the marble of his statue dulled to ashen gray, a harrowing testament to utter depletion, as though his very being had been hollowed out. Meanwhile, Pan Ming felt transcendent bliss, aware of the clouds weaving the sovereign's stolen power and sovereignty into his flesh with gentle, deliberate grace. It even cleansed every remnant imprint left behind, leaving only the pristine, unadulterated essence of power itself. A profound, ineffable sensation surged within him, unfolding a magnitude of strength he had never imagined, a complete, holistic evolution of body, soul, and spirit. He absorbed the sovereign's legacy entirely. From this moment forward, titles such as Bagua Li, Demon of Fire, and all their attendant dominion belonged solely to him. The sovereign was now but a relic of history. Pan Ming luxuriated in the transformation. Though raw power did not explode outward, he was irrevocably changed. His path widened, his horizon stretched beyond former limits. He now gazed upon heights he had once deemed unreachable. Once its work was done, the clouds began to dissipate, yet lingered briefly as if with unspoken words. Very well, I understand. Rest assured, for your sake, I shall spare his life. Pan Ming pledged solemnly. Only then did the clouds depart content, having fulfilled its duty to both its children, whom it regarded almost as twins. Harmony between them would be its highest wish. Indeed, mutual entanglement, mutual obstruction. Pan Ming prided himself on honor, especially when freshly indebted. To discard the sovereign, now his perfect instrument, so soon would be unthinkable. I shall not slay you, but neither shall I grant you rebirth, Pan Ming declared to the pallid stone effigy before him. You shall bear witness as I wield this power, and then I shall achieve what even you could not. The lifeless sovereign rasped, voice trembling with dawning horror. You mean to? Then recoiling in disbelief, no. Impossible. Utter madness. Impossible. Pan Ming retorted, voice resonant with ironclad resolve. What you achieved I shall surpass. What you failed to grasp I shall master. Drawing a slow, commanding breath, he proclaimed, I shall become the sovereign of the 8 demons. Everyone present, including the Shendu who had been rendered immobile, was left utterly stunned by the brazen audacity implied in Pan Ming's words. Though they could not fully grasp the exact scope of that ambition, his expression and tone were incontrovertible. The seemingly indifferent Pan Ming harbored such vast ambition. Pan Ming, I never imagined you would think like this. Your fate will be more miserable than mine. Those fellows are not to be trifled with. They'll be waiting for you in hell, waiting for you. The Sheng's his voice was weak and feeble, threaded with madness. This is none of your concern. Besides, did I ever say I wanted you to return to hell? Pan Ming replied. Return to warn them, so they will be on guard against me. Pan Ming sneered, as if asking, are you completely out of your mind? You? What do you mean? The Shendu demanded, alarmed. Having been drained, the Shendu felt a renewed surge of unease. Father wishes to ask you something. You say you wish to become one of the 8 demon lords. What is your purpose? Do you intend to rule humanity as well? If so, Father cannot stand idly by. The old man, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. As an heir of the righteous sorcerers, it was his unshakable duty to strike against darkness and uphold goodness and justice. If you intend to become a brutal ruler like the Shendu, or even press onward toward becoming an emperor, then we must defeat you before you reach that point. The old man's tone was earnest. He was prepared to strike at once. Now tell us your answer. Pan Ming. A gust of wind rose at that moment, rustling everyone's garments and sending an inexplicable chill through the air. In some respects, the man before them was even more terrifying than the Shendu. His ambition surpassed the Sheng's. He had, it seemed, used all those present to further his ends, and now he possessed the means and the confidence to see it through. A father, I think Pan Ming didn't mean that. In any case, he helped us defeat the Shendu. That counts as protecting the world and humanity, doesn't it? Cheng Long protested. Cheng Long did not wish to draw swords immediately after relations with Pan Ming had just begun to ease. What if I said, yes? A wicked smile curled the corners of Pan Ming's mouth. He had suffered in silence for so long, even bowing before sworn enemies in feigned reverence, aiding them in securing their positions while suppressing his gifts and feelings. Though all part of his design, the prolonged repression had warped Pan Ming's heart. Don't be mistaken. Old man, to be honest, I only cooperated with you because of the Shendu. Reluctant as I am to admit it, he was powerful. So powerful that even at half strength, I dared not underestimate him. The golden light in Pan Ming's eyes flared once more. But now he is holy history. What is there left to attract me? Who can stop me? The Xingzhu, pale and powerless, muttered weakly, yes, yes. You're right, damn you. A column of fire soared into the heavens. Even those present felt a restless stirring in their chests. This was the authority of flame, the emblem of Li in the 8 trigrams and evolution of the world's will. Although Pan Ming had only recently absorbed it, the uncanny resemblance between him and the Shangzhu was almost supernatural. Monsters. Gritting his teeth, the old man was about to unleash a spell. The petrification curse inherited from the fighter Luo, the same curse the Shangzhu had used. For the first time, the Shangzhu inexplicably wished this curse would take effect. Enough. Deceiving children and the likes of Cheng Long might work, but none of you are likely to fall for it, Pan Ming suddenly said, calling a halt as tensions reached a breaking point. For a moment, the old man did not know whether he should continue chanting. He was at a loss. I have little interest in ruling humanity. No matter how many ants there are, they do not threaten a dragon. I do have a purpose, though some of it I cannot reveal now. What I can tell you is that I pursue strength. I intend even to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Pan Ming did not hide his resolve. So what should we do now? He said he has no interest in ruling humanity. His aim to rival the gods is lofty. Should we not acknowledge such an idealistic young man? Since matters are settled for now, you should go on ahead. I have some business to attend to. Oh, and one more thing. Pan Ming beckoned to Cheng Long. Cheng Long inexplicably felt something tug within him. A sharp pain shot through his hand as a dragon-shaped mark seemed to emerge from his skin. It returned to Pan Ming's hand. This is my blood. Prolonged attachment to a human is unhealthy. Our cooperation is over, so I am taking it back. With a flick of his wrist, Pan Ming drew the dragon blood back into his own body. For some reason, Cheng Long felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Next, Pan Ming turned his gaze to Xiao Yu and began, Xiao Yu, actually our contract could also. Before he finished, Xiao Yu clapped both hands over her head, pacing frantically and shouting, no. No, we're friends. You can't do this to me. If you dare, I swear I will never speak to you again. At the sight, Xiao Shi and Sheriff Bulake both wore peculiar expressions and cast questioning looks toward Cheng Long. Facing the gazes from a close friend and someone he cared for, Cheng Long did not know what to say. It shouldn't be right. In truth, Cheng Long thought to himself, this won't do. Our species are different, but I am a tolerant adult. Fine. In any case, this contract will not harm you. Consider it compensation for deceiving you earlier, Pan Ming said, resigned. Cheng Long blurted, what does that mean? Was my contract poisonous? Xiao Yu leapt up with joy, exclaiming, hooray. Very well then, farewell for now. Pan Ming summoned his Shadow Legion, shouldered the now pallid statue of the Xingzhu, and melted it into the darkness. Oh, and by the way, you'll leave the talismans to you. I have no use for them at the moment. Also, Mr. Cheng Long, that necklace is yours. I think the lady beside you will like it, Pan Ming added, winking at Cheng Long. Pan Ming winked at Cheng Long. Also, one more thing. With the Shangzhu gone, and before I have fully inherited these powers and authorities, they will inevitably seek other lords to fill the void. That means the others will soon have the chance to descend upon this world once more. Pan Ming swiftly relocated to a desolate wilderness via the Shadow Legion, set down the sovereign's statue, and began preparations. What more do you intend to do? You have already seized my talismans, my power, even my very fury. Will you still not spare me? The sovereign cried out in shock and rage. How could that be, your majesty? How utterly ineffectual you've become. Did I not leave the talismans with them? Consider it a reward for valiant warriors. But surely, I must retain something of my own, must I not? Pan Ming said with a serene, smiling face. The sovereign, how admirable. How lofty. You bestow my possessions as rewards. What else do you want? Others may remain ignorant. But how could I be unaware? The 12 talismans are but crystallized manifestations of your majesty's own divine power. Given sufficient time and energy, you might well reforge them anew. What I seek is the seed, the true source of your divine power, which I shall now sever from your being. Pan Ming's smile remained warm and placid. Moreover, after all this time under your cultivation, who knows what impurities may have seeped into those talismans? Let them test them first, for me. His gentle, radiant smile sent a chill coursing through the sovereign's entire body. Cursed be you. May you die a wretched, ignoble death. Your fate shall be far more pitiful than mine. You base swine. You treacherous cur, who betrays his master. The sovereign had abandoned all hope. He now saw clearly Pan Ming was even more ruthless than he. Shoo! Pan Ming raised a finger delicately to his lips. Be still, your majesty. You comport yourself most ungracefully now. I beg you to preserve some dignity. After all, I devoted years to your service. Surely you can now offer me a measure of strength in return. The sovereign tried to speak once more, but his mouth was already sealed by Pan Ming's restraint. Now let us see what I prepared for you earlier. Pan Ming spoke calmly. From the surrounding shadows emerged numerous Shadow Legion soldiers, each holding distinct arcane materials, standing silently behind him in solemn readiness. Aha! Truly indispensable assistants, these fellows. Utterly loyal, every one. Pan Ming exclaimed like a child delighted by a newfound toy, proudly displaying them before the sovereign. The sovereign, enable voice communication. Enable voice communication. Pan Ming turned, inspecting the ninja soldiers' holdings with evident satisfaction. These were acquisitions he'd gathered during his wanderings after receiving the Dragon Talisman's power. Oh, and by the way, the Eye of Aurora was discovered then as well. As for that paper soldier, it draws its essence from a mystic scroll of enchanted parchment. A white light, curse you. I found it myself. Yet as he gazed, Pan Ming's expression grew increasingly bewildered. He stood frozen before one ninja soldier, clutching of all things a wok. Pan Ming's brow darkened. What on earth is that for? To cook hot pot? Have you lost your wits? The ninja soldier blinked innocently, and even flushed with shy embarrassment. What nonsense is this? I did not praise you. Why are you blushing? Even the other ninja soldiers seemed faintly disgruntled. Why, when all appear identical, does he single you out? Why not look at us? Instantly the others straightened their spines and puffed out their chests like inflated balloons, straining desperately to capture Pan Ming's attention. All ninja soldiers, look at me. Look at me. Quickly, look at me. What in the world? Even Pan Ming sensed something deeply amiss in this uncanny atmosphere. Have you grown too perceptive? When had ninja soldiers acquired such distinctly human emotions? Yet upon careful scrutiny nothing appeared inherently wrong, merely an unexpected albeit limited elevation in intellect. Enough, back to business. Pan Ming shook his head, dismissing the anomaly for now, and began inscribing a magical array upon the ground, with the sovereign naturally positioned at its center. He placed one arcane component after another onto the array: desiccated lizard, shed skin of a magic toad, rootless water, pure silver, scallions, garlic, 5 spice, powder, cassia bark. Wait, something is profoundly wrong here. So you are preparing hot pot. Just then someone tapped his shoulder. He turned, only to find that same soldier thrusting the black wok before his eyes, grinning triumphantly. Am I clever? I knew we were here for hot pot. Pan Ming took a slow, deep breath, strode into the array's heart, and kicked the rogue soldier squarely out, restoring the formation to its proper configuration. He then dismissed the Shadow Legion entirely, fearing further bizarre incidents. This was too strange. What force had wrought such a change? Yet Pan Ming had far more urgent matters to attend to, so this oddity would have to wait. The array activated swiftly, an ancient incantation designed to extract everything fundamental from its offering. The offering, of course, was his most revered sovereign. Come, your majesty, the rite has commenced. It shall soon be over, I give you my word. With that he stepped clear of the array. In moments blinding white light erupted, while all components laid upon the array vanished, dissolving seamlessly into the sovereign's form. The sovereign possessed no strength to resist, and with his voice sealed, not even a cry of agony could escape. Extraction of one's primal essence is never a pleasant affair. Time crept forward. Night waned, a slender thread of dawn's first light edged across the eastern horizon. Huff, finally complete. Pan Ming, who had stood vigil beside the array the entire time, exhaled softly at last. He had expected it to take far longer. He had not anticipated such speed. Evidently the sovereign had been reduced to utter frailty, incapable even of mustering resistance. Thus the primordial essence was drawn forth effortlessly by this archaic curse. Before the sovereign's statue now floated 12 shimmering stones, no larger than thumbnails, delicate and luminous. Drawn by an unseen force, they drifted directly toward Pan Ming. Without hesitation he absorbed them all, integrating them into his flesh and spirit, nurturing them with his bloodline and arcane energy. This was the sovereign's purest origin, the blankiest of canvases, upon which Pan Ming could freely imprint his will. Excellent, your majesty, many thanks. This gift pleases me immensely. But the sovereign now lacked even the strength to respond. Truly, nothing remained. A shaft of white light materialized beside Pan Ming, darting restlessly up and down. Well, would you like to try? The light shot instantly toward the sovereign's statue, then recoiled upon seeing his ashen, lifeless form, losing interest entirely. A closer inspection confirmed its dismissal. There. I promise next time I shall grant you a gift worthy of your devotion. Pan Ming stepped forward to soothe it. After all, the white light had served diligently, tirelessly, selflessly, so promises, however illusory, must still be made. I have another task for you. After parting ways with Pan Ming, Long and his companions bid farewell to the Ox Warriors, while Little Snake, at the invitation of Little Yu, decided to temporarily visit the antique shop. Someone in their heart was already overjoyed, but on the surface they remained composed. After resolving such a significant trouble with the Holy Lord, everyone felt rejuvenated, and with the help of Old Dad, A Fun and his companions finally expelled the lingering effects of the residual charms within them. They resumed their old business, with VA Long determined to continue making money. As for the 12 divine power charms, they were taken back to District 13 by Sheriff Blake and secured in the safest place with preventive measures. Life seemed to have completely returned to normal. Yet nothing in this world is absolute. Good and evil, black and white, will always be intertwined. Even if the original trajectory has been altered, it will still push you back onto the right path. Dear audience, hello. Recently we discovered an intriguing report. Someone has brought back a highly collectible treasure from a distant ancient temple in the east. Upon hearing this news, the people idling in the antique shop finally showed some interest and shifted their focus to it. On the television appeared an exquisitely crafted treasure box. The box was predominantly dark blue, adorned with numerous intricate patterns and edged with gold. As the camera switched angles, everyone gained a more comprehensive view of the treasure box's details, which bore several unique symbols at both ends, enhancing its mysterious aura. What is this? Little Snake asked curiously. It seems to be Bagua runes. Isn't that right, Old Dad? Long replied uncertainly. Having been raised by old dad, he naturally had some understanding of these arcane aspects of Eastern traditional culture. Old dad had now leaned closer to the television, squinting as he scrutinized. This thing seems familiar. He felt something was off about the box, sensing it might not be a good omen. Old dad said in a drawn-out voice, I have a feeling this thing will bring us significant trouble one day, or it's best if we just leave it alone. Old dad waved his hand just as the doorbell chimed to welcome a visitor. He immediately said, Hello, welcome to old dad's antique shop. How can I assist you? I heard the shop is hiring recently. The newcomer was exceptionally tall and imposing, casting a shadow that even affected the shop's lighting. Hey, it's you. What are you doing here? Along, quickly kick him out. Old dad exclaimed loudly as he recognized the visitor. Tellu, how did you end up here? Long also spotted the familiar big guy. Seeing no intent to attack, he refrained from making any aggressive moves. Actually, Va Long fired me, and since I have nowhere else to go, I came here. I heard you were hiring. Tellu revealed a goofy smile, appearing quite embarrassed. It's true we are hiring here, but old dad won't allow someone who was once a member of the Black Hand Gang to work for me. Get out now immediately. He grabbed a nearby broom, ready to shove him out. Old dad, why not give him a chance? I don't think Tellu is a bad person. He was probably just misled by Va Long and the others. Instead, little you seem to have a soft heart. She appeared to have an innate ability to easily discern a person's nature, as she herself didn't know why, but she could feel that Tellu wasn't a bad guy. After hearing little Yes words, old dad's expression softened slightly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, little you hurriedly shook old dad's arm, acting cute. Old dad was a typical tough exterior but soft interior type. He was easily swayed by gentleness, and soon he succumbed. Alright, old dad can give you a chance, but the salary here won't be much. However, old dad will provide you with food and lodging. What do you think? Old dad finally relented. In the next moment, the unsuspecting old dad was nearly shaken apart by the overjoyed Tellu. Really? That's great, sir. I will cherish this job. I will never let you down. Quick, stop. Old dad is about to fall apart. Dizzy and confused, old dad quickly shouted for him to stop. At his age, he simply couldn't withstand such commotion. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I was just too excited. Actually, I went to many other places before, but they all said I would scare away customers and kick me out. You were the first person willing to take me in, even providing food and lodging. I am truly moved. Tellu was so ecstatic that he lost control of his strength. Okay, we all understand now. You should let go of old dad. Otherwise, he will really fall apart. Little you hurriedly stepped forward to grab Tellu's arm. Finally separating the two, Long quickly went to the kitchen to brew a cup of fresh green tea for old dad, helping him to catch his breath. Meanwhile, little you couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Tellu, You're clearly not a bad person. Why did you join the Black Hand Gang before? I have a big appetite since childhood, and many bosses were unwilling to take me in. When I had nowhere to go, it was Va Long who discovered me and offered me a job, saying it would allow me to eat my fill, so I joined the Black Hand Gang. Tellu scratched his head, honestly recounting his reasons for joining the Black Hand Gang. It's alright, Tellu, from now on we are partners. We will help you. Little you felt a bit sad as she listened to. She had always possessed a strong sense of empathy, and she comforted Tellu. Oh, thank you. Little you, I will work hard. Hey, Long, come here for a moment. At that moment, Little Snake, standing aside, called out to Long. What's up? Is there something wrong? Long was puzzled. Is this guy reliable? After all, he was once a member of the Black Hand Gang. Little Snake felt somewhat uneasy. After all, Tellu's presence was quite intimidating, and it's no wonder so many bosses had hesitated to take him in. Well, I don't think there should be too many problems after all. How should I put it? Look, Little you seems to trust him quite a bit, right? Long explained vaguely. What do you mean? Little you is just a child, she can easily trust others. Little Snake didn't quite understand Long's meaning. Can a child's intuition determine a person's good or bad nature? Isn't that a bit childish? Oh well, Little you is a bit special, she's not quite like others. Long wasn't sure how to explain this. In fact, neither he nor old dad was particularly clear on how Little you discerned such things, but they could only say that she was quite accurate. Perhaps. It's metaphysics. What exactly do you intend to do? The sovereign's voice had grown exceedingly faint. He had finally seen through it. Pan Ming had no intention of letting him live in peace. Though Pan Ming had indeed promised to spare his life, that did not mean the sovereign's existence would be easy. Oh, nothing much. I simply wish your majesty to watch me closely, to witness me accomplishing what you yourself could neither achieve nor even dare conceive. Pan Ming spoke candidly, laying bare his intent. I suspect you dare not release me back into the netherworld, the sovereign retorted with biting mockery. You're afraid that after shattering my statue you'll fail to utterly obliterate my soul, afraid I'll return to the netherworld and reveal your deeds to the others. And if they learn the truth, your grand designs will crumble before they even begin. Am I right? Whatever his motives, the sovereign had for once pierced Pan Ming's true thoughts. Indeed, Pan Ming was afraid, for he had only recently assumed dominion over the flame chi and was by no means strong enough to challenge those ancient beings who rivaled the sovereign himself. Pan Ming possessed unshakable confidence, but confidence was not folly. To strike against overwhelming power before one's own strength matured would be nothing short of reckless. Even a starving camel towers over a horse. Those ancient ones sealed within the netherworld, though weakened, remained forces far beyond Pan Ming's current reach. Though the sovereign was an exception, for Pan Ming knew him better than anyone. Even so, Pan Ming had maintained a low profile for millennia, biding his time until not long ago he allied with several of the present age's most favored disciples of righteous Qi, and only then narrowly defeated the sovereign. His victory had been sheer precarious fortune. Moreover, it truly favored Pan Ming, recognizing his extraordinary potential, and thus withdrew the sovereign's authority entirely, bestowing it upon Pan Ming instead. Be that as it may, your majesty, you are now my captive. I suggest you choose your words with care, Pan Ming replied, his expression unchanged though his tone carried a subtle edge of irritation. Ha ha ha, embarrassed now that I've seen through you. With such feeble composure, how dare you proclaim yourself the sovereign of the 8 demonic lords? How utterly laughable. The sovereign seized this rare chance to strike back. Yet his laughter died instantly as a wisp of brilliant yellow flame ignited upon Pan Ming's fingertip, swiftly spreading across the sovereign's stone effigy. An unbearable agony surged through him, an impossibility. After all, the sovereign had once been the venomous fire dragon, and even stripped of his flame authority, few flames could harm him. Yet Pan Ming's fire seared him, not only flesh but soul itself. How did you accomplish this? The sovereign cried out, stunned and enraged, a question that struck deep into the uncharted realms of his knowledge. Pan Ming withdrew the flame coiling around the sovereign and gently blew out the ember dancing upon his fingertip, releasing a single spark. Do you wish to learn? If you desire it, I shall teach you. At these words the sovereign fell silent, refusing to utter another syllable. Preposterous. For the former sovereign of the flame demons to beg instruction from a mere upstart. Death would be infinitely more dignified. I, the sovereign, would sooner starve or be drained dry than ask you a single question. It is a matter of draconic honor. Besides, you'll surely use this technique again. Such a simple art. I need only observe to master it myself. And when I do, your own body shall be its first test. So long as I survive, all possibilities remain open. This was the raw, unvarnished truth within the heart of a lone dragon abandoned by kin and court alike. In that moment, the sovereign found himself strangely yearning for the netherworld, the place he hadn't returned to in ages, even imagining the faces of his siblings there as strangely gentle and kind. All because Pan Ming was more demonic than any demon. Tell me, your majesty, would you consider an alliance? Pan Ming asked, suddenly cutting through the sovereign's private reverie. How so? What do you mean? After a long silence, the sovereign spoke at last. He knew his position well enough to avoid provoking Pan Ming unnecessarily. You know full well what I seek. To become sovereign of the 8 demonic lords, I must claim the authorities held by the others. Yet they dwell within the netherworld, beyond my reach. But you exist now as soul alone, free to enter its depths at will, so long as I shatter this statue. You wish me to lure my own siblings forth from the netherworld? The sovereign immediately saw through Pan Ming's design. Precisely. Your current state is pitiful enough to arouse no suspicion. Tell them Long Chung and his allies defeated you, and that burning with resentment you seek vengeance by freeing them all. Surely after eons of stagnant imprisonment in the netherworld, none of those demon sovereigns could resist such temptation. Pan Ming declared with quiet certainty. Why should I aid you? Don't forget, I am in this wretched state solely because of you. The sovereign laughed bitterly. Do you take me for a traitor, to betray my own blood? Preposterous. Unless you raise your offer. Those siblings are my dearest kin, my closest brethren. Simple enough. Should you assist me, I swear that once I have absorbed all demonic chi, I shall restore you to life, and make you stronger than you ever were in your prime. Thereafter, whatever you choose, to rule humanity anew, to rebuild your kingdom, shall be your sovereign prerogative. I vow never to interfere. How does that sound? Pan Ming offered terms both generous and compelling. Let me consider it, the sovereign replied, his very essence seized by the proposition. This resurrection had been humiliating beyond measure. It felt like little more than a ceremonial formality, barely emerged only to be sealed away again. Even a prison yard stroll lasts longer. Though the 8 demons appeared as siblings in name, each secretly wished the other 7 dead, so that he alone might claim dominion over the entire world. 8 kings. Far too many. True sovereignty admits only one. If Pan Ming's plan succeeds, the other 7 will be broken, if not slain, and I shall emerge mightier than before, ruling the terrestrial realm unchallenged. Why hesitate? Besides, aren't we all demons? Then why must I suffer alone? Why must I bear such indignity? True brothers share prosperity and adversity alike. Pan Ming, unperturbed, leisurely admired the newborn dawn, savoring the sun's gentle warmth, a stark contrast to the sovereign's inner turmoil. I accept, but I demand half the flame chi authority. The sovereign had made his decision and now bargained openly. Then I shall simply find another way to release them. Pan Ming turned to leave, as if he'd surrender half his hard-won authority for mere theater. Did the sovereign mistake flame chi for cabbage? Then 3/10. Impossible. 1/10 at least. Look at me. I lack a physical vessel, my magical reserves are depleted, and my foundational source has been stripped away. My will exceeds my strength. I can grant you but a single thread of flame chi to restore your vitality. How much more you secure thereafter rests entirely upon your own prowess, your majesty. Pan Ming asked, so have you made up your mind, your majesty? He had grown a little weary of the Holy Lord's indecision. How had he never noticed before? The Holy Lord was a true Libra, perpetually torn. On one hand, he wanted more benefits from Pan Ming, on the other, he feared being deceived. There was no help for it. He had been thoroughly unnerved by Pan Ming. A man who could endure in silence for millennia, just to seize a single fleeting opportunity, was not someone to be trusted easily. I can accept your terms, but you must guarantee my safety. After all, I am far too weak now. With a grit of his teeth, the Holy Lord finally agreed. Circumstances outweighed pride. Now he had to live according to Pan Ming's favor. Of course, now that we are partners, I will use every means at my disposal to ensure your safety, Pan Ming said, not sparing a few verbal assurances when he saw the Holy Lord relent. Very well, I will trust you once more. The Holy Lord proactively released a strand of soul energy to Pan Ming. Sign a contract with me. Only then will we be true allies. That is of course no problem. Pan Ming quickly agreed and signed another pact with the Holy Lord. Then let us not delay, since matters are settled, your majesty, please act swiftly. Pan Ming raised his arm, aimed his palm at the Holy Lord statue, spread his 5 fingers, and gently closed them. The statue shattered in an instant, and a translucent shadow soon slipped from the broken remains. It was a dragon of earthy yellow. Called a dragon, yet it resembled a serpent only marginally more menacing. This was the Holy Lord's sole true form. Your Majesty, I imagine you will soon feel the pull of hell, who after all you no longer possess a fleshly body, and the mark the undying deity planted within your soul is not easily erased. Pan Ming offered the warning with apparent goodwill. No need for your commentary. I know full well. The Holy Lord bristled. Since losing all his power, even his soul seemed to have atrophied. There was no trace of draconic grandeur left. He looked like little more than a larger snake. Pan Ming could sense the Holy Lord's displeasure, but what of it? Now that I am the stronger one, how dare you sulk before me? A bright yellow flame sprang into being in Pan Ming's hand and instantly cloaked the Holy Lord's fragile soul body. No, no, no. Stop. Quickly stop, Pan Ming. The Holy Lord writhed in unbearable agony, twisting and thrashing through the air. Pan Ming did not relent. He intended to drive a lesson home. Since the moment of the Holy Lord's defeat, their positions had been reversed. If he did not make clear who now held authority, matters would grow far more difficult. So Pan Ming resolved to teach him a lesson. I expect you to show me respect from now on. After all, I am the one giving you an opportunity. Understand? Though the Holy Lord endured an almost unimaginable soul pain, the hatred in his eyes only deepened. The flames seemed to serve as a catalyst for his rancor. I understand, revered Pan Ming. My lord. The Holy Lord enunciated each word. No matter how resentful within, he had at least bowed outwardly. Isn't that better? If you'd done this sooner, you would have spared yourself some torment. Am not one who delights in tormenting others. Pan Ming nodded with satisfaction and drew the flame back. Very well. Prepare to depart now. Yes, my lord. Hey, Tai Lu, fancy some afternoon tea? Xiao Yu asked, holding up a small biscuit. No thank you, Xiao Yu, but I still have work to finish. Tai Lu politely declined Xiao Yu's offer, waving his broom to indicate there was still much work to be done. Oh, come on, Tai Lu, I'm telling you these biscuits are delicious. Besides, Father and Uncle Long aren't here. Don't worry. Xiao Yu persisted, energetically praising the biscuit. It's a limited edition. I stood in line for ages to get it. She waved her arms like a zealous shopkeeper hawking her wares. Thighs. Maybe it's not appropriate. Tai Lu glanced this way, and that clearly tempted. He set the broom down with practiced ease and wiped his hands. At last, Tai Lu accepted the seemingly magical biscuit from Xiao Yu. Just as he raised it to his lips to savor the shop, door was pushed open. Hey, Tai Lu, who gave you permission to eat while on duty? If a customer comes and sees you like this, what then? Are you trying to ruin Father's business? Father scolded angrily. Oh, sir, Tai Lu began to explain. Don't blame Tai Lu. I'm the one who made him eat it, Father. Xiao Yu immediately owned up. What were you two doing when you went out earlier? Xiao Yu hurriedly changed the subject. As expected, the diversion settled the matter. Who bothers to quarrel with a child? Tai Lu shot her a grateful look. First, we went to District 13 to check the safety of the talismans, and then we investigated the treasure box we saw on television earlier. Chung Long explained to Xiao Yu and Tai Lu. Did you find any clues? At the hint of news, Xiao Yu instantly brightened. She was simply boundlessly energetic. We first received word from Sheriff Bulake that the treasure box had been purchased by a wealthy collector who was very interested in it. It was said he favored items with strong Eastern characteristics. His private collection already contained many such pieces. Chung Long went on to explain. That means we no longer need to worry about resolving the matter ourselves, and Father can continue to run the shop in peace. Father was delighted. Someone had taken custody of the bizarre box that could have proved a major headache, and he could hardly contain his joy. Is that so? But isn't it a pity about the box? After all, Father and Uncle Long, both of you were quite interested in it before. Only Xiao Yu looked a little disappointed. By the way, what about Xiao Shi? After you and Uncle Long went on that date, I haven't seen her since. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Chung Long replied earnestly. Xiao Yu merely went for a casual walk. She said she seldom comes here. Besides, Xiao Shi has already returned. She has her own affairs to attend to, just like you. I believe someone's homework isn't finished yet, isn't that so? Chung Long spoke with righteous gravity. Oh no, Uncle Long, don't say that. You'll never find a girlfriend. Xiao Yu wailed. How could that be? Long even gave that remarkable necklace to her. A father didn't even get to see it. Father suddenly interjected. Oh no, Father, what are you saying? Chung Long exclaimed. I wouldn't have guessed it. Uncle Long, you're quite the fellow. Sir, that cup of tea. This tea is so hot. Father is going to scald himself. Another commotion erupted. Actually, I meant to tell you earlier, but sir, you drank it too quickly. The shop erupted into a flurry of noise and antics as everyone fussed over the scalding tea and the chaotic household chatter continued. Hell, before him stretched an utterly desolate expanse, its entire hue a deep oppressive crimson, dotted only with floating boulders of varying sizes. No trace of life remained, only silence vast and hollow. Long time no see, dear brothers and sisters. A translucent serpentine spirit, its body the color of sun-baked earth, materialized abruptly in that lifeless void. Crack, crack, a deafening roar shook the realm. Something colossal drew near. From the distance, a gargantuan stone hurtled forward, eclipsing the sky like a flying minor city. Upon that impossibly massive boulder sat an even more titanic figure, mountainous in stature, grotesque in visage, with crimson eyes identical to the sovereign's and emerald green skin. There could be no doubt this was Bo Gang, the eldest of the 8 demons, demon of the mountain. That terrifying sound, merely the sovereign's elder sister idly picking her teeth, such was her dreadfulness. Sensing their long-absent younger brother had returned to hell, the elder siblings naturally rushed to offer their warm concern. How else could they honor the sovereign's thoughtful gesture of abandoning them all in hell while claiming sole dominion over the terrestrial kingdom? Tell us, sovereign, what do you think? How many eons have we languished here, sealed within this barren abyss, while you alone reveled in earthly pleasures? Another voice cut through the air, harsher, unyielding, followed instantly by a sizzling bolt of lightning that struck the sovereign's frail soul without mercy. Arg, to endure heaven's wrath bear salt. Only one word suffices, sovereign. You are truly extraordinary. The sensation defied description. Even the sovereign sensed eerie parallels with Pan Ming's methods. Why did these wretches always find opportunity to torment him? What's wrong, sovereign? Speechless with joy, or shall I deliver another jolt? The voice's owner clearly had no intention of relenting, his eagerness unmistakable, as if craving yet another round of electric torment. Stop. Now. Jung-soo, can't you see? He exists only as a soul now. If you continue, he may well dissipate entirely. A sharp feminine voice pierced the air, accompanied by the rhythmic crash of waves against jagged cliffs. Oh, Basha, didn't expect such tender feelings for a creature like the sovereign. The deep, resonant voice seemed to have uncovered some scandalous secret. No, not at all. What I mean is, such delightful sport should now pass to me. The feminine voice suddenly sharpened into a piercing, otherworldly shriek, like the cry of some nameless primordial beast. A certain red one, just grant me a single high-pitched note capable of obliterating worlds. Then, silently, tenderly, the water crept over the sovereign's soul. Yet this gentleness was lethally deceptive. A suffocating pressure mounted as though he floated in warm water, while unseen currents numbed his spirit and crushing hydrostatic force compressed his very soul space. No, stop. This is not how you treat me. The sovereign seethed inwardly. Had he retained even a fraction of his primordial power, his black chi, his divine authority, his corporeal form, none of these wretches would dare defy him. Yet now he lacked even the capacity for mutual destruction, the most tragic dragon in history. Let me speak plainly, Jung-soo Basha. You've gone far enough. After all, the sovereign is our blood brother. Is this how you treat kin? A blue toad, of middling stature among demons, gaped wide, unleashing gales as it descended onto another floating rock. Xiaofoam, have you lost your wits? This one, Basha lifted the sovereign aloft with her slender tail, is nothing but a traitor. We united to cast him forth from hell. How did he repay us? By sealing us here, while seizing the entire terrestrial kingdom for himself. Basha raged. Within the demonic hierarchy, the sovereign was filth among filth. To show mercy to one who betrayed his own kin. Look at him now, devoid of flesh, his soul feeble and dim. Surely this is karmic retribution. Basha sneered, but at last released her torment. I bear glad tidings for you all, though it seems not all have yet arrived. Only after Xiaofoam and Zhulan appeared did the sovereign finally draw breath. A towering figure descended, clad in an ornate dark red robe, the most human-like of the 8 demons. His arms stretched unnaturally long. Beneath each armpit sprouted a pair of stubby secondary limbs. Black demonic energy coiled ceaselessly about his form. This was Zhulan, the eldest demon, the demon of the moon. Naturally, I bring momentous news, yet it appears the gathering remains incomplete. Dikuei's temper is unbending. He insists on arriving alone. We can do nothing. Another voice echoed from the heavens. He appeared small, gray-hued, and yet his most striking feature was the colossal wings spanning his back, vast enough to blot out the sky. The sky demon, Shimu. Very well, let us wait. If he grows unruly, we'll expend far more effort to rein him in. Zhulan sighed, exasperated by his volatile, slow-witted younger brother. Woo-hoo-woo. Who arrives? Behold, the mighty Dikuei. Behold, the mighty Dikuei. After a long pause, a buoyant, exuberant voice rang out. The demons turned to see Dikuei, his body blazing crimson, leaping gleefully from boulder to boulder across the distant wastes, clearly reveling in the journey. Hell's expanse is immense, so demons rarely congregate. Time holds no meaning there. What feels like a blink to them may span centuries beyond. The sovereign's soul originated in hell. The moment he re-entered, every demon sensed his return, prompting their swift convergence. Dikuei, why insist on this charade? You're hardly swift. Why add such flourish? Shimu asked, perplexed. You understand nothing. This is Di Kuei's singular way. The bull-headed giant, fierce, blunt, unrefined, spoke with characteristic bluntness. Excellent. Now that all are assembled, our council begins in earnest. But sovereign, you seem altered. Where is your flame? Have you truly lost even that? All the demons sensed something amiss. Though the sovereign's wretched state was evident, surely he hadn't forfeited the very emblem of his station, the sacred flame. Even in ruins, such a loss defied belief. I retain it, though my current weakness dims its radiance. Sensing their suspicion, the sovereign revealed the advanced token granted earlier by Pan Ming. A faint, almost imperceptible spark flickered upon his soul, weak yet undeniably authentic. Every demon felt its ancient sovereign heat. Doubt dissolved. The council of the 8 demons commenced. Demon of the moon, Zhu Lan. Demon of the mountain, Bo Gang. Demon of the wind, Xiao Feng. Demon of the thunder, Zhong Su. Demon of the water, Ba Sha. Demon of the fire, Sheng Zhu Former. Demon of the earth, Di Kuei. Demon of the sky, Shimu. Then what exactly do you intend to tell us? Zhu Lan spoke slowly, deliberately. Surely not that you were beaten into this wretched state and had no choice but to slink back here begging for our help. You must understand, sovereign. One might even entertain such a thought, but we are all imprisoned in this accursed hell. There is no way out for us. Indeed, added the ever-moderate Xiao Feng standing nearby. Xiao Feng, the wind demon, was something of an anomaly among demons. He genuinely regarded all others as siblings, possessed formidable strength and keen intellect, and thus assumed the role of the benevolent elder, respected enough that most demons would defer to him. No sooner had Xiao Feng spoken than the assembled demons fell silent, even Ba Sha and Zhong Su momentarily halting their barbs against the sovereign. Surrounded by the other 7 demons, the sovereign crouched in spectral form, frail, vulnerable, his voice trembling with forced restraint. Naturally not. Though my current state is indeed pitiful, I now hold an opportunity to restore every one of you to the mortal realm. My dear brothers and sisters. His low, resonant voice carried an uncanny magnetism. Even stripped of power, his innate gift for manipulation remained undimmed. What did you say? Zhong Su, the most volatile of them all, erupted instantly, his body crackling with uncontrolled lightning, a stray spark leaping on a Ba Sha beside him. Hey, watch it. Ba Sha snapped back, lashing her tail across Zhong Su's face and leaving a vivid welt. Zhong Su, pride stung, summoned a spear of lightning in his palm, only for Zhu Lan to furrow his brow and forcibly separate them. Conserve your strength. This is hell. We cannot replenish our demonic energy. Keep squabbling, and I'll expel you both. And naturally you'll be excluded from all that follows. Zhu Lan's warning cut like ice. Oomph. Both Zhong Su and Ba Sha snorted in unison before retreating to opposite corners, out of sight, out of mind. A pity, murmured the sovereign, secretly disappointed. He'd hoped Zhong Su and Ba Sha would escalate. After all, as Zhu Lan had said, demonic energy could not be restored in hell. Even the strongest would watch theirs dwindle inexorably. After centuries of imprisonment, each demon rationed every drop of energy with obsessive precision. If those two clashed, internal attrition would only deepen, and Pan Ming's path to success would grow smoother. By now the sovereign saw himself and Pan Ming as irrevocably bound. He fervently wished them weakened, preferably to ruin. Secondly, the sovereign had long harbored personal disdain for Ba Sha and Zhong Su. Ba Sha, the water demon, was his natural antithesis as the fire demon. He had clashed with her repeatedly during the 8 demons' joint dominion over the world. As for Zhong Su, the sovereign summed him up in 2 words: fool. In his eyes, Zhong Su was a pompous, hollow-headed brute. Powerful, yes, ranked mid-tupper among the 8 demons, but his intellect was tragically minuscule. The sovereign despised such fools above all, and Zhong Su's perpetual scowl only deepened his revulsion. He resolved inwardly, once the demons returned to the surface, Pan Ming would strike first against those 2. Exactly. My dear brothers and sisters, let us preserve harmony. The sovereign swiftly donned the mask of benevolence, feigning earnest counsel. Silence, sovereign. You're even more repulsive than Zhong Su. Drop that act. Ba Sha spared no mercy, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Zhong Su didn't even glance his way, utterly dismissing his presence. You too. The sovereign fell quiet, but his gaze burned with deeper venom. You will answer to me, personally. Not even heaven's sovereign could intervene. The sovereign had already inscribed their names in his private ledger of grudges. Sovereign, continue. Zhu Lan offered no further commentary, merely gesturing for him to proceed. Though privately seething over the sovereign's past betrayal, he knew now was no time to settle old scores. In truth, since returning to the surface, I have labored night and day to devise your liberation, my beloved siblings. Yet scarcely had I begun when treacherous humans ambushed and sealed me away. My suffering has been no less than yours. Until recently, I too remained imprisoned. The sovereign played upon sentiment, his expression pleading innocence. You must not misjudge me. Get to the point. Zhong Su nearly lost control again, lightning coiling tightly in his grip. Startled, the sovereign recoiled several steps before resuming. Though I was betrayed once more, ambushed and cast back into hell, I was not unprepared. I have a loyal subordinate beyond these gates. Before my defeat, he had already begun searching for the Panga casket. What? The Panga casket? Shimu seized upon the name instantly. Precisely, the very artifact that sealed us away. Retrieve it, reopen the gates of hell, and each of us shall walk free once more. Then, Retribution shall begin. His voice surged with fervent conviction, as if wholly devoted to their collective salvation. If true, this is indeed a promising plan. Yet why share it with us? Why not slip away alone, as you did before? Shimu, unmoved by grand promises, posed a piercing question. The others fell still. Had any of them claimed such a discovery, hesitation would have been unlikely, but from the sovereign, suspicion was inevitable. His reputation, everyone understood it well. Very well, I shall reveal the truth. The sovereign adopted an expression of profound anguish. Lately that being has grown active once more. Alone, I am powerless against it. I had barely revived before its human agents defeated me anew. Fortuitously, I prepared a contingency. Panming. Panming. Several demons exchanged glances, familiar yet elusive. You mean the one who once followed you? Xiaofeng ventured uncertainly. His affable nature had granted him access to many demon domains, including the sovereign's where he'd once glimpsed Panming. Yes, him. This time I am certain of our shared resurrection. Well then, my dear brothers and sisters, does this news not please you? A long silence followed. Then a voice broke through. Excellent. After so long confined, time to stretch our limbs. I care not for hidden schemes. I simply crave a proper feast. Bo Gang, the eldest sister, declared first. Those who wish may linger here. I've long hungered for the flavors of the mortal world. Her words dissolved all hesitation. One by one the demons pledged allegiance to the sovereign's scheme. Thus the 7 demons stood united in appearance, yet each concealed ulterior motives, weaving a treacherous tapestry of ambition beneath the promise of return. So when exactly will your subordinate release us? Now that they had calmed down somewhat, the question finally surfaced in their minds. At present their sole link to the outside world was the sovereign's underling, meaning all information flowed exclusively through him. Yet the sovereign's credibility remained deeply questionable. If he harbored ill intent, their emergence would amount to walking straight into a slaughterhouse. If you harbor doubts, my dear brothers and sisters, I am prepared to forge a binding covenant with each of you, vowing never to act against your interests. The sovereign swore solemnly. Enough said. Since the sovereign himself has spoken thus, there can be no issue. Perhaps we ought to grant him our trust, just once. Xiaofeng, ever the peacemaker, could bear it no longer. In his view, the sovereign's return, whatever its motive, had at least been candid. He made no attempt to conceal their imminent liberation, but instead declared it openly to all. Moreover, as the sovereign now held exclusive command over all intelligence, fairness and reason alike seemed to demand leniency. No, he is utterly untrustworthy. Since he has volunteered a covenant, so much the better. We are spared the trouble of demanding one. Basha, long at odds with the sovereign, voiced firm opposition. Then let us abide by tradition of vote. Zhonan proposed a compromise, the demon's customary method for resolving disputes. For impartiality, Sake, the sovereign, and Basha shall abstain from voting. I raise no objection. I place myself entirely in your hands. The sovereign adopted a posture of such abject humility that he perfectly calibrated his current standing. Then let the vote begin. Swiftly the remaining 6 demons cast their ballots. Bogang, Zhonan, Zhongsu, Shimu, and Di Kuei unanimously demanded the covenant. Only Xiaofeng dissented, repeating his sole rationale: we are brothers. Excellent. By majority rule, sovereign, we resolve to bind you with a covenant. Zhonan declared decisively. Of course, I welcome this wholeheartedly. I confess I committed certain grave errors in the past. This is my finest opportunity for atonement. The sovereign appeared genuinely contrite. No, sovereign, truly there is no need for you to. Xiaofeng's heart tightened further at the sight. It is no burden. It is my due penance. I shall serve you all with unwavering devotion. Thus the 7 demons jointly forged a covenant with the sovereign. He must harm them in no way and must exert every effort to liberate each one. There, you may rest easy now, the sovereign declared aloud while inwardly seething. Just wait until you're all out. I'll make you pay dearly. I would gladly pay a premium to acquire it. I hold a profound appreciation for such exquisitely Eastern artifacts. Might I persuade you to part with it? A remarkably refined young boy sat sipping tea with a tycoon. A remarkably refined young boy sat sipping tea with a tycoon. My apologies, young sir, but as you can plainly see, the tycoon gestured toward his opulently adorned mansion. Wealth is no concern of mine. I indulge only modest passions, and happen to delight in spending lavishly upon them. The tycoon shrugged, reclining on an extravagantly luxurious sofa, cradling a cup of rare coffee, and savoring a delicate sip, effortlessly suave. So under no circumstances will you part with this treasure? Panming pressed for final confirmation. Precisely, not in the slightest. Such artifacts are exceedingly rare, especially those hailing from ancient Eastern lands whose soil teems with untold riches. Very well, negotiations have failed. You may now die. At that instant, dozens of Shadow Legion soldiers erupted from Panming's shadow, their crimson eyes locking onto the tycoon. How did you get in? This is illegal. The tycoon stammered, stunned speechless by the surreal spectacle before him. The ninja soldiers wasted no courtesy. They launched an immediate search within the chamber. As for the guards outside, believe me, you would not wish to know their fate. The Shadow Legion lived up to its reputation as the industry's premier operative force. Within 10 minutes, they located the Panga casket, yet found themselves unable to touch it and promptly reported to Panming. Excellent. Lead me there at once. And do tidy up thoroughly. Panming commanded, voice serene. What are you? The tycoon sensed something profoundly wrong. but his adversaries dwelled far beyond his comprehension. Who are we? Pan Ming paused at the threshold, furrowing his brow in apparent bewilderment, like an innocent child. Did I ever claim to be human? What a pity. Had you simply surrendered it willingly, I would have rewarded you handsomely. Alas, these were the tycoon's final words. Afu, enter. Inside the chamber housing the Pangu casket, the long-coveted relic rested at its center, its ornate case itself a masterpiece of craftsmanship. A cascade of flowing crimson hair entered the frame. The figure approached Pan Ming and bowed deeply. Lord Pan Ming. Try lifting it. Yes, my lord. Without hesitation, Afu stepped forward, scrutinized the casket, then reached out and lifted it effortlessly. Expecting traps or wards, Afu glanced quizzically at Pan Ming. Think nothing of it. The casket itself bears no peril, any ordinary person may handle it. I alone cannot. Its surface is sealed with justice magic. Having concluded the matter, Pan Ming turned and strode away without another word. Yes, my lord. Afu followed closely behind, cradling the Pangu casket reverently in both hands. How do I open this thing? Afu asked curiously as they stepped outside. Along the way, he had exhausted every method imaginable, yet the Pangu treasure box remained utterly unresponsive. Think of it as a puzzle cube. As long as your sequence of moves is correct, the secret sealed upon it will unravel. Pan Ming replied. I'd rather not bother. Upon hearing Pan Ming's words, Afu's face instantly fell. If it's fists and fury you need, Black Tiger Afu will charge head first, guaranteed to deliver taunts without a single repeated phrase. But if it's brains you're after, well, I'm afraid that particular organ is one I simply don't possess. A faint twitch tugged at Pan Ming's lips as he finally grasped the truth. Though fiercely loyal, his subordinate was alas not endowed with exceptional intellect. Let me think. Who should we seek out? He stroked his chin in contemplation, and soon a decision crystallized. It has been far too long since I last visited my dear friends. Why not present them with a gift? I'm certain they'll adore it. Uncle Dragon, hurry up. Hurry up. That shop's limited edition ice cream is about to sell out. Xiao Yu stood impatiently at the antique shop's entrance, urging them on as though destiny itself hung in the balance. But Xiao Yu, we've only just finished lunch. Eating cold desserts right after a meal will surely give you stomachache, Jackie Chan cautioned, well aware of the shop's legendary popularity. Its queues stretched from noon until night, even under the scorching midday sun. And on such a sweltering day, Jackie had little desire to stir from his seat. Good, you're all here. This morning, old father saw on television that a wealthy man had been murdered. Strangely, none of his gold jewelry or valuables were stolen. Even the police, after thoroughly examining the scene, were left utterly baffled. You must all exercise extra caution these days. Whoa, how terrifying. I'd wager the killer had ulterior motives. Jackie Chan shook his head in disbelief. In this day and age, did people really drop by for tea and murder before heading home? Never mind all that. Uncle Dragon, if we don't move quickly, we'll miss it entirely. Miss what? The unbelievably delicious ice cream, of course. Xiao Yu called back without turning, then suddenly paused. That voice, hadn't she heard it before? Slowly she turned, and there, unmistakable, was a familiar face. Pan Ming. What, are you serious? How did you end up here? Her voice trembled with equal parts shock and delight. Ever since their joint sealing of Shendu, they'd seen little of each other, and Xiao Yu often missed her friend dearly. Just passing through, and I brought you a gift. I'm confident you'll love it. With a light clap, Pan Ming signaled Afu, who stepped forward bearing an object. This is... Both Lao Fu and Jackie Chan narrowed their eyes in unison, a resemblance so uncanny it affirmed their blood tie beyond doubt. Isn't this the ancient treasure box imported from the East, the very one we saw on TV? Jackie Chan gasped. How on earth did it come into your possession? That you needn't concern yourselves with. Surely this artifact holds great fascination for you, Pan Ming said, brimming with quiet confidence. Moreover, you must decipher its secrets swiftly, for they are tied directly to the 8 demon lords I mentioned earlier. With that, Pan Ming gestured for Afu to place the Panga treasure box into Jackie Chan's hands. But if those demons are confined to the underworld, why would we deliberately set them free? Xiao Yu frowned, bewildered. Because the world is shifting. No matter how you strive to evade it, this box will inevitably find its way to you, and the demon lords shall inevitably return to our realm. So we must prepare in advance. I need your help. Pan Ming's gaze was unwavering, sincere. Lao Fu, is he telling the truth? I mean, can nothing we do truly prevent this from happening? Jackie Chan felt a disorienting sense of unreality. What do you mean inevitable? Besides, didn't you Pan Ming personally deliver this box to us? To Jackie's astonishment, Lao Fu fell uncharacteristically silent. Lao Fu? That rare stillness sent Jackie spiraling into self-doubt. Surely not. Surely no one actually believes this. What he says carries considerable weight. As heir to the lineage of righteous Qi sorcerers, Lao Fu knew full well that reality ran far deeper than surface appearances. The eternal symphony of the world was the ceaseless clash between dark Qi and righteous Qi. Pan Ming spoke no falsehood, no evasion, no barrier, no act of will could halt the demon lord's inevitable resurrection. It was the immutable rhythm of cosmic evolution, beyond mortal resistance. I propose a renewed alliance as before. I am a steadfast ally, am I not? Pan Ming extended his invitation once more. You unlock the Panga treasure box's secrets, while I confront the demon lords upon their return. A true win-win arrangement, wouldn't you agree? Well then, what do you say? Pan Ming stood poised, the picture of courteous restraint. Not pressing, not demanding, granting his potential partners time to reflect. Agreed. We accept, but only on the condition that you safeguard our world as you claim. Lao Fu gave his solemn assent. Excellent. Our world. I shall protect it with unwavering devotion. Pan Ming pledged. Is there something you wish to ask me yet? Pan Ming and A Fu strolled side by side down the street, emerging from the antique shop. Yes, or rather no. I simply cannot fathom why you insist on partnering with them. Could we not find more reliable collaborators elsewhere? A Fu confessed his misgivings. He held little fondness for the shop's eclectic crew. You wouldn't understand. Some destinies can only be fulfilled by certain souls. It is the will of fate, immutable and absolute. Pan Ming offered an enigmatic reply, then sighed softly. Why burden you with such thoughts? The future I glimpse is but one possibility, not certainty. For now, all we must do is wait and watch. Dad, even if you say so, something still feels off. I can't shake the sense that something is deeply amiss, they murmured among themselves after Pan Ming had departed, lingering inside the antique shop. Long I once truly intended to groom you as my successor. Alas, you never took to this path, and I would never force such a calling upon you. These words tumbled out of Dad's mouth without warning. Dad, what do you mean? Long Cheng's mind short-circuited, utterly bewildered. Though you've been by my side since childhood and heard countless truths, you remain at heart an outsider. Some things lie beyond your comprehension. Pan Ming spoke no falsehood. This world is fundamentally divided. Yin and yang, good and evil, forever entwined. I understand, Master. Just as light cannot exist without shadow, virtue finds its meaning only in contrast to vice. Opposites locked in eternal, inseparable embrace. True seized the moment, stepping boldly into the conversation. Oh, Dad, you're genuinely surprised. True, you hold such profound insight. Dad was truly taken aback, never expecting such philosophical depth from True, whose demeanor rarely betrayed intellectual acuity. Truth be told, these thoughts came from Volmont. He once told us, though we are the Black Hand, a criminal syndicate, yes, we mustn't descend into unrestrained depravity. To do so would spell our swift ruin. Balance is the key. To walk the razor's edge is how true fortune is forged. True added sheepishly, the words were Volmont's, shared long ago, yet now serendipitously they resonated with uncanny relevance. Remarkable, even Volmont possesses such piercing wisdom. Truly no soul should ever be underestimated. Long Chung reflected, heartfelt and sincere. Yet he failed to notice the deepening sorrow in Dad's gaze, fixed upon him heavy with unspoken grief. The resurrection of those ancient demon lords is now inevitable. Our sole recourse is to resist, to thwart them. Perhaps this is our sacred charge. Xiao Yu, Long Chung, and True stood solemnly reverent. In that moment, Dad was no mere antiquities dealer. He was the last living heir of the righteous Wu sorcerers, guardians of humanity's spiritual balance. Wait, I just recalled something. News reports stated the Panga casket had been acquired privately by a wealthy collector. Yet this morning Dad mentioned a tycoon was murdered, his home untouched, nothing stolen. And shortly thereafter Pan Ming arrived bearing the very same casket. Is this merely coincidence? Xiao Yu's voice sharpened with dawning suspicion. Beneath these scattered threads, was there a hidden design? In the infernal abyss, so your plan is simply to wait. Your subordinate outside need only locate and decipher the secret sealed within the Panga casket, and then we shall be freed. Shimu asked. Precisely, my beloved brethren. With patience we shall soon emerge once more into the light of heaven. Shengzhu replied, bowing obsequiously. This is far too slow. Who knows how long we'll languish here? If your lackey proves as inept as you are, shall we be trapped for eternity? Basha erupted in fury. Shengzhu bristled inwardly, but dared not show it. To provoke her wrath would invite only the lash of her torment. Rest assured, my subordinate is exceptionally capable. On this Xiao Feng can vouch. Shengzhu hastily summoned an external witness. All demonic eyes turned toward Xiao Feng. Well, actually, Xiao Feng blinked, bewildered as the spotlight shifted to him. A lifelong peacemaker, he'd long admired Shengzhu's commanding presence. Now direct contradiction felt impossible, even though he'd met Pan Ming only briefly and certainly knew him no better than Shengzhu claimed. Indeed, I've met the man. A remarkably capable young fellow. Cornered, Xiao Feng resorted to bluffing, thumping his chest in earnest affirmation. Then let us hope he does not disappoint. Zhu Lan, observing the tension, chose restraint. For now they remained imprisoned and betrayal could wait. He will not fail us. My dearest kin, just a little more patience. Crimson light blazed fiercely in Shengzhu's eyes. Then let's give it a try. After all, this moment was always inevitable. Xiao Yu darted aside and began examining the legendary Panga casket. Hey, Xiao Yu, be careful. Ancient wards may well guard this artifact. Long Chung called out, urgently, alarmed by her casual handling. Huh, what did you say? She lifted the casket and turned eyes wide with curiosity. Nothing. Any discoveries yet? This casket feels profoundly strange. Xiao Yu frowned, overwhelmed by its inscrutability. Its octahedral form bore intricate archaic carvings pulsing with forgotten power. Let Dad have a look. He stepped forward, gently taking the casket and inspecting it with scholarly intensity. These are the 8 trigrams, each symbol tied to one of the 8 immortal deities in legend. The Panga casket is the key that unlocks their slumbering dominion. Then how do we open it? Xiao Yu asked eagerly. Alas, the records offer no guidance. Dad's tone carried quiet regret. Master, may I examine it? True edged forward, his massive frame instantly filling the previously spacious chamber. Stop. Cease at once. True, you'll crush Dad's ribs. Overwhelmed, Dad thrust the casket into True's hands. This appears almost like a puzzle. Perhaps it requires precise sequence and alignment to unlock. True had struck gold again. Today his intuition burned with unusual brilliance. Ah, could it be? Let me test it. Xiao Yu's curiosity ignited. She pleaded until True surrendered the casket, and immediately began twisting its facets with focused glee. Whoa, Uncle Long, it does rotate. Like a Rubik's Cube, albeit a most peculiar one. She reveled in the tactile mystery. Yet despite her relentless manipulation, the casket remained stubbornly mute, its arcane secret clamped tight. That resistance only stoked Xiao Yu's competitive fire. Fine, consider this your challenge. Time to get serious. Up, down, left, right, Alibaba, open. Xiao Yu unleashed the legendary cipher-breaking technique. Give it up, Xiao Yu. Such a seal won't yield to whimsy. Watching her whirl in futile enthusiasm, Long Chung interjected gently. Wait, steady. I wasn't sure before, but now that you've spoken, Uncle Long, this casket will open today. Suddenly the cube, no, the Panga casket, levitated midair, drawn by unseen forces, and began shifting, morphing through impossible geometries with divine precision. With a series of elegant contortions, it revealed a fissure and projected onto the wall a luminous map accompanied by cryptic verse. All drew near, breath held, eyes fixed. We must seek that which runs yet cannot walk, and journey to the mouth that speaks no word. What riddle is this? Long Chung recited the inscription aloud, yet found no purchase in its meaning. This map seems to indicate JP. True nodded. I spent my childhood in JP. Xiao Yu synthesized both clues, so we must travel to JP to find this running button-walking creature and its silent mouth lair. Then let us prepare and depart at once. VVVRR, VVVRR. A low hum resonated. Then the Pangu casket collapsed inert, dropping lifelessly to the floor. The wall map dissolved into mist, vanishing utterly. Did anyone memorize that map? Pan Ming murmured. As expected, these matters are inescapable for you. He seemed to sense something, as if a realization had dawned, and a blinding golden light flared in his eyes, as though they perceived something beyond sight. My lord, Afyu stepped forward and asked. It's all right, Afyu. It is not yet your time to show yourself. You only need to thoroughly comprehend what I have taught you. As for the rest, others will naturally set everything in motion for us. Pan Ming spoke casually. Yes, my lord. After Afyu departed, Pan Ming picked a random spot in the room and sat as if waiting for something. You ask where Pan Ming got the house. Of course he bought it. Pan Ming has always been a law-abiding exemplary demon. By the way, the dwelling is located in a bustling district of Jijinshan. So, your acting shouldn't be this clumsy, surely. Within the sea of consciousness, Pan Ming saw an earthy yellow serpentine soul, the very holy lord they had longed for. With me stepping in, what is there that cannot be done? The holy lord's tone carried displeasure. He resented Pan Ming's lofty, questioning air. Although it had felt gratifying before, as the saying goes, strict with others, lenient with oneself. What I do is permissible, but what you do is not. I have already reached a preliminary agreement with them. I will spare no effort to rescue them, and I promise I will not do anything to harm them. Oh, who would have thought the long years could change even proud demon lords? He's even preparing a contingency for himself. Pan Ming was slightly surprised. You have never been to hell, so you cannot imagine it. Nothing but broken stones, a wasteland, so terrifying it steals hope. Their time loses meaning. For demons with their long lives, it is a torment worse than death. Moreover, there is no way to replenish magic there. Even the mightiest demon confined for thousands of years would grow utterly feeble. A fear leaked into the Holy Lord's voice, an apprehension even he had not realized. Thus the Holy Lord had once struggled desperately to flee hell. After being sealed by the 8 undying deities the first time, he swiftly comprehended hell's dread. It was not merely physical torment, those undying deities sought to shatter them spiritually as well. So even if it meant betrayal, even if he spent his life unable to hold his head high among demons, the Holy Lord refused to linger in that sunless abyss until both body and spirit were erased. What a joke. I am the Holy Lord. Rest assured, this will be resolved soon. Go tell them the first gate has been found. It is Bo Gang's gate. So they should prepare themselves. As a fellow demon, Pan Ming likewise harbored dislike for the gods. Pan Ming felt a certain relief that it had been the 8 great demons who lorded it over, not him. When the sky fell, there was a chief to bear it. Those flamboyant demon lords drew the attention of the undying deities, and each was sealed into hell. Back then, Pan Ming had been a mere underling to the Holy Lord, and thus did not attract intense scrutiny, though perhaps it was the deities' momentary pity that spared him. Maybe they spared him because he had been too weak and even somewhat kind to humans. Oh, Bo Gang's gate. That fellow is lucky to get out and breathe so soon. The Holy Lord clicked his tongue in surprise. Do not let them discover you, or our plan will. Pan Ming cautioned. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to teach me. The usually measured Holy Lord flared with sudden anger at being instructed. Yet no sooner had the words left his mouth than the Holy Lord felt regret. Damn it. Why had he acted so rashly? Now he would pay for it. The Holy Lord knew full well the strange efficacy Pan Ming's bright yellow flame had on souls. Damn. 3 words to describe it: worse than death. Unexpectedly, the Holy Lord did not encounter the imagined soul-wrenching pain, and he looked at Pan Ming with puzzled eyes. It seems your days among them were truly harsh. No wonder. Having lost power, authority, and body, you are unbearably weak now. Even among brothers and sisters without strength, it must be miserable. I would not expect demons to observe fraternal courtesy. Pan Ming could faintly perceive marks upon the Holy Lord's soul, signs of drowning, whipping, crushing blows, and lightning. Though the Holy Lord said little, it was clear he had endured much. Perhaps he preserved some last shred of dignity before his former subordinate. Who do you think did this to me? Having been seen through by Pan Ming, the Holy Lord dropped the pretense and spoke plainly. Tisk, you were once a fire demon, so pitiful. Such a state would make that title weep so. There was no visible movement from Pan Ming. A cheerful little red orb bobbed before the Holy Lord. Sensing its astonishingly familiar aura, the Holy Lord cried in surprise, "What is this? Take it and use it. I told you you performed well, so you deserve a reward. Besides, this thing is at most a byproduct of fire energy. It does not affect my authority." Pan Ming feigned indifference. The art of governing subordinates requires measured leniency. Strike them, then offer a taste of sweetness. The Holy Lord said nothing more and silently absorbed the object Pan Ming dismissed. In an instant, he felt a power of uncommon magnitude. It was truly deadly. The Holy Lord soon felt his parched soul power restore considerably and judged his earlier suffering worthwhile. It had not been in vain to abase himself before Basha and that of Zhongsu. Just you wait. They'll make you pay. Looking up, he found Pan Ming's figure had vanished. The Holy Lord left the sea of souls still unsatisfied. Hep, Basha, Zhongsu, Dikue. Very well, I have noted them. We will settle the score in due time. Hurry up. Uncle Dragon, you look even more like an old man than Dad. The moment they stepped off the plane, Xiao Yu voiced her dissatisfaction with Jackie Chan. Xiao Yu, Jackie Chan, old man, and True from the antique shop had all arrived at JP Airport, thanks of course to the unwavering support of Chief Black. They had caught the earliest morning flight to JP, yet Jackie Chan's breathless, haggard appearance utterly drained the group's momentum. Come on, we're here to save the world. How can you look more exhausted than ordinary tourists? Right on. Uncle Long, it's rare for you to travel so far. Do muster your spirit. Old man and Xiao Yu strode ahead upright and vigorous, radiating boundless energy. Huff, huff, huff. How many times must I say it? Xiao Yu, carry your own things. Jackie Chan finally snapped. Hanging from his body were Xiao Yu's moose plushy, old man's magical ingredients, True's favorite pastries, and even all four travelers' spare clothing and daily essentials. Why do you all act as if nothing's amiss? These aren't my belongings, not a single one. Though he knew protest might prove futile, Jackie Chan still raised his voice in fervent objection. Shall I help you carry something? A voice like an angel's chimed from behind Jackie Chan. Oh, True. I knew you'd be the only decent one. Truly conscientious. We've arrived. According to the markings on that old map, our destination should be Tokyo. The group hurried straight from the airport and soon reached the approximate location marked on the map. It's so vast. How on earth will we ever find it? Xiao Yu grumbled. I believe this ties directly to the riddle we saw earlier. It runs, but never walks. It has a mouth, but cannot speak. Once we solve this enigma, the demon's seal will reveal itself swiftly. Uncle Dragon. What is it, Xiao Yu? Don't you feel like you just said something, yet said absolutely nothing? So Pekong will be the first among us to emerge. The demons gathered closely, listening intently to Shendu's latest report. Indeed, Pan Ming has sent word. He's already located Pekong's gate of hell. He urges us to prepare promptly lest we miss the appointed hour and invite unforeseen calamity. How splendid. I shall venture forth first to scout. Truth be told, I haven't stretched my limbs in ages. I do hope there'll be delightful new pastries awaiting me. Pekong, unlike the others, gave no thought to strategy or consequence. Merely knowing she would soon escape this accursed hell and return to the mortal realm filled her with elation. Already she was plotting how best to savor delicacies with maximum haste. Then when exactly shall we emerge? As their de facto leader neared liberation, the remaining demons grew restless. Zhongsu, the most volatile among them, could contain herself no longer. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Pan Ming only assured me he'd locate it as swiftly as possible. You know well enough. The gates of hell open one by one, someone must go first. Shendu had long resented Zhongsu, and having just absorbed a surge of fiery energy, he now ached for confrontation. Heard you're quite formidable. Shendu, have you forgotten the sting of lightning? Sensing his arrogance swelling anew, Zhongsu sought to reassert dominance. Go on, try me. Shendu moistened his lips, unflinching, perhaps even exhilarated. Do you take me for a pliant, helpless fool? My earlier restraint was purely tactical, conserving strength. Dare you test me now? You, Zhongsu retorted without hesitation, crackling arcs of electricity sparking across her palms. Enough, both of you. Our foremost duty is unity. Settle your scores after we all return to the surface. Seeing the two poised to clash, Zhu Lan, the eldest brother, stepped forward to assert authority. Reluctantly yielding to Zhu Lan's superior power, Zhongsu retreated, but not without venom. Just wait. When your turn comes, I'll deliver a surprise you'll never forget. Shendu, ever the master of concealed intent, now masked his expression completely. Yet beside him, Shimu sensed something deeply amiss. So where's that place? We've scoured nearly every inch of this area, and still found nothing. Xiao Yu's frustration mounted. Since arriving, the four had relentlessly searched for landmarks indicated on the ancient map, yet its origins were lost to time. Even divine guidance inscribed upon it could not halt millennia of geological transformation. Oceans shift into mountains and landscapes change beyond recognition. Finding no leads after prolonged searching, they decided to pause for a meal, still debating the riddle en route. Xiaoyu, undeterred, continued fiddling with the panga box, seeking further clues. Alas, the panga box remained inert, apparently withholding revelation until the first gate of hell was discovered. Sigh. Xiaoyu set the box aside, listlessly kicking pebbles along the path, until with a careless nudge the panga box tumbled onto the ground. By sheer coincidence, her kick sent it rolling, clattering down a gentle slope and vanishing behind a low hill. Panga box didn't see that coming. I walked myself. Oh no, come back. Xiaoyu dashed after it. Worried Jackie-chan, old man, and the others rushed after her. After pushing through dense thickets of low shrubs, the landscape suddenly opened before them. They had unwittingly stumbled upon a vast, tranquil dam, and there, resting peacefully on an open patch of earth, lay the panga box. Xiaoyu, this is dangerous, don't you realize? Jackie-chan hadn't even begun his reprimand when Xiaoyu blurted out, Uncle Dragon, we've found it. Xiaoyu leapt with sudden excitement, pointing toward a nearby river. Look, it runs but never walks, it has a mouth but cannot speak. This river must flow directly to the gate of hell. Could it really be that simple? We've actually found it. Jackie-chan and his team quickly borrowed 2 patrol boats from the local river management bureau. Jackie and Xiaoyu formed one group, while Old Man and True formed another, steering downstream along the river. Of course, this was all made possible with the generous assistance of the diligent Sheriff Blake. After all, it's America and Japan, we all understand. No need to elaborate. The weather today is quite pleasant and the water conditions are excellent without much wind or waves. The 2 patrol boats smoothly reached a spacious clearing. In this clearing stands an ancient shrine exuding an air of grandeur. However, it seems that no one has visited here for quite some time, giving it a somewhat desolate vibe. Yet the vegetation inside and outside the shrine is not wildly overgrown, indicating that someone must regularly come to clean it. Wow, this looks really impressive. Old Man couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it does seem quite magnificent here. I agree, Jackie-chan nodded. But where exactly is the hell gate we are looking for? Xiaoyu blinked, her large eyes scanning the majestic shrine. I think we should wander around and we might find something. Standing here obviously won't help us locate the hell gate. Everyone felt True had a valid point, so they decided to split up. After all, this shrine looks large, and if they all stayed together, who knows how long it would take to find it. Given that it seemed like not many people come here regularly, Jackie-chan wasn't worried about Xiaoyu encountering any accidents, so the 4 of them each chose a direction to begin their search. Xiaoyu, carrying the panga treasure box, was engaged in her secret agent mission and felt quite excited. Their trip was no longer just a low-key outdoor treasure hunt. Instead, they were searching for one of the legendary 8 demon lords. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Come out, little bunny, open the door. Your good friend Xiaoyu has come to play. Xiaoyu hummed a disjointed little tune, and indeed, she looked like she was here for a vacation. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the panga treasure box in Xiaoyu's hands reacted, unexpectedly breaking free from her grasp and flying into the air, emitting a shimmering green light. Uncle Long, Old Man, True, come quickly. I think I found something. Realizing that something seemed amiss, Xiaoyu immediately shouted for help. We're coming. Xiaoyu, we're on our way. Jackie-chan's voice quickly reached Xiaoyu's ears. He, along with Old Man and True, rushed over upon hearing Xiaoyu's call, just in time to see the panga treasure box flying on its own towards a small door at the front of the shrine. A green light shot straight at the door, and under the influence of the spell, the lock began to show signs of melting, swiftly transforming into a mysterious hexagram. This is the Gen hexagram. Even from a distance, Old Man immediately recognized the mysterious symbol on the lock, which was indeed the Gen symbol among the 8 trigrams representing mountains. So the hell gate we found this time is the legendary mountain demon. Jackie-chan murmured. But what should we do now? Once the hell gate opens, the mountain demon will emerge. How can we stop it? Xiaoyu identified a serious issue. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Old Man has prepared a spell. As long as it dares to come, Old Man will definitely give it a taste of its own medicine. Really? Old Man, that's a demon. You better not be lying to me. Just wait and see. As Old Man was boasting, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. Is that so? Old Man, you seem quite confident. Looks like I've come here for nothing this time. A familiar teasing voice rang in everyone's ears. Turning around, they saw a small boy with golden eyes who had appeared behind them without them noticing. Pan Ming. Hello, everyone. Pan Ming greeted with a smile. What brings you here? Jackie-chan asked with curiosity. Didn't I say before? We are allies. Of course I have to offer you a little help. Pan Ming casually provided this reason, though it didn't seem very convincing. Soon the panga treasure box was inserted into the small door, and then a massive gate slowly appeared before everyone, framed in green, revealing a bottomless expanse of crimson within. That was hell. Ooh. Pan Ming exhaled deeply. Pan Ming, you seem to be trembling. The observant Xiaoyu noticed Pan Ming's odd behavior and quietly asked. Yes, that's right. Because I feel so excited. Pan Ming licked his slightly dry lips, unable to suppress the trembling that coursed through him. Come on, Mountain Demon Bagong. Share your power with me. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the hell gate. It had a body as immense as a mountain, yet its front claws were pitifully small. Its appearance was also rather unappealing with numerous bumps and depressions all over. However, none of this diminished its terrifying aura, for ancient demons pursue power, and it is also an evolution of a portion of the world's while wielding part of the authority of the world. Oh, it has been so long since I breathed such fresh air. How nostalgic. The colossal being, as towering as a mountain, spoke with a voice that was deafening. The Jinn Trigram, the mountain demon Bogang, is fully resurrected at this moment. Old man. Are you sure the spell you prepared can work on this guy? She looks even bigger than the Holy Lord. Jackie Chan was left dumbfounded. Ignoring Jackie Chan's skepticism, old man's expression grew serious. Which of the 8 great demons is easy to deal with? Such legendary beings cannot be described with common sense. Suddenly, old man and Jackie Chan felt a peculiar power enveloping their surroundings. You all stay here and don't move. He'll be back soon. With that, Pan Ming floated into the air. Respected mountain demon, your highness, hello. I am Pan Ming, a close aide of the Holy Lord, and I am also the one responsible for welcoming you this time. While Jackie Chan and the others were in a daze, Pan Ming had already flown towards Bagong. It was only when he stood before Bagong that Pan Ming could truly feel the pressure that was as immense as a mountain. As an existence as ancient as the Holy Lord, Bagong could crush the vast majority of people simply with its aura. Oh, you are Pan Ming. I've heard your name. Since that guy the Holy Lord sent you to welcome me, I assume you have prepared my feast. As Bagong spoke, a copious amount of saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. Undoubtedly, it was drooling with greed. Of course, I have prepared a lavish feast for your highness. However, before that, I hope you can grant me a small request. Pan Ming had now gradually risen to the height of Bogang's head, yet still kept his head lowered. Oh, did I not make it clear that I want my feast now, eh? Bagong instantly became furious. My request is... Pan Ming seemed not to have heard, still leisurely continuing, could you die for me? Flames erupted into the sky and a dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth. Do you even realize what you're saying? How dare a mere vassal of the sovereign speak to her like this? Bogang was not entirely devoid of intellect. Instinctively, she longed to strike down this man before her, whom she regarded as little more than an insect. Yet something held her back. An uncanny familiar aura clung to Pan Ming, eerily reminiscent of the sovereign himself. As one of the 8 demonic lords and a sovereign wielder of world authority, Bogang instantly recognized the scent of fiery qi emanating from Pan Ming, even stronger in fact than that which radiated from the sovereign. Yet the positions of the 8 demonic lords were immutable, ordained by the world's will itself. It was inconceivable, impossible, for 2 demons to share the same divine authority. This scene defied all reason. After millennia of imprisonment in the abyss, Bogang's wisdom and power had been nearly eroded to nothing. Put simply, she was no longer sharp. Her very perception had been shattered. Might I respectfully request that you cease to exist? Whereas Bogang seethed with raw fury, Pan Ming remained poised and refined, calmly repeating his earlier words just as she had unwittingly demanded. An instinctive wariness rose within Bogang. This man was dangerous, and having just emerged from the abyss into the mortal realm, she was grievously weakened. Already a quiet impulse to flee stirred deep in her heart. Oh, planning to leave. That won't do at all, your eminence. We still have unfinished business. Pan Ming seemed to sense her intent. He stepped forward in a single motion, blocking her escape route. His small frame stood squarely before the colossal demon. What should have appeared absurd now exuded overwhelming, palpable pressure. The pressure, however, settled solely upon Bogang. Her immense size offered no comfort. Only a creeping, insidious fear blooming silently within her chest. No escape, only death. For the first time in over 1,000 years, Bogang felt another coveting her very body. To be so coveted was utterly wretched. Pan Ming saw no need for further delay. Through prior probing, he had already gauged Bogang's true strength: weak. Painfully, astonishingly weak. Even weaker than the sovereign who had only just resurrected. It seemed the sovereign's choice had been wise. To flee early preserved far more of his power. Bogang's state, after a millennium of obedient confinement, spoke volumes. Then I shall dispense with courtesy. Pan Ming grinned, and instantly shifted into his true demonic form. Yet this time, intricate shadowy crimson runes traced across his body. Even the corners of his eyes bore deep vermilion markings like artful kohl, enhancing his eerie, otherworldly allure. Crimson flames billowed from his entire being, their terrifying heat warping the surrounding space until it shimmered with distortion. So this is the power of fiery qi. Exhilarating indeed. He clenched his fist, feeling a torrent of unimaginable force surge through him, like a volcano erupting unreserved and fiercely untamed. You are honored to be the first demonic lord to test this power under my hand. I imagine roasting you alive will be most satisfying. A streak of fire slashed across the sky and slammed into Bogang's massive form, sending her staggering backward. She crashed onto the earth with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground like a minor earthquake. This is still Pan Ming. Long Chung watched his worldview shattering, yet again. Truth be told, ever since meeting Pan Ming, his sense of reality had been repeatedly pulverized. Well, shattered it was. He'd grown accustomed. Bogang roared from the ground, a deafening primal bellow. The physical wound had been slight. The true agony lay in humiliation. Bogang, the mountain demon, one of the 8 demonic lords, had just been knocked flat by an unknown youth. Not with guile or trickery, but hidden in full view. Uncle might endure, but Auntie certainly would not. Did Bo Gang have no dignity left? She was furious. Now stripped of reason, flight vanished from her mind. Only annihilation remained. She would crush him, chew his skull to splinters to soothe her rage. Oh, if you possess the skill, by all means try. Pan Ming let out a mocking snort, spreading his arms wide, hovering defenseless in midair. That brazen contempt tore away the last vestige of decorum between them. Bo Gang no longer cared whether Pan Ming bore any connection to the sovereign. Not even the sovereign himself could intervene now. I, Bo Gang, declare this: I will not retreat. She braced her palms against the earth and slowly rose, yet made no move to attack. Instead, she performed an act beyond comprehension. She began devouring her own arm, the sickening crunch of bone and flesh echoing across the silence, sending chills down every spine present. What on earth is she doing? Xiao Yu recoiled at the visceral horror, yet she was not alone in her shock. Lao Jian, Longcheng, and Tru stared dumbfounded, too stunned to answer. No suitable prey at hand, so she consumes her own flesh. Decisive, indeed. Pan Ming remained motionless, offering only detached commentary. The mountain demon Bo Gang embodied mountains themselves, wielding dominion over a fragment of worldly authority. Beyond her titanic strength and 9 penetrable defenses, she possessed one extraordinary ability: gluttony. She could devour virtually anything, matter or energy alike, and her stomach would rapidly assimilate all consumed substance, amplifying her power without limit. Such overwhelming power came with a terrible cost in eternal, soul-deep hunger, inescapable, ravenous absolute. A hunger capable of breaking a demonic lord's resolve. That was terror incarnate. Thus Bo Gang perpetually sought sustenance, and self-cannibalism was her final desperate recourse, used only when cornered with no other path remaining. Since ascending as one of the 8 demonic lords, bearing the title Mountain Demon, she had not resorted to this ultimate technique in nearly 1,000 years. Clearly, Bo Gang was truly enraged. Originally, Pan Ming knew very little about the so-called 8 demon sovereigns, having spent his entire life in the Saint Lord's presence with scarcely any opportunity to venture beyond. Yet once the Saint Lord chose to ally with him, he unhesitatingly revealed the full extent of his siblings' abilities and methods. After all, the 8 demons had once waged brutal civil wars among themselves. Only after exhausting every means to destroy one another, yet failing utterly, did they finally swear eternal kinship. Thus each possessed at least partial knowledge of the other's arts. What is your desperation matter? The futures I perceive stretch infinitely farther than yours. You are destined to become my nourishment. Pan Ming granted Bo Gang no further chance to unleash her power. He resolved to end the battle swiftly. Delay invited peril. At that moment, Pan Ming clasped his hands together, converging all his inner fire and demonic energy into a single point, and even fused in the newly cultivated dragon talisman and pig talisman, 2 of the most devastating forces within his body. All for a single decisive strike. Meanwhile, Bo Gang below appeared utterly oblivious, still ravenously devouring her own flesh, having already consumed both of her short arms. Strangely, not a single drop of blood welled from the wounds. Instead, the severed limbs vanished as if erased from existence, leaving only grotesque, jagged bite marks scarring her remaining form. Ha! 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 At last Bo Gang ceased her feast, seemingly sated. Her appearance was now truly horrific. Even by her own standards, Pan Ming's earlier cataclysmic impact wreathed in searing flame had blackened and curled her face and hair. Nearly half her body had been devoured by her own jaws, leaving her a ruinous, fragmented specter. Yet her eyes blazed with crimson light, growing ever sharper, ever more intense. Even beneath the noonday sun, that scarlet radiance coalesced almost into tangible substance. Wretched insect, you shall bitterly regret not stopping me from the very beginning. Bo Gang laughed cruelly. A raw youth had forced the exalted sovereign to consume her own flesh merely to survive. It was an unspeakable humiliation. She swore she would wash it clean, drop by drop, with Pan Ming's blood. Oh, is that so? Bluster held no weight for Pan Ming. He cared only for results. The process meant nothing. Roar! His aura surged to its zenith. The ultimate assault, forged from the bulk of his demonic energy, was finally unleashed. A dragon of living flame erupted beside him, vivid, lifelike, each whisker and scale rendered with crystalline clarity. Go! With a sweeping gesture, Pan Ming commanded the beast. It answered with a thunderous, heaven-rending roar, and lunged toward the mangled figure of Bo Gang. Just as the dragon's maw neared her throat, an anomaly occurred. The earth beneath Bo Gang began to churn violently. Indeed, it rippled like water. Even distant hills tore free from their foundations and hurtled through the air. They crashed down before Bo Gang, shielding her colossal form entirely. The fire dragon, unable to veer aside, slammed headlong into the sudden mountain barrier. The hills, imbued with unseen power, remained unscathed, while the dragon dimmed drastically, its fiery body flickering, growing translucent. The demon sovereign's authority over mountains, mountain shifting. What's wrong? Weren't you boasting just moments ago about slaying me? And yet this is all the strength you muster. Seeing Pan Ming's attack, thwarted Bo Gang erupted into mocking laughter. My. Pan Ming frowned, not at her taunts, but because he sensed a large portion of the dragon's energy had simply vanished upon impact. And the green-skinned woman far away, she seemed strangely revitalized. You consumed my demonic energy, Pan Ming demanded. You noticed. But what of it? I devour everything, including energy itself. So long as you cannot obliterate me, in one blow my power will swell without limit. She licked her lips, savoring the memory. Truly your energy tastes exquisite. I haven't savored such richness in ages. Pan Ming realized the situation had grown unexpectedly thorny. He had pushed Bo Gang too far, driving the already unhinged sovereign into utter frenzy. Her desperate gambit, devouring her own flesh to forcibly transmute it into demonic energy, had awakened her sovereign authority, summoning mountains for defense, then activating her gluttony talent anew. Thus she stood unassailable. Well, you certainly know how to improvise. Worst of all, Bo Gang was already the most resilient among the 8 demons. Only Di Kuei could rival her in sheer endurance. Now determined to outlast Pan Ming, she exploited her shameless talent to endlessly replenish her strength and vitality, truly nauseating beyond measure. Pan Ming lacked the power to pierce her defenses in a single strike. Or rather, he had gravely underestimated her resilience, leaving him trapped in a vicious cycle. He attacked, she regenerated, and he attacked again, futilely. Yet soon Pan Ming found his answer. He drew a deep breath and bellowed, "Old man, lend me your aid." Several ordinary bystanders, previously idly observing from afar, blinked in startled confusion. Did he just say, "Old man"? The old man himself seemed incredulous. "Yes, father, hurry and help him. Didn't you prepare a talismanic incantation beforehand?" Xiao Yu urged urgently. She refused to witness Pan Ming's defeat at the hands of such a revolting demon. Bo Gang evidently courtesy was not universal. "What must I do? Don't tell me you arrived unprepared. Fetch me a drum." Surely the Pangu treasure box's activation offered guidance. Recite the incantation. Pan Ming had already reached their side. That incantation banishes Bo Gang to the netherworld, but we cannot send her there yet. You'll need to make a subtle alteration. After all, Pan Ming was no ordinary demon sorcerer. Modifying a sacred spell was well within his grasp. We'll find it at once. Xiao Yu and Cheng Long scattered immediately to search, while Tru remained behind to guard the old man. Such a thing is possible. Pan Ming, you truly are a genius. The old man stared, stunned by the audacity of Pan Ming's idea. Altering a divine incantation meant for immortal deities. Few dared even conceive it. What are they scheming? From afar, Bo Gang sensed something amiss as Pan Ming abruptly halted his assault, but she was trapped with the fire dragon still locked onto her. No matter. They cannot harm me. Let them try whatever tricks they wish. Palming, I found it. Xiao Ye's cheerful voice rang out moments later. She and Cheng Long each held a hand drum, clearly retrieved from the shrine, both appearing remarkably new. Excellent, Xiao Yu. You've truly saved the day. Pan Ming beamed with satisfaction. Indeed, with Xiao Yu by their side, everything always fell into place. Are you ready for the new incantation? Pan Ming turned to Lao Dai for confirmation. Absolutely no issue. As if there were any doubt, just who did they think Lao Dai was? Do you take me for that incompetent nephew of mine? Very well. Since all preparations are complete, let us now conclude this affair together. Pan Ming issued final instructions before soaring once more toward Bo Gang. Oh, what's this? Have you come to surrender? Brat. Bo Gang smirked with unmistakable arrogance. In her view, though she lacked the strength to defeat Pan Ming outright, neither could he overcome her defenses. Lingering indefinitely held no appeal for Bo Gang, but such a stalemate was plainly unsustainable. Only one option remained: negotiation. Surrender? Hardly. I've simply discovered how to shatter your turtle shell. Pan Ming's voice brimmed with radiant confidence. What? You've already found a way to breach my defense. Ha. Don't make me laugh, brat. Bo Gang could scarcely believe her ears, bursting into unrestrained mirth. Who do you think you are? Do you truly imagine you can accomplish what even the other 7 demons failed to achieve? Are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my power? Bo Gang mocked him mercilessly. One cannot speak of ice to a summer insect, Pan Ming replied unfazed. With a swift rub of his palms, a colossal fireball ignited. Yet this time its hue was no longer crimson, but the luminous golden yellow most synonymous with Pan Ming himself. Again with this trick. Brat, don't you realize such attacks are utterly futile against me? Though if you insist on delivering offerings, I won't refuse. Bo Gang dismissed Pan Ming's assault with utter contempt. Past encounters had already proven his efforts to be mere wasted exertion. Don't mistake me. You'll find I'm hardly foolish enough to fail twice in the same manner. As Pan Ming's words faded, the massive fireball he'd been channeling surged forward, not as a separate projectile, but merging seamlessly into the body of the pre-existing fire dragon. Instantly, a piercing, urgent dragon's roar split the air. Roar. The once crimson leviathan underwent a profound transformation. Its entire form shifted to gleaming golden yellow, and its previously translucent magic-depleted body regained dense, palpable substance. The fire dragon charged toward Bo Gang once more, but this time rather than recklessly colliding with her mountainous barrier and squandering its essence, it chose a far more cunning path. Instead, it flowed into the mountains themselves, effortlessly, as if an invisible gate had silently swung open upon the rock face to welcome its passage. What is this? Sensing her own power ebbing away, Bo Gang faltered, her earlier absorption of Pan Ming's energy now dissipating as well. Just a modest precautionary measure. You see, your so-called all-devouring gluttony ability is frankly rather unfair. Pan Ming shrugged, feigning mild exasperation. Given the circumstances, I had no choice but to improvise, learning and applying on the spot. The ground beneath Bo Gang convulsed violently. Fissures yawned open, and from their depths golden yellow flames flickered forth, spreading steadily until the surrounding mountains themselves began to glow with that same radiant hue. Those mountains visibly shrank, diminishing at an astonishing pace until they vanished entirely. The earth stilled. Then thick golden yellow chains erupted from the depths, coiling unerringly around Bo Gang and binding her fast. Her colossal form was now crisscrossed with heavy, intricate restraints, a binding technique instantly recognizable to True, the former JP native standing among the onlookers. This, if you can break free now, be my guest. With the formation fully sealed, Pan Ming ceased his assault and withdrew calmly to stand beside Lao Dai and the others. Next, you're up, old man. Pan Ming declared, still markedly lacking in courtesy. Oh dear, you'd better never commit wrongdoing again, or Lao Dai will personally deal with you. Though Pan Ming's tone was infuriating, Lao Dai retained perfect clarity of priorities. There were far weightier matters demanding attention. Now, chant the incantation. Pan Ming initiated the final assault. Oh dear, there's one more thing. Never ever command, Lao Dai. Sir, that binding technique you used earlier, it feels strangely familiar. True ventured hesitantly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to craftsmanship from his homeland. Oh, it's called a sailor's knot. I learned it from your kind. Pan Ming waved it off, utterly unconcerned. After all, what was a simple knotting method? True froze, struck dumb, as if thunderclapped. Who told him it was called a sailor's knot? Which wretch dared deceive even a child? Yet, gazing at Pan Ming's serene, untroubled expression, True found himself unable to correct him. He sighed inwardly. Best to let it remain a graceful misunderstanding. Now Chenlong, strike the drum 3 times. Lao Dai's incantation reached its culmination. A streak of emerald light had already darted toward the hand drum retrieved earlier by Xiao Yu and Chenlong. Oh, right away, Lao Dai. Chenlong dashed forward and struck the drum thrice, thump thump thump, with brisk precision. Instantly the emerald light shot forth, homing unerringly onto Bo Gang's immense form. Missing was simply impossible. Honestly, how could one miss such a colossal target? If you did, just leave the group. Everyone present felt a profound sense of relief and triumph, as if victory were already sealed. Only one being felt profound dissatisfaction: Bo Gang herself, the mountain demon. It seemed not only human joys and sorrows failed to resonate across individuals, but also those between humans and demons. The incantation struck Bo Gang and finally activated. No, 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 I refuse to return. She thrashed wildly. She had barely escaped that accursed hell. How many chapters had passed? Must she return already? Yet almost immediately something felt wrong. The emerald light merely traced once over her form, then veered sharply, plunging straight into the hell gate itself, before the gate simply shut. Bo Gang stood utterly bewildered, stunned into silence. Wasn't this spell meant to banish her back to hell? Where precisely had the process gone astray? Snap out of it. That curse was merely designed to extract a trace of your aura. Otherwise the gates of hell wouldn't be so easily deceived. Pan Ming's voice drew nearer as he explained to Bo Gang, whose wits were clearly scattered. Huh. Bo Gang remained utterly bewildered. Pan Ming sighed inwardly, truly exasperating. Another dim-witted one. I already have far too many such fools surrounding me. I went to extraordinary lengths to release you from hell itself. If my sole intention had been to pummel you, the effort would hardly have been worth it. Pan Ming now stepped behind the sealed gates of hell and reached out to retrieve the Pangu treasure box. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. The Pangu treasure box resisted fiercely. Our righteous magic stored within surged forth, delivering Pan Ming a jolting electric shock, acrid and searing. I've completely forgotten something vital, Pan Ming muttered, half ashamed of himself. Had he grown too preoccupied lately, or truly been infected by the sheer density of idiocy around him? Gritting his teeth against the pain, Pan Ming struck the Pangu treasure box again, sending it flying. Shock me. Then I'll endure the agony once more, just to return the blow. Pan Ming never suffers loss. So, what exactly do you intend to do? Bo Gang felt a creeping unease. After all, she was now a frail, helpless girl, yet surrounded by a crowd that blocked her every path. What did they plan? Ugh, I feel queasy. Long Chung protested, not out of rudeness, but genuine disorientation. Bo Gang might indeed be beautiful, yet her beauty bore the imposing, armored grandeur of a tiger tank. Alas, ordinary beings seemed utterly incapable of appreciating it. Perhaps demons could. The demons chorused in unison. We suggest you choose your words with care. Don't slander us. I offer you 2 paths. First, I send you back to hell, even though its gates are sealed. Pan Ming's tone grew ominously sharp. If I shatter your mortal form, leaving only your soul, the infernal pull will still drag you back, and your suffering there shall be unimaginable. The second. I choose the second. Bo Gang blurted out before Pan Ming could finish. Without her body, how would she ever eat again? For a glutton, that fate would be worse than death itself. The second path is simple. I'll spare you, but you must surrender everything you possess. Pan Ming's voice rose with fervent excitement. His original goal had just leapt forward by a tremendous stride. My everything. Still bound, Bo Gang sat slumped on the ground, glancing down at her massive frame, and shuddered involuntarily. What do you want with me? Let's be clear, I'd never take a liking to someone like you. You're far too small. Her voice trembled with alarm. At those words, the 4 antique shop companions exchanged knowing, incredulous glances. Who knew? You actually harbor that kind of preference. Fond of tank warfare. With that slender frame you'd barely withstand the recoil. TCH, have you truly lost your wits in hell? Pan Ming nearly unleashed a dragon flame blast to launch that tiger tank straight into orbit. Like you. How dare you imagine such a thing? Du Xingzhu and the others even know. My demand for everything refers not to that, but to your power and your divine authority, the authority of the mountain demon. Pan Ming decided to speak plainly, lest this one conjure yet another absurd fantasy in her head. No, no, no. Absolutely out of the question. Her head shook violently like a child's rattle. She might be slow-witted, but she wasn't foolish. To hand over the very foundation of her existence. She'd be no better than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Then you'd rather return to hell, to that lightless barren abyss, to spend eternity among faces you've stared at for millennia. Pan Ming painted the scene with theatrical exaggeration. Bo Gang faltered. Returning was unthinkable, yet surrendering her authority felt equally unbearable. In truth, Bo Gang had grown addled in hell. She knew nothing of Sheng Zhu's machinations, or Pan Ming's collusion, believing every move thus far to be Pan Ming's solo enterprise. Here's a compromise: hand over your authority willingly, and thereafter your actions are none of my concern. Agreed. The antique shop group stared dumbfounded. Brilliant. You truly excel at painting illusions, though you're exploiting Bo Gang's current mental fog to dupe the poor girl. Yet as allies they refrained from exposing Pan Ming's ruse, though Longcheng silently resolved from now on Xiao you must be watched more closely than ever. Oh really? You won't interfere with me anymore. A faint softening entered Bo Gang's voice. Of course not. I am a noble dragon, and a demon sorcerer. It is universally known I honor my word without fail. Sensing opportunity, Pan Ming seized the moment to vow solemnly. That scoundrel Sheng Zhu also repeats that phrase endlessly. Fine, take it then. I truly have no use for it right now. Bo Gang agreed to what appeared a highly favorable bargain. The group murmured in awe. Brilliant. It actually worked. If other demons prove equally gullible, our future tasks may grow remarkably effortless. Excellent. Since you've consented, leave the rest to me. Pan Ming could no longer conceal his elation. His grin stretched nearly to his ears. Was this ease truly fated? Am I perhaps the chosen one? Hey, you heard that, didn't you? Your beloved daughter has volunteered freely. I've used no coercion, so proceed. Pan Ming levitated upward, halting gently at eye level with Bo Gang. Boom, boom, boom. Once more the familiar sound echoed. They looked up, and there it was. The same cloud returned. This time the cloud moved swiftly. No hesitation, no verification. Swiftly extracting the authority of the mountain demon from Bo Gang's being and transferring it to Pan Ming. Seemingly grasping Pan Ming's intent, the cloud radiated quiet satisfaction, as if proud of this new son who honored its name. Enough. Mission accomplished. Depart swiftly lest that being discover you prematurely. Rest assured, wait for me, and your wish shall soon be granted. Pan Ming resembled an unfilial son. Having just received a boon from his mother, he hurriedly ushered her away. Yet the cloud expressed no resentment, only admiration for his son's bold individuality. A promising talent. Even a faint trace of reluctance shimmered across the cloud, yet it departed. It understood this was no time to hinder Pan Ming. Premature discovery by that being would close the back door forever. Only Bo Gang sensed something vital had vanished. Her body felt hollow, unnervingly empty. Very well. Now assume a different form. I'll observe your conduct for a time before deciding further. Having secured his prize, Pan Ming instantly turned cold and dismissive. But, you promised to set me free. Bo Gang could scarcely believe it. Was there truly a demon so shameless? It was just like that scoundrel Sheng Zhu. So what? Are you going to bite me? So what? Are you going to bite me? Bo Gang felt that in his long life he had never sustained an injury as grievous as this one. First deceived by that treacherous sovereign, and now, betrayed once again, by a dragon. Why are all you dragons cut from the same cloth? Why must you relentlessly prey upon honest, law-abiding demons like us? Alas, upon resurrection he had not only failed to replenish his magical energy, but had also willingly surrendered his divine authority, right beneath his own mother's watchful gaze. Though deeply resentful, Bo Gang complied with Pan Ming's request and altered his form. In moments his colossal frame vanished, replaced by a middle-aged woman appearing in her late 30s or early 40s. She wore attire reminiscent of Japanese kimono, yet her figure was so stout it verged on overwhelming, evoking instantly the image of a matronly proprietress. This is utterly astonishing. Though they had already witnessed Pan Ming's transformations several times, witnessing a demon's metamorphosis firsthand still left them awestruck. Where in the world has my grand, imposing self gone? Now I'm reduced to this tiny speck. Very well, Pan Ming declared. You shall temporarily accompany them. Pan Ming shrewdly deflected responsibility onto Lao Dai and the others. Before Bo Gang could even react, Lao Dai protested. You little demon brat. What nonsense are you spouting? When pray tell did Lao Dai ever agree to supervise this demon? And frankly, even if I were fabulously wealthy, I couldn't possibly sustain such a creature. Lao Dai insisted that though advanced in years and somewhat hard of hearing, he was far from deaf. He'd heard perfectly clearly this being claimed to devour anything. How could his modest shop possibly feed such an insatiable glutton? Did they even stand a chance at survival? Old goat, Bo Gang retorted. What do you mean by that? I have yet to consent to accept your worship. As a sovereign demon lord, granting you the honor of serving me is already magnanimity itself. Yet you dare show such ingratitude. To Bo Gang, this arrangement was merely a temporary concession, not captivity, and Pan Ming's term supervision automatically translated in his mind to worship and tribute. What did you just call me, you vile demon? Lao Dai will send you straight back to hell. The old man seethed. Old goat. Was that truly what he'd just heard? Is every demon raised without manners, without the slightest regard for respect? I simply lack the time or energy to oversee this individual. I have pressing matters elsewhere. Moreover, isn't monitoring demons precisely the sacred duty of righteous sorcerers like yourselves? Pan Ming spoke with impeccable logic. Surely we shouldn't discriminate merely because she possesses an unusually large appetite. His tone implied that refusal would brand them as monstrous villains. You. Lao Dai nearly suffered a seizure. I have never encountered such brazen, shameless audacity. How can one wield insolence with such unsettling elegance? Well then, so be it. Bo Gang is now in your care. Having spoken, Pan Ming turned to depart, then paused as if recalling something. Yes, one more thing. I recommend entrusting the Panga treasure box to Xiao Yu. She seems remarkably attuned to it. Under the stunned gaze of all present, Pan Ming prepared to vanish. No one dared, or could, stop him. Frankly, anyone who attempted would likely meet swift, humiliating defeat. Except perhaps one other. Bo Gang, I trust you won't overstep your bounds. Otherwise, Pan Ming delivered his final warning, urging her to exercise prudence. Chattering hatchling. His Majesty is fully grown. No gullible girl to be tricked. One more matter. Pan Ming added. Everyone thought, are you leaving? Or staging a theatrical monologue? Are you deliberately wasting our expressions? Xiao Yu, have you lately experienced anything unusual? Any strange dreams? Or perhaps glimpsed inexplicable phenomena? Pan Ming stepped before her, golden eyes piercing and unwavering. No, I feel perfectly normal. What's wrong? Why ask me this all of a sudden? Xiao Yu blinked, bewildered. Would the old Pan Ming have posed such questions? Certainly not. Yet she knew him well enough to recognize that he never spoke idly. Something unseen, unfathomable had surely transpired. Not yet time then. So what precisely are these beings? Pan Ming showed no enlightenment upon hearing her reply, only deepening perplexity. What time? What on earth are you talking about? Xiao Yu bristled. Why must you speak in riddles? Can't you simply speak plainly? Teasing half-truths is exasperating. Anyone might think it's contrived by the author. Dreamweaver, none of my concern. Nothing at all, Xiao Yu. How about a gift? Noting the girl's growing irritation, Pan Ming decided as a friend to offer some gentle reassurance. Truly, what is it? Indeed, girls were delightfully easy to please. At the mere mention of a gift, Xiao Yu's annoyance dissolved into eager anticipation. How about this? Pan Ming opened his palm and a tiny radiant point of light coalesced within it, immediately capturing Xiao Yu's full attention. As the luminescence faded, it resolved into an exquisitely lifelike pendant, an unmistakable miniature likeness of Pan Ming himself. Consider this a talisman. It should serve you well in daily life. Pan Ming placed the delicate charm into Xiao Yu's palm. Oh, and one last thing. He leaned and closed, his voice dropping to a near inaudible whisper. What else is there? Xiao Yu's entire focus was now fixed on the tiny talisman. She had few friends, she didn't know why, and this she realized was likely the first gift she'd ever received from one. Just a small question. Then ask it. Why hesitate? Do you prefer black or white? That was Pan Ming's question. Well, I don't have a particular favorite color, but if forced to choose between these two, both seem quite lovely. White feels soothing. Black feels strikingly cool. So, either would suit me fine. I see. Understood. Then treasure this gift well. It is the first I have ever bestowed upon a human. Master, how do you feel now? Afu asked. Pan Ming was reclining in the courtyard of a luxurious villa in San Francisco, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Wealth truly was a blessing. Was this what it meant to be born a dragon heir? Well, I feel excellent. This newly acquired authority has significantly compensated for certain of my deficiencies, yet I am still far from mastering it, for it stems from an entirely different kind of power. Indeed, as he himself had said, Pan Ming felt utterly extraordinary, so elated he might as well have soared into the heavens. In the past, even after fully inheriting the sovereign's power and authority, the transition had been seamless for Pan Ming, since their natures were profoundly similar, making it little more than embellishment upon an already splendid foundation. This time, however, inheriting the mountain demon's authority had forged an entirely new path. Pan Ming gently turned his palm, and instantly a spectral mountain manifested upon the courtyard's broad stone floor. Though not the mountain itself, its weighty primordial aura remained unmistakable. Mountain demon authority, mountain shifting. Though he could not yet wield it with Bo Gang's consummate fluency, Pan Ming was thoroughly satisfied. After all, Bo Gang had spent untold ages refining this authority. Even in extreme debilitation, she could still summon peaks at will. He had only just acquired it. Haste would serve no purpose. Moreover, this power seems remarkably beneficial to me. Pan Ming murmured to himself. In former days, he would cast magic without hesitation, but never resort to brute force. He was by nature a high offense, low defense demon. His physical form, though formidable among mortals, paled beside peers of equal rank. That was precisely why the sovereign had mocked him during their battle, for daring to engage in close quarters combat. In short, he was exceedingly fragile. Now, however, the mountain demon's authority had inevitably fortified his corporeal vessel, dramatically enhancing both his defensive resilience and regenerative capacity. Even the nascent horse talisman and dog talisman coiled within him reaped profound benefits. Unexpectedly, that grotesque fellow Bogang, though hideous, is astonishingly useful. Pan Ming regarded his acquisition with deep satisfaction and growing impatience. Merely absorbing a single authority had yielded such extraordinary gains, truly intoxicating for a dragon. What if he claimed the remaining authorities? The possibilities were staggering. It seems I must accelerate my pace. Pan Ming rubbed his palm thoughtfully. He had originally intended a cautious step-by-step approach to avoid alerting that odious being prematurely and inviting interference. Alas, having tasted such sweetness, Pan Ming could scarcely contain himself. If my memory serves, the next one should be Xiaofeng. What? A new hell gate has appeared inside a prison. Jackie Chan recoiled in shock. But the map clearly indicates this location. Xiao Yu offered helpfully. Then how do we enter? Indeed, Pan Ming's foresight had been impeccable. Xiao Yu proved perfectly attuned to the Panga box, merely twisting it once revealed yet another hell gate. Baghua's Sun Trigram, Wind Demon Xiaofeng. What's so difficult about that? We simply need to find a way to infiltrate. Xiao Yu regarded her uncle's alarm with mild amusement. Infiltrate? Did I hear that correctly, Xiao Yu? That's a prison, not a deer park. How on earth could we possibly get inside? Jackie Chan felt his mind verge on collapse. This was only the second gate. But we have Chief Black. With him we'll surely devise a way. Just ask him. Xiao Yu shrugged indifferently. After all, you two are quite close, aren't you? Oh, what terrible luck. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Meanwhile, deep within hell, the 7 demons convened in council. So Bogang has indeed returned to the mortal realm, and her hell gate has sealed once more. She is truly free. Zhu Lan spoke, his voice edged with fervor. Though they had once envied Bogang for being the first to return, they had also secretly hoped she would scout ahead. A prudent caution given the sovereign's utter unreliability. Now that matters were settled, their wariness eased somewhat. As I foretold, I have served you most diligently, dear siblings. The sovereign seized the opportunity to promote himself vigorously. I returned expressly to atone. It appears that fellow Pan Ming performed admirably. No whispers escaped, no trace leaked. Bogang simply vanished, consumed whole. Then who among us shall follow next? Basha could barely contain herself. Though she loathed the sovereign's silence, now seemed unwise. According to Pan Ming's report, the next gate belongs to Xiaofeng. The sovereign, as if all prior grievances had dissolved, dutifully relayed intelligence from the surface world. Ah, so it is Xiaofeng. Hearing this, the demons experienced a complex mix of emotions: disappointment at not being chosen themselves, and quiet relief, for Xiaofeng, ever the benevolent elder, would depart first, softening the sting of delay. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I shall hasten your liberation alongside young Pan Ming the moment I emerge. Xiaofeng declared his excitement openly. Congratulations, Xiaofeng. We rejoice at your departure, but tread carefully. The mortal realm's current state remains unknown to us. Do not stumble in some hidden ditch. Shimu's voice cut through the chamber with sudden jarring clarity. Ha ha ha, fear not. I shall await my triumphant news. Xiaofeng took Shimu's words as a kindly warning and pondered them no further. That fellow. Even the other demons deemed Shimu excessively cautious. Yet the sovereign, unseen in the shadows, narrowed his eyes as he uncovered something. The sovereign knew Shimu uttered no idle words. He wondered, had their conspiracy with Pan Ming developed a flaw? Had this demon sensed it? At once the sovereign slipped away from the gathering and withdrew to a secluded corner. Pan Ming, Pan Ming, Pan Ming. He initiated urgent contact. What is it? Pan Ming replied swiftly. How is Bogang faring? Bogang. I imagine she's doing rather well, right now. Pan Ming pictured her life at the antique shop as he answered. Is that so? She's doing well, but beware, Shimu seems suspicious. Xiaofeng departs next, and they've long shared a close bond. I cannot rule out secret means of communication between them. The sovereign cautioned. Is that so? Then you mean? Pan Ming's intuition sharpened. Strike hard, and strike fast. Seize the chance. Eliminate Xiaofeng without hesitation. The sovereign's voice turned chillingly ruthless. Xiaofeng might be kind-hearted, but what did that matter to the sovereign? All who obstruct my design shall perish. So are we truly preparing to depart for country D? Hooray! Xiao Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. After all, it was another rare chance to journey far from home. Native excursion to a prison. This will surely become a priceless memory. When I am old, I can boast to my grandchildren back then I even set foot in a prison. Listen, Xiao Yu. This is not a pleasure trip. We are going to, I know. We are going to teach the wind demon Xiaofeng a proper lesson, right? Relax, Uncle Long, I can handle it. Xiao Yu declared, showing off a biceps that existed only in her imagination. No. Absolutely not. Xiao Yu, all we need to do is locate the Hell Gate. Leave the rest to Pan Ming. Chung Long hurriedly warned, stopping Xiao Yu from making a reckless move. Oh, Uncle Long, when will you ever grow up? You must learn to do your own things instead of always waiting for others' help. Xiao Yu spoke with fierce confidence. Chung Long, do you even hear yourself? Hey, relax. There's no guarantee you'll catch Xiaofeng. That fellow is crafty. A plump, middle-aged woman in a familiar kimono remarked from the side. What do you mean? Is he really that formidable? Xiao Yu asked in puzzlement. To be honest, subduing Bogang had gone rather smoothly, which made her suspect the legendary 8 great demons were not so fearsome after all. Thus she could not help but underestimate the famed wind demon Xiaofeng a little. How shall I put it? My brother is not only astute, he has a very pleasant temperament. Bo Gang offered her opinion. Wait, are you sure you are describing a demon and not some well-mannered gentleman? Chen Long muttered. Chen Long scoffed. What a joke. Demons with pleasant dispositions. Even Pan Ming, that little rascal, has a venomous tongue and is cunning beneath the surface. Of course, Bo Gang insisted. We have been brothers and sisters for millennia. Who knows him better than I? Besides, he moves with astonishing agility. Apart from Shimu, none of us can match his speed. Bo Gang spoke with earnest conviction. To her brother was not only powerful, but also kind, someone who cared deeply for their brethren. Chen Long and Xiao Yu exchanged a look. Understood. Xiao Feng is powerful, clever, and incredibly swift. Thank you, Bo Gang. You are a true sister. Xiao Feng is fortunate to have you. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set out at once, everyone. Xiao Yu proclaimed exuberantly. Country D. Hey Sinlin Konggu Criminal Reformation Institute. Hey, listen up. We are special visiting guests. Oh, Chief Bulake fought hard to secure these slots for us. Do not ruin this opportunity. Chen Long admonished those around him. Got it. Uncle Long, rest assured. We shall not betray Chief Bulake's goodwill. Xiao Yu waved to show she understood. Then let us enter. Very well, we shall. Pan Ming, what are you doing here? Chen Long felt his heart skip with surprise. Day after day, what sort of people were these? Do not fuss over such details. The important thing now is to find Xiao Feng's gate, is it not? I happen to have a lead. Follow me. Having said that, Pan Ming turned and walked off, allowing no time for Chen Long and the others to ponder. What are you waiting for? Come on, Te Lu, let us hurry and follow. Xiao Yu cradled the Panga Baoha and chased after Pan Ming, calling back to the others. Hey, wait. Oh, sorry, we'll step out first. Excuse us, thank you. Seeing the main party abandon him, Chen Long promptly bid farewell to the official accompanying him. Where are we going? Xiao Yu asked with curiosity. Just come with me, Pan Ming replied calmly, showing no excess emotion. Pan Ming, have you ever been to prison before? How are you so familiar with this place? Isn't this supposed to be your first time? What do you mean by have you been to prison before? Who asked like that? Of course not. I merely did some preparatory work in advance after all. I am a demon. All right, we have arrived. This is the place. Fortunately, Pan Ming soon halted, otherwise who knew what more bizarre questions Xiao Yu might have posed. The party came to a stop before a prison laundry room. Could you two slow down? Do you intend to exhaust your old man to death? The old man panted, already breathless. He did not understand the youths of today. Each seemed endowed with boundless stamina, walking so briskly that they nearly sent this aged fellow to his grave. Where's the Panga Baoha? Pan Ming asked. Oh, here it is. Xiao Yu hastily produced the Panga Baoha. Soon the box, as if tugged by some unseen force, flew of its own accord to the door of a washing machine. Wow, why is this happening? Xiao Yu asked, intrigued. Previously, when they had found Bo Gang's hell gate, the Panga Baoha had likewise opened the gate without any external impetus. It is a curse left by the undying deities. When the Panga Baoha approaches its corresponding hell gate, it will open automatically. There is no means to stop it. A scarlet hell gate slowly manifested before them. At that moment, Chen Long caught up. Seeing the scene, he understood what would come next. Old man, as before, used the spell to close the hell gate first and cut off any chance of Xiao Feng escaping. Pan Ming reminded him. I know. You brat, stop lecturing this old man on how to do things. Te Lu. Yes, sir. Te Lu promptly produced from his satchel the magical materials the old man required. Oh, the scent of freedom. Wind has always been free. A most peculiar figure stepped through the hell gate and into the mortal realm. They turned to look, a demon of blue-purple hue like a gigantic toad, most striking for its grotesquely exaggerated lower jaw, bulging as if filled with something within. HM, are you Pan Ming? Is this the welcome ceremony you prepared for me? Xiao Feng asked. Only Pan Ming among them radiated a demon's aura, and Xiao Feng was naturally curious. After all, how could humans consort with demons? Of course, your exaltedness, whined demon Xiao Feng. This is the gift I have prepared for you. Please enjoy it. Pan Ming bowed. Begin. Ah, demons and fiends be gone. Demons and fiends be gone. Demons and fiends be gone. The old man was already prepared, awaiting this very moment. A green spell swiftly enshrouded Xiao Feng's body, as was customary, siphoning a thread of his essence before driving him back through the hell gate. The hell gate then began to close slowly. Very well, following the instructions entrusted to me before, I shall no longer hold back. Bright yellow flames searing with heat began to sweep and engulf the space.